And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
no
took
more
my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No,
Please,
I'm coming.
please.
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry.
Alexi.
Sorry.
There is
Don't
more
me
in
out.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Like, stop, be respectful to Showore. Casta young, be sorry to Showore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
And you
no
took
more
my
going
time
to
to
be
God.
Hello there. Good afternoon. You're welcome once more to Have Your Say. This is a platform where your views and opinions matters a lot and is helping to change the society in which we are all living in, and especially that of our country, dear country, Nigeria. So you are welcome. I'm standing in for Dr. Rudolph, Dr. Damages on this Have Your Say today. And we wholeheartedly invite you to make your contributions today. Remember that your contributions are helping to shape the conversation and the narrative that's going on even back home in the country and vis-a-vis worldwide. Do not always be afraid to say what you have in your mind. Have your say. It's better to judge than to war. And so today we're going to be dealing with a lot of other issues that are going on in Nigeria and around the world. So you are welcome once again. And here's an advice from the chief owner and the presenter, and the one only Dr. Damages. Here is an advice from Dr. Damages this today.
Blessed are those who know how much they need to know before they know how little they know.
And that's an advice for all of us. It's always blessed, to hear from those who know that not everything they know is all there is to know. There's so much knowledge is inexhaustible, okay? And so there's so much that we all need to know. And so we should be humble enough to accept when we don't know those things. So today we're giving you the opportunity to introduce or give us an understanding of how you see the world affairs, how you see Nigeria going on, how you see the governance going on. And we will kick off by saying we want to join millions of people around the world to congratulate Professor Wole Soyinka. I'm a student of Professor Wole Soyinka. We read, almost everything. My first degree was in theater arts. So, and there's no how you read theater arts, you not have worked extensively with the work of this great Nigerian called Professor Wole Soyinka. So, I don't want to, there are so many news going on around about Professor. I like to dwell on the part that gives him the credibility which has earned over the years. There are so many coins to Wole Soyinka as a person, as a professor, and as a private citizen, a private individual who also have his flaws. But we like to dwell on the parts here that gives him the honor for which he's respected around the world. I doff my cap for him. Professor Wole Soyinka sometime, wrote about, the glorification of the area boys. I think if I'm quoting it correctly, which talked about the days of Abacha. I mean, he's a great writer. He's a great professor. Many of us don't know that Professor Wole Soyinka went from being a first degree holder to being a professor. So he's an icon in the literary world. I would like to join millions of other people to celebrate him today. We shall also take, listen or see what has become, some of the things that have happened in the past. Yesterday or thereabout, he was the National Theatre Igomu, Lagos, was named after him. What do you see? What do you appreciate that? Do you like that? Do you welcome it? Or is it, wanting too many? Because just like 2 weeks ago, one of the streets in Abuja was named after him also. So, and today we are also hearing again that he has been named after the National Theatre. Okay, so let's kick off this show. I would love to hear your view on some of the video clips we're going to play so that we can all have a very robust discussion by the end of the day.
We cannot talk about this security without talking about the local government financial autonomy. Because once the security is eroded, everything is affected. Poverty will rule the day. Today, what is happening in our local government? The encumbrance of the governors on our local government must be removed. We must achieve the financial autonomy for local government if we must move forward. Because if the local government cannot have access, complete control of their funding, the security threats cannot go. Where a local government chairman cannot even afford 50,000 naira to go into a community within his jurisdiction to know what is going on there. Then it boils down to local policing, community policing. If we do not achieve local government financial autonomy, Mr. President, the issue of poverty, the issue of security, the issue of all the issues we are raising today will not be curbed.
President Bola Tinubu is the president and commander-in-chief and it's his government. Everywhere in the world, nobody will say it is Governor Rada or Governor this. It is President Bola Tinubu's Nigeria that we are seeing this.
All right, Prof.
Fellow Nigerians, I did this to prick the conscience of our people, especially our leaders. This is what we should be talking in mosques, churches, palaces, assemblies, the villa, government houses. We must hold our leaders responsible. This is not acceptable. Nigeria, we've not experienced drought. We are not officially at war, but we are seeing this in our country. Severe malnutrition in children. We in good conscience cannot allow this to happen in Nigeria. Seeing the extravagance and the recklessness of our leaders. Buying, building 21 billion mansion, buying aircrafts, buying SUVs, when our children are dying of hunger in this land of plenty. Our governors do not care. What they do is to give palliative cups of rice to parents, and the children are in the house malnourished, hungry. God Almighty will ask each and every one of us, what did we do when our children are going through this in this land of plenty? And our leaders are here in Abuja living it up. So he must be proactive and come in and as an emergency feed our people. President Bola Tinubu is the president.
Hello, my people. LEMFI, the International Money Transfer Service, is here to provide you with a simple and efficient money transfer experience with no fees and the best rate in the industry. If you are in the US, UK, and Canada, LEMFI is here to serve you and help you transfer money to over 21 countries. In all ramifications, they are better than their competitors. We at the Dr. Damages Show are happy to partner with them to satisfy your needs. To that end, anyone who signs up with them using the referral code DOCTOR will get $30 cash back the first time you send $100 or more. From now until July 10th, 2024, LEMFI will enter your name into a raffle draw where you can win an iPhone, Apple Watch, MacBook, gift cards, and others. For an icing on the cake, the first 20 people to use Dr. Damages code DOCTOR will get a signed copy of one of his books, This American Life Safe or Chimamanda, The Adventures of Little Mermaid's African Cousin.
I'm sorry. I think we have a little bit of a challenge here right now. Okay. Good afternoon once more, viewers and those who are already waiting. Who I'm waiting to invite. I don't want to take this pile all by myself. I don't want to take it by myself all. I want us all to enjoy the pile. So I will just go ahead and invite people into the StreamYard. So if you are there, please, the gate is open to invite. You can come in right away. And so let's get this ball rolling. Yes, 1 minute. Okay. So here we go. We are ready to roll, and I invite you all to join us so that all enjoy the pie together. We have so many issues to cover. So as soon as we can go on, we're going to talk about the recent Supreme Court judgment that gave autonomy to local governments in Nigeria. Is that a blessing or a curse in disguise? We're also going to touch on the recent ruling by ECOWAS Court concerning the ENDSARS protest. The court now has found Nigeria government wanting. What will be your own take on that issue? And then also we're going to be touching on the issue of Toyin Abraham. What pushed Toyin Abraham to the walls that he said take the action he was about to take? And the federal government have vowed to end hunger, to end food hungry, to bring to a close hunger in Nigeria in 180 days. Something they've not been able to do in the last 1 year. So 180 days is the magic number and the magic days for which the government will perform government wonder, as Fela will say. Okay, we are also going to be touching the Labour and Tinubu's discussion. Up to this moment, they are still having a conversation on what will be the minimum wage. You all know that up till now, they've not been able to sort out. And the leaders of labor seem to have forgotten the hunger of their, workers. They seem to be all in El Dorado, I mean, discussion can go on forever. So what is your take? What do you see? Do you think there's going to be a meaningful result out of that labor meetings they're having? Or what do you say? All right. We are also going to be touching on, if you all remember, as good students of history or politics in Nigeria, you know there was once a very vibrant Senate president called President Joseph Wayas. Joseph Wayas was one of those who was the president, the Senate leader in the days of MPN, and was a very powerful, orator and all that. He died over, so many months ago. His body, he died in London. He passed in London, and they just tried to bring his body back after 33 months. His body arrived in Nigeria some days ago, and is still awaiting a proper day for burial. We're also going to be touching about, the guys who have stood, and I have a video from Professor Dinkanu Chidi, who also is not totally in agreement. He says that it's not El Dorado, it's a local government issue. But we'll wait, and when we get there, we'll discuss about it. Even though we also know that the former governor of Delta State, James Ibori, said, well, you guys are just having a celebration at nothing, because nothing is going to come out of this. So I will open the discussion. I have with me here Mr. Christian. Christian, you are welcome to the show.
Hello.
Yes, sir. I can hear you. You're welcome.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, we've just
thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Yeah. The one I want to talk about is this local government autonomy.
Okay.
Hold on,
sir. Is there any other topic that you want us to include which I have not included before you go ahead and make your comment?
Oh, last time I was here, I was they were talking with electric. It was on the. I wanted to ask Dr. Damages on a day he will bring out somebody to fully discuss the benefit of restructuring Nigeria out of existence.
Okay.
So that's exactly the kind of thing that I would have loved to.
You're not totally out of place. We are putting together something very soon. You have a show that's going to discuss restructuring Nigeria, the pros and the cons, that goes with it. And we're also going to discuss, there are many other things that Dr. Damages have on the line for you. I'm sure that within a very short time, people will begin to witness all those things. Yes, you can go ahead, sir.
Okay, and actually, this is exactly what is wrong with the Nigerian structure. Where the federal government had to go to court to start asking the Supreme Court to allow the local government to be autonomous of the state, in which they are part and parcel of, So, in other words, you are now having three, well, they call it 3 tiers of government. But in a federation, you're supposed to have 2 states that are union. That's what is called the union of states, isn't it? You have states coming together to form a federation. So it's a union of constitutions. A federation is supposed to be a union of constitutions. So in other words, the states having their own constitution, coming together and say, okay, well, this, I give up to the federal government. This, we retain as states. So, and in terms of development, the states supposed to know where they are where they are interested in development, or the areas they want to develop, how they want to go about their development. So to have an autonomous local government that is singing outside the state, that it has, that is working independent of the state. Then what is the state going to plan, when they are developing, when they are carrying out a development plan for a state? So to me, yes, you can give them money for them to squander. That's the way they want to do it, because actually, in a system where you still have state governors as the chief security officers without any security agency, it doesn't make sense. So it's part of the problem with Nigeria, and we keep on saying it until the structure of Nigeria. The problem is foundational. It's not, it's value system, and a lot of things. So it is not a case of bad governance, because for me, leadership is just a vector, So yeah, they may have interpreted the Constitution based on what was written on the Constitution, which is okay, but the Constitution is in itself is wrong. It's completely wrong, because what you are now having is a kind of a unitary system, where you now have, I don't know even where the state stands now, because if the state cannot control the local government, where they are, so what are they supposed to be doing? Then you have the things that the federal government do, you have the things that the local government is do. Then what is the state there for?
Okay, I hear you, but I want to ask you a question, and let me try and phrase what you've said. In other words, the states are now with no structure to develop even the state. So it's just a name. The state just a name.
Yeah.
But even the local governments, the state capitals are local government themselves. So now those those local governments are operating independent of whatever the state is going through. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah, well, that's what it's supposed to be if they are financially autonomous, I'm not, you see, the thing is that if you go to countries where you have local government, which is normal, it is based on the what the states have. For instance, maybe you are, I don't know, in America, where you have New York City or those things, but they don't work outside the New York State, so, and they don't have direct this thing with the federal government, direct union with the federal government, or having to take money from so if there is a federal government intervention in a particular place, but it has to be through the state and not through the local government.
Okay, now,
so but
also what you're saying now is, if I understand you correctly, now the local governments are autonomous themselves, and they are going to run whichever way they like. Now,
yes,
Prof. In Kano, speaking on this topic, said it's just like giving money. I mean, you are just exchanging the method of chopping the money. Before, it used to be the government that chopped the money, but now it's the government that determines it to just go around. The local government gets it, and eventually bring it back to the governors, because that's what he said is going to be like. Do you agree with that?
Yes, because if the states, if it becomes a fight between the federal government and the state on who controls the local governments, then the state will now use the same way the federal government uses INEC to put whoever they want to put in government. So the same way the state government will use state electoral body to put whoever they want to put in the government. So it's the same thing, it's the same, it's just going around the circle. It's just a vicious cycle.
Yeah. Question for you, Christian. Question for you. Why didn't the government think of the fact that they should organize elections across board, both the federal, the local, the state and the local government at the same day on the different ballot papers, so that nobody has a time to go and play whatever they have been playing to get to power? You see, I see that as also not being straight with whatever they are doing. It's just trying to play around the Nigerian people. Because if you really, what is wrong? Why can't election be held in one day across board? Is there a problem with that?
No, that's what's supposed to happen. But Nigeria is not a same place. I mean, like I keep on saying, is for me, it's a criminal enterprise. So it's a criminal enterprise. So, but what I'm trying to say is that since they have decided who, how they want to run the elections and how they want to, run this thing, the structure is completely bad. No matter any court verdict they get or not, it's not going to make a difference for me, because what it is that those people that are in the same party, the party will now give them, will give the state governor will still own the state, put to use his party structure to put those he wants to put in, and they elect, several times they have conducted the elections. The party in the state or that rules the state is always the winner of all the state government. Look at what happened in Imo State recently. Governor Hope Uzodinma was declared the winner of all the local governments in the state. So how do you expect him to lose any local government chairman or any local government election? It's not possible.
Case in point is also Benue State, where also it was done, and the man who conducted the election called the election result even before the elections were completely
started.
And so it was asked, what's the tabulation, what's the number that you got? Say that they are still putting it together. So, but they've already declared that APC won everywhere. This is what
I see. That is exactly that is the point we are saying. You see, the whole thing is like, when they started this, the constitution itself is wrong, because what you have is only one constitution. The states don't have constitution, and you cannot operate a federal government with just one constitution, and that is the problem. So they're operating this thing with it, So thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome, Steve. And we are coming to you right away. Mr. James Ibori, or Chief James Ibori, seem to be the only one with a different voice. Although, like I said, Professor Chidodim Kano have eventually come out to say, look, this is just a charade. But James Ibori said that, look, you guys are just, they've totally destroyed federalism in Nigeria, where, states should operate independence of the federal government. Do you agree with him? And then what's your view also in the topic we are discussing today?
Is it me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, like the last speaker said, I think that the major problem is that the structure we are not even sure of the structure we operate in. States come together to form a country, right? But in Nigeria, the country created states, and they now said they are federating units. You understand? When, the power structure from the beginning was actually skewed. It's different from the arrangement we had when we were about to gain independence, where you know exactly naturally what the federating units are. Is organic, kind of. You understand? But the state that exists today is a creation of the federal government. You understand? So we've not even solved that problem. And they are now introducing another structure as also a federating unit, because that's what it means. So in my own opinion, I think that we should decide on what we want. Maybe we should make local government federating units and scrap the states. You understand? So that we know, okay, the local government is now ones that sharing power with the federal government, because the powers of the states and the constitution is actually well specified. But with all the money that you want to be giving the local government now, I don't really think that their powers are clear cut in the constitution. the responsibilities given to them, what they should do with that money. So it's still left for, under this assumption, belief that each local government knows the right thing to do with the money. You understand? But I think that the origin is actually those Senate, the people that are promoting these things are actually people that believe that the governors from their states, who I believe they're not in good terms with, are having undue advantage controlling the local governments. You understand? Unfortunately, the mischief that they want to address is not going to be addressed with this this ruling, because you're going to create another problem. You ask yourself, how do we even get to the point where governors decided to start controlling local government fund? There was something that started happening those days where local government chairmen just go to Abuja, collect local government funds, disappear. They don't pay salaries, they don't do nothing. At the end of the month, wherever they are, they still go back to Abuja, collect another money. So that was part of the mischief. So the governor decided, okay, let there be accountability. At the end of the day, some of them started overdoing it. But that does not mean that that problem that was existing before the joint account issue started is no longer existing. So we're still going to go back to that point again, And if you really want to give them that autonomy or financial whatever, there should be a constitutional review that will put those checks and balances on what they are expected to do and what their relationship with the state will be vis-a-vis what their relationship with the center will be. But those things have not been addressed. You just pass a judgment that they should start receiving their money directly from source. Imagine what would happen in a state like Rivers State if this law had been in place like 2 years ago, and the crisis that was experienced with the local government, the house members that were in loggerheads with the governor decided to increase the tenure of the local government chairman, and the governor said no, and those things are still in the courts. As at that time, the federal government will still be giving the states money because they are financially responsible for that money. They have to receive the allocation directly. You understand? So I think it's going to brew similar problems like that in some other states, because it's one of the reasons why some of those godfathers usually decides to give up, because it's an easier avenue for them to fight those governors if they can be able to muzzle their own people into the local government and get this money directly from them. It will be like two governments in a state that are contending against each other, So I think I'm not seeing it as a solution to the problem they want to solve, but I'm seeing it as introducing another challenge entirely, which only time will tell. And it would have been better if they were proactive enough to anticipate what will be the loopholes, or what are going to be the problem that will come up as a result of this judgment, so that they will start on time to put laws in place that will address those things. But the way it is presently, this judgment alone, I'm not among those that will celebrate it.
Okay, thank you so much for that contribution. James Ibori says that it's an assault on the federalism, and he went ahead to say, so what happens now? For instance, the court went ahead to say that once there's no election in the local government, the federal government should not release money to local governments, to that local government. So what happens to those who are working in the local government if the federal government is not releasing money to those working there and there's no election in those places? What happens to the workers of the local government? I don't know if you can, talk on that.
I think that's another area where okay, sorry, Christian, you can go on, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I think that's one of those issues that I raised, that in trying to solve a particular problem, they've introduced so many others. And I think that it would have been their duty, whoever that was championing all these moves, to think of what are the likely consequences of this law, which is what you've mentioned now. You understand? Where there is no election, and the federal government automatically, in line with this judgment, will stop releasing funds to their local government. What happens to the people that are working in that local government? So, in all fairness, I think federal government is overplaying its hands by, trying to be the one to administer local governments in Nigeria. If you ask me, I will say that the issue of local government as a third tier of government should be scrapped completely. The federation, the people, the organs that should have, the units that should have access to federation fund or money should be the states and states alone. Whatever is going to the local government should be shared among all those states with the same formula they are using, so that each state is part of this healthy competition that we expect. Each state will structure how they want the local governance system to be in their own states. You understand? And then fund those local governments with whatever arrangement they agree upon within the states. It's just is creating more problem. You can't have those conflicting and competing forces in three of them in a country. I don't think it's a proper thing to do.
Christian, how do you see it? You had
okay. Yeah, the two things. First of all, there is he mentioned whether there is provision for what they will use the money for. Actually, the Constitution gave them functions, gave the local government functions for it is according to them. There are functions for the local government, so they will use that money for that. But the issue is that the irony of this is that the man who is now championing this local government autonomy went ahead to create local governments, or what he called he said development areas in his states. When he had problem with the then Olusegun Obasanjo's government, and now in his own wisdom, then he thought that he had to. The state had more. It is within the right of the state to create local government. But now he is now championing the autonomy of the local government. I suspect that this has a better, another agenda different from the development issues. It's different. They have different agenda.
That this is part of the state capture, because out of
yeah, exactly. That is what it is playing out, because most of the time the governors because they couldn't control the governors, in terms of what they want to do, they can bypass the governors to get one or two local government chairmen in order to work with them. So in other words, they could just bypass they're trying to bypass the governors in the states, so that they don't constitute a nuisance to them, in their quest for complete control of the whole country. Okay, so I suspect that is the bigger agenda. Why they are doing this, but it's not going to fly anyway.
The question I want to ask you is: out of the 36 states of the federation, 18 of the states don't have elected local government chairman. So, in the case not being able to control governors, the federal government will have in their hands. Let's say, if just in case all the states didn't have local elections, they will have 774 local government chairmen directly under their control, which is a lot of power when they have to do with political governance. What do you see? This is my own thinking, that it probably be just like he has said, beyond what we are seeing. Do you agree with that? Because Odin Carlo, who also have said, has not studied the judgment, but saying from just looking at it, it's just a waste of another time.
Yeah, for me, like I said, I've always said that the structure of Nigeria is completely wrong, and the those who won the war chose to experiment on Nigeria, use Nigeria to do experiment, but unfortunately it's not going to work, and that's the problem, where that in Nigeria will see no development unless it's restructured out of existence, like
all right. Welcome. Thank you, Christian. And while I welcome Pansa, the local governments play a lot of, have a lot of power when it has to do with Nigerian politics, because those are where the votes really lie on. What do you see with this move? What is your own take on it? What's your view, sir?
Thank you very much, KJ, Christian, and Steph. And of course, I extend this weekend blessings to those who are listening to us by every media and those participating in the comment section. KJ, the spirit that we have to look at this ruling is that which says that when you are given, it's a proverb that encourages people to have a positive attitude. It says, when you're given a lemon, that you try to make a lemonade out of it. Christian came in blazing. I subscribe to most of the stuff that he said, that the structure is bad. We always have that discussion where it's a faulty constitution whereby Nigeria created the states, I believe was the way he put it. So now on this issue, though, whatever I'm going to be saying is going to be limited to what we have, the constitution that we have. And then this ruling, I don't see a lacuna as such as people try to put it. What I'm going to do, I hope you have the ability to put something on the screen. Let me post the area that deals with this in our constitution is section 7. Okay, but let me post the role of a local government because it's stated in schedule, the 4th schedule. That's where you would see what actually the functions. Somebody used the word functions of a local government. The construction, the shape, the arrangement, the anatomy, the framework of a local government. So that if you have the ability, you could put it on the screen.
Okay. I don't. If anybody's behind the stage, can help me out with that. If not, okay, just go ahead and explain to us.
Okay. The 4th is called the 4th schedule, functions of a local government council, Nigerian constitution. So 1, the main functions of a local government council are as follows. A, the consideration and the making of recommendations to a state commission on economic planning or any similar body on I, economic development of the state, particularly insofar as the areas of authority of the council and of the state are affected. Now, it kind of delineates what they're supposed to do. It's a lot. So I know I cannot read them all, but it covers provisions where they could raise revenue from sewage, refuse disposal, registration of all births, deaths, marriages, assessment of privately owned houses or tenements for levying. So there are a lot of delineations, right? So in any constitution, usually the way it works, especially here in the United States, is that whatever is not delineated as authority given to any particular arm of the government, it inures to the people. But if you look at section 7, where it actually establishes the system of local government by democratically elected local government councils, it tells you that it's under the state. In summary, in a nutshell, it's supposed to be governed by the states themselves. I also wanted to post that section 7 because I know a lot of our people are lazy. They're not going to look it up. I wanted to put it here so that we can then define the contours of this argument. So what is my take on it? I subscribe to the ruling by the courts. not because of the motive. The motive of Tinubu and his administration is nothing but a northern agenda, because they have more states in their section and they have more local government. But it's a blessing in disguise, because whereas they were doing it for ill motives, right? It's something that I could say you could take the lemon and then make lemonade out of it. Because if you look at it now, which I spent a lot of time a couple of days ago going through the democracy we have now as far as local governments, who are actually the councillors in local governments. If you look at it, those who have the tradition of democracy still do very well with that. For example, in the southeastern states, it's like 30, 40, 50% women are local government chairmen. Astounding. You go to the north, it's 0 to 1%. So government that's closer to the people is the best. So what I would say is, don't look at the motive why they're doing this, but look at how we can actually make lemonade out of this. I am known to come on this platform and I'm beating northern Nigerians over the head all the time. And it looks like tribalism, right? But it's not. It's not tribalism if it's true. This is an opportunity for the democratic mores.
Okay.
Take hold.
Pastor, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I like your view, and that's your view. I mean, everybody is entitled to theirs. But here's the thing. The money before now was passing through some people who can call local government chairmen to account. But right now, the money is going direct to local government people. And remembering the history for which the two guests earlier have been able to expound on, there was a time that local government chairmen just put the money in their boots and drive away. They don't even pay salary, and that's why the governors decided to intervene. And so somehow they were being able to checkmate some of those unnecessary actions by chairmen. Because even as you are talking, even in the south or the east, where majority of the chair people are women, there's still no electricity. There's still no good road.
By the way, there's no evidence that majority are women. I'm from southeast too.
It doesn't matter.
I didn't say majority. I said 30 to 40%. I'm gonna
They are not
post it.
up to. In my own state, for instance, they're not even up to 2.
Okay, but listen to what I said. Let me deal with him on that. Just 1 second, KJ. I won't take long. Now, first of all, you must know me by now that when I say something, it's true, right? What I said is that if you look at it, I'm going to post it so you could see every single local government, how many you have, how many councillors in every one of these local governments, and who are, you could actually Google it as we're speaking here, who are, what sex they are, okay? So you want to come here, you want to be nice. I have to tell you the truth. And believe me, I want you to be right. I want you to make it like a uniform thing in that country. And who has time to be here? The point is that these things have effect on us. The prior panel, one more last sentence on that. It's like somebody come here, you think somebody like me, I want to be beloved too. But that's not my quest here. You don't have to like me. I have to tell you the truth. The last panel here, they were talking about how, for example, Paul was their guest, saying how he grew up with people in Lagos. They get along with other kids and they do all that. But that's not the point. If you go into our secondary schools and you kidnap girls, hundreds, then put it in the discussion. How do you get along with somebody who is wearing their religion on their sleeves? That's what we're talking about here. It doesn't play a role when we're young. Yeah, we play soccer together. I want us to play soccer together now, but don't go turning off our electronic devices that we spent 400 billion naira on, right? So you turn it off. How does that then come into the discussion? It's the issue, Steph. So please keep your opinion to yourself. When I'm responding, just stay in your lane. Let me land. So KJ, the question you asked me, go ahead and repeat that in case somebody just came in. What was the question?
Okay, I'm saying that, even though women may play some role in that, the local government, we still have the same issue. No development whatsoever. in the local governments. And again, before this we got to this point, it was because local government chairmen were putting money in their boots and driving away. Once they go to the state, collect the money, they put it in their boots. They don't even pay salaries. So the local government became very redundant. So state governments have to intervene to make sure that some level of decorum is brought in. I'm not saying it's but I'm saying that are we not going to go back to that same place?
No, we're not, because, and that's an interesting question. Remember when I came here, I said that we have to look at particular discussion. It has to be limited, right? Local government is not going to be a panacea. It's not a silver bullet to solve all our problems. But as shambolic as our constitution is, it delineates powers. It's not the role of that local government in what you're talking about. That's not their role. They have a role, as you can see there. And let me also post, now that you have the ability, let me post what creates them and what it says about them. It's not their role. There's still going to be corruption in the states. There'll be corruption in the federal system. But if anybody, you're happy to be say that if the president is not corrupt, you solve 70% of the problem. Now, if the state governments are not corrupt, the local governments cannot be as corrupt as you're thinking. I posted here a link to the section 7.1 that creates the local government. So there's no lacuna. Their role is delineated. They're not going to solve all our problems, but if we solve this one, they will solve the other ones, and we'll go one by one, state by state, to solve all the problems.
Okay.
You cannot. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
All right. Thank you. I like the way you brought, alleviated the conversation. Now, Steph, you have something to say before we go to Lomide.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say is that I'm not celebrating the model of local government administration that we have in the Southeast right now, as Pansett is trying to paint it like it's a yardstick that other regions in the country should emulate. As much as I know, the local government administration as we have in the Southeast now is still an extension of it's part of the mischief that the federal government is trying to solve through these landmark judgment, even if this ruling, as it may be, you're fascinated about it, you'll still have to deal with the fact that there's not going to be anything that resembles democracy or the people choosing who's going to govern them in those local governments that's going to be receiving money directly. It's still the same thing of gangsterism that's still going on everywhere. So what I'm saying is that it's good that the federal government is thinking towards that direction, but they should also be proactive in finding out how to solve the problem that was existing before the governors decided to implement joint local government and state account. That's what I'm saying. I'm not either for. I'm just saying that this judgment is not on the surface, is not the solution that we're looking for. They should go beyond that.
Problem is not solved. I agree with you. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you also, Pansa. Let's go to Olumide if you are ready for us now. Mr. Olumide, you have heard the discussion so far. What says thou?
So, good day, everybody. So, where do I start from now? Yeah, the local government. So, I want to say that for me, the judgment is not anything surprising. He hasn't said anything that the constitution they have there has spelled out. So everything boils down to intent. Whatever anybody does, whatever action anybody carries out, in whatever situation, it all boils down to intent. You understand? So the federal government, the state government, and the local government. It's pretty clear what each institution, each arm of a government is supposed to, their role is supposed to play, as spelled out in that constitution. This is why it is very important when, part of the reason why we're in this conundrum is the fact that we copied a system wholesale from the US. Like the majority of what we have in our constitution is largely copied from the US documents.
American.
So that is part of the reason why the majority of us are saying that we weren't consulted. If the people were involved in drafting that constitution, in making it what it is today, we were carried along, then educating ourselves would have been a lot easier. But anyway, that has gone, and we all know that we're not doing things the way it should be done. I think the majority of what our problem is the rule of law. For me, Ibori, somebody was talking about it, but KJ mentioned Ibori. See, if you want to reference somebody, for me, Ibori is not a standard reference. It may have been a former governor of Delta State. What is his track record? You want to reference somebody. What is Ibori's track record? Is this somebody you want to reference? Before you then want to go to the nitty-gritty of the law to see if he's even is this saying that he's more knowledgeable than the justices in the Supreme Court that interpreted the law? I mean, the Attorney General didn't even need to go to the Supreme Court to ask for interpretation. Even when the Constitution says that they should operate a joint account, what is wrong in giving the local government their own share of what money belongs to them so that they can then do the projects that they want to do? Do you understand? So remember that issue where that Ogun State local government chairman, one of the local government chairman in Ogun State, cried out, and that Abiodun kind of emasculated him with DSS, and they later impeached him and harassed him because he was crying out that they weren't getting his local government had not gotten their full allocation in the last 4 years that they were there, that Abiodun was there. You understand? Instead of Abiodun to address the issue with facts, this is how much we got from the government. This is how much we transmitted to the local government for their. You understand? Show record, show proof to the media. You went to report to DSS. The DSS arrested him. You said he was threatening the governor. He was inciting people. He was doing that. You understand? So these are the conundrum that we are having. There's nothing wrong if they operate a joint account. You understand? And this boils down. This boils down to, before you ask your question finally, this boils down to the issue of allowing the people to elect. So if they allow democracy to play the way it should play, where the unit of structure of our governance is the local council, the local councillors. The local councillors will form a quorum where if the chairman misbehaves, they can impeach the chairman. You understand? They are not beholden to any party. It is in a free and fair election. They're only beholden to the electorate. You understand?
Let me thank you so much for your contribution, and thank each and every one of you. I can see Jago, I can see Ferrari. Now here is the question I will ask. You see, majority of those who are councillors in local government, I don't know if you have ever been able to interact with some of them. They virtually are paperweights. They cannot even speak before the local government chairman sometimes. And some of them can't even dare to approach the governors. What more of taking case against them? So what you have elaborated so far is the same thing that the rest of the panelists have said. But we're saying now, how now do we control? Like, you see, it's not just giving them money. It's about bringing development. So how now the spending, the allocation, is it going to be, we know that schedule, these things are there in the constitution. will the local government do what a local government is supposed to do, which is repair the feeder roads, make sure there's a rural electrification.
Can
Make sure
I
that
go first? Can I go first?
No, I'll come back to you. Let's cover and we'll come back. Jagun, you're here. Can we hear you?
Yeah, but please, KJ, I'm sorry, Jagan, for just 1 second. I may not be here for too long, but what I wanted to do, I had posted on that private section the local government breakdown, the data that gives every state, every local government, how many you have for one thing, how many are men, how many are women, I will let the rest, Jagan and Ferrari speak, but I want to engage Steph on the data, right? Not just talking, have to have data. And I also would caution every other panelist, let's limit this discussion to this, not knocking the Constitution, because I'm with Olumide. As a matter of fact, we believe in autonomy of the tribes, the people. Just break it up, right? But if we want to discuss the issue of the local governments trying to eliminate out of the lemon. So, but when these two go, then I want to discuss the data itself, because we have the data. I posted it, and Steph, I see his neck stretching. He's probably looking at it now, so that'll give him time to digest it. Thank you.
Okay. Pansa, thank you. The only person who's going to be engaging with you is me, because I'm the one moderating it. So I will give you ample time. But I like what you are bringing to the table, which is what most Nigerians don't know. So the more information we have, the better for all of us. But I wouldn't want it to be between you and Seth, because Seth didn't come to have this thing. He came also.
That's my brother. We're mixing it up.
So let's get it. Let's calm down. It's me that will engage all of you, both of you. I'll ask the questions around and make sure that everybody's view is totally carried. Thank you. Jagun, you can go ahead.
I would give over to Ferreira on this particular subject, if I may.
All right, Ferreira, it is your turn.
Are you showing us a slide, or it's my turn to speak?
It is you who is speaking, sir. I'm not the one. Someone helping put up the slide.
Okay. Let's see. I don't know. We Nigerians, we always leave the leprosy and then focus on the eczema. This is how I want to start. This issue of the Supreme Court on local government is a case of focusing on the eczema while we have the disease of a leprosy. First of all, the foundation is wrong. Somebody mentioned that earlier. States, federal don't create states. It's not done anywhere in a logical democracy. States create federal. That's how it works. Or local create states, then states create federal. Now we're doing our own backwards. It's like we're going in reverse, federal creating state with a very faulty constitution. And then the people in power, rather than address the foundational issue that is at hand, which has given room for the immense problem we have, which is fundamentally this economic sabotage of a system we call democracy, because that's all we're doing. Everything we're doing from A to Z in this current status quo, all of you that keeps calling it democracy or whatever name you call it, you're only deluding yourself, let's be honest. Everything that is embedded in our current practice of governmental system is nothing in a sane world, nothing that should be called economic sabotage. Be that as it may, we are where we are. So the court comes and gives a ruling that let us readjust how we share money because the thieves are fighting among themselves. Let us adjust how we share money. So that the state governors don't kick all the money. Let's make sure it gets also to the local thieves. That's the way. That's what they've just announced, and here we are debating that issue. Now, it's not going to solve any of our fundamental problem of how do we deal with those that touch state money? How do we deal with those that touch local government money? Because we have put the cart before the horse, we didn't start our discussion from local forming states and state forming federal. We started from federal forming state, which is a total abnormality. Our sovereignty I still argue with anybody with the most powerful legal sense that as Nigerians, we do not have sovereignty. As individuals, we don't have sovereignty. We don't have citizenship. So every argument behind that shows you that we don't. It's just a group of people are now debating whether I'm going to have an hospital in my neighborhood. I'm going to have a house. I'm going to have a road. I'm going to have water. I'm going to have electricity with my money, without my input. We're not going to get anywhere with that. It has to be local, like it does here in the United States. If people tell you can't, I've seen it work. In the United States, they just don't do federal, state, and local. We have federal, we have state, we have county, then we have local. I don't know if you all know that. We have county. We have Cook County. I live in Cook County. And my local is Chicago City. And my state is Illinois. And the federal is United States. But the strength does not come from the federal down. It goes from the state up. The city council of Chicago will make a law. And that law will go to the state to pass the litmus test of the state. That's how it works. The city council of Chicago will make a law. Let's take, for example, gun laws. Guns should be allowed in the city of Chicago. I'm just using that as an example. Then it will go to states to go past the litmus test. As that law passed by the city of Chicago is as it violated state law, because state law is more concerned about all other counties. There are about so many counties here in Illinois. As it violated DuPage County, as it violated Cook County, as it violated individual rights. So sovereignty lies with the individual, starting from the local, goes up to the county now to the state. Then the state encompasses it in its law. I know KJ wants to speak and interrupt me. Please let me land so that Nigerians will have an understanding of what we are doing wrong. You understand? Now the state will now take it up and make it part of their law, based starting from the local. Not that specific law, but would encompass it so that DuPage and Cook County will be on the same level regarding guns. So DuPage can have their laws on guns, Cook County can have their laws on guns. State will encompass and then take it to the federal, and federal's job will be to see that as that law goes up to the federal level, it has not violated an individual's rights. Yet I want to own gun in Chicago, in DuPage, but the city of Chicago is telling me I can't own gun. As that law violated, so it goes up to the federal. This is how society are built, from the smallest, not from the big down. That's why Nigeria is failing.
Thank you. I decided to give you a lot of time so I can explain that, and everybody can get it. We all know that Nigeria is not operating as a normal entity. Everybody gets that, you know. But all we're trying to do is to see how we can further manage already damaged situation.
Okay. So, KJ, I don't mean to interrupt you. If your foundation is faulty and you have a house and the foundation is bad, are you going to keep building layers on that house? Or you're going to come to an intellectual discussion and say...
Could I answer that, KJ? Could I answer that for you?
I'm coming.
I wanted to answer Ferrari on that point.
Hold on, Pastor. Listen, Alaba, we are going to have a day where we come here and discuss the structure and the restructuring and all the things that have to do with Nigeria. But right now, we're just trying to narrow down to this constitutional issue and then deal with it and leave it. If we go all through, we divided everywhere. I cannot know how to eventually be able to. Nobody can take away anything. So let's get this correct.
But KJ, I don't mean to interrupt you, but the danger of what we are doing is that we're going to spend another 24 years, apart from the 24 years we've already spent, to figure out that what we are doing is madness. 24 plus 24, that's almost 50. Because we are not addressing the real issue and telling these politicians the truth. We keep pacifying them with our pacification of their action.
Okay.
That's why it's to make it conversational. Let me respond to him. A couple of minutes. What's wrong with that? Yeah. Somebody that share similar political views with Alaba who I know as Ferreira right here. You have to understand that short of grabbing your AK and going to take the country back, right? You're going to be doing the same thing for another 24 years as well, which is arguing that the foundation is faulty. Let's agree on that. Foundation is faulty. So now what do? It's not going to be easy to get them to repair the foundation. It's going to take a long time unless you're going to force it to happen, right? So
I disagree with you on that, but go on, Pansat.
Okay, well, if you, I think they'll give you time to then tell us how you're going to be able to do that, short of doing it by force. The people, the constituents of Nigeria, they're not in agreement. A sizable portion of it do not want the constitution even tampered with. Talk about restructuring, and then or changing a brand new constitution. That's what we all want. That if wishes were horses, right? So right now, what I'm urging you to do is what I started the show with, which is let's make lemonade out of the lemon that we have. So we have to narrow this conversation to this particular issue that I raised, right? If you're talking about the Constitution being faulty, yes, it is. You're going to be talking about that for 48 years, not 24.
Okay, Pastor, if we are making lemonade out of lemon, conversational, KJ, conversational, one minute. Conversational. Just so, if we're making lemonade out of lemon, Pastor, the issue the Attorney General should be pushing is the issue of why state governor got away with state money, while local government got away with local government money. None of them is pushing that. Maybe that's what we should be pushing them to push if we're making lemon out of lemonade. Not this, which thief now gets the share. That's what we are discussing now.
Okay. I won't even respond. Man of prestige, you are welcome. You have heard the argument so far. Are you for or against? You can take any side that is your choice.
Yeah, greeting to everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and especially greeting to my Jew over here from California, Dr. Pansat. Especially greeting to you, okay, Pansat. Regardless of how you say I come, across you, but it's all love. Okay, nice to have you, my California brother. So, having said that, what's the topic about? I just joined. I thought it was what you said on that. Can you just give me a clue what it's about? Because I don't know.
Yeah, we're still dealing on the first topic so far. It is on
which is what?
The Supreme Court judgment concerning local governments.
Ah, okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think it's a good thing. It's a landmark victory, in my own opinion. For what Tinubu has accomplished in that regard, but it's at the pedestrian level right now. I mean, it's still going to be a lot of process, and some of them has to be fine-tuned. What am I trying to say? Because they just wanted to start immediately. It's not going to be that easy, for local government and everybody to come to the same accord, because we're still going to have the same issue we have, how to dispose the money and some other things. Is it going to go through? I've not read more about it. Is it going to go through the government, or it has to be going direct from the federal government to the local government? And the local government, which is considered, the local chairman, which is considered as mayor, where you and I are, because, that's what is considered. Because it's a different city, but we call it local government or city or whatever you may call it. So I consider it to be a mayor. They're in charge of everything. So the same corruption is still going to perpetuate, but I hope it's not. Because there's a different platform that we watched over the last week. Somebody made a narrative that what just happened is a win for Tinubu specifically. It's a re-election victory to him, because he said Tinubu will not be going through through the governors right now. He said the governors are irrelevant. He's going to go through the local government, and cajole them and everything. I started to think, does that make sense? But that may be, because if you look at Tinubu history, where the genesis of this hijacking of local government started. Didn't it start from Lagos? To my own recollection, I was not too much involved in politics at that time, but from what I read, the genesis started from local government when he came in. The local government used to function properly, to what we are trying to obtain right now. But Tinubu hijacked the whole thing. and make it his own, make it his own trophy. And if other states started emulating that, and that's where we are right now. So people are going to say somebody that started this, is it just for political purpose or just? I don't know how. I hope that I hope it go through. But it's a right step. I'm not going to come here, and condemn you that it's not. That's what all of us been clamoring for.
All right.
But I hope it proceeds. But it's going to be a long process because, like I said, some of them had to be fine tuned.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say in that regard.
Thank you. It's going to be a long process, and I accept it's going to be a long process. The way to repairing the nation is going to be a long process. Earlier on, we said that one of the few men who came out to refuse to say it's not going to work, or this is just not what we need right now, is James Ibori. And we didn't quote James Ibori as Olumide said. We only quoted as the only one who stood out to say, look, what the Supreme Court is doing is destroying the federation as it's supposed to be. But Professor Chidi Odenkanu, who I think I have the video somewhere here, I'll probably get it in the course of discussion to play, said this is not what we are looking for, just simply changing guard from who's supposed to be stealing the money first to who eventually return the money to the person who will steal it. And which I totally agree with him. And we have discussed so far. And then we're back to Christian. Some people in the chat have been saying that you have a view. So we'll hear your view. And then those who are in the chat, we welcome super chats. If you want us to highlight your comments, we also give us super chats. If you love the show, give us super chat. We need all that we can get to be able to hold the show and continuously to bring people who can be able to do something or give us the real truth and be able to hold a view. In fact, sometimes it's better for you to hold a view than not to hold your own view, whether you think it's right or wrong. So that's it. Yes, Christian. We can't hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah.
Yes.
So is it still on this issue of local government or any other?
Oh yeah, we have run it, except you have something else because people have said something.
Anyway, the only thing I keep on saying.
Let's move on.
Yeah, the only thing that I need to be said is this: if it will attract, that is that's having what is it called? Local government autonomy. We attract responsible people, going to the local authority governance, then that could be a good thing. But unfortunately, the way I see the politics of Nigeria, because of its foundational structure or problem, it's not going to do that, But otherwise, it would have been a very good thing to have a local government where you have very good administrators or intellectuals going at the local level to showcase what they are made of before they can now come to the states or to the federal, since they now have a lot of money to spend and then they have functions, they are supposed to do. But unfortunately, that wouldn't be the case. Because the man who pays the piper takes the tune. So that's the way I see it.
All right, thank you. Let's move on. There's the Supreme Court also ruled.
Please, one second. I don't think that's fair, right? I've come here.
Right. Sorry, go ahead.
I came here, and I believe Steph would even have something to say. I believe he's reviewing the document. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear him? Okay. What I'm saying is that I came here and I brought stuff, data, right? And the data addresses even Christians' last concern, addresses Ferreira, right? We see in that data as well how much from the FAA, federal government allocation, the funds, the way it goes, what percentage goes to the federal government, what percentage goes to the state, and then what percentage goes to the local government, about 20%, a little over 20%. So this is good. It's there. It's by law, de jure, right? So it wasn't attracting anybody because it was hijacked by the states, and they're trying to tamper it up. But right now, this is when to look at the data. And I'm surprised you don't put it up the screen, KJ. The facts. A lot of us don't know the law about these things. It's right here. I took my time to dig them out for you a couple of days ago. So it breaks it down. People don't even know what the hell is a local government in Nigeria.
Okay.
What is it made out of? How they get funded? What is their responsibility? If you go through their responsibility, that's what we're not developing. Now, I preface my remarks by saying that that's not the motive by which Tinubu and his administration put it there. It's not to develop or to do anything positive, but this gives us a chance to make a lemonade out of this lemon, right? It says it there, and I'll be remiss if I don't urge you to put it on the screen. Everybody knows how we look, as ugly as we are here. All, 8 of us. Put the data on the screen. Forget about anything. And Steph, if you reviewed it, if there's something you have to say now, first of all, do you concede? Do you stipulate to what I said as far as the breakdown of who is the chairman? I mean, go say something, goddammit.
Okay, Fansad, I'm not, I'm not totally controlling the back end of the stage because someone is helping me to put it up. And if the person puts it
If
up,
KJ yields the floor to me, I'll say something.
Yes, so I don't want, except of course, Steve, you feel free to respond if you want to.
Okay, my response is this: to tell my brother Pansad that I'm not really having an opposing view, with his position. Because sometimes we don't really want to accept somebody sees things the way you see it from every prism, 100%. You may not even understand that. You guys, two of you may have some common area of commonality in understanding, what you said is true, but what I'm saying is that most of the excitement following this Supreme Court judgment is rather based on utopianism or something like that. That at the end of the day, that judgment alone is not really going to change the mischief that they claim that they want to, cure. That's what I'm saying. Okay, for a starter, this judgment, if it's coming without addressing the reason why, I think since this democracy started, it was El Rufai was the first governor that conducted a local government election that other political parties won. And I stand to be corrected, So that tells you something. So it's still not going to achieve that same result. And again, before this issue of governors implementing local government, joint local government account and putting their cronies and stuff like that, we have a similar system like where they're going now, where state governors and some local government chairmen, not all of them, those in the city centers where money flows, are always at loggerheads. Sometimes that it seems like you're having two governors in the same state, and what there should be more that should be done to bring sanity. Because at the end of the day, if you just leave it the way it is, just give them 20 billion, 5 billion, 15 billion at the end of the day. There are two scenarios. One, the local government chairman still, receive, the governor is no longer the thief, but the local government chairman is now the thief. And those that promoted him are now the godfathers, stealing the same money. It's not going to the people. Then another scenario is still what is obtainable in some states that, in quotes, claim that they still give those money to the local government, but the local government chairman brings those money back to them in cash. I know of a state where the average return is like 8 million, 10 million every month in cash, not transfer. How they get this money from banks cash every month, I don't know. But I'm telling you what I know, So it's beyond this judgment. There is a rot in the system. And I am not going to celebrate this judgment as something that have come to solve the perceived problem. Thank you.
You're muted, KJ.
KJ, you're muted.
Can I say something?
One last comment, just to agree with one last comment with Steph. If the Attorney General goes to court and get us something that would hold those who gets our money and are doing nothing for it, then we can be here celebrating. But this cosmetic of who gets money, which thief gets the money, we shouldn't join them in this celebration. So I agree with.
Can I say something? In reference to what Steph said, yeah, I agree with most of what he said, but I'm trying to be a little bit optimistic. Now that the attention have been divided, between the governors and the local government, maybe it's a right thing for us to start holding the local government accountable instead of just the governor, just the governorship only. I just think it's a good beginning. Whether it's going to work or it's going to work, we can't be where we have been. Just the government, just the government being the the head of everything, in the state. Maybe the local government has to be accountable, so we can go and push the local government and say, what are you doing with the money that was allocated to you? So I think it's somehow better than what we had before, if it's actually going to be implemented, because it's supposed to start immediately, as of the day it was pronounced. So let's see what happens. That I'm trying to be half optimistic, not totally optimistic.
All right, thank you.
Let me wrap it up for you, KJ. And I don't envy you. I know that we always want more, but let me say that the use of language is probably what the problem is. Semantics. Ferrari is saying celebration. That's a chasm between accepting something and then that celebration. No, I'm definitely not celebrating. I'm welcoming this, right? I'm accepting it. It shows there's an epoch now. Like this goes to Steph. There is this local government structure before this ruling, and then there will be these local government structures after this ruling. Their autonomy is now sanctioned by the court, the apex court, right? So now they have the authority. Like I said, I've showed you the fourth schedule. You couldn't even have this conversation unless you read that fourth schedule and know that they do have responsibility, like my brother Privilege talked about. Man of prestige. So we're all saying the same thing. The structure is faulty. We need a new constitution. I advocate battle for it, war. But if you're not going to go for that, we have to then at least make use of what we have now, make it better until our people see the light. You cannot, for 48 years, talk about the structure is rotten. You can't even protest, right? You can't even change anything. Talk about changing that constitution. It's not going to be easy to do. So
okay,
that's what I said. Yeah.
I agree with you. And let's move on because we still have other topics. And now we're going to discuss these two together. The ECOWAS court finds that Nigeria infringed on the rights of the youth, and so the question now be, what does that mean? Does it bring food to the? Are they going to be compensated? Because the federal, the ECOWAS court have ruled on many issues that Nigeria didn't bother to look at. Are they going to look at this one now as a beginning? That's one. And then the other question we're going to have to look into also is who pushed Toyin Abraham to the wall. You all know the story of Toyin Abraham and what she has said on the social media. Yes, I don't know. Jagun, you have not said anything. You want us to start from you? Okay, Steve, are you ready to go? Okay.
No, thank you, brother. This is actually more my type of topic. Even though I agree with most things that were said before in the last topic, I think what Ferreira said at the very beginning, the very top of that section, was the reality. These are non-issues. The whole thing needs bringing down. Talking about pernickety things, waste of my time, thank you. Anyway, let's talk about something strong. You see, the whole world has been shown a clear example of how to bring down the political, economic, and social violence that has been bestowed upon African people. The three countries in Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali, and the ECOWAS nations who have stupidly ignored what's going on there in order to continue in their puppetry, in their happy puppetry of the Western countries. I've said it before on this panel a few times. These three countries have taken out their stool pigeon, which is the oppressor, who has our same black features and are doing the job of the Oyibos. So they took these people out generally, and then they continued to take care of the hegemony that has been waylaying us for the past 60 years in the European and Western governments that still wish to oppress us, meanwhile robbing us and laughing in our face at the same time. A complete buffoon like Tinubu is the one performing this hegemony on behalf of both France and the rest of the Western world. The clarity in it, I don't think the African countries have ever seen anything so clear as to what's happening in the ECOWAS regions, and the fact that ECOWAS can lose its footing altogether, which would be a step back as far as our African countries coming together to make sure that we have a structured plan on the way forward from this point. My feeling about Pan-Africanism is that a country like Nigeria should have been leading it. But the fact of the matter is, whilst we have many individuals that may be Pan-Africans, the country called Nigeria is not a Pan-African nation. It is a nation that is largely typified by its dropping of the ball. If you just look at what Nigeria was in the 60s, no matter all the hoopla that took place, Nigeria was entering into industrialization at a serious degree. Most of the cars that were used in the 60s and 70s were actually, if not manufactured, they were assembled in Nigeria. A lot of the attributes that make up the industry of the motor industry, these things, the car seats, the gear, brake pads, all these little things, they were made in Nigeria. Made in Nigeria. Within textiles, the same. So many other industries that we had. It was incredible what Nigeria was doing in the 1960s. Yet we ask ourselves, oh look, Singapore passed us, Malaysia has passed us, China has passed us, everybody has passed us in that time where it seems like we've been sleeping. But that's not how we began. We began with a great deal of prowess, and it's all gone. And we're looking around and complaining. All of us have run away from our Africa. Nobody's asking why. We're just happy that when we press the button, the light comes on. That one is the one that is fascinating most of us in the West, that we can't go back home because we have light. I want to be comfortable. Meanwhile, your country is going into hell. So what I want to put, and I'm sure this conversation would be quite robust, I just want to underline that we as Africans are missing a trick. We are blinded by our own individual processes that we can't see, and we don't want to join in the great effort of bringing our country, our nations, our people out of hell. Nigeria is in hell. It's physically, spiritually, economically in hell. And nobody sees the way out. Nobody's looking at the way out. We're following the Western hegemony to say that we are a country to be reckoned with. Nigeria is not a country to be reckoned with. Nigeria is a crack of shit. I mean, we could all lambast Nigeria for the feelings that it gives us from one reason or the other. But the fact of the matter is, a clear example has been shown by these three nations. And what we want to say is that we don't want military rule, or these people are military. It's much easier to rule by the gun. But the thing is, I'm not sure if you're aware that this Ibrahim Traore, he suggested that he's going to step down at the time. Do you know what the whole country did? They said, no way are you going to step down. We need you to run this country. We don't trust nobody else. Now, to me, that is a leader. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that contribution. Yes, let's go to the top. Even though you didn't talk about this, the Toyin Abraham's issue, but let's go to Steph. Yes, Steph, what do you have to say?
Oh, sorry, KJ, you can pass me. I don't even know who Toyin Abraham is. I don't watch movies.
Can you give us a little background? I know she's one of those Nollywood actors. Can you give us the little background on what she did and what they did to her, so we could have?
Can I begin? Can I begin? Maybe they can borrow a page from me and get
No. Actually, let's go serially. Just because Steph doesn't have an answer to it doesn't mean the rest of us don't.
Okay.
But let's talk about what we know.
Yeah, KJ, give us a little background so that we can be enriched in our response.
Okay. She's a Nollywood star, and she was one of those who campaigned seriously for Tinubu during Tinubu's campaign. If you look her up, there's so many things on her on the internet. But I wouldn't want to take our time. Pascal, you can go ahead, sir. Pascal.
All right, thank you very much. The more substantive issue is the ruling by ECOWAS court on the October 2020 ENDSARS protest. So the court found that Nigerian authorities violated 3 Nigerian citizens' rights to life, security of person, freedom of expression, assembly and association, prohibition of torture, the duty of the state to investigate, and the right to effective remedy in their articles 1, 4, 6, 9, 10, and 11. But incidentally, they did not, especially on the 4th article, they did not find for effective remedy. Let me post for you what effective remedy is on this. If you can use it in case we don't know or the audience don't know. So this, like you said, in the premise to this question, you find in Nigeria guilty on anything, it's a waste of time. Nnamdi Kanu has defeated them many times in court, including the United Nations, international bodies, and they're sanctioned, but they do not pay. Now, this type of discussions we're having is actually where Alaba and others should invoke their waste of time thing with their country. It's not a country. It's full of deceitfulness, duplicity, right? Chicanery, evil, actually, because of the people who've captured a state. If I'm to go into it and tell you the truth, you're not gonna like it, especially those who are in the background who are helping you, KJ. You don't have control of who to remove. They removed me from this platform the last time when I was trying to tell the truth, and you protested it. I have to give you credit for that, but you haven't cured it. Therefore, I'm going to spare you this time and the country, because one of the things I do when I don't have time to be here talking about wasting my time with Nigeria, because I know what the solutions are. You're not going to escape it. When I bring justice down there, you have to do the right thing. We're not asking these people, especially people in the north. It's not whether you're going to do it or not. You must do it. It's our country, and we want it to progress. So once I know, like this kind of rulings or this kind of discussions, I know it's a waste of time because it's a fraud. It's a vile set of leaders who have in the country. So what I want to do is to say, ruling, you don't even know that ECOWAS has African Charter on Human and People's Rights, ACHPR. So not only do we have the ones from God himself, we have the ones from United Nations. Now we come to find out we have an African Charter on Human and People's Rights. But these police officers, knowing that we're signatories to all these things, with impunity, they go to kill our people. Right? And they will come here, we'll keep talking as if they have a choice. Or if I come here, Steph is gonna see if I'm being fair to the Northerners. if the problem, right? Because every region of the country has this problem, what they're contributing to the country that's making it not go forward. But there is a difference between your usual politicians and their foolishness, right? And then people going into our secondary schools, kidnap hundreds of girls because of their religion. Now, hold on. Oh, I want you to hold on. I'm going to be gone after this. So let me, I don't.
Allow him, or KJ, allow him, because other people haven't. Allow him.
Yeah, I'll make it brief. I'll be respectful of the panel, but KJ, and I'm sure you know this. If you spend just 30 minutes telling the truth here to Nigerians, other than 10 hours of goofing around, talking nonsense, right? The country is led by deceitful regions, deceitful people, pretentious, they're lying, they have no respect. We have laws. So even if the constitution is no good, now we have African Charter, West African Charter. We have United Nations. We have good people of goodwill in the country. So what I'm particularly happy on when I come here are not your regular thing. Every region in the country, every religion in the country have what they contribute that's retarding the country. But there's a difference between that and those who are entrenched, thinking there's nothing we can do. Or maybe they captured us. And then I'm saying to them, right, Steph, here's the difference between you and I. When somebody comes and they say, hey, look, I'm going to defeat you. I'm better than you. You want to come here and say, hey, look, everybody's the same. You're not going to be able to defeat me. What I would say to that person is, look, I actually could defeat you, and then I'm better than you. And you don't like that. You wanna say I'm equal to you. I'm saying I'm better than you, right? So what I'm saying to you finally is this. We are going to take the country back. Kenya is doing it.
Pansat, yes, before you move on, what is it precisely that makes you better than anyone? I need to know.
Okay. What I'm saying is that
how are you better? How are you better, my brother?
Here's how I'm better. If you say to me that you're better than me, I'm gonna say to you, I'm better than you.
No. I'm not saying that to you. I'm asking you, what constitutes in your mind that you are better than anybody? I need to know.
Okay. Yeah, because you didn't understand what I said.
I didn't. I don't understand, bruh. Listen, I'm speaking to you as a man. What my intention is to glean from you. I don't care what happens outside of me as an individual. You should do the same. What is it that will constitute your mentality? Are you saying that you're being pushed into thinking that you're better than somebody because somebody said that they're better than you? Is that the equation? That's the equation.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know where that equation comes from. Who has told you that they're better than you?
The Northerners, the Northern Muslims in the country, they approach us in the Southeast like they could defeat us in a war, or that we went to war, that we lost a war. Therefore, we're not entitled to what every citizen gets. If one of our candidates win an election, they'll shut off the BVAS machine, for example. And we're just supposed to stomach it, and I'm saying we cannot do that, right? They approach us from now. I know you're a fair guy. You have sympathy and you have empathy as well. Now that's why I respect you, Jagan. You don't have to be from the Southeast to know why we're complaining, right? I believe that you will agree with me that the way the Northern Muslims treat Southeasterners is probably one of the biggest problem we have in the country, right? Now, I don't want to wait till you agree, obviously. I'm actually imposing this on you, whether you agree or not. Okay, so what I said that to Steph is that he comes out to the school play yard and you have a bully come to him and say, look, Steph, I could kick your ass, right? And I'm better than you. And Steph will say, hey, look, you're not better than me. You cannot kick my ass, okay? That's even looking at it, the best I could give Steph, which is low energy, right? But what I'm saying to the bully is this. Not only can you not kick my ass, I can kick your ass, and I'm also better than you. That's what I'm saying, and he doesn't like that. So that's what I'm saying to you.
I need to move on. I need to
move on. And goodbye to the rest of the panelists and Jagun, my brother Steph.
No, Pansa,
yeah.
I actually understand why you say that, even if I don't agree. But I understand why.
All right,
and I'm so shocked that you don't agree with me.
No, I didn't say I did not agree. I say even if I don't agree.
Let us
Ferrara,
move on.
Alaba. The more you disagree with me, Alaba, You do so at your own peril. Okay, buddy. See you. My brother from Ghana and Ungwa. See you. Bye-bye.
Alaba, go ahead.
2 questions you just asked, on one on ECOWAS and on Toyin Abraham. Let me take ECOWAS one first. ECOWAS making a ruling that has no teeth or effective how to penalize Nigeria, having come into that ruling, to me, it doesn't make much sense. So let's leave that at that. But it's a good thing. At least they're making a pronouncement. Let's acknowledge that pronouncement. And then, but it doesn't have teeth, and ECOWAS in itself is complicit in the crimes against Black Nigerian or Black people, in the crimes against humanity that is going on, not just in Nigeria, in the whole of that West African region. And like Jagun highly expressed, some of our good brothers are trying to get us out of this mess. So that's the issue with ECOWAS. Let's move to Toyin Abraham. Toyin Abraham is being bullied. She's a Nollywood star. A lot of people in Nigeria don't understand that. When they are Nigerians and they are in position of privilege, they hold a position of privilege, they will be held accountable, not just the politician, when the time comes. So Toyin Abraham is symbolic of the Nigerian situation, where a lot of people are privileged. A lot of those pastors, mega pastors, the likes of Adeboye and the rest of them, privileged people, but their roles, the intellectuals, the likes of the Soyinkas, the Nollywood stars, those with 10 million, 5 million followers, the Bomber Boys and all the rest, you're privileged. And your brothers and sisters are in hell, and you're not doing anything about it. Why Toyin Abraham's case is of significant importance is that these are the ones that sold Nigerians a fake bill of sale. Nigeria is a place where the weak and the dead are the same. A place that shuns out men who are slaves and criminals, men who are weak and morally dead. It is a vile place, and it's a fraud, a conception of evil. So for people to hold Toyin Abraham accountable for selling them this bill of rights or bill of fake or whatever I want to call it, you can't blame Nigerians. I wouldn't urge them to go violent on her. Please don't do that. But she and all other people of privilege that have a podium will be held accountable for this damage they have done to humanity, because they are damaging Nigerians. And we're not talking of those of us still alive. We're talking about Nigerians yet unborn. The likes of Toyin Abraham pushed for this crime to be Nigerian leader. Although she's not singularly responsible, it's a collective crime. So we can't just hold her. Now for her to come back and start whining, whining that they are bullying her. Democracy, I mean, election has consequences. Who you stand for is a symbol of your moral standing. Where you stand is a symbol of your moral standing. Like I said, Nigeria is not a country with strong men of courage or virtue, or women of courage or virtue, men or women of justice. We don't have those. Equity don't run in our blood. But the likes of Toyin Abraham deserves what they are getting. You know, they need to be bullied. They need to be called out. Others need to be called out. Pastors, preachers, all of them. People should hold them accountable because of the pain they are feeling. That you were once part of my pain, and I hold you accountable. It will get to the politicians soon if we start with the likes of Toyin Abraham. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for that contribution. I want to respond to Christine. Pansa was kicked out last week. It wasn't by me, but we also have already apologized to him. You don't know what goes on behind the scenes, so you can't really say whether we have had a discussion with Pansa or nothing. But openly again, we apologize. I apologize on behalf of that mistake that was done last week. It was not intentional. It wasn't my desire to remove him.
It's good that you apologize for something that you didn't do. That's very, very good of you. However, who is the person that kicked him out? So that we don't have.
No, let's move on.
You won't say that. You won't say. You see what? Anything you utter therefore is nonsense. I don't want to hear it. You have no right to speak on the failings of somebody else.
Listen, there's a
No, Bros, you're boring. No, KJ, I love you, brother. But do not apologize for somebody else's crime.
It's okay.
Full stop.
Right now, I am the one who is moderating. Every other thing that's happening now is happening under me. And as you know, in management, you as a leader take responsibility for whatever is done with people who are working with or working for you. And therefore, that's how I want to see it.
That's fair enough. But you know that we are all here. When that thing happened, I was aghast that it wasn't your directive that took him out. So that means somebody else who is not the monitor here. He is now, that person is monitoring and taking Pansat out. You're saying that you apologize to him in the background. You are now apologizing in front for somebody else's crime. Let the person be criminalized. Let us know who did it.
Jagun, I would beg to differ on your position just for this reason. Let me give you. We are a collective. We know some people have heard. There's this Nigerian thing in us of power abuse. I've been raising it. It happened to me.
You didn't raise it before me. You did, my brother.
Listen, Jagun, let me finish. I myself have been called out for my reaction and gestures on things I consider inappropriate, which eventually goes on to offend others. If we dwell too long on these things, we won't get to the topics we want to talk about.
Brother.
My brother. Behind closed doors, we are addressing those issues. That's why this morning
I hear you, and I don't need to hear it. Wait. I beg your pardon, and I would allow the show to move on. I beg your pardon. Ferreira, what you just said there is a hog of shit. Coming from you, I'm very surprised. I'm saying that because if we are not taking responsibility for our ills on this channel, we're grown men. If we're not doing that, then we're not doing anything. You understand? Okay. All that we talk is just talk. Talk for talk's sake. Somebody decided upon himself that I'm not having Pansat talk, and they took him out without anybody's permission, and that person is hiding in bushes somewhere. That's the way Nigeria behaves. And you're there underlining it. I'm ashamed of you saying what you said. Ashamed.
Okay, Jagun, that's okay. Like I said, I am the one with the button here. It's not my policy. I will try. Look, in a discussion, sometimes there can be highs and there can be lows. I try to moderate. That's all I'm here for. I don't have a view. Your views are very important to us and to the audience. So we'll try to, as much as possible, to give everybody a fair chance to make his or her contribution. After all, it is have your say. You should feel free to have your say. I may agree with you, I may not. Even if I don't agree with you, it doesn't mean I should put you out. As long as you are within, a controllable, space. Okay, we can all agree to disagree. As long as we're not disagreeable, it's okay. We can all disagree, but we're agreeable, in some form, so we can all move on. Thank you for that, this thing, and thank you also for reminding us that we didn't do that. We have done that. Pansa is a very valuable member of this team, and so we would like to also extend that to him and to those who admire him behind, the audience. Thank you, Mr. Man of Prestige. It's your turn. I see you, Wamba. We'll come to you.
Thank you very much. You just presented a two topic. We have to talk. We should talk about. I'm not going to dwell on both of them, because one of them is kind of frivolous. So I'm going to start with the ECOWAS ruling. Like Alaba properly stated, it doesn't have any teeth, and nothing is going to come out of it. This is not the first time we have been sanctioned by ECOWAS. That ECOWAS body, in my own opinion, they haven't been productive like the East Africans or what they have over there. So I don't expect anything to come out of it. They just what they call a basso, they just pronounce it because the ECOWAS kind of in this unity. Those three countries, they call the junta group, they're not part of ECOWAS anymore. So I think Tinubu just got re-elected, as the ECOWAS chairman. Everything is nonsense. So I'm not going to dwell and I'm not going to dwell that much on that. So let me talk on the next topic, Toyin Abraham. And I'm just going to give a little bit of information on where she's from and something like that, so everybody can paint their narrative coming from that angle. She's from Anawuchi, Edo State, but she grew up in Ibadan, So this genesis started from during the pre-election. she supported Tinubu overwhelmingly, you know, with no, I mean, arguable, with no publication. She was an Adanma Tinubu supporter. It's all good. Yeah, we have to have our own political view. There's nothing wrong with it. But anyway, so since that time, people have been bullying her, talking about, you know, she's not making any statement, you know, after, because of what we're experiencing right now, Tinubu failure, you know. So yeah, she was bullied, but in the Nigerian space, what she did was very mischievous, you know. I mean, you can't take law into your hand, you know, being a cyber bully or whatever you may call it. It's a civil case. This is the paradigm Nigeria has become, you know. When you don't agree with what somebody said, then you go, because you have money, you know, you go and hire the police to come and, you know, I mean, arrest the people. And the way she did it was terrible. You know, even that the police came to the place, they didn't see the person that was, you know, was bullying her. She's not the only bad, and she bullied the person too. So it's go both ways during that time. They arrested the mom, you see, and took the mom to jail. And she painted this narrative like it was people who don't like him. She has a right to, you know, whomever she wants to support. Yeah, you do have a right. But she tried to make it a tribal connotation in that regard, talking about disobedience, you know, making it a Southeast. She just made that comment was Southeast narrative. But the person that actually did this, his name is Ayo from Southwest. I don't know if she's naive or just, you know, want to make it in that way. So my only concern is not about that tribal narrative or whatever, you know, that's where we are tribal. It's what the police people have become in that Nigeria. If you don't like what somebody said, take them to court, but don't use them to, you know, arrest, you know, what have our judicial system become? So it's a problem. I'm not going to dwell that much of it because that's completely wrong. So people are against him, against her right now.
Okay.
I mean, she's the backlash.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's where I thought the discussion was going to, you know, there is this thing now of, you know, the dog whistle. The dog whistle now in Nigeria is obedient or Igbo in a tribe. You just say, it's because I'm not a member of that tribe, or these people doing this in obedience. This is how P2B is. I don't understand it, but Awemba, okay, sorry, but I don't know. I don't want to mess up your name, but please, yes. While you're answering your question, can you include
Thank
that?
you. Okay. Thank you so much, KG. And I'm good evening to every one of you that are here. I've seen a lot of faces here that I can call my uncles. Good evening to all of you. I'm speaking from a little beautiful city, Bolgatanga, in Upper East, you know, part of Ghana. And my mom is a Biafran, and that's, you know, should be made clear to everybody, even in the comment section. And I am not bad from what is happening in Nigeria because I have a lot of interest in what goes on in that country, because it was a country that I served with an open heart and my energy in the past. I would like to go to KJ. Is Nigeria a federal state? Is Nigeria practicing federation?
That's what they claim.
If Nigeria is practicing federal system of government, there are 3 tiers: the federal, the state, and the local government. All of them supposed to be independent of another. The allocation supposed to come separately. Are they doing that? They run it down. There is no development from the local government. You go to your various local government today and see the level of development in those local government areas. It's nothing. They are feeding from hand to mouth in a country that is so wealthy, so rich. So if Nigeria is a federal state on paper, and these tiers, three tiers of government are not independent, and the allocation are not getting, they are not getting the allocation as it used to be, as it should be, then making them, this Supreme Court ruling is a charade to me. It's a charade. It's a cosmetic approach to what is going on. It cannot address the important issues that goes on in that country. That being said, let me go to this ECOWAS, because Toyin, I don't know, as you lay your bed, that is how you're going to lie on it. As for the ECOWAS, ECOWAS, as far as I'm concerned, has lost their potency. ECOWAS were very, very strong, very potent in the 90s. And because of their potency, we did what we did in Liberia. We returned democratic rule in Liberia. I spent 3 years, 8 months there. And many other places where ECOMOG, played their part. But I would like to say this. Where were these ECOWAS head of states and ECOWAS states when the youths were senselessly slaughtered at Lekki? What was their position? What did they say? Looking at their youths being massacred, barrels of gun and munitions were leveled at them. Those that were unarmed, that were protesting against police brutality, where were they? Where were they? You have an ECOWAS that is a proxy of the imperialist system. Look at what happened. In fact, from that time, they lost their respect. The letters was issuing threat to Niger. They saw what France was doing to Niger and most of the Francophone countries, but they could not speak out. They couldn't stand. They couldn't defend their Francophone, neighbors. They refused. But today, you see them coming out to issue, rulings. By the way, does Nigeria mean obey court rulings? So there are so many court rulings, against Nigeria that they have not been paid. Have they paid them? Nigeria is a country that does not obey the rule of law. They don't obey rules of courts. So what text even right in Nigeria that they don't obey their court rulings? Is it Africa, ruling that they are going to obey? It's just, for me, a fantasy that we will live to see if it is going to work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my brother, and we enjoy that contribution. Yes, man of prestige. Man of prestige, you sent us a video. I'm trying to get someone behind to help me to upload it. It's a very critical video, and we're going to discuss that. So don't rush to discussing it. We have something on food, with this administration. So when we get to the food and the 180 days, magic days that Nigeria is going to turn around the food in Nigeria, everybody will have food in 180 days. When we get there, then we can also enjoy that video which you sent to us. Thank you for that video. Go ahead and make your contribution.
You're talking to Righteous Man, right?
Yes, yeah, Righteous Man. Sorry, not Man.
Okay.
Righteous Man. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
I was in KJ. Good evening, Jegu and the rest, my brother in Ghana, Prestige and the rest. I greet you all. I was in the electricity show earlier on, and so you see, the problem of Nigeria is too wide. The micro Nigeria is this platform, and when you look at what some people exhibit in their way of commenting or analyzing issues, you will discover that Nigeria got a long way to go. We don't have this uniformism in tackling the problem. Even when we know what the problems are, we pretend.
Mr. Righteous Man, please let me just take permission from KG. Let me take care of some important, duties, and I will join you later. Thank you so much. God bless you, my brothers.
Thank you. Thank you. Go
okay,
ahead.
so that program was going on, and electricity beckoned on me that somebody said in the comment section that a basket of tomatoes is now 15,000 naira or 18. And he asked me to confirm. It's like I've now become a vendor, food vendor for this platform, but there's no problem. I told him that that's not true. The person wrote in the comment section that I'm a liar, that's how I come deceiving people and propaganda, telling all kinds of stories. the platform. So I promise. I was at the car wash. Was cleaning up my car for tomorrow's church service. So I promise electricity that when I'm done, I will drive down to the marketplace and do a live video coverage, both the cost of bag of rice, tomatoes, pepper, and the rest of it as I can. But before that program ended, I mean, before I could get to the market, the program had already ended. So I forwarded the videos to damages to get back to the platform so that those who lies and think they are fighting righteous man, or they have sectional resistance or bitterness against me, will have themselves to blame, and they should be ashamed of themselves for lying to the whole world that a basket of tomato is now 15,000. It has crashed and nobody's talking about it. So that's why I sent those videos. I took my time to go to market to do that. I just want to wait and listen to others because I'm just coming in from the market now. I just want to be part of the program. Then later I will make my own commentaries. Thank you.
Yeah, KJ, you need to play that video whenever I suit you, because that's very important. I was there earlier when everybody was bashing righteous man that he was lying. So you need to come here and play that, whenever you feel like, in order to dispute all those unrighteous people. Yeah, I was there and I witnessed the encounter.
Okay, thank you. I was just trying to load the video before he went off. Okay. Luckily for me, I've been trying to download it all this while it wasn't coming, but now it has agreed to download, so I will eventually feed it in. Okay, let's move on real quick. And before we move on, for those of us who are still in the comment section and all that, we're going to have this program is moving, in a way that we're going to actually pick in around 9-10 p.m. today, because we are bringing two gorgeous ladies that are going to discuss the issues of why when Nigerian women come to America or the West, they now begin to treat their husbands like, you understand what I'm saying? But I will not say it. I'll leave it for them. But as we go ahead, we'll put the listing. So you are ready for it. Get all your friends who have, divergent views on these things to stand by. It's going to be a hot day. All right. Having said that, let's move on to our next topic, because we really have a lot of things to cover. I just need to put that so that the ladies, if they are still behind, they should start getting ready, because I know people who are prepared to fire them from all cylinders this evening. So when they are coming, get ready. It's going to be hot.
KJ, that would be very good, because at 9 p.m. that's when men to start to go high. So that would be a very good debate.
Yeah. So get your drink. If it's tea you are drinking, I've already asked for my own tea to be around. We're going to really have a push. You push me, I push you. All right. I will say that. Let's go ahead. Tinubu's government have declared that in 180 days, they will now perform that same wonder we saw in the Bible, where food was made cheap. 180 days, all Nigerians hungry will be satisfied, and things will all of a sudden become very good again. Having said that, as Righteous Man has said, we have a video sent in by Righteous Man. I want to see if I can bring it in. And he was talking about the same thing of what is the cost of food stuff in Nigeria right now. It doesn't seem to look like what they say it is. Oh God. I don't know why the video is not opening. Okay, whilst somebody's helping me, I know that I have so many people who are helping in the back. If you can load those videos for me, the one that has the food stuff. But while that is going on, I want to show you what it looks like right now from this video. Okay. That
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu
right now in Nigeria. Now, this is a comment.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the president and commander-in-chief and it's his government. Everywhere in the world, nobody will say it is Governor Rada or Governor this. It is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's Nigeria that we are seeing this.
All right,
Fellow
Prof.
Nigerians, I did this to prick the conscience of our people, especially our leaders. This is what we should be talking in mosques, churches, palaces, assemblies, the villa, government houses. We must hold our leaders responsible. This is not acceptable. Nigeria, we've not experienced drought. We are not officially at war, but we are seeing this in our country. Severe malnutrition in children. We in good conscience cannot allow this to happen in Nigeria. Seeing the extravagance and the recklessness of our leaders. Buying, building 21 billion mansion, buying aircrafts, buying SUVs, when our children are dying of hunger in this land of plenty. Our governors do not care. What they do is to give palliative cups of rice to parents, and the children are in the house malnourished, hungry. God Almighty will ask each and every one of us, what did we do when our children are going through this in this land of plenty? And our leaders are here in Abuja living it up. So he must be proactive and come in and as an emergency feed our people.
Okay.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the president and commander.
That is where the situation is at the moment. Nigeria is at the crossroads. It is a sad thing to say. It is very, very sad that families can no longer eat 3 square meals. Okay, things have got so bad that everybody is looking for scampering around looking for what to eat. And the government have promised that in 180 days, they will totally restore food in every part of Nigeria. Now, if it's possible that they can do this in 180 days, what have they been doing in the last 1 year? Now, I also have a video that Tinubu has been to the farm. She's now turning the gardens. He's saying that you should turn the gardens behind your house to farms, because you don't have to wait to go to the farm before you begin to plant. You can turn your house, your garden, your backyard to farmland, and farm what you can eat. Gentlemen and ladies, we have not had this bad before. Where do we go from here? And is it possible that a government can perform this? It has promised to do. Ferrari, you are the one to go. Yeah, okay, and you have 4 minutes. 4 minutes, sir. 4 minutes.
Oh, 4 minutes only. Oh,
yes,
I was hoping for like 8 minutes for this
4 minutes. 4 minutes. So
very interesting topic.
Yeah.
First of all, on the man giving arms to the people is doing a good thing, but we could do better. We should not be giving fish to the poor. We should be teaching them how to fish. That should be our focus. That's part of the Nigerian big manism, and that's part of the problem. On the politician that was on whatever news agency that was talking about Tinubu, the message is on point, but that man also is part of the problem. He has tribal tendencies, and he doesn't speak the truth when it comes to tribal issue. But he's speaking the truth at that point in time. Nigerians are hungry, and everybody should be doing something about it. Politicians, what do you call them? Pastors, churches, mosque, Nollywood stars, musicians, me and you, every one of us should be talking about these things, and we shouldn't be talking about it in a disingenuous form of focusing on frivolities. We should focus on real serious issues and take this matter serious. This is not a joking matter. You understand? There's still danger ahead. So his message was on point, and Nigerians are suffering, but until we all come to the agreement that this system needs to be destroyed, not a question of just Tinubu pointing fingers at Tinubu. Tinubu is a symptom. This real problem is the system, and those of us who know and those who don't know should educate those who don't know, so that everybody would know, and collectively all of us will come to a common ground on the fact that Nigeria cannot continue like this. This system has to be brought down to represent true sovereignty, popular sovereignty for our people, true citizenship, whereby hunger will not be their portion in this life, but prosperity and success. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right, man of prestige.
Sorry for that. I was a little bit distracted when he was playing the phone. I was doing something on my phone. But having said that, I mean, I can always comment on what we have in the country when it comes to food insecurity. It just kind of baffled me that, you know, we have not been able to produce, you know, sufficient amount of food. It has to do with the insecurity and everything ravaging the country? Yeah, that's part of it. You know, man, we can't be depending on importing food all the time. I mean, all this thing they're doing right now is not even the right way to do it, because I call it a handout. We will never get out from that paradigm if you keep on giving this handout. They have to find a way to make people, you know, productive, you know, so they can be able to harvest, you know, what we are capable of doing. This handout, you know, is a nonsense to me. So I'm gonna just leave at that, you know. So finally, I don't believe in the handout, period. So yeah, I'm not going to comment on the senator that was speaking. I mean, they always come here and speak to us or wherever, you know, they're not doing nothing. So let me leave it at that. And I'm waiting to comment on the protests, you know, that I've learned so much about and what is going to happen, because I've been watching a lot of videos. So, but I'll wait till, you know, we come to that round. Thank you, KJ. You are doing a great job.
Thank you, my brother, a man of prestige. I support my government by, you know, being a super charge. That will help the channel. Yes, and that goes to every one of us. Please support Dr. Damage's channel. He's planning big, really, and you will see it in a very distant, near future.
KJ, can I add something? Is Dr. Damage? He's fine, right? That's my main concern.
He's fine. In fact, he's doing a lot of planning behind. That's why you've not seen.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know.
To see how can elevate the conversation to the point where it can be useful in Nigeria and in around Africa. So, okay, so we will wait before Righteous Man talk. I'm waiting for the video to come up behind stage for some of the things that Righteous Man is going to talk about. Yeah, so yes, I'm
it's
waiting.
90.
This vital belonging and my church.
Okay. This one is how much?
85.
85.
80 last. This one 85.
Okay. Long grain.
85 last.
The Nigerian rice is how much?
I be rent.
Okay, that's Nigerian price is 80. The foreign rice is how much?
85.
85. Last. How much was it before? Okay. And thank you. This one?
This one now. Let me bring it. 35.
Okay, this one is 35. You say it's how much?
35.
35.
Yes,
and it's called what?
Cameroon tomato.
Cameroon tomato. This one is not Nigeria.
No, it's not.
It's Cameroon. 35,000. This small basket, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then the Nigerian own. Where is the basket?
I don't have the basket. I have the basket.
Okay. How much is this?
If you want this style for a crate, 40,000.
For a crate, 40,000.
45, 50,000. Depends on the size and the
That's the video that Righteous Man graciously helped us to film, and that is what it is. What you saw is the reality that is on ground in the Nigerian Federation, so that people now no longer use those things to make their stew. They're looking for alternatives. It's not a good story to tell because these are things that we didn't think it would come in our time. Righteous Man, you were on ground. Can you enlighten us? Is it possible that this government is going to make food available in 180 days?
Well, once again, I greet all of you. It's practically quite impossible under the sun for it to happen. There are a lot of indices, a lot of factors that will make it practically impossible. And I would try as much as possible to highlight on those factors as much as I can. Number one, the exchange rate. As at yesterday, the Aboki man I normally use for exchange when I used to travel out, I called his attention and he told me that pounds exchange at the rate of 2,025 naira yesterday. Euro exchange at 1,720 naira. And dollar exchange at 1,570 naira. Now, one of the things that this administration told us in trying to make food available in 180 days was a free tariff for those who are going to import some certain goods into the country, edible goods into the country. They will not pay tariff. Now, my question is this: why I said it will not work out, it will not do any good, is because anyone importing, like that tomatoes you saw there, they imported it from Cameroon, and they did not use naira to buy it. They have to go through black market, foreign exchange, possibly safer, and safer is higher more than naira today. Now, if you remove the tariff that people pay to clear these goods, the exchange rate, what it costs for you to have the money change into another country's currency to purchase these goods, is not anything to go by. Is highly too outrageous. So removing the tariff has not done any good, and it has not helped. So it's returning back to where we were. That's number one. Number two, when you bring these goods from across the border, now, in every 2 meters, you have checkpoints. You have the custom, you have the immigration, you have these people that are in charge, you have the police, you have the fire service, you have the army, you have the Air Force. I'm talking of from semi-border because those days I used to short run between Lagos and semi-border to bring goods into Lagos to sell. Now you have these various checkpoints. You have the state, you have the local government, and you have the federal. And in each 2 meters checkpoint, you will be dropping amount of money that I will not be able to mention here. By the time you get back to the place where you will sell this thing, when you calculate the foreign exchange you have made, the money you paid on the road before bringing it to your final destination where you will sell it, then you add the cost of the warehouse where you store these things or the shop, you discover that something that's supposed to be sold at the rate of 10,000 naira will now go to 30,000. So government did not remove these bottlenecks on the way. Government did not say that all these agencies that are put on the road that collect money from importers, that henceforth such things should not exist. They didn't do that. So indirectly, we are still paying higher tariff. Apart from that official one they collect at Tinkan Island, on the roads, we still remit back those tariffs to the government because like the police, the custom, the immigration, a certain amount of money have always been given, or budget have been given to them. At the end of the day, they must submit to the federal government. How do they make this money? They make it from these checkpoints they demand and collect money from Nigerians. So telling us that food will be available in the next 180 days is a fallacy. It's a dream that can never be, as far as the Nigerian content is concerned. Unless the president wakes up tomorrow to say the immigration should, if immigration collect money from you, report. If police collect money from you, report. Then the local government and the state, they got a lot of problems. The number of Agbero checkpoints in Lagos is more than what you see when you're traveling from Lagos to Imo State. The number of Agberos. Now, if you are bringing a 40-footer container in Lagos, maybe within the place you have your warehouse, the Agbero within that vicinity, that street where your warehouse is sited, collect 120,000 naira from you. That is different from what you pay from one junction to the other, one police post to the other. So the government is just playing. There is nothing that is good that is going to come out of this issue. It's just it's a theory. They're playing us. They just want to hide us to see what our reaction will be. So for me, it's just nothing. Absolutely nothing.
All right. Thank you so much. Man of righteous man said it's nothing. It's nothing for us to take serious about. The truth of the matter is that if you are a transporter in Nigeria, you pay federal government tax, you pay state government tax, you pay local government as long as you're on the road. Now, some of those people are even forceful. They'll force you to pay. Some of the things you have paid before, you get to that place and they will tell you these things, you don't have this receipt. You have to have receipt of a garage you don't even going to drive into. You know, if you don't have it, they will impound your car, they will waste your time and all that. And those things are still in place. They have not been changed. The access road, which is one of the biggest problems to getting food out of the rural area in Nigeria, is still not being repaired. And yet we are saying that in 180 days, food will be everywhere. Christian, I'm coming to you. Is it possible that the people who are farming, in the local areas can be able to transport their food to the cities where it is most needed? Because there's a video I was trying to upload, but I don't know why he refused to come. A man went to a part of Cross River State and discovered that there are abundance of food there, but there's no way to transport it to the city. And the businessmen who come there are being very shrewd. They wait for the people. Once it's evening, they'll now buy the things for a giveaway price. But these people are constrained because they don't have the ability to take their goods to the market, to a more bigger town where they can sell it and make good money for themselves. What do you think will be the way forward, or how can government achieve this 180 days ultimatum? Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. There are two issues here. I want to first start commenting with the man giving arms, to giving food to people. People don't realize there's a cultural changes in cultural changes in Nigeria going on. The Amajiri system in the north is being constantly pushed to Nigeria to assimilate and take it, and people don't realize that. So, but that being aside, the issue about agriculture is it has a lag, production lag. It always have production lag. Now, apart from importation, there are two problems facing, or a lot of problems facing Nigerian agriculture. One, the infrastructures for agriculture don't exist. Now, it has been added, insecurity has been added to it. So the fact that the farmers some of them manage to, cultivate last year, then they will harvest it this year. Any input they make this year will be harvested next year. So that's what is called time lag in agricultural production. Now, the second problem they have is there is no infrastructure. All those tomatoes, they can be preserved, okay? But they don't have means of preserving them. Why? Because we don't have electricity. If we have electricity, you can have silos. You can have a lot of things where these products are preserved. So if the farmer couldn't sell, he put it back into his silo, and then tomorrow he will take it back to the market. And then again, the Nigerian government hasn't considered it fit, to pay the farmers upfront for every of those products they are not going to sell, so they will take it and then store it. That's how people have food reserves. Had it been that Nigeria has a food reserve, then there won't be problem with food scarcity. So we don't have food reserve system in Nigeria. Now, if they are importing them into Nigeria, because these are perishable items, they will soon perish if they couldn't sell it. And if they sell it at a giveaway price, they won't have enough money to go back to import again. So that has been the problem of Nigeria fire brigade approach. Fire brigade approach cannot make any government develop. It cannot make any state or any nation develop. So that has been the problem with Nigeria. And like I said, it's intentional. It's not, people think that this is not intentional, but it is very, very intentional. And they are doing it so that people become so, and Nigerians have learned how to adapt. And they keep adapting and they keep adapting until eventually their Majiri system will take over Nigeria. And then, the rest will be the history. So people are not realizing it. They are pushing it and they are pushing it. And if Nigeria something is not done urgently to destroy the system will destroy everybody in Nigeria. And that's my fear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We need to be observant and watch the system that we're creating so that we all can have a nation at the end of the day. Yes, I speak. If not now, when? Yes, sir. I thought a few minutes ago you had a different name, but it's okay. In production, it's called problem with continuity because we don't want to have
not really. I was using my phone before.
All right.
I don't really have time to make the change.
Go ahead.
I think I want to approach this from a different perspective. I seem to differ from this last I don't really think that whatever is going on with our food security is intentional, kind of. I think is the people that are at the helm are confused. Would they want to feed Nigeria? Of course, why not? I don't think there's a government that will not that would not want to feed her people. I don't think that they are happy that things are not going on where people are hungry everywhere. But whether they have what it takes to do something about it or whether what they are trying to do is going to work is a different thing altogether. But I strongly believe that ordinarily they would want to fix the situation. You may disagree with me anyway. The plans they have to make food available everywhere in the next 180 days, is it practical? Is it possible? Of course, I think it's possible. But making food available everywhere in the next 180 days, I think is different from people being able to buy food. You understand? Because the food they want to make available in the next 180 days is like a stopgap measure. It's not like it's going to be fueled from our own productive capacity. No, is importation. You understand? And it doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to be affordable. You know, they're going to remove the duty aspect of it, which is going to lower the cost just by whatever percentage the tariff supposed to be. That's the extent to which the price is going to be cheaper. So let's not be mistaken about it. There is nothing like exchange rate concession, a kind of maybe they're going to import with $100 to $100 to $1 to import the food. So the average cost in the economy, as far as I'm concerned, is going to remain too. You know, so I think it's possible to bring it in, and what may help actually is if they are faithful implementing their own plan, because for the private sector, it's going to be a window of 150 days to import foodstuff duty free, you know, and then government will import about 250,000 metric tons of both wheat and maize and stuff like that. I'm not sure how far that will go, but where I'm interested is what effort are they making that by this time next year, Nigeria would have been able to, have adequate productive capacity when it comes to agricultural production. You understand? And if there's no tangible effort to address the issue of insecurity, that too is not going to be possible. So I just hope they will not be focusing too much on this, their so-called stopgap measure, short-term measure, that they will forget about the hard work, the very big hard work that they need to do to make sure that we as a people can be able to feed ourselves. Because we importing goods doesn't mean that we can feed ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Jabu. We can't hear you. Your audio.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what to add to this subject, to be frank. All what we are talking about just smacks to me of the depth of apathy and pathetic natured people and a pathetic nature of a nation. I don't know what to say. What are you talking? I mean, I'm listening. I can't find out what anyone's talking about, to be honest. It's as though we don't understand that. I don't know. I'm honestly trying to pay attention to the subject at hand, but I cannot divorce it from the stupidity of a government and of a nation. I can't divorce it from our abject stupidity. How can a country like Nigeria be hungry? How? Don't we have land? Don't we have farmers? Even if they are subsistence farmers, you can feed yourself. The government aren't doing anything for anyone. You know, the other day I found out that I've got 14 cousins who have now jackpot to London. Now, they've jackpot for all kinds of different reasons, but they didn't jackpot because they couldn't feed themselves or they're poor or anything like that. No, they jackpot largely for medical reasons, not even their own medical reasons, the medical reasons of their children. That's why they've come. And they're hiding. They didn't want anyone to know until we all found out that this one is here, that one is there, everybody's here. And you think, wow, what's happened? And then they explain to us that, man, as much as we're doing in Nigeria, the fact of the matter is our children need serious medical attention. And I'm thinking, my God, man, Nigeria is hell. And we're here talking now, maybe next year, man. Next year what? What would happen next year? Are you all stupid? Haven't you seen already 9 years of bull fart? I mean, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Please help. I need help. I don't know what anyone is talking about. And it's rubbish. Rubbish upon heaps of rubbish, stinking of manure to irritate my nose. The country is defunct. The country is defunct. When are you going to get that into your head? What are you talking about? And next year, Oh, I need help in this discussion. I really need help because I don't know what any of you are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jagun. And listen, see, okay, but here's the situation. In every of these things, all we're looking for is the way to either make things work or to just give suggestions or to give just hope. You see, the good thing about going to church is the pastors sell hope, they sell faith, because that's the only thing that keeps you going the next day. Sometimes if that hope is not sold to you, you want to end it all. I mean, you want to say, look, I mean, I can't know. So that's where we are. We are only trying to sell hope to Nigerians. Sometimes we'll have this Georgia, like I said when opening the program, we have come to Georgia because it's better to Georgia than to war. If only we'll have intelligent elders, and we're going to that point where we have elders like the elders when we were growing up. The elders tell the truth irrespective of who is concerned. For these days, we don't have elders who can tell the truth. We have elders who pander to the whoever is in government. And that's why they are there. And that's why they're not seeing what you are seeing or see what all of us are seeing. With that, I welcome you, Kenneth, and I'll ask you to make your comment because you say I don't know why I have to be in a hurry. We'll have to hear from you.
Yeah,
but
sorry.
You want to be in a hurry.
I have a lot of engagements. That's why. Sorry. Thank you, everyone. Good day, the panelists and the comment session. Jagun, if I knew that you were going to say all this, I wouldn't have even called in because I was bawling. And thank you for that submission, and thank you to Ferrari, for saying it the way it is. I mean, the worst thing you could do to yourself is being deceitful to yourself. And I'm referring to Nigerians here. We have a government that when they were about to grab the seat of power, they told us that they were going to make one naira to $1. They have not achieved that. We have a government that since 1992, between 1992 to 2019, created one siphoning agency or department called Adanma Development Program, where billions of naira have been pushed into this project, and nothing has come out of it. Today, Nigeria is still importing rice from neighboring countries. We have not achieved anything, and billions of dollars has been wasted into this project, and nobody has questioned them. And this same government is coming up to tell us that that within 180 days, they are going to make food available. How? Have we questioned to know how they plan to achieve this? Or are we, at some point I was thinking, should I say it or not? How would it sound to say that Nigerians are behaving like mumu people? When you have mbwe that you deceive her, those mumu girlfriends that you be telling her all manner of lies and she will believe in you. Why are we behaving like that? Why are we behaving like that? Have we questioned how they plan to achieve this? No plan on ground. They just want to make food available within 190 days, and we start clapping for them. You are making food available, but there is no farmland to cultivate those foods. Fulani herdsmen and their cows have taken over the farmland. Where are you going to produce this food from? You've not addressed that issue, and you are lying to us. You want to make food available when you are busy killing the crops that we have right now. Eradicate, I don't know, what's the better word for that? Making the crops that we have to go into extinct. You are inviting GMOs. And is that how you plan to make food available? I overheard someone saying that they are busy planning to import food. So when you import food from abroad or from whatever you're importing it from, maybe from Hellfire, are you making that food available to your people? How are they going to access the food? With which money? Because they need money to be able to afford the food. You are now telling them that, hey, see, you have to come to work and then cut your coat according to your size by taking this peanut of $1,000 or that 1,000 naira or 32,000 naira monthly minimum wage. But you yourself have not cut your coat according to your size, or you think you're that big enough to use public funds the way you like, and then turn around to tell people that they have to sacrifice, they have to cut their coat. Who the hell do you think you are? Is that your money? Is that your personal investment that you spend the way you like, and then turn around to tell the hungry people that they have to lower their spending? And I beg to ask, what spending? What are they even buying? 30,000 naira, or let's use 60,000 naira. What will 60,000 naira purchase for you? A family of a husband and wife with maybe about 2 children. What is 60,000 naira going to afford for them for just 1 week? And then you're telling them that they have to cut their coat according to their size. See, Nigeria is the place where we tend not to speak up against these people, because one way or the other, we are benefiting from them. I overheard from the backstage that someone was talking about one Toyin Abraham, that she's an actress, a celebrity. No, she was never a celebrity. All of them, 100% of them in Nigeria are all yeye British. None of them is a celebrity. None. I'm not trying to exclude anyone. If you cannot come up, galvanize people to speak against this evil, happening in that country, you are not a celebrity. There's nothing to celebrate about, when it comes to whatever nonsense that you think you represent. We have no such person called celebrity in Nigeria. They're all yeye British. And then when people call her out to come and explain what were your conversations with your so-called president of doom, she now arrested the person. Is it not the same thing that we're talking about? Using power against whomever that you think you are stronger than. You can never be criticized. Then you have to, deal with the person. So we don't have freedom of speech in Nigeria, and the useless police are being used to perpetrate these atrocities against the citizens. Who are you that I cannot question you? Then police will be arrested, who arrest me and jail me. And some people will supporting this kind of useless woman. See, for the fact that I don't even want to talk about those bleaching. If you bleach your skin, you are nothing to me. Like, you are a nobody to me, man. Not talk about somebody that has never impacted anything on Nigerian youth. What has been her impact in that country? Nothing. So why would anybody? We are even making this lady important self that she is not even. So please, my question to Nigerian useless government is, how do they plan to make food surplus for the people? Because I say this now, there is hunger in that country. And some of us, we saw the video, right? Where people they've turned to beggars.
Yeah.
They've turned to beggars. Look at healthy, a woman lining up, somebody's wife line up to collect useless spaghetti from one godforsaken moron that calls himself a politician.
One spaghetti I can eat alone.
Yeah, and then they put video to cover it so that they will gain praises from useless people, right? You want to give somebody a gift, must you cover it? Must you tell the world that you are gifting this person something?
Okay, you're even going for
selfish gain.
One packet of spaghetti, for crying out loud, with
exactly.
No oil, no pepper, no.
And then
nothing.
The spaghetti
one
is
packet of spaghetti.
Is a junk food, self actually.
One, maybe it's probably dangote that's not even properly processed. Okay, I'm serious, because
You're right.
Those spaghetti, before you put them, before the water even boils, they're all meshing together.
Something, yeah.
Okay, so that's what we're saying. We're not trying to unnecessarily be difficult, but we're saying we have gone beyond the point where you just raise up and just declare something. With the last time we checked, you're not God. It's only God that can say, okay, this is going to happen tomorrow. It happened so. But you just wake up and you tell us this is going to happen. We know that you have been in that office for 1 year. You have not been able to make any difference. I'm coming to you, Mr. Christian, because Kenen says he's in a hurry. Kenen, the other thing I want to do.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, so now the government says that the problem with Nigeria insecurity is because of farmers' headers clash. Don't quote me. I didn't call it farmers' headers clash. Consequently, they have gone ahead to establish the Ministry of, for want of calling the right word, I get the right name, but it's mostly livestock development. Yeah, that's livestock development. for which now we will, drive livestock farming in Nigeria, and this committee is headed by the president himself. What do you say? Is it the problem? Is the livestock issue, the farmers headers clash? Is it a problem of insecurity in Nigeria?
No, and I wouldn't want to call it farmers headers clash as well, because it's a deceitful term to use. English sometimes is our problem. People will speak all manner of nonsense English to deceive people. What is farmers headers clash? It's a simple fact that farmers were on their own, minding their business, right? And one idiot, God-forsaken idiots, now invade their farms with their cattle or with their cows. I don't know if it's cattle. English people, correct us here. Now, and vandalize their farm. And you're calling it clash? One is a bully. There's nothing like clash here. You invaded my farmland and you destroy my crops. So the fact, not only invading sometimes these people's farm who got invaded, vandalized. They even go as far as buying all of them in the village, and then took over the land, took over the place, and renamed the place and put their chiefs there. This is what is happening in northern Nigerians. And who are the victims? Northern Nigerian Christians and northern Nigerian Hausas are the victims. So their farms will be destroyed, their lands will be taken, and everything in that village will be changed to Fulani. That is not clash. That is pure terrorism. That is what it is. Now, sometimes I don't know the difference between what is agriculture actually, because in Nigeria we have Ministry of Agriculture and livestock farming. Livestock is under agriculture. So are you having a sub-agricultural department or Ministry of Agriculture? Is that what you're having? Not longer Ministry of Agriculture. Now you are creating another portfolio, another office to embezzle public funds. And you call it livestock, whatever nonsense. See, we the people, I don't know what is really wrong with us that we accept all manner of rubbish from these people. There shouldn't be anything like livestock nonsense. It should be Ministry of Agriculture that we know. So if you are creating any other thing other than that Ministry of Agriculture that livestock falls under, then you are simply creating a department to embezzle people's money. And that is what it is.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate
it. Yes, I will circle back to. No, sorry, I'm coming to you, Righteousman, but let's go to Ferrari.
I have no idea about it.
Full circle. Yes. Go ahead.
So what topic are we still on? Because this topic you all talking about, everybody
we just circled to that topic. We started from the food and then we went to
on this food thing. Yeah, people have said the real thing about it. I keep telling you. I keep telling you all.
The government said, hold on, sir. The government said,
which government, KJ? I mean, let's stop deceiving ourselves. Which government? Jagun has said it, Kene has said it. And if you all keep saying this government, haven't they told you Nigeria is not for you and they are not a government? A group of Agbero is not a government. Why do we keep going back and forth and decide what this government said? This government will do. This government is the... That is the problem with Nigeria not calling a spade a spade. We just refuse to tell ourselves the truth and say it as it is. We have no government. We have no sovereignty. We have no citizenship. When we agree on this truth, change will start to come. I mean, when we keep beating around and say the government says, that means you're endorsing the stupidity. You're endorsing the insanity. You're agreeing.
No. You are becoming stupid yourself.
I know.
You are becoming stupid yourself if you're reiterating anything that the government is trying to do. It's stupidity of the highest. You know what? We on this platform where we have many disagreements, I think in terms of what we are trying to offer our people, I think we should actually all agree and start a stance from here that we do not have a government. Every one of us should be saying that. If we are not saying this, then really we should be seen as totally unreasonable people, and that you who are saying that, you who are endorsing the government, are the bane of the problem in Nigeria.
You're right,
I'm coming back. Well, I'm going shopping.
Jagun, let me just, KJ, let me just conclude this. You cannot fix the problem if you don't fix what creates the problem. And we are here talking about fixing the problem while the thing that creates the problem is still in place. I don't get it. So we need to come to a compromise of decision and wisdom. What causes the problem? Until we fix what's causing the problem, if it's hunger, insecurity, or high price of food, or this, that, but we keep coming here. The government will do this. The government will do. Which government? I'm tired. I don't even know how best to say this thing. I'm tired. It's really hard. Which government? Somebody please tell me. Which government? Have they built road for you? Have they built electricity for you? Tell me. Somebody tell me something I don't know. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I'm confused. And we keep this government with this government. Which government? Let them hear from us, from each one of you, that there is no government. That's the starting point. Nigeria cannot continue like this. You can't fix a problem if you don't fix what creates the problem. It's like fetching water with basket.
All right. Thank you. I think I hear you, but even with that, we still have to have basis of discussion. The entity called Nigeria right now is occupying a space in the world. And there are people, relative of yours, who live there. And there are people who are in control of those relative of yours, even if they were militias who are controlling it. Those militias right now answer the name of government of Nigeria. If tomorrow in New York, they say they want the Nigerian president to come, you won't go there and they will take you. They will wait for that same militia who is leading your country.
KJ, if the world hear you say that they are not a government, if the world hear you, then they will know they don't represent you. You have to understand one thing. There's one thing I saw from Germany that I learned from Germany during Second World War. You understand? And that was very important point for me. And I learned it. When Hitler was at the hem of his power and was destroying Germany between around 1944, and a group of officers decided that this man doesn't represent Germany, they want to kill him. Listen what they said. They know their coup was going to fail. You know what they told themselves? They said, it doesn't matter if we fail. At least let the world know that not all of us are like him. This is what they said. It doesn't matter. We will try, but it doesn't matter if we fail. But let the world know we are not like him. Is that not important for us Nigerians to tell the world that we are not like those thieves and those criminals? Are we like them?
Calm down.
I don't understand us.
Calm down. Now, I'm trying as much as possible to make you understand that even those people, those are Germans who have different mentality and probably didn't go through the same life experience that we Nigerians have gone through. People in Nigeria have been abused to the point that they sometimes don't even see themselves as human beings any longer. And that's why a woman with 5 children can go and stand in the line and collect a packet of spaghetti. You think if she has something in her house to eat, she will come and stand in the line and wait for a man to give her a packet of spaghetti. And even at that, the polythene that contains the spaghetti that the man threw on the ground, the woman picked it to go and use for something else in her house. So you are not looking at what is on reality. The truth of the matter, what you are saying, you can say from now to tomorrow. Does it matter to them? It doesn't matter to the government of those running the country. It does not matter to them. Did they stop? They do not
matter to us who are still calling them government.
You are still missing my point. There's a basis. There has to be a basis for our discussion. There has to be. If they say we need a representative of Nigeria tomorrow, they will not call you and I because we don't have any governmental position. Those militias who are in power are the ones that are still going to deal with. They were the ones that are still dealing with even till tomorrow. So let's get it and know that we have to be more strategic than just saying there's no government. But there's no government, they are running the country. There's no government, they are collecting the resources of the country and they're using it for themselves. There's no government, they are the ones doing everything. So, yes, I'm coming to you. But let's start from Righteous Man. I'm coming to you, Christine. I can see your hand. Righteous Man.
Yeah, Ferrara, I feel your pain, though you are outside there, but maybe some members of your extended family are in Nigeria. I feel the pain you are feeling, you know, I understand. But the solution to the problem we have in Nigeria was given to us at a platter of gold. But because of our idiocy and lack of vision, we threw it away and engaged in an unnecessary civil war. The solution to Nigeria problem is Aburi Accord. If you lay your hands on Aburi Accord and go through its content that was abandoned, and the southeast region, the eastern region was balkanized in order to reduce the power of the east, you will discover that we miss the deal to become a nation by throwing away Aburi Accord. Try as much as possible and find time. Go online and search for Aburi Accord between Gowon and Lieutenant Colonel Odumego Ojukwu. That accord settles the problem of Nigeria. That accord would have put Nigeria among the top countries of the world today, economically, infrastructure-wise, educational-wise, military-wise. We wouldn't have been here today dragging a bag of rice because of it. It was thrown away. And that is what we are still coming back to now to say restructure Nigeria. Restructuring Nigeria simply means Aburi Accord. Aburi Accord is all about restructuring Nigeria, making the center weak, and let the regions have the power and contribute to the center. So the only way we can sort this thing out is calling our leaders, political leaders, social leaders, our tribal leaders, go back to Aburi Accord. Let us go back to that fundamental truth and see what we can do about it. Since 1999, they have been amending constitution. The more they amend this constitution, the more the worse the country becomes. There is nothing like farmers and herders clash. A clash is a fight between two people or more. Farmers are not fighting anybody. You can't come to my farmland and destroy my crops and go to the world, to the media, and tell them that you are having a clash with me. How? How can you explain that? That's why ESN rose to defend the Southeast. If you go to the Southeast today, the ESN is functioning 24 hours. There is no header, there is no cows or cattle that will go to any farmland in the East and destroy it and go scot-free. You dare not. Because we decided to reject what is not good. The creation of the agriculture, what is it called, livestock ministry, is an indirect way to please the Fulanis, not even the Hausas. It's an indirect way of pleasing the Fulanis. It is the Ruga that Buhari tried to bring in. This man has smuggled it now through the back door so that they will give him 2027. That's what is happening here. But if we implement Aburi Accord, all these things will not happen. You can't come to my region and bring your cattle and destroy my crops and tell me that it is your right. No. So I think Nigerians should be clamoring, let's go back to Aburi Accord. In Aburi Accord, we stand. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Christian, as you answer, I want you to also understand that now it is the headers or the Fulanis, or not Fulanis, the cattle rearers now have a ministry for livestock. Should also those who farm pigs also have their own ministry of piggery, where they can equally establish their ranches in the north where they don't like to see pigs? Okay. Or should the Igbo man also decide to have a ministry of spare parts, because they are everywhere in Nigeria, so that they also have their own ministry for spare parts and then have ministries. Because what we are forgetting is that this ministry is going to not only operate from Abuja, it will have branches around Nigeria. It will have liaison offices around the country, and those liaison offices automatically makes it a nationwide thing. Do we also ask, as Igbo people, and as those who eat pig, and as the crossover people, some of them who eat dog, should we also ask for Ministry of Dog Eaters, and they establish everywhere, pig people, and they establish everywhere? Do we also ask for that? Should the tea people who like to farm everywhere now also have ministry that will provide for them, tea people's ministry, where any land can be confiscated for the tea people to go and farm? I mean, we can take over Niger State. We have the widest, we can decide to draft tea people there and give them part of Niger State to be farming. Okay, how do you see this thing? Does it have any end? Does it make any sense to single out a particular people and give them a special ministry?
Okay. The way I see it is, one, there is a government in Nigeria. Okay, so let's nobody argue about that. The second issue is simple. If those who are doing papers or those who are doing this thing ask for their own ministry, will it solve the problem? The answer is no. Now, I want to go back to my original thing. I say there is a cultural change and there is some kind of a agenda that is being played out in Nigeria, but people don't understand it. They say, oh, well, if somebody said, no, you don't agree with me because there's no government that wouldn't like to feed her citizens. Now, let me remind you that the Senate and the House of Representatives have been given fertilizers to go to their constituencies to give to people. What does that mean? It means the same Amajiri system, where the big man keeps handing over things to people. It's a culture that they want to establish throughout the whole Nigeria. Now, unfortunately, we are not alive to that. We keep on thinking that, oh, this is bad governance or bad governance, but there is an agenda. They are doing what they set out to do. It's not for them, it's not a bad governance. So establishment of livestock ministry is not a bad governance. It's an agenda continuously to meet their targets. Okay, so if people don't understand the basic issues at play here in Nigeria, they will easily misunderstand the prognosis. They will easily misunderstand, miss the diagnosis of the problem, and then their own solution to the problem will be difficult. I mean, will not be the right one. So that is why I'm saying to a lot of people to pay attention. It is not coincidence that when those who came to take over the land are invited from elsewhere, when the former president went to Egypt and said every African should come to Nigeria, and we know exactly who the Egyptians are not going to leave Egypt to come to Africa, to come to Nigeria. Now Ghanaians leave Ghana to come to Nigeria. So he directly speaking to certain people, and those people came, all right. And ever since then, they have been struggling to find a place for them. They've been struggling to find a place for them. Now, the long-term view for them is where they will have flooding all over Nigeria. Okay, that's the long term. So if Ministry of Livestock will be created to the local government. And when you look at, I've told you before about local government, there's an agenda to that. And people don't understand that. So those of us who understood the agenda, knows that they have this agenda and they are working towards it. Now, as for somebody saying to me, can government not, there's this Soviet Union leader. He came to their meeting, the Politburo meeting, with a cock, with a chicken, that has no feather. He skinned the feather, and then he was giving the chicken corn, and then the corn, and they were eating that corn. But the thing is that the reason why he brought that chicken without feather is to tell those people how vulnerable that chicken is. How vulnerable that chicken is. So when they feed him, when they feed the chicken, when they feed the chicken, then the chicken will eat. But the chicken is vulnerable. It can't fly. It can't do anything. So that's what they are trying to make Nigerians look, to be vulnerable. To the extent that they will now depend on anything that government gives them. The last time they had the election, 500,000, 1,500, 100,000, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, and they take it and go and vote. So what is Amajiri in the law in Amajiri system in the north is all about? It's about the big man, and then poor people around him that will be doing, that he will be controlling, tell them what to do at what time, and then in the return he will be feeding them. So our senators, our House of Reps, have hijacked the fertilizer. So when they import this food they are going to import, they are going to give it to them again, and they're going to go to their constituencies and start giving it to them. So that is a Amajiri system playing out. Over time, people will be adjusting to it, until they become, they become so vulnerable they can't do anything to these people anymore. So that is the problem we have in Nigeria. Now, livestock ministry, people will think it will solve. It's not about solving problems. It is about furthering their agenda. It's about furthering their agenda. So, and when that man, that's not a man that was talking about Fulani, this and Tinubu doing that, is part of the pressure they are going to give to Tinubu to make him conform to their own agenda. It's part of the pressure they are going to be giving to Tinubu to conform to the agenda. But nothing changes. People, when he came, he told you people, I'm going to continue from where Buhari stopped. And he hasn't departed from it. So what are you people thinking? There's no agenda to it? There is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother. Okay. If not now, should I go to Alaba before Ferrari before coming to you? Okay, Ferrari, you have the floor.
Mr. Christian, my response is not an attack on you. Please don't take it as such. But my response is in reaction to the things you've said. And I've seen it over and over among my friends here in Chicago that are Nigerians. The same argument that comes out from them. You just presented it. So you represent, let's say I have 10 friends. You just represented the argument of 10 of my friends, which I strongly disagree with. Now, Nigeria as an entity has foundational problem. We all know this. Let's not be repetitive, right? But what we have is a system of government. It's a feudal system of government, aristocratic system of government, but it's a system of government that is likened to apartheid. But apartheid is based on color. Ours is based on money, class. Now, I don't think there's a political textbook definition of our system yet, but I like to call it big manism, and I think it's a bad thing to call it big manism because it doesn't make people feel the danger of that system of government. So they don't know how dangerous it is. You know, something is worse than apartheid. So maybe I need to find a more monstrous name to call it, but I don't have that right now. Now, I have studied the Nigerian situation for years now. That system of government that I'm talking about, this system of government that is worse than apartheid, is supported by the elite, and is also supported, in mind at least, by the people, because the people aspire to be like the political elite. You understand? So, and this system of government is not tribally based as they want us to believe. It's not religiously based as they want us to believe. And it's not agenda based as you've just submitted. You see, when we push out this argument, we fall into the trap of those that are perpetrating this current government, this current system of government. This system of government, it's invisible, unlike apartheid. Apartheid was visible, black, white. This one, you have to pour graphite on it and pick out the fingerprint for you to be able to see it. It's not a system of government where you can fight because of the invisibility of its nature. And when people like you come out here and argue, it's an agenda by the northern people to foster on the country. You do disservice to us fighting the system of government, because this same system of government is strengthened by people in the south. It is in cooperation with the Yorubas. It's in cooperation with the Igbos. It's in cooperation with the people of the southeast. The Hausas don't have an agenda that these your so-called leaders from all these other regions don't have. They all want to be rich out of government money. That's the system of government we practice. It got nothing to do with your so-called tribal agenda that you just laid out, or what my friends wants to believe that it's the North that's responsible for their pain. Because in the North also, they feel the pain. Look at that man that KJ showed his video, blasting Tinubu's government. You understand? Go to his village and see the pain and suffering of his people. You understand? So we are all in this painful system together, but we all look at it differently. Also, right. We could do a chit-chat discussion. So there are some people from those northern tribes that are really enjoying the country, right? They're not suffering. They're not in pain. Or they deserve the pain.
We need to move on.
Just a quick response.
Because a quick response. 2 minutes. Tribal, and our problem is not.
Just give me 2 minutes. A quick response. Okay. Let me come to the issue. The main argument here is this. Okay. The problem of Nigeria is diversity. Diversity. Okay. Now let me come to those of you who are intellectuals will understand there's a body of knowledge called taxonomy. That's classification. Now, what does classification mean? Why do you classify? You classify things because you have carried out experiment and discovered there is a mean. The mean tested as significant. That is, there is a difference between one population and the other population. Then you start classifying. So, ethnicity is a unit of classification that separates one people or binds one people, a group of people, but it's also a source of separation to another group of people based on history, language, especially language, culture, and these are the things you call values. Now, when in 1845, The Europeans understood this very quickly, very well. And they decided that they have to go, there's no way you can bring things, because if you now start talking about humanity, we can have Africans as humanity. You can have the world as humanity. There are poor people there where you live in America. There are poor people here where I live in England. But the problem is, the reason why they are poor in America, is it the same as the reason why they are poor in Nigeria? The answer is no. Okay? So we always fall into this trap of humanity, of poverty, of bad governance.
I don't understand your point.
But that's not the issue.
Are you saying our problem is classification or taxonomy? Because I'm confused right now.
The problem of Nigeria is the diversity. Where
we have diversity. In fact, we are united in corruption.
No. Listen. You will understand me. You see, when England was ruling Nigeria, they used native people to rule them. Does it mean that the English agenda is not being pursued? So why would one ethnic group who want to dominate other ethnic group use their ethnic group members to rule them?
If they are using your people to rule you, then your problem should be against your own people.
No.
You should face them. You should face the weak among you.
Listen.
Okorocha among you. You should. And
now listen. Let me tell you why it is not. Let me tell you why it is not
your own people.
No, let me tell you why it is not this. Why it is not this. The people
about it. Unless you're trying to tell me that those people have super head or that super power.
Hold on.
Let me explain. I don't really get what your actual point is.
Yeah.
Like,
if you listen to me, I will explain to you. If you listen, I will explain to you.
If you guys can allow
okay.
You can
now, what I'm trying to explain to you is simple. Because you have so much diversity. Okay, in values, it is the values that you create a system, and the system brings leadership. Okay, now you have what you call man-made laws. Every man-made laws derives from canon laws, which are the religious / cultural laws. And if they do not, if any law that you make do not, conform with the values of the people, they will not obey it. So you see the reason why in Nigeria today, you have Sharia in the north. Even though the constitution did not allow, but they have found a way of inputting Sharia into the Nigerian constitution.
Were your people not there when they were putting Sharia in the constitution?
Is that not a part of the problem?
Now, listen. First of all, first of all, no. There was no. Listen. Let me tell you why. What can I tell you? Let me finish. Okay. When now you have Sharia in the north. Okay, which is conforms with their own values, but it doesn't conform with the values from the people of the people in the south.
I agree with you, especially
in the east. Now, can I finish?
No.
Can I finish? It's just simply not true. People from the south live in the north. The Sharia law even applies to Southerners living in the north. Nobody cares whether they are Christians or Muslims. They get their hands chopped off every now and then. Yes, facts. This is something that we as Nigerians know. How can you be applying Sharia law to people who do not identify as Muslims? They do it radically.
I agree with you, but didn't you have people there to oppose this? That's what I'm saying. As long as your people, we have a cooperation among the leaders. They all agree.
Yeah. You are meeting me, KG.
They're all united.
KG, you are meeting me. Okay. Let me tell you this guy so that you understand what the problem is. You know, you understand that this issue of Sharia. Let me give you an example. Now, if you want to amend the constitution now, okay, the constitution that was given wasn't made by the people. It was given by the government, by the military.
Okay.
But I'm saying that we have thieves
now,
from all over the country.
No. Hold on, Christian. Hold on, everybody. Ferrari, you can't continuously interrupt the person who is speaking. You have had your time now. Allow the other person to speak.
Yeah, KJ is because he's talking endlessly.
KJ, to be honest with you, I don't. As Ferrari is interrupting Christian, I just feel like it's because he's not even bringing out any points at all.
Making any points, and I'm trying to get to the point.
Like he's just running in circles, telling us the history like we don't know it. What is the point? Well, like what? No, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but what is your point,
Mr. Justin?
Okay, you want the point. No, listen.
Hold on, Christian. You people are the one interrupting his train of thought. I know I've given him the time, but you keep cutting in, and I can see that he's not being able to follow what he's trying to say. And so it takes him a while to get back to what he's saying. And that's why I'm saying, keep your cool. If you need to respond to what I said, which you don't agree with, you
can
have the time to
hear
do that.
me, though?
As simple
Can
as
you hear me?
All right, let's move on.
I'm not sure. Can you hear me?
I can hear
yes, you. I can hear you.
Yeah, I just want to establish that. Sorry, KJ, the guy can carry on, but he's been talking endlessly. And Sharia applies only to the adherents. So it's not a universal law in the North. It only applies to the adherents. But maybe give him a couple more minutes because he's somewhat just prattling on things that is not really it's not vast in the topic that is addressing. So maybe
exactly
it's not knowing enough to be categorical on anything. Yeah.
The KG, don't worry. Don't worry.
Hold on, Christian. I don't like that. You don't know how vast it is. You're just saying for them. You don't even know what he's doing.
No, I'm listening to him now, and there's a lot of
because you're not been able to make his point doesn't mean it's not vast in what he's discussing.
No, but from what he has said, he has already misled.
Let the audience be the judge for that, please.
No. Let's facts be the judge, not the audience.
No. Okay, let me give you the facts because you see, when people lose arguments, they try to patronize. I don't want to patronize. Now listen clearly. You see, what you talk about when you talk about justice and equity, okay, in a society, it has to be applied across the board, across everybody from A to Z. So when you say that it applies only to one section of the people, it means that there's no justice. And you cannot develop when there is no rule of the law, when there's no rule of law. Okay? So justice and equity is what makes people develop. It is people develop based on justice and equity, not based on unity and peace.
All right.
Okay. Now listen. Let me educate you more. Let me educate you more because you are trying to interfere.
No. You have to be educated.
Hold, everybody, please hold. We've been all right so far. Let's not make it rowdy. All right.
No, I don't want. Look, they don't want to understand.
Hold on, Christian.
They don't want to listen.
Hold on. Let them. Everybody will have their turn. Now, Mr. Justin, you have something you want to contribute. Do your contribution and tell us your contribution. Then we can now move to one man and then come back to Christian. If you have anything to answer, you put in. Go ahead. Yeah, Justin, you have the floor.
I was going to say, first of all, I just felt like a lot of what Christian was saying really was not, either it was not making sense, and even people in the comments, apparently, because I was reading the comments as he was talking, people there also agree with me and Ferrero that he's just not either proving no point or just running around the circles or not even making any sense.
But Justin, you
see that Sharia law, it is even one of the biggest problems we have in that country.
Hold on, Justin. You can't judge by that, because if the people in the comment and say I'm not doing any good job here, so some people have their view. That's their view. It's okay. It's a discussion. They have their view. They can agree or disagree. But go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Justin.
I was going to say that the Sharia law in itself is one of the biggest problems we have in that country. Look at this man pointing out that the system has to apply to all people. In the case of, and he even pointed out that the religious system, rather, he pointed out that the North and the South have their own system. Still contradicting himself later on, saying that the system has to apply to all people. It's justice, this, justice that. Excuse me, we know very well, this is an established fact, that in Nigeria, even in the North, Muslim Southerners living in the North, they get unnecessarily and radically abused religiously. Certain types of killings are religious. Though in Nigeria, the government will deny such things and say, okay, it's not Muslims that are doing this because they are burning down mosques, they are burning down churches. People are not stupid. People can tell these things apart. In fact, in Islam, they have certain ways they kill people. You just know it's Muslims that did it. It's like living trademark. That's one thing on his own. Secondly, he does not. You see that foundational problems will always continue to affect things since that 1999. How can you be saying that it has to apply to everybody? That's justice. When you have added religious something, a nation still. Let's not forget. Let everybody hear this as your mics are muted. Nigeria claims to be a secular state. How can you claim to be a secular state and the North is still using Sharia law? That automatically contradicts itself. By default, just automatically contradicts itself. That's facts.
So are you contradicting yourself? Are you agreeing with what I said? That is, the problem is diversity.
How can the sorry, I'm not even understanding what I'm. Do you have you? Oh, you go. Ferrero he's there just putting his hand on his head like I am. He's wondering, is this guy understanding what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to point out, you need to read this book, first of all.
Justin, you have to
need to read
understand
this
that.
book.
Sorry,
let me
one
put it under
microsecond.
this book here.
Justin, let me just address you. You have to understand that somebody like Christian comes from a particular ideological political leaning. And that colors pretty much anything. Is you know what his leanings are, and that's the narrative you hear. So he's just propagandizing. That's all.
Oh, okay. I think at this point I probably want to use my moderator cap right now. I have not used it, but you see, I don't like when people come. Nobody is the Holy Spirit. Only the Holy Spirit knows what people have in their mind. Let's not arrogate that title to ourselves. So if you want to make a comment based on what you have heard the person, but don't go ahead and say you know his lineage and all. No, that is not acceptable to me. However, let us move the conversation forward. The question is, with all this contradiction, do we still have a nation? And is Tinubu's administration able to manage all that he has been able to bring to the table? What has he brought to the table? One, he said he's going to have food for all Nigerians in 180 days. Two, that he's going to establish a ministry for livestock development, for which he is even the chairman. And this livestock development is going to have ministries headquartered in Abuja, but branches all around Nigeria. The question we're asking is, what is the difference between this ministry and the Ruga, like we've been talking about, and Nigeria have said it is not practicable? It's not practicable for me speaking, and like I said, I don't have any reason to want to pander to anybody's liking. For the thief man who is a farmer, does he also have a ministry for farmers' land so that the majority of the unoccupied space in Niger State can be given to the thief man to go and be farming? Does the people who farm piggery, where in the north, where they are predominantly Muslims, they do not accept piggery and they don't like to see it, can federal government also do that and give them opportunity to go and start their pig farms in Sokoto, in Katsina, in Kano, and all those places? Now, some people in the north and in the south don't eat dog, but some people in Cross River State eat dog. Do you say, can we now also allow them to bring their trade to other parts of Nigeria and they also have their own ministry? And finally, can the Igbo man also have his own ministry of spare parts? Since it's everywhere selling spare parts, and he's always building his stores. Now we want to take government money and build ranches or build this ministry for Fulanis, or because they are the predominantly cattle rearers. Do we also do that for the Igbo man and every other group of Nigerians that have their own individual trade that they are known with? Can we also do that? Can we go to the West and establish the ministry of die and die? Okay, that will make Ashoke, all those ones. Can we also have that? So everybody is represented. That's the question I'm trying to, get an answer for, so that
KJ, can I say something now?
Yes, you can.
Am I allowed to speak now? Okay,
yes.
okay. I didn't want to cut you off. So I was going to tell you that one of the biggest problems we have in Nigeria, not just Nigeria, other African countries, including Ghana. They said like when Ghana first started out, they had about 96 ministries. One of the biggest problems is unnecessary amount of ministries and commissions, like both on the federal and state level, but obviously it's more noticeable on the federal level. The whole idea of having 90, 100 plus ministries, creating ministry of every single damn thing, is basically just that's just the facts about it. That's just, these guys get allocated a certain amount every year, but as part of the national budget, whether or not they do or they do not, there's a certain level of power that being the ministry of this or ministry of that comes with, that they can use to take out loans all over the world, from the IMF to this, that is a problem. That's like my belief about the way this country is being run is we don't even need politicians at all. We don't need politicians. You don't need to copy the way all the other countries are doing. We don't even need politicians at all. All you just need the smart people. Nigeria skipped an entire generation. They skipped an entire step when it comes to the nation building. America did not start with ministry of this, ministry of that. America did not. They started with smart people. Smart people, both people who were philosophers, people who were scientists, engineers, people who built entire industries in that country. Nigeria, we started with ministry of this, ministry of that. A lot of these guys, they don't even know their work. That's facts. Like, should I give you an example?
Please, that is not a fact. That is not a fact. That is not a fact. Please.
Christian, that is a fact. And I have it open right here in front of me, the American Constitution. They have 6 tenets in their Constitution. One of which is reduced government. So if we come here and spread misinformation, it's not right.
What is not a fact? What is not a fact is talking about is that we don't.
One man, can you hear me?
Sorry. I don't know what. I won't interject.
No, hold on. No. One man, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I seem to be bouncing off myself for some reason.
We can't hear you.
Am I echoing?
Yes, you have to.
Okay, maybe kick that one out. I'm not quite sure how that happened.
I don't know which one is the right one now. So
you can see the one with my image.
But that we can't hear you now. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. Let me go out and come back in. It's a bit disconcerting the way I'm bouncing off myself.
Okay.
Yeah, let me go out.
Okay. Christian, you can go ahead. Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Please. I do not intend to interject with them. But what I'm trying to say is simple. Okay.
All right. Am I good now?
If you want a fact,
yes.
Okay. If you want facts, let's put out facts there. In every nation, you must have politicians or wherever they are that are governed.
Okay. Christian, please let's have one man speak, then you can come out.
Okay, let him speak. Okay.
Yes. No. I was within rights to say it was propagandizing. By the way, KJ, it wasn't a personal affront to him. It was more a commentary on what he was saying, which is heavily laden propaganda. We've heard that all over similar spaces where we hear that. So There's a backdrop to that sort of narrative. And I'm not sure what your understanding of livestock is, but a piggery is a livestock. You know, a chicken farm is livestock. Do you understand? Even a fish pond is some sort of a livestock. So they are not creating a ministry of Fulani herdsmen, which seems to be the inflection that you are giving it. No. The clue is in the title. It says livestock. So everybody that farms within that sort of a space gets a dip in. So it's not a ministry of Fulani herdsmen. So let's just park that. I know that chimes with the narrative that people want to hear, but it's not a ministry of Fulani herdsmen. It's a ministry of, you know, if you run a falconry as a business, that is livestock. So forget all this whatever inflection you're giving it. And then to address what your chap there was saying, the Nigerian state functions under secular law, and that is the preeminence of the legal space. So in the north, they have a concession towards Sharia, which is predominantly geared towards the adherents, and there is an option not to be tried by Sharia as instituted by law. You know, especially somebody that is not an adherent of that faith. So that is how the position is. That's how it's positioned legally. So when I say it's propagandizing, it's of that backdrop that I'm saying that. So I know, you know, they say not to let facts get in the way of a good story, but sometimes we have to have infusions of facts just for balance, you know. So let's not run away with this fairy tale story, tales by moonlight, whatever it is, the kumbayaism and all that, you know. So I'll just chip that in as an opening salvo.
Okay, thank you, one man. I think me and you, I'm coming, Christian. Me and you would like to.
I want to ask him a question. I want to ask him a question, please.
I'm the one moderating this thing, please. Hold on.
Okay, sir.
Now, one man, you said something, and I listened to the president when he was creating this ministry or about to create it. He said, and I quote him, for the purpose of security and for the purpose of attacks and all that, security problem of headers, farmers clash. That's what he said. So I'm not bringing anything into it. He said for the purpose. This is for the purpose to prevent farmers headers clash and the loss of life around Nigeria. He's now starting this. I've not heard any fish farmer that had clash with farmers. I've not heard any piggery that had. He said for the purpose of insecurity that have not been able to be addressed. And I can play the video. I have it right here. All I need for me to do is to upload it. So when these things are presented, not because we are trying to pander to or try to bring any false alarm, give a narrative that seems to be sweet to anybody. That is the story, that the reason he gave, for which is the chairman of that committee. I haven't said that. Christian, do you have anything you want to say? Because you've been trying to get into the conversation. Let me give you that chance to do that.
Yes, so, please. Okay. When they say, when they are talking about facts, it is a fact that you cannot go to the north and rear piggery and set up piggery business there. You can't. Now, second, it's also a fact that there's no country in the world where you have two jurisprudence, that's two legal systems, two criminal legal systems. There's no country that operates with two criminal codes. These are facts. So, third, a fact again is that like you mentioned, there's never any time a piggery, a man rearing a goat or pig has gone to the farm to clash with this thing, and he said that he wants to stop farmer header clash. That's the third one. Now, the fourth one, he is talking about me being a propagandist. Well, I like I said, when you lose an argument, you always patronize. The issue here is that The problem, I have said it before, the problem of a poor man, the reason why you have a poor man in the United States is not the reason why you have a poor man in Nigeria. Okay? And you cannot say that the bad governance, because leadership is a vector, it is not a disease. Just the same way headache is not a disease. And nobody dies of headache. Nobody dies of pain. Okay? So these are facts. So what I'm trying to say is that because you have different values, and it is based on this your value that you create legal systems that you use to administer a country. And it has become very difficult to rationalize different value systems in Nigeria into a coherent legal framework that can be used to administer Nigeria effectively. And that is why Nigeria is wobbling and it's not going to develop anytime soon.
All right, thank you. Thank
you. KJ, let me bail out. Thank you for having me. Try and vary the voices so we can hear from others apart from Christian, but thank you for having me. Keep up the good job.
Thank you. I think that we have been varying the voices. Not only Christian that is speaking. However, I see, if not now, I'm sure you're not ready for us yet. Ferrari, I see you also, but let's go to, and I see you, Justin. I'll go back to my brother because I don't want him to say I shouldn't come to Benue again. I'll come from him and I'll go around this other way. Jonaba, what's here down? Welcome to the panel. I'm sure you must have been following out all this while.
Thank you for having me. For the sake of Ferrari not to be swinging his hand too much, please give it to him. Let him say something. He may forget his thought. I'm always here. I'm a senior citizen. Go back to him quick.
It's not actually Ferrari. It's if not now. So since you are not going to, I will go to if not now. Then I'll come to Ferrari, and I'll come to Justin. Yeah.
No, I think you should allow Ferrari, except if you're going to explain to me exactly what topic is going on now, because the whole thing have been mixed up and down. And
I refuse to be distracted by any other divergent views. The view we are dealing with is the fact that food have been promised in the next 180 days. And along with that, the president also went ahead to say, I want to stop this incessant killing of people or buying of people here and there. And because of that, I want to establish the Ministry of Livestock that will stop farmer-header clash. The question is, was that what was the problem of insecurity in Nigeria? So that's the two questions we are handling alongside. And you can come in when you have put your thought together. Let Ferrari go ahead. He has
okay. Yeah, first of all, I'll be very brief so that others can talk. When you create, that's the problem with our conversation. Nigeria has a Ministry of Agriculture. Livestock is under agriculture. Why in the world would any reasonable government create a livestock ministry? That's been said. Let's put that one aside. Back on this Christian, and I wanted to, what's his name, One Man to More, to address that, since he's a supporter of the government. That's to show wastage of whatever, but we're not going to go there. Let's go there with Christian, when he was all wambling about diversity. This is our problem. Some people have an agenda. I would say, when you talk like that, you're trying to excuse your own kinsmen who are part of this corrupt system. We have thieves from every part of the nation. Every tribe of this country is a contributory factor to the problem at hand. No one is marginalized when it comes to corruption. Let's be clear about that. No one is marginalized, no tribe. So when people try to say one tribe is trying to lord it over them, they are lording it because your brothers agree with them. If your brothers don't agree with them, they won't lord it over. And nobody's lording over anybody. They are thieves. There are only two tribes. The political tribe, elite tribe,
and the Nigerian masses. Only two. To fix this Nigerian problem, if none of you sees it like that, we're not going anywhere. Now, on the issue of American, of constitution of other countries that you mentioned, I want to tell you this about the American Constitution. It has 6 big ideas. 1 is limited government. 2 is republicanism. 3 is check and balances. 4 is federalism. 5 is separation of powers. And 6, and the most important one, is popular sovereignty. When you look at the Nigerian Constitution, it doesn't have all these things. And that's why I keep telling you, we don't have citizenship, we don't have sovereignty, we don't have a legitimate government until we go to the foundational issue of rule of law. We're not going anywhere. That's all I have to say.
I agree.
You put me in the background for that, unless you want to ask me.
No, don't go to the background yet. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I agree with you totally that we don't have a sovereignty, because no nation that has a sovereignty that a particular governor can come and say, no, or anybody who is my tribe, who is outside of this country, can come anytime. He is also, whether it's wherever it is in the world, is part of the. That is obviously not a sovereign nation. But I want to say something. You know, you refer to Christian, and this pushback, not my idea, but what I've heard over this. The Christian is Igbo, and that's what they are trying to say, that the Igbo is trying to exonerate the Igbo leaders. I think in Nigeria, the Igbos are the people who have totally denied their leadership, right, even to the national level. I don't know of any other tribe that have come.
Yeah, but they shouldn't come to public discourse and keep pushing this we are marginalized agenda.
Hold on. You gave an example of people who are joining together to dupe the Nigerian people. And the last time I checked, I have not seen any other nation part of Nigeria that came out to say our leaders are evil, apart from the Igbo. If there is, please let me know that group that have publicly disgraced their their officials in high places in foreign land and in Igbo land. I mean, in Nigeria.
I will put it to you that Igbos have not done it enough. Let's just put it like that. Let's just agree to disagree on that. They have not done it enough, and Yorubas have not done it at all.
Okay, let's move on. Yeah, Justin, go ahead.
See, the thing about some type of conversations is that some conversations that may also be arguments is that sometimes, especially in this your show, I assume you value your time. Sometimes somebody can just be saying something and not be saying anything at all. Let that sink in for a bit.
Justin, it's have your say. If that person can be saying that, I may not be saying anything. That is the person's view, and it's accepted. You see, hold on. No matter how your view is calculated and is articulated and all that, somebody can equally say, I said nothing. And I don't think you like that. All right? So it's have your say. That's what it says. It doesn't mean that anybody who comes
Okay.
We're dealing with ordinary people. Let them present their ordinary view the way it comes across. That's what it is.
Okay. I'll just make mine brief. I have 4 things to say. First of all, to touch on what Christian said, because he said 3 things, and I don't mean to use harsh words, but he said 3 things that just, in fact, I was going to say he said 3 nonsense at once, but let's say he said 3 things that just don't make any sense at all. He said, speaking of facts, just because I mentioned something being a fact, right? He said, speaking of facts, that don't we know that in northern Nigeria, you cannot raise pigs in the north? Is that not bad? Why? Are we not a secular state? Why should somebody not be allowed to raise pigs in northern Nigeria? Does that not affect does that not affect the economy badly? Does that not affect the nutrition of the people there badly? Does that not affect industries there badly? In Pakistan, despite being a Muslim majority country, just like Nigeria, they claim to be secular, but most of them are Muslims. They produce all the balls in the world, including the one that uses to make FIFA World Cup balls, and it's made of pork skin. You see why these people are poor? Yeah, I said it. How can you say that in the north you are not allowed to raise pigs? But shebi we are a secular state. Why is that not allowed? That should whoever invented that rule, whether it's the past government or this government, that does not make sense. Shebi we are a secular state. An Igbo man living in Kaduna should be able to say, I can open a piggery in the north. Then he now said we have never had any incidents of pig rearers clashing with farmers. Obviously, common sense. The way they raise pigs is different from how they raise cows. Who is grazing pigs? I don't know. If you are saying something like that, you didn't think of that before you even said it. It means something is wrong somewhere. Of course, you're not going to have pigs clashing with farmers because pigs are not being grazed everywhere, including people that are going on main road and seeing them grazing them. But they do that with the cows, even in the south. And it's affecting so many things now. Somebody can be farming their egusi, cows will just come and start eating their egusi. You won't see that happening with pigs because, first of all, the people raising pigs are not headsmen, which is even more proof that it's the headsmen that are doing that exact same, that are doing the nonsense, which in this case is grazing anywhere with cows. Because if it was not headsmen, if it was Igbo men, how come we are not seeing them do that with pigs? Okay, we know that the thief people are the ones who eat pigs the most. Why are we not seeing pigs do the exact same thing that the Fulani herdsmen and their cows doing? Because thief people do not do that. So the part that he pointed out, like I said earlier, you are just contradicting yourself. You are proving that what you are saying is wrong, not making sense. But anyways, I was also going to the third thing he said you cannot have two legal systems in the country. So why do we have that in Nigeria? We have the normal one that claims to be a constitution. By the way, fun fact: Nigeria's constitution is the second longest in the world after India. That shows you how complicated it is. Go and look. As I've said it now, I'm old, all of you here are older than me. I'm teaching you something. Go and look it up. Go and look it up. Go and browse it and see that I'm right. It turns out that we have two. One that is religious, that are supposed to apply to one place, but now is applying to everybody since they're using the entire nation's national body to go and do $80 billion Hajj. It's applying to everybody now and is affecting everybody. But we have two. We have the religious one, Sharia law, which they claim only apply to the north. But they are seeing it we are seeing them do it to people that exist in the north but are southerners, as in Christians. We are even seeing the northerners forcing it in the south. Some huge Fulani communities in the south, which you know are plentiful because these people are everywhere. They are doing their own Sharia law there, and they are doing it in a very radical manner. There's so many examples all over Nigeria. The level of fake in this country, in Nigeria, is just too much. Like nobody's even like at this point you might as well throw the constitution away because nobody's even obeying it. Knows the good and bad inside. And the reason why, back to the original topic, the reason why it affects agriculture and all these other things is because there is no real system in place. People who are supposed to create systems, I feel, and this is how I see it, people who are supposed to create systems are basically just doing that of their own ethnic and tribal bias over something. We've seen so many situations whereby people who get caught for doing something bad. See, in the instance of this grazing now, you've seen how headsmen during that time when it was a big deal because it has even reduced a bit now. People were literally taking entire videos of seeing these people rape women in villages, take their food. These cows will be eating their things. People, they get caught. I mean, we know our military and our police are that bad, but every now and then they get caught. There was even the one that happened where they took them to school instead of, because they claimed that is the situation they are in or the lack of education that is making them do the things they do. They took them to school. They gave them, I think it was amnesty, they called it. When the justice should be applied, as Christian said, even though... Continue. I've said my own.
Can I go now? Justin, thank you.
Can I go now?
Yeah, hold on before you go now. Justin, I thank you. And as a young man, I appreciate your contribution. Some of the things you have said we already know, and some we don't know. So that's your opinion, and you're entitled to it. Yes, the other thing that you said, which I want to highlight, is the fact that laws are not obeyed in Nigeria. See, Nigeria would have been probably better than what it is if even the one who call law is obeyed by everybody. But the laws that even the one that is written in the constitution that we're not even agreeing, it's not even being obeyed, And so that's why we are everywhere and we are nowhere. If not now, when? Go ahead.
Janaba, it seems like you're drinking colored water.
No, it's my glass. It's my glass. Don't put me in trouble now, water.
Okay. I think we should do ourselves good by respecting people's opinion when we come here. Sometimes, like I said when we were beginning earlier, somebody was trying to have issues with me when there is no issue. Sometimes, if you are patient enough to listen in between the words, what is what looks as if is disagreement or difference in opinion may not actually exist. You understand? But for the fact, maybe sometimes somebody may not like the way my voice is sounding, and when I start talking, before I say anything, the person will start, throwing you down. Justin and Christian, to the best of my knowledge, what they are saying are 100% in sync. And I don't know why two of them are making it look as if they have diverse opinions. I patiently listen to two of them, and two of them, whatever they are saying, can be summarized as,
We're not saying the same thing at all.
It's okay. I know. I'm saying how I'm the one listening to both of you. But that is by the way. I think that a problem that these people in power have is they don't have the political will to do anything. If the Nigerian president have the political will to solve the problem he wants to solve with the farmer, what he called farmer header crisis, he doesn't need a ministry of what they call it, livestock development to solve it. In the Ministry of Agriculture, there is already a department for livestock. He just needs the political will to do the right thing, whatever that right thing may mean to him, to solve the problem. But something that's supposed to be easy, they keep making it look as if it is a very big mountain to climb. Is period. Farmers are business people. The headers are business people. And if we cannot tell ourselves the truth of that, where this person's right starts, where this person's right stop is where my own starts, or where the other person's own starts, my own stops there, then we are just deceiving ourselves. As a country, we may not be able to satisfy everybody at the same time, but we should be able to, take decisions that is going to stand the test of time. Because in as much as I sympathize with anybody who's having problem in his trade, in his business, I sympathize with the person, and if there is a way I can help to solve it, I can solve it. But if the solution is going to involve, me giving up my own means of livelihood to solve that problem, and governments have encouraged it over the years, I don't think it's the right approach. So if he say you have the solution now, well, I've not seen other than it's still at the committee level as from his speech, until I see the details of how he intends to solve it. I don't want to speculate based on what I've heard of the previous administrations want to do until he brings his own template. So I will be able to.
Okay.
You want to say something?
Yes, can do. Thank you. We
excuse me, KJ. Because I'm actually right now, I'm seeing, if not now, said something, and I'm seeing people in the comments say the exact same thing, that me and Christian are saying the same thing. It's like people are not understanding, because I'm trying to break it down. People are not understand what I'm saying. I'm saying the exact opposite of what he's saying. He claimed, I'll repeat it the exact way he said, there's no country in the world where people have two legal systems. There's no country in the world where people have two constitutions in this case, since constitution is a part of the legal system. I'm saying that is not true, because that's the opposite of what is going on in Nigeria. How can that mean that me and Christian are saying the same thing?
Okay,
we're saying opposites.
let me clarify that one. When Christian said that, what Christian had in mind is exactly what you are saying. Christian is saying that he's existing in Nigeria, but to him is an abnormality. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
So that's the similarity. Christian said the same thing he said now, but Christian is not saying it that it's not happening. Christian is not saying that it's not happening in Nigeria. Christian said that it's happening in Nigeria, but that is not happening in any other part of the world. And to him, that is an abnormality.
All right, let's elevate the conversation. And Jonaba, you have listened to everybody. What do you have to say?
Thank you, KJ. I consider you as a brother since you claim to grow up in Benue State, and I consider you a brother, and that's why I come to give you a broader advice to stay focused. Life is that where people talk about your interest, it trigger you and you have more to say. But just like you always do to stay neutral, but it's human nature. We're trying to, wherever, if you talk about Bible now, maybe I will say more. And when you talk about physics or any other subject, I'll stay out of it more. So I understand that. And I also want to say a big thank to Ferrari for open apology for his toxic behavior. This why he's born again. I told you guys I was going to conduct a deliverance for him. And it's a good thing, and I'm not taking. I joke about it, but I love the fact that this man enough, and from today is he will be one of my favorite person because change starts from you and I. And if after some time he does that, I really applaud him for that. And it's a measure of a man. There's nothing weak about it, and it's for a good thing. On the other issue, I think if you guys take the conversation to a different level, not saying that my level is higher, but it will be delusional for me to be listening that a president promised food. We were in the world that the president gives food to people. The issue is that nobody is asking any president, and we should not be relying on any politician promises in any part of the world. The only thing is that make the place accessible. Let there be security. Let people go to farm. Create an environment where people can strive. No Nigerian is waiting for handout. All Nigerians are trying, they will end their living if the place is safe for them. It will be delusional for any citizen of Nigeria to believe that, and that is what the politicians have done over the years, like they have the money to give to you, or they promise you or during the campaign, or go and read manifesto. All those is BS. Read manifesto and so what? You are coming to manage a country resources. So why are you promising me follow what is the need of the people and channel what the legacy you want to leave behind? Whether you construct a road and they say, okay, when this president was in power, he did this. When he did, he built a hospital. When he did that, he made this and this life based on the resources, but not on there coming and write manifesto and then be promising you there will be food in 20-something. That somebody will believe that. The scarcity of food, the last administration, are they giving food to anybody? The only problem Nigerians are having is, to be honest, is that some of us need to know that, first of all, the food coming from the north is a little bit challenging because of the crisis in the farm. People are not afraid to go to the farm. Just like crime in other part of Nigeria that make people unsafe to walk around about their business. So it's all joined. The issue is that nobody should make it a topic that President promised us food. Even if he promised us, we should not believe that, because that's not what we are looking for. We want a Nigerian that work for everybody, want people to be safe and to go about their businesses, and they can create a law and enforce a common law that is already down, not even creating more because we want to hear more. Even the one that is there right now, they are not enforcing it. And let they continue to do to make sure their citizens are safe and they can go about their business, they can go to the farm, they can walk on the road. Kidnapper will not kidnap them, and nobody interfere in their daily business, so that we can move our nation to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother John Abba. I've made your point. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm sorry, Christian, I'm not going to give you a chance. I'm going to move ahead. We have other topics we have not touched. There's something that Rudolph did. When we come back from this video, we're going to discuss the issue of Professor Wole Soyinka and some other few other topics that we have also lined up. So let's not spend all our time on that one. Let's move ahead and see this, and then we can discuss after that.
Aburo, how are you doing? Rarely do I feel like interfering in the affairs of men in your place of abode, but I have been itching to write you since July of 2013, when you tactically referred to Patience Jonathan, the wife of President Jonathan, as a hippopotamus. I cringed as your admirers cheered you to the high heavens, including that renegade called Dr. Damages. I was new here and could not figure out how to message you. Let me start by saying that your friends Christopher Okigbo and Emmanuel Ifeajuna finally figured out the hack I am using to send this message to you. Those two and the likes of Olumuyiwa Awe, Nathaniel Oyalola, and Fela Ransomquit all thrive here with little or no opportunities for mischief. They said I should tell you that they are glad to see that you are still wagging fingers, ruffling feathers, and as young people of today say, busting balls. For those of us who were with you in the 50s and 60s, we understand you and the Agu messing with your head. Your adoration for a third force in every war is not something we expect you to abandon at this late stage in the game of life. Having said that, I write to say, Nwayo, aka softly, softly, my brother. I can see that you are having minor problems understanding the young ones. I could help you out. I have been here for over a decade now. As an ancestor in excellent standing, I can tell you without any doubt that the great beyond is not what you imagined it to be. Forget what the colonists force-fed us. Our ancestors were right all along. That knowledge should influence how you live your life on that side of the divide. You know that the Igbo people say that when a young man lifts his father, the old man's loincloth will cover his eyes. In the same breath, the Igbo recognize that if a deity misbehaves, its worshippers will go into the forest and show the deity the tree used to carve it. You are a wonderful poet, my dear Ogbuefi of African literature. However, our forefathers' proverbs have more wisdom than all the poems ever written by members of the Dead Poets Society. It is self-evident that elders should not watch a tethered she-goat give birth. Mbanu, Iro. The children may appear distracted, but they know when a snake stops acting like one. That is when they use the snake to play, and as they go home, they use it to tie their gathered firewood. Our people know when a handshake passes the elbow. Do you know the basket our forefathers say people put on faces to tell the truth to kings who have gone astray? In this age, that basket is called the Internet. It grants people who otherwise cannot untie big men's shoes the anonymity they sometimes need to speak truth to power. It does something else. It eliminates the gap between the mighty and the low, the rulers and the ruled, the gods and the worshippers. More importantly, it shrinks distance. With that, it reduces the time between the birth of an opinion and its delivery to the intended targets. It vanquishes not just the gatekeepers, but also the entitlement they bestow on the privileged few. Floods of unfairness and inequality have eroded natural filters in people who have suffered discrimination, disillusionment, and decades of dehumanization. With the cancellation of delayed gratification, what is available now is pure fornication of opinions. In a situation like this, what should a wise man do? He will rush to death and the king's horsemen, and remember, the elephant trails no tethering rope, that king is not yet crowned who will peg an elephant. Likewise, that laureate is not yet born who will gag social media and hold the information superhighway up at gunpoint. Social media is not a radio station in Ibadan. There is an essential expression that our people propound for peaceful coexistence. It is called Enete Agbara, observe and ignore. It is why fire ignores the pot and cooks what is inside it. Our forefathers warned that curiosity and the desire to see and respond to everything is why bullets hit the monkey on the head. I don't need to remind you of your pirates' confraternity motto. When you stop to uphold human dignity, The direction your hands face will betray you when the words out of your mouth stop gearing towards maintaining a just and progressive society shorn of discrimination and unmeritorious considerations. Even those who attended night schools will smell it. As we have seen recently, the only way to drain the swamp is to start draining from the swamp, not from the scourge of hyacinths in the water inside a nearby pothole. Ogun, your kindred spirit, must have told you to be mindful of your penchant for confrontation this evening hour. Your strong-headedness won't let you remember that the sleep that lasts for more than Ofu Izu, native week, is death. There are no buttocks you will examine without finding poop in them. All dogs eat feces, but it is the one that has feces on its nose that is called the feces-eating dog. Brother Wole, today's world differs from the one you and I grew up in. But I can tell you that simultaneously, the world came about due to the life we, the people you called wasted generation, lived. To understand this new phenomenon, you must abandon the old ways of the 60s and 70s and adapt to the new world. More brilliant scholars have famously observed that most people cannot tell what a poem is, but they know one when they see it. It is the same thing with moral fortitude. They can read from a distance a poet compromised by his entanglements or buried fears. And nothing gives joy to this generation like being the first to call
Okay. Okay, that was a good interlude.
I don't know why
Thank
you're
you all
worried.
for.
Don't worry. There's a big dream for you on this thing. Don't worry. Just walk with me.
Thank you so much, every one of you. That was an
Be like
advice.
Adanma. Just be like Adanma.
So much enjoyed it.
Okay, thank you.
Kudos to Dr. Damages.
Yes, it was Dr. Damages who did that, and I thought it's a masterpiece. You know, I haven't been able to address some of the very crucial issue that had to do with the time we live in, because those of us, like I said in the opening, those of us who read the books of Wole Soyinka, who were students, you know, or who had a direct, you know, connection with those who Professor Wole Soyinka had taught, have a better understanding of who he is and his contributions to the world of the literary world in Africa and indeed around Nigeria. So Wole Soyinka had been a pillar alongside other pillars in Nigeria. Sorry, Christian, I need your system to be off. Okay. So he has been a pillar, as many other also very serious you know, scholars in Nigeria has been, and we all enjoy Wole Soyinka's writings. This week, sometime 2 weeks ago, the Northern Park in Abuja was named after him, Wole Soyinka's Road. And this week, the National Theatre have been named after him to mark his contribution to Nigeria and indeed, you know, Africa as a whole. Now, the floor is open to you, gentlemen and ladies. For me, this is my take. I don't have an opinion, like I said earlier. Are we in danger of losing the name of the federal capital? Because I'm afraid that maybe before the end of the administration, the federal capital may become Remi Tinubu's, instead of Abuja now, it will become Remi Tinubu's federal capital, the way he's going. I accept Wole Soyinka's contribution, but I think that naming, two things, running together, just him alone, is a little bit too much. I don't know what you say. And even at that, some people are recommending that to be given the highest national award in Nigeria. And I think that is a bit too much. I'm not trying to downplay in whichever way the contributions of Professor Wole Soyinka. I respect him. I've taken part in his plays. I've directed some of his plays. And I think I quite understand his contribution and how weighty it is. But I think also sometimes we overdo things. We overstretch it. But I'll leave you to make your conclusions. Let me start with Pastor Andrew.
Sorry, KJ, I wasn't following. Sorry about that. I just came in.
I'll move on.
Please, KJ.
Yes, sir.
I would like to actually ask something, then I might just leave.
Okay.
I have a question for everyone on this panel because I would like to see other people's perspective. This is me asking a question. I wish I could ask everybody, including the people in the comments. But I want to see how other people see this thing. After all, we're here to give opinions. But in this case, I want to know people's opinion on how they see this particular thing. I want to ask a question. And my question is, does actual knowledge, like knowledge of everything, not okay, let me say life, because life is still an embodiment of everything. Does actual knowledge even matter for leadership, running a nation? And then I want to hear everybody's opinion before I then leave. And then if the answer is yes, then I just thought to myself, why do we need a president to have so many ministers for every single thing? If he does have minister for everything, then what aspect of his own knowledge is he even using to grow the nation?
Okay,
that's one. And then another thing is that I've noticed this thing since day one when I started following politics in this country, that the metric they used to judge development or the good that a president has done in this country during his regime is usually what that leader has built. Every single time they be like, oh, Wike built this road in Abuja, built this road in Abuja. Oh, Peter Obi, when he was governor of Anambra, he built this, he built that. They're always using that word built. And I mean, obviously, we know these people did not physically use their hand to build it, but they hired people to build the infrastructure. And I'm thinking to myself, but if we do have a ministry of everything in this country, the leaders themselves, what knowledge are they actually using? What knowledge are they applying to grow the nation? And I used America's history as an example, in the sense that a lot of America's pioneers were people who literally were very intelligent, British-born intellectuals for that matter. So Benjamin Franklin literally built this. I can't remember what the thing was, but like a lot of them were inventors, engineers, scientists, philosophers, and they used their philosophy, their expertise to actually grow the nation. In the case of Nigeria, the president is not like, based on my question, the president doesn't seem like someone that whoever has knowledge, because he has every single body, every single individual for everything. So then what of his own knowledge is he applying to growing the nation? You have a minister of agriculture. What knowledge of agriculture do you have? Why do we not need you? Is basically what I'm saying. So now I want to hear everybody's opinion on how they see it. Sorry if that might have drafted you away from your original topic, KJ.
Okay, I will, because again, you're not always, here. I will indulge you on that, but and so, Pastor, you have heard the question.
Again, please let the next person speak, please. I'm just trying to get myself around.
Okay, Christian, you have heard what Justin asked.
Yes, I do. I understood what he's trying to say. But you see, the function of a manager, in this case, the president, is to be able to organize the people around him to do certain jobs, to achieve certain goals. So all the knowledge he requires, not necessarily, he's not an expert. He can be expert in engineering, can be expert in anything. All he needs to do is to be able to have the skills to organize people, to meet up the goals, the set targets, and goals. That's why he has advisors, experts to advise him. For instance, in economics, in monetary policies, and in agriculture, in foreign trade, and foreign affairs. So we need to have advisors, experts who are very detailed, who have very detailed knowledge about these things, about each particular department, to advise him. If he takes them, he owns them. There is any advice he takes from them, he owns them. If he doesn't take them, then he doesn't own anything. He has a right to refuse, to not accept. So the most important
I was going to ask you something. So if he really is like that, then what exactly does the president himself, in terms of what he knows, bring to the table?
That's what I'm saying. The most important skill that person should have is to be able to organize everybody. That's the most important one. So he may not know everything, but he should be able to have good knowledge about, say, asking questions.
But that's something. The problem, that's something. Asking questions is something a 2-year-old baby can do.
Okay.
The problem with that is that then there's no speciality in it. Asking a question is something everybody can do, realistically speaking. There's no chosen one in it. It's like if you say, who can bring out this sword in the stone, and then that's how you choose the choosing one. If choosing the chosen one was who can ask questions, then anybody can ask questions.
Nobody has every knowledge. It's a monopoly of every knowledge. You understand? If that is given, then you should understand why.
Thank you.
Why?
Let's go to Ferrari.
Okay, so let me go to this thing, which about the Wole Soyinka thing.
No, we'll come back to you. Don't worry. Let's Ferrari answer Justin, and then we'll come back to our original topic.
Justin, you have asked a very, very important question, very vital question. Of course, you need knowledge and you need wisdom, most importantly, to be a leader. Because the point of having advisors is to have multiple angles, particularly angles that you cannot see. And that's the role of what these advisors do. But when you talk about Nigerian politics, Nigerian situation is an abnormality. It's an abnormality. And when about 30 years ago, when Nigeria was 25, there was this documentary on NTA, and that song, I still remember, Nigeria is 25. The odds we did survive. Arise, salute the nation. Come now, join the celebration. The people united would never fall. Blah, 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 blah. I remember that documentary by Professor Ali Majru, Africa, a Triple Heritage. You know, wonderful documentary. I'm going to try and search for it and watch it again. In that documentary, Professor Ali Majru was going around Africa to see the African states and the pathetic state. And the way he describes in one of the episodes is like, Africa is the Garden of Eden in decay. That was like 30 years ago. Nigeria is 64 now. That was around, the Garden of Eden. You know what the Garden of Eden is? A paradise from the Bible in decay. That was 30 years ago. Professor Ali Majru described the African mentality. That's at that time. And he says that while the white man is taking him 30 minutes to go from here to the moon, the African man is still trying to find his way down to the village, and he still has not arrived there. Well, the white man has gone to the moon and back. So he said to the African, what is his view of politics?
No.
And he came up with his own answer. I said the view of politics to an African man is that the white man has killed an elephant, and everybody needs to bring their knife to the table and cut their share. And he compared what is the view of politics to the white man. Politics to the white man is to come together and build for the future for children yet unborn. So in this case, that question you asked about why is it always build? I've been thinking about it too. If you notice Nigerian politics from 19 whatever to now, everything a politician goes out to campaign, I'm going to build road, I'm going to build airports, and I'm here in America. I've stayed almost 20 or 30 years in America. And when I hear their campaign is not about, I want to build this or I want to build that. No. When Kennedy campaigned in the 60s, he wants to send a man to the moon. They have a timeline target. Their blueprints, they brought a blueprint 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, where they are taking their people to. And this is why they focus on policy that will take the people there, not structural building. So if you ask an architect or an engineer, if you want to build something, you need a blueprint. If you want to build a house, you need an architect to design the house where everything will go. Nigeria doesn't have that. There's a disconnect.
Okay.
Because there's a disconnect on what perspective politics should be, and there's a disconnect on how to even move forward. So we are like the Bible says, we only think about what we will eat now.
Okay,
we don't think about what our children will eat.
Please circle back to the question. So that
that's the question. The question.
No, you're going too far away from it.
Why people always like to attack my submission? His question was, and both are connected. He asked two questions. His question was, why does our politician only talk about build? Okay. Which I have joined. And his second question was, why does the president need advisors?
Okay.
And I've tackled those two questions. Right, I don't know why you think I did not.
Let's move on. That's what I want.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't need to add anymore. And just like you said, nobody knows everything. But you said, I heard you say who says so. Nobody knows everything. Knowledge is it's progression. It's like peeling an onions. The more you peel, the more it gets, you get more layers, that you see. Unfortunately, I need to say this. This is me now. This is me speaking now. From time I've done some research in Nigeria, I found out that Nigeria as a nation and as a people don't like intelligent people. They don't like intelligent people to be in the place of authority.
You are very correct. I'm listening.
Right from the beginning, they always make sure that it's the second fiddle, the people who do not have nothing to offer, that they always try to put in place that will make decisions. And that is being the bane of the Nigerian society. It has become a problem. I don't know how it's going to be tackled. If you look at if you line up all the presidential candidates right now, all of them, from the least to the highest, you find out that there are people who all kinds of, qualifications. But yet, here's where we ended up, And sometimes you wonder, is it not the same Nigeria that produced one man called Emeka Onyoku, who was Secretary General for Commonwealth for 8 years and served meritoriously and was given an award by the Queen? Didn't they come from the same country? Don't we have somebody like Additional who is now in the... Those people are never ever given positions to come to a place where they can now take authority and direct things the way they should be. And that's how what we should be fighting to see how we can correct it. That's my own opinion, but that's away from what we are discussing. So let's go back to our topic for today. Thank you. Yes.
Can I try to entertain that question, please? Because I think it's a quite important one, because we do have things higgledy as far as Nigeria is concerned. Can I attempt to pursue the question that Justin asked? Thank you. You see, Justin asked a good question, but I think all Nigerians, all of us, we don't really have deep understanding of what is surrounding us, in my estimation. You see, the job of any minister in any government is a job of administration. It is not a job of expertise. It is a job of administration. Which means any sensible person can enter into ministry and be able to administer be it the medical field, be it industrialization. It doesn't matter what the actual field is. We don't need a doctor to become the health minister necessarily, because the job of a doctor is to administer to his patient. if that doctor now is administering to the nation, his skill as a doctor has nothing to do with that administration. And we have to be quick in our mind, not to be stupefied just because Nigeria is stupefied. Yes, Nigeria is stupefied and it doesn't function like a correct place, which is why you're asking the question you're asking. But an expert is not needed in administration. It is an administrator who is needed to do the job of any administrator. So I think we've got to get it right. I'm not even sure if the question is pertinent, even though I understand.
Okay, you're breaking. We can't hear your volume, and it's seizing up.
Yeah, internet problem.
Okay, so let's. I think what he's trying to come across, what he's trying to say in essence is exactly what I've been saying here all along. That I don't even believe, because if you look at the president of Russia, he's an expert. He's an expert.
Still, are you still hearing me? All?
Okay, you can go ahead now.
Are we back now? Thank you, brother. I do apologize. I'm on the train at the moment, but I'm still paying attention. Now, all I'm saying is that what we need in that country is pertinence. You see, you mentioned Adesina. Adesina is a comparable individual, no doubt. But he was in, I think he was in Obasanjo's government. And I remember a lot of his, not Obasanjo actually, it was Goodluck. And at that time, I remember a lot of his utterances. I totally objected to them. He was the person who first said that, why does Nigeria not have, what's this farming? GM farming. He said Nigeria should just go straight to GM. And I'm looking at this man. I'm thinking he himself was head of health in many issues. And he's talking rubbish. He was talking complete rubbish. You know, I met this guy, I've met him before, additional. And at that time I thought, yeah, he's quite a sensible individual. But in actually speaking to him, he's a 10-foot, I don't want to be so abusive, but I don't rate him. I don't rate him. You understand? And it's not to say that an individual doesn't have intelligence, no. But, you know, as somebody says, we just want to become millionaires in one day. And that just is not going to happen. What happens in anybody's life is that you are building your knowledge, building your capacity. The problem in Nigeria is nobody has capacity. An idiot like one man would come here and start directing people's speech, and we are there accepting what the rubbish is saying. Thank you, KJ, for not accepting, because I see your style, I see what you're doing. But he is a typical arsehole Nigerian. Arsehole to the highest order, where he will just be prattling, and speaking rubbish, and we're there listening. Those are the leaders that we have in that pathetic, stupid, monstrous of country. Thank you, if that answers anybody's question.
Thank you. Okay.
Excuse me, KJ. So I was going to say, if expertise does not matter, then I feel like Nigerians, and I'm saying this to all the Nigerians, both the ones in the comments and the ones here, if expertise, because we know that the richest countries in the world are countries where people are more scientifically literate at certain fields, because certain fields matter more than others. If you go to university, what you study matters a lot, no cap. And we know very well that expertise matters. Somebody that is more literate is less likely to be a dictator or less likely to be a terrorist. If it does not matter, the Nigerians should stop getting angry. Stop getting mad when you find out that your new president cannot spell properly. Stop. Because that has to do with that literacy. Stop. Because they are the one voting these people in the first place. Somebody who did not go to school and study this and worked there for years is more likely to be that guy who did not go to school at all and cannot spell properly and faked his certificate. Nigerians, stop getting angry when you see that this guy cannot spell properly. You've had like 2 of these guys now for 8+ years. Stop getting angry, because clearly you guys think expertise does not matter, which is why you have 50 ministers that are chopping $1 million each, using it to buy Benz, which we all know is facts. We've seen this thing happen secondhand multiple times in Nigeria.
Justin, my brother. Justin, tell me what is the point of a professor of health or a doctor being this is what he studied to administer to human beings directly through health. Now, what is he going to do as an expert in the Ministry of Health? Tell me what he's going to do differently from any other person who, with common sense and obviously education, would do as an administrator.
The thing is, as an administrator, a lot of things, a lot of industries, especially with the kind of things we have going on nowadays, literally require way more than common sense. If common sense were what people were using to enact laws, then a lot of countries' path would be going the wrong way.
I said more than common sense.
It's basically
answer
what
answer the question fully. Answer it fully. Don't just take aspects to make your argument. Answer it correctly.
Okay, so
I don't want to interrupt. Don't interrupt Pereira. I need him to tell me what an expert is going to do in the ministry. Tell me.
Create,
I'm
like
listening.
Ferro said something about policy, which made sense. Like he said something about structural framework. Like he used the example of an architect. The policy in itself would be properly enacted if we had people who were experts in that particular field. I always use, because I work in a particular industry. Hold on, Ferrero, I'll let you talk. Just give me 30 seconds. I work in a particular industry, and I see how this industry is going in Nigeria, and it's not really going the right way because the experts that Buhari put in charge clearly did not know what they were doing. Basically, Nigeria has two organizations, and this is a perfect example of why expertise matters. If you put people who don't know anything, then you're done. Nigeria has two organizations for nuclear expertise. Basically, they ended up doing what other countries are doing, which is basically hiring the Russians to help them build a nuclear reactor. Go and look it up as I'm saying it. It's called E2 nuclear power plants. This thing has been on hold for years. I don't know why they might say it's funding, but basically, countries that have sense, that hire the right people for those type of policies in those types of industry, which in this case is the energy industry, because nuclear is used to generate electricity. They are inventing entirely new processes. In fact, in the UK right now, as I'm talking to you, they are processing their nuclear fuel, meaning all those uranium you are seeing in Niger, they won't even need it because the ones they already have, there's basically this thing called reprocessing, which is basically when the one that has been used, that is waste, they reprocess it. Basically, you are helping the environment. One, they are reusing something that's already been used. Two, that's expertise. Someone who does not have an expertise in that particular field, all these things that I'm saying, all these things that I'm saying, they won't even know it.
What you're talking about is that person in government.
We're mixing it up. Justin,
we're mixing it up because we're coming from a strange paradigm.
Let me
Jago, what I was trying to say, hold on. What I was trying to say, Jago, is that somebody who does not have that expertise will not even know that these things are happening in the first place. They wouldn't just be knowledgeable enough to put the right policies.
Listen. Let me tell you. I don't know about any other place. Listen, I spent most of my working life here in the United States, and I worked for at least with a governmental agency. I work with the city governmental agency, and I work with the state of Illinois governmental agency. This is one thing I want to tell you about government. You see, those who really run the government are not the governor or the head of the department, of the administration. They come and go. It's the real workers are the people that don't go nowhere. That's their life. And that's what they call, that was why Nigeria was supposed to have a civil service. Those are the real public that run the government. So those things, they don't change. They have rules, regulation, they follow the, in fact, they keep the new administrators in check based on regulation well established. You understand? Those are where the expertise are. You understand? The guys that are really running things, head of department or governors or chairman, those ones come and go. Those are the ones they call the political appointees or elected officials. You're mixing them up together. Those are two separate things. You understand? Like city of Chicago now, we have people who work with the city of Chicago. They've been there 30 years. But you want to know how many mayors we've had? How many head of department? The current head of department of Illinois State Department of Health is a Nigerian, a female. They come and go. That's political appointees are different from those that actually run the government.
Okay, let's make traction. Let's move on. Thank you so much. Right, let's circle back, according to my friend in the White House, to the original topic. This is we're talking about Wole Soyinka and his contributions to the literary world, and vis-a-vis the naming of the National Theatre after him, and naming the Northern Park Road in Abuja after him also. The question is now only him come. So if pastor is here listening to me, can you come on now? Yes, you can go ahead, Mr. Christian. Why?
Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah. You know, they say government of paddies. So so Wole Soyinka is a man that I so much admire. With his literary achievements. But that is one of the problems we have in Africa, that we always look at this how do I put it? When somebody is in government, then he try to honor or put his people in positions, or as part of that, then he will just simply start honoring them, or if it's not honoring them, he's putting them into power. But the issue I have with this, I don't have a problem naming, building something in his name, but this man is not building anything new to name after his cronies or his people. Instead, he's now trying to take all the things that all the national how would I put it? All the national artifacts, and trying to name it after him. So, which is not, or that's where I have issues. You should try at least build something. I say, okay, I'm building this in the name of Wole Soyinka, rather than just there are many more better people that could be honored with that particular national theater. So for me, he has to honor him because he's friend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just here for half an hour to give KJ a break, so the show continues, please. I was a little bit distracted, so I heard what I overheard is depths of if expertise doesn't matter, expertise definitely matters. But let me throw this to every one of us. We will take 5 minutes each. I'm asking this question. I don't know what you guys have weighed on it. What is wrong in the National Theatre being named after Wole Soyinka? I don't know if you guys have discussed it. It's just to hold on for KJ until he comes back. But before you answer the question, I believe KJ also have mentioned it earlier. 9 p.m. New York time, 2 a.m. Nigerian, UK, Irish time. We are having our own Tope and Adanma here to anchor this broadcast, this topic in the next few hours. So in case this broadcast comes to an end, which I don't think so, we will be back again at 9 p.m. So I'm only sitting for KJ for half an hour. Thank you very much. So Ferreira, you're raising your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, naming the National Theatre after Wole Soyinka is part of while the Nigerian abnormality. I would like to describe it in a very simple term. This is an abuse of discretion and an insult to our humanity and our common heritage. Why would I use those strong words? It doesn't matter what Wole Soyinka's qualifications are. This is paddy government paying each other back for the support they give each other.
Simple.
Now, this is part of the problem Nigeria faces. We will take an national edifice. We will name it after some corrupt person or politician. The day will come when we will take our country back and all those things will be taken back. All those airports this, airports that, university this. That day is going to come. That day is coming. But before that day comes, this is just patronage. First of all, the National Theatre is one of our strongest heritage. If somebody is going to be named after it, it should be the National Council of Arts or a collegium of artists or professionals who will come to that decision. This is democracy, democratization of opinion. Not just somebody in Abuja feels like he wants to honor his friend or to pay somebody back for supporting them for their illegality and then takes our national patronage heritage and names it after a moron. But that day is coming. Just like in one day, the day is coming in that song from what's that? Animal Farm. Well, that day is coming when we will take back our country and all this nonsense. Because go back, all those that receive a cross medal from Hitler, where are they today? That's all I got to say on that.
Thank you. I'll go to Jago. Are you still there?
Thank you. Yes, I am.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. You see, I think we've got to clear the fog from our mentality. I think most of our minds are extremely foggy. Wole Soyinka, whether you respect him or you don't respect him, you can see in his latest antecedents with the present government is one of complete partisanship. Bola Tinubu likes the utterances, the foul and failing utterances of our very wonderful Wole Soyinka, because I won't take away anything from him in terms of what he has achieved. I respect the man. You understand? However, I don't respect what he's been saying over the last year in support of Tinubu's government, because it doesn't actually make any sense to me. I would like to grip him. I would like to be in front of Wole Soyinka and break down why the hell are you supporting a government who is abusive, obtuse, and narrow-minded, myopic? Why? Somebody as cerebral as yourself, how is it that you can even join Tinubu's race in nonsense? This is simply why it's happening. It's simply, there's no other thing. I mean, for me, the question is almost irritating. The question is almost irritating. It beguiles me, and it seems to me that people are so sycophantic in their approach to making sense of Nigeria that they make no sense of Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't have a government. If you agree with that, they would know that this is pali-pali business. Straight like Ferreira just said. It's a business of friends together. We're friends, so, you know, let's join each other to destroying our country. So I'm going to name the National Theatre after you. Now, I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve such an accolade, but in this climate that we're in, it's pure hegemony. It's pure failure. It's obvious corruption. Obvious. But we would see that, oh, why are you know, some things make me tired, I must say. Some things actually tire me in the way Nigerians look at Nigerians. It tells me that we're not going anywhere. You know, let me quickly say this to Pastor. Something happened a couple of weeks ago or last week, and when I looked at it, it told me that this platform actually operates in a manner of impunity. It operates in a manner where we are not trying to uphold integrity. We're not. We're just doing exactly what we want. And that is Nigeria. And I don't know why people want someone to witness that. Hansat was removed all of a sudden. Who removed him? Nobody will come and say who removed him. But I remember clearly when you, Pastor, jumped into a broadcast by yourself, interrupted everybody, and was rather abusive to who was it? It wasn't Ferreira. Yes, it was. Was it Ferreira? It was Ferreira. You were abusive, saying that if you have done something to Tope, and I've got nothing against or for Tope, if you have done something, you would meet my match. You were threatening him. What is that? Is that integrity? Are you going to tell me that's integrity, my brother? I'll leave it there and let you continue. I'll leave it there.
Justin,
before Pastor respond on that topic,
Ferreira, hold on. Let Justin speak. No, it's a good thing he brought it up. Ferreira, just hold on, please. I'm appealing to you. I mean, Christian, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I think I have spoken on this issue of Wole Soyinka. I'm the first that spoke about him anyway. So probably just if there's any other new thing.
I just wanted to comment on what Jagun just said. Earlier, he brought it up.
Ferreira, hold on, please. Please, I'm appealing to you. It's an appeal, please. Let's finish this topic of Soyinka. Actually, I was disappointed, if I to say the least. But that is what Soyinka has been pushing for a very long time. It's a deep party government. There was a broadcast Soyinka made. It was calling for a national holiday for those who worship idol, something like that. And I think if I'm putting what I read, well, for a day to be declared like a national holiday, and it's sad to see someone like him with all he has achieved over the years to bring his integrity down to that extent. So, Farah, you want to say something?
Yeah, earlier, Jagun, when you raised that point, I was opposed to you bringing it up because of, but maybe you bringing it up at this time is the appropriate time, because I always wanted us to stay away from issues of personalities and persons, and that always creates a backbone situation. But you're right, and you're on point. It wasn't like I was opposing you. In fact, in the comment section, I have commented when somebody attacked me that I was double-faced because I'm now a moderator on that issue. And I replied that I believe it's either electricity or forefather that removed Pansat. And that asking for an apology at that time when you were asking for it is a waste of time, because even if the apology is given, it will not be sincere, because I believe the people who did it would be hypocritical about it. Those were my comments on the comment section. It's not that you're not on point, Jagun. You're on point. But I always just don't want us on this personality issue. Just stay focused on issue. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. I don't know. But electricity is here. Maybe he's in a better position to address it. Who knows who removed Pansat? Who wants to apologize for it? But that was my position while I was hesitant from you raising that point. But obviously, it's not gone anywhere. It's still in your heart, and you brought it up again. So that's all I got on that.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Jagun was here earlier when I think he also mentioned your issue, but it's not something I will weigh in because you already apologized earlier, and I believe a lot of people in the comment section commended you for that. And that this is not my broadcast. Like I said, I'm sitting for KG, and I will not want to derail its broadcast.
Sure.
Is everybody speaking? So I'm gonna mute you, Jagun. You're mute up, so just so that I can speak. So Jagun, earlier Ferreira apologized for whatever it is, and that was on record, and it was also acknowledged during the earlier broadcast. You said we operate impunity on this platform. Well, I don't know if you are correct. You're entitled to your opinion, and but
yeah, but he's asking who removed Pansat. Do you know who removed Pansat?
Well,
maybe that thing should be directed directly at that person. If it's not you, yeah. If it's forefather, maybe that should be directed directly at the person, and we get this issue resolved.
Let me say this. Allow me to say this. Are you guys aware that Pansat has been banned on some platforms?
Yeah, but it has no relevance to this part.
No relevance at all. No cheating, Pastor. No cheating.
I'm not cheating. This is not about Pansat. Listen to me very well.
No relevance, brother.
May I speak? May I speak, please? this is not about PANSA. This broadcast is not about PANSA. We had a meeting yesterday, and Rudolph chaired the meeting, and he will be the one to come and make a decision in that regard about PANSA. So it's not about PANSA, and we're not going to derail KJ's broadcast.
But you don't know who removed him. It's not you. You want to, and you authoritatively tell them it's not you. So you're out of the. I said
listen, you cannot put me on the spot. I've been in this issue for business in a very long time. Like I said to you,
maybe it's forefather. We'll find out when
Rudolph will come and address the issue at the very. There is no impunity, or there is no. We're trying to sensitize here. People can hear their views without being abusive, without telling other people that they are not welcome on the platform. I mean, for crying out loud, Masca is a Nigerian like every one of us. And therefore, if I come here to say, Jagun, because of your beers or because of your bald head, and I say you are not welcome here, if I do that to you in the UK, surely it will be something under discrimination. And you may be sued for that. You will agree with me on that somebody may sue you in terms of discrimination. So we may disagree or agree on PANSAT behavior. But I don't think if we have conscience for PANSAT to keep saying Masca or the Northerners are not welcome on this platform, then no, that is what he said, please.
I'm afraid, electricity, my brother, I'm afraid you're stretching a small matter and you're spreading it like jam over the whole. Nah, man. Bro, let's just be calm. We'll calm down.
Let's leave it there. We are not going to derail this.
Okay, but we're not going to derail it. But we're going to spread rhetoric that doesn't matter. Where I'm speaking about integrity. That's all I'm talking about. Integrity. Now you're talking about my beard and my bald head. How does that? There's no measurement there. I don't know what measure you're using. You're just talking and trying to make sense, and you're not making sense. And you're not giving me any, bros, you are not giving me any passion or understanding as to where you're really coming from as regards integrity. You're a man that I want to respect. I want to respect who you are. But when I'm listening to what you're saying, I cannot, excuse me, my tooth fell out. I cannot respect it. I cannot respect what you're saying.
Okay, electricity, let's just make it simple. Is it you or is it your forefather? So we can
He hasn't got the integrity to answer that question.
That's a simple question so that we can, we wait for until.
Thank you, driver.
Rudolph comes back and address it because it's dividing us from the main topic.
Rudolph will address the issue of PANSA. There was a meeting that we had there, and we'll leave it at that. When Rudolph comes in,
guys, let me just say good evening to everybody. I'm at my destination, and obviously, this conversation, I hope it doesn't get ugly, but I'm going to be a beautiful princess right now. So see you lot later.
All right, cheers. Have a lovely time.
I just think electricity, if we don't address it simply, it's going to keep coming up.
Excuse me. Ferreira, hold on, Ferreira. People are asking who removed PANSAT. The question you should be asking is, why was PANSAT removed? Why was it removed?
Okay, whichever one. Why? That person should come and address that thing, and then we can move on to other topics.
Ferreira.
Yeah.
You claim to be a very honest person.
Yeah.
Why did you apologize?
Because I talked with Rudolph and I understand his position on where things should stand for this platform. And I'm with him totally on where things should stand. And I told him most of the issues on this platform also is caused by bad hosts, bad moderators. I told him, me and Rudolph has an extensive job. And I'm in total agreement with
Rudolph. Gentlemen, Tom, relax, please. Relax. We're gonna leave this, and Rudolph will address it. You have been removed before, Ferreira,
so which I protested against my removal as an injustice.
Yeah, no, it is part of the rule to remove people if it's necessary, if it becomes necessary.
That's why I didn't want Jagun to bring up this topic, because I know it's going to derail us. That's why I was opposed to it earlier. It won't let us talk about
it brought it up, and so That is it. So because he brought it up, that is why we are here. There is nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. It is part of the rule to remove people if they behave badly. In all honesty.
Yeah, but there's a debate on whether Pansat behaved badly on this particular occasion, and people are mad about it, and they want an apology. Should they deserve it or not? Let's not expand it. Keep it simple. Okay. Who removed him? Why did they remove him? Let that person come and explain. End of story. So we can go to
It's irrelevant who removed Pansat, because Pansat consistently have been taking on mascots, telling him that he's not welcome on this platform.
Are you the one that removed him? Let's just keep that
like
answer
I said,
simple.
I've answered you a million times. It is irrelevant. Rodolph will address that. And if you're not going to accept that, then
let's
I
stop
cannot
this
help
topic.
you.
I don't like this topic.
But you keep asking me if I'm the one that remove him. Then you drop him.
Or is it for father?
I don't care. KJ, welcome back. The floor is yours. KJ, sorry about this. Somebody brought up something that shouldn't be brought up. And I believe I have answered.
And I think they're going to still keep bringing it up unless we address it.
It is a rule, Ferreira. If you don't behave yourself, it is a rule for people to be removed. You are a moderator. You yourself have asked forefather to remove, what's this person's name? Paul, on your first day that you moderated. Come on. Why are you behaving like this?
That's why I was opposed to Jagun asking that question. KJ was here. When Jagun asked earlier, I said, we're not going to deal with that question because I don't want it. I hate talking about personalities, but he keeps bringing it up. Let's address it and close it. Put a full stop to it. Throw it in the garbage.
Okay.
No more to be addressed.
Do you want me to address it now? Do you
want me to
address it now?
Ferreira,
Rule number
last 2
one,
weekends,
part of the policy.
last 2 weekends.
Hold on. Rule number one, there's a policy to remove somebody, put the person on backstage if the person misbehaved, if the person behavior does not meet with the regulation of this platform. To ban somebody, you need a consent of a fellow moderator. Pastor was not banned.
Pastor, Andrew,
you're not going to talk over me. With due respect, can you please hold your peace? You want me to address it, and I'm addressing it. There is a rule to remove anyone who misbehaves. There's a zero tolerance to threat and abuse. That is standard. To ban somebody, you need a consent of a fellow moderator to do that. But removing and putting somebody on timeout, it is up to the moderator's discretion. End of story. Thank you very much. KJ, I yield the floor back to you.
KJ was moderating on that day. Whoever removed him was not supposed to override KJ's authority. That's the issue. But we keep dancing around it, and it keeps coming up and derailing us.
We cannot talk about this security without talking about the local government financial autonomy. Because once the security is eroded, everything is affected. Poverty will rule the day. Today, what is happening in our local government? The encumbrance of the governors on our local government must be removed. We must achieve the financial autonomy for local government if we must move forward. Because if the local government cannot have access, complete control of their funding, the security threats cannot go. Where a local government chairman cannot even afford 50,000 naira to go into a community within his jurisdiction to know what is going on there. Then it boils down to local policing, community policing. If we do not achieve local government financial autonomy, Mr. President, the issue of poverty, the issue of security, the issue of all the issues we are raising today will not be curbed.
This is where I believe, solution going forward. Like I always say that, look, the eastern part of Nigeria, just imagine, you turn that eastern part of Nigeria to Dubai, and a lot of money were coming in. And you use some of this money, the taxes that you take, and you give it to federal government that, look, federal government, this is $5 billion. We want out. Or this is $10 billion. We want out. You understand? They will reason with you. You understand? Because when it comes to economy, you're doing best. So, look, I've said this several times. If you turn the eastern part of Nigeria, turn into mini Dubai, a lot of people will flock there and they'll be doing a lot of business there, And that's what
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria...
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time.
Blessed are those who know how much they need to know before they know how little they know. Blessed are those who know how much they need to know before they know how little they know.
Awesome. Thank you very much. That was the great Dr. Damages telling us that all that we know is not all that we need to know. There's still always a bit more and a bit more and a bit more. And if we can accept his advice, we'll always be in a better position. While we get off for the next badge, I want you to listen to one of my famous, clips in this show, and it's one of my favorites. I don't know why, but I think the music is suiting. So let it suit all of us, and let's come back to our
Wenye mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio. Max, ibya bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo. Mwa olaga do ni piazugo. Akwa wilo chiyo biko rapuzoro kona bazia. Onyo mazoro biko abamba wazoro dasari ibya unyane gwana mo ulaga ni biazigo mo ulaga ni biazigo abamba wilo chila bigora buzoro ona wazia. Mazi weko odogu no kwerezu nanka onyomo ni gadele mo mazi ni bazi ibu go wuti baladi Odogu na chala noka Izi wande mliga dele mo Olaga doni pesigo noe Mo olaga doni pesigo Amama mwilo chilo Bigora mozoro Anabaze Te Onyama zoro de Mama wazara nesari Ibya muyana kwana mo fube naru Mulaga doni biazugo Nazaboy Mulaga doni biazugo Amama wilo chilo Biko rapuzoro Anabazi Aiz Odogu kenenu mikechofo amakwa m n'ike agwụgwọ gị weligwe kwelu ike ji ọma bịara gị Igbo
egwu ka mbụ na-ekene ọmọgọ ndị nsọ Chukwu Emeka Lumo Ikechukwu na-egaji ezi nwanne m ekene ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị agbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ na-abasị ya zoro 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 zoro
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you. On behalf of Dr. Rudolph, I want to thank you for being with us. Also, if you have not subscribed, please, for the Biko, subscribe. It's free of charge. You don't have to pay anything. Just go to Iroko Post TV and subscribe. Post us on your social media handles so we can have more views. Our intention is to get to 100,000 views before September. So please help us to so we can have more audience. The more, the merrier. All right, we are moving straight on. And we have many other topics we need to discuss. And yes, sorry, give me 1 minute. Okay, so we were on the issue of Wole Soyinka before we dived into that unhealthy discussion. Because I think I've already apologized on behalf of whoever removed Fansat from the group, from the studio. It wasn't me, but again, like I said, that has been dealt with in the meeting. So let's move on. This show, we must understand, sometimes it gets a bit hot and people get say things that are not necessarily what is in their mind. Let's learn to forgive and just forget and move on. Right. Having said that, have we all made our contribution to that discussion concerning the awarding of Wole Soyinka as some people went ahead to say he should even be given a national highest honor of the Grand Order of the Republic of Nigeria, GCON. So, and I'm wondering, that honor is only meant for people who are, maybe high, presidents and all that, from president downward though, and that, I don't have anything against Wole Soyinka. I respect him, and his age is 90 today. What he's calling for, he doesn't believe, he's a traditional worshiper, he has always been. at 90 years old, I think whatever he needs to know, he must have already known it. It's not for me to tell him whether he should believe in God or not. That is his own cup of tea. I celebrate him as a Nigerian who see a lot of greatness in him. Yes, Tone, what do you have to say about the revered white hair, English speaking, Congo's harvest, the man died, Professor Wole Soyinka?
It shouldn't be an issue, really, for me personally. It should be an issue. I mean, this just goes to show that all of us, regardless, we've got a level of bigotry in us. Because if this man was an Igbo man, we would not be having this conversation. I know he must have dropped some gaffes recently or in the past, but naming Soyinka after Third Mainland Bridge or the National Assembly, gosh, that's not the issue. It's a non-issue. The issue we should be addressing is a real issue. The issue primarily of hunger, how we can get these clowns in government to start doing the right thing.
KJ, just can you confirm to me that, because I
So,
need to set up another broadcast.
criticizing, trying to criticize Tinubu, whether he gave his friend. After all, this is party. We're in a party society. Nigeria is a party society. If Ferreira that is talking now, he should get into government, he is going to look for his parties. That is the truth. Same thing applies to you, KJ.
No, I wouldn't do that. I will look for trusted people who can do the job, not some.
My brother,
there's some people. Look, there's some people in our panel that I will never put them in the government based on their utterance. In my government, if I have a chance to have a government, I would never put some people just based on what I've heard them say and how they put their stand on position. I would never, unless I am mad.
So what I'm just saying back to the real issue. The real issue, we need to tell these clowns, these idiots, that listen, you can't do that. Your time, there will be a time. Let Tinubu plan for 20 what, the next election. Let them win it. But one day it's gonna come off. One day, the governor of Lagos State is going to be an ordinary citizen. They're going to walk the streets. I don't care. I don't see. You can say whatever you like. You can hang a general on your shoulders and all that. One day you're going to be a bloody civilian like me as well. You're going to walk the streets. It's just the truth. So all these things we are talking about, whether Soyinka or not and all that, everybody has got some kind of bigotry. When Pansat misbehaves, some people will be praising him just because he's an Igbo man. And when I criticize him, they say I'm a fulefu, that I, as an Igbo man, should support him because I'm an Igbo man that should know what to do, that should know how to carry himself at his age. But now, anyway, that is not, we're not even discussing any personality or Pansat or anybody. And then somebody can have the effrontery, if it's not a bigot, somebody will have the effrontery to start questioning, why did you remove somebody? When it's very clear, you should be, the pertinent question you should be asking, why was he removed? The person that removed him, it does not matter. Because
okay, Ton, are you not going away from the question I asked you? I asked you about Wole Soyinka.
This is for you.
I don't want us to go back that direction.
KJ, it is pertinent. Let us not run away from the truth. There was one time you were on this divide. You were on this divide. You were a panelist just like me, and they had, right now you have a new title. That is how it is. When you get elected in the government, your position changes. You guys should be working as a team. You may not pick it up. Somebody else in the background that is a moderator picks up his bad behavior. He should be removed. I should be removed. We have said it the other day. The other day we went behind behind the cameras to talk about peace and all that. The same jargon was he was pouring all sort of unprintable things on me. That's the way he understands.
Okay, again, Tone, on behalf of Jagun and everybody who have said anything that you didn't like, I apologize. I say that because nobody comes here to come and receive insult. You have better things to do with your time. You can as well spend. If you don't even have it, you can just go to your bed and sleep. It's better time, spent. So when you come here, I want everybody's view to be respected. I want everybody to be heard as much as possible. Contain every other thing that will come out of that view. So that's why I'm running away from it, not because I don't want to discuss it. We have discussed that extensively yesterday with Rudolph, and he's going to come and make his own comment. But for me, I apologize to Fansad and for any other person who have been removed unjustly or justly. But people sometimes, and that's the human relation. The human beings are the most difficult elements to control above every other thing, because we all act in different ways. So, but if we try to
KJ, you're very KJ, you're a complete KJ. Sorry, you're very you need to understand where I'm coming from. KJ, you are not. I know you're you're a complete gentleman. Even when people are hot on you and all that, I've never seen you lose it and all that. But we're all different. You can't give it to Ferreira and Ferreira will let you go. He will give it back to you. You cannot give it to me to some extent. I will let you go. I'll give it back to you. We have got different personalities, But what I'm saying is that if we want to maintain the sanctity of this channel, and I said it from beginning, nobody picked up on it. I said, listen, all these things that are coming from the comment, because this comment section started all this rubbish that we're experiencing today, all this violence and foul language we started today. And with a particular individual, and Kulata joined that individual to the extent they even insulted went to the extent of insulting. One of them said they were going to call. They don't even know who I know. Does she know whether I know the DSS? But then that is in the past. All I'm trying to say is that if we say it's going to be zero tolerance, I want it to be flat on the table. If you're going to remove people from the panel, please, anybody that insults somebody. By the way, somebody just insulted me, but I will not even pay attention on the comment section and all that. You should be very quick to recommend, even if you don't see, recommend for the person to remove, because we need to crush this thing. For us to move forward and to bring sanity to this place and all that, it needs to be zero. And when we say zero tolerance, it needs to be zero tolerance. That's all I'm just saying.
All right. Thank you. And I appreciate your own stand. All I'm trying to say is that based on Dr. Rudolph's platform, which we're all leveraging on, we want to keep it clean, we want to keep it friendly, we want to keep it welcoming, we want to make sure that everybody's view, irrespective of how different it is from ours, is contained, and we can manage every one of us. Thank you again. Let's move on. Yes, Justin, what do you say about the revered man? I know you have spoken about Wole Soyinka, and do you have anything to add before we move on? If not, then we'll move on to our other topic we want to touch. Recently, Nigeria entered into an agreement, the Samoa Agreement, wherein it's been signed, without the National Assembly being aware of it. And now there's a clause in it which says that all sexes or all gender must be respected and given this thing. So that has been the clause that Nigeria have been fighting. From what I heard, I listened to a lawyer who was part of the team, in fact, who led the team, to that conference with other African countries, and they still insisted that Article 5 and 5.2a and B and 9 be expunged, but they refused. And so they left that meeting saying that no African country should sign that agreement. But today, Nigeria, surprisingly, is one of the very first African countries to have signed that agreement, even without those clauses being expunged. The question now be, the Nigerian society is being told, as the society in Nigeria, the community in Nigeria is being told that it has nothing to do with the LGTB agenda, and others say it has to do, because now it is no longer pronounced, it's called gender equality. And so what is your stand? Because the argument is that it's not part of our culture. That is not the first time that this has been presented. It was presented to Goodluck Jonathan's government, and he turned it down. How come now we are quick to signing and also being the first to sign? It's also said that what is involved is a $500 billion amount. But even out of that $500 billion, it's not going to be all coming to Nigeria. I think they said Nigeria will get about 500 million or thereabout, which is not even equivalent to what they, as ministers and House of Assemblymen, spend now, in the currency. So why they rush into signing it? Why not consultation with the National Assembly? Why they rush? If it's open, why are they rushing to do it? Yeah,
I heard about this thing, and I didn't even think it was true. You just see some things on the news, and you just believe you just do your eyes like this, and just believe that. I saw it, and I could not even believe my eyes, so I just ignored it. I thought maybe it was propaganda, but now that you said it, I know from another mouth that this thing actually happened. Wow,
it's true. I have videos here. Not loading. That's
I'm telling you this as somebody that lives in the Western world, but is Nigerian. That you see this because basically what has basically just happened is kind of like Nigeria, we like taking out loans, we like finding new ways to get money. We join this Islamic something bank, according to Tinubu. We're always joining new banks that open. We're always joining them, looking for ways to collect money. Basically, what they've just indirectly done is that they've sold a part of their belief system. They've sold a part of. Somebody says Tinubu children are into LGBTQ. Remy Tinubu has confused LGBTQ children living in New York.
Not children. One of the child is a member of that community. The daughter.
Wow.
I
didn't know.
One of the child. Yeah, she's a girl. She lives in New York. She's a member of that community.
But basically, what has just gone on is that they basically, for the sake of getting money, they basically just sold a part of their belief for that money. The West, being the wealthy ones, they have a way of buying us into certain beliefs. That's exactly what has just happened now.
Okay.
I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this as okay. Continue.
I can't answer that question. You see, our great grandparents were sold because they gazed at mirrors, and now we are gazing at money and still being sold. Can't we get some sense? Must we continuously to be the ones at the end of the stick? So, as you're answering, please, put that into perspective. When we are reading history, we are told that they were deceived because they showed them mirrors. They brought mirror and schnapp, and they drank schnapp and saw their faces on the mirror and gunpowder, and they became obsessed with the white man's style of way of life, and then eventually we are all taken to slavery. Now they are bringing money, and we are looking at money, and also again trying to sell ourselves afresh. What is wrong with us?
Or basically repeating the past. And I'm telling you this as somebody who is currently in the West. You see that agenda, if it happens in Nigeria, people will just get frustrated, especially the youth. In Nigeria, let's be honest, we have a certain level of LGBTQ in Nigeria. Like, we have people like that exist in Nigeria. We even have influencers like that in Nigeria. But if things like that become the way it's rampant, like me, I live in London. If rampant there the way it's rampant here in London, the kind of chaos that will happen. Like, if it gets to that level of they call it LGBTQ. If it gets to that level of the T in the LGBTQ, that means people will basically be sleeping with boys without realizing that boys are sleeping with boys. That's the extent to reach. And like, basically what's going on in the West now, they have agendas, they have things they want to push. And well, at the end of the day, money talks. The agreement in itself, correct me if I'm wrong, because I might not know the whole agenda behind the agreement. The agreement in itself basically is kind of like them giving them a certain amount of money in order to agree about a certain agenda regarding sexuality and gender equality, right? You are muted, KG.
Sorry. Ferrari, Yes.
Look,
Now,
listen, guys. The world is changing, and it is not today that we have sold our soul to the devil or for money. LGBT does not issue is a religious and personal issue for people concerned with it. It's not a governmental issue. Nigeria is a messed up country. We have not yet started treating ourselves as human beings, first of all. And I want to start pointing fingers on the people who are LGBT or whatever their alphabet be, they call themselves. What they do in their bedroom does not concern me, as long as they don't bring them near me. And I'm not going to get my mouth involved in their business. That Tinubu has a child that is one of them doesn't concern me. What concerns me is...
So don't miss the target. We're not concerned about what they are doing. We are concerned about the law as being they are trying to sneak through the back door in Nigeria.
They will push. Let me tell you the hypocrisy of the West. They will push that. The reason they're pushing that law on us is that they want equity for all mankind. But they're there seeing our people suffer. They're there seeing our people steal our money to go abroad and keep. And yet they stand behind these thieves and call it, oh, they are having democracy. They don't oppose that. So if the West wants to be objective and real, they will care more about the suffering of our people. But that's the agenda they will push. But the greed, we don't have leaders. We have reigners. We don't have a government. I keep telling you all, until we come to terms with that, there will not be change. It is when we ourselves wake up, the ones that are blind among us, and those that have eyes that can't see, and say, we don't want these people, don't let them represent us. Of course, they will go and bring Shigidi and bring it home for you, all in the name of money. They're already treating us like animals at home. So you see, some topics I don't like to discuss. What people do in their bedroom or how they do their life is not my concern. The West does not care about human rights for black people. Our regular people who are straight, they've not even let us have human rights for them, or basic rights, or fundamental rights. But once they distract you with all this level of conversation, you will not be able to focus and face the real problem that is in front of us.
But Ferreira, if I may, I'm surprised that you're taking this stance, my brother.
What's the stand I'm taking? Let me see whether you understand me.
Wait now.
I want you to repeat the stand, though, so you know I know you understand me, because I don't know whether you understand.
You, as an educator, will you tell your student that it's okay for James and John to cohabit and calling one daddy?
Do you know I'm a teacher here? Do you know I'm a teacher here in the United States?
Yeah, I just said
you know that I will lose my job
the
moment I show discrimination towards gay and lesbian.
He never said he would encourage it. He said it is not his business.
I'm telling you.
Ferrero specifically said it's not his business.
As a parent,
basically trying to not involve himself in it. I get why he's doing that, because in the West, if you refuse to push the agenda, you get fired.
You know, I'm a state representative. I represent the board and I teach children.
But let me just tell you,
they showed this video to my boss and said that I am against gays and lesbians. Do you know I'm out of a job?
Woe be tight. Listen.
Hold on, guys. I think you guys are going way beyond what.
So that's why I'm asking you. What did you understand by my submission?
Ferrari, you are the one bringing.
No, your submission. What I'm trying to say. Let's get back to it. Okay, I'll move from there. I understand completely what Justin was trying to say earlier. Listen, there's something bigger that we do not just understand. There's a World Economic Forum, and a lot of things are being decided there for the rest of the world, and we don't just understand. We just don't understand. Listen, I, for one, you can live whatever life you choose to live, but the reality is one day the thing will come your doorpost. They will teach your children that rubbish and all that. But my children is not going to accept that rubbish. And you say it's none of my business and all that. Whilst they are teaching your children that is okay. Will any of us here be happy if our son or our daughter come back and say that they are giving to that kind of useless lifestyle? It's not our culture, it's an abomination.
Hold on.
Will you be happy?
Please, hold on.
Will you be happy if your son comes back and tells you, this is my boyfriend?
He's free to pick his own life. I cannot discriminate him.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Now, the topic we are discussing is the law that Nigeria wants to sign. We're not concerned about what anybody can do anything. I'm living in the West. I'm not going to ask them what they want to do, but I control the space that I live in. That's one. Secondly, we are concerned about how be it that these things can easily be sneak into our system in Nigeria. That is the law itself. Why rush to carry this loan? If you have money to buy a new jets, if you have money to build a vice presidential house, if you have money to what the other thing they did, to pay 90 billion for hard people, the money you are going to get from these people is not even put it together or will not be up to what you already spent doing frivolous things. Why then do you have to go and sign this thing just because you want that small money, tinkling money that they are putting behind it? And it's not going to be a one paid off. It's going to be within the space of 10 years. You know my concern? My concern is that in Nigeria, laws are not obeyed. You can say, oh, there are laws in place. People argue that there's already a law against this thing in Nigeria and the constitution of Nigeria. But laws are not obeyed. Laws are not obeyed in Nigeria. That's why journalists, as I'm talking to you, I know many journalists who have been locked away, and even as Tinubu have taken over, he has not released them. They are still in detention till tomorrow. They are still in detention. People who are ENDSARS protesters in jail. They are still in detention. People who they claim are IPOB members locked up in different parts of the prison in Nigeria. Those people have not been released. Okay, so now because laws are not obeyed, you think when this thing is signed, then they will say, oh, there's a law against it in Nigeria? Or
has it not been signed? No, has it not been signed?
It has been signed.
So it has been signed.
It has been signed.
Yes, it has been signed. National Assembly said
it has been signed.
This is the issue actually. You understand me? Samoa agreement is not new. It has been in existence for many years, and actually channeled towards Africa and Asia countries. You understand me? To help them, and for you to get these loans, they have some clause added into this loan. When Nigeria signed it, nobody knew. Even the House of Assembly they didn't bring it before the House of Assembly. They just went there, they signed it. It was even the Minister for Finance that first of all announced it. And the Northerners came up and said, no, this is it has to do with something with the LGBT, right? That is where the issue started from. That's when people started looking into the agreement. And the actual thing there was that the clause of that you have to respect every human agenda, every human every human have to respect every human agenda. You understand me? So that's where the clause comes from. So if you are going to obey and respect every human right, no matter the gender of the person, right? Then that means that they also have to give a right to the LGBTQ, right? Who is in Nigeria, the law is against it, practicing of same-sex marriage and everything, because that KJ just read it, that it means that no matter who you are, no matter your sex and everything, you must be respected. You have your right to be who you want to be, right? That's when the Northerners started fighting against this law, and actually most lawyers, the minister, the Minister of Finance, and other ministers, even the Attorney General, said they read the law, they read the clause and everything. They didn't see anything like LGBT rights written there. It's not written there, but if you look at that statement, that clause they wrote there, it involves everybody, no matter who you are, no matter what you practice, no matter what you are not exempted, as long as you are able to respect this country. The government has to respect your right, right? Your right. So that's where now comes the issue that if you have to respect my right no matter who I am. So at the end of the day, that same-sex marriage, LGBTQ, gay, and everything is going to be an issue. Like KJ said, bringing it in through the back door, right? So even the law is there. So, but what people are saying is that international law do not supersede the local law. But we do remember that most people, when they're agitating, they are making reference to UN laws. They are making UN reference to other international laws that Nigeria signed to, appended to. You understand me? So what is going to be the difference? That if this one went through and the House of Assembly approved it and everything, so if today those people that who are said they are gay or lesbian, so on and so forth, or they are being persecuted, they make references to that part of that clause in the Samoa agreement and say this is what you signed to. You must have to respect me for who I am. You understand me? So that is where the so-called same-sex marriage or LGBTQ comes in. Like KJ said, come in through the back door. You understand me? Like KJ said, you can practice what you want to practice on your own, right? And we cannot deny that LGBTQ, there are so many in Nigeria. There are many in Nigeria. It are being practiced in Nigeria. You understand me? Only that the government do not recognize it. That is only the difference. So you cannot tell anybody, you cannot find them because they do it on their own secret place and so on and so forth. But if the government now agree to that clause in that Samoa agreement, then it's like you cannot persecute anyone where that is caught on that heart. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
So that's the way I see it. You know, that's why people are now agitating against that law. Even that's why the Northerners are saying we have to come back, we have to review it, we have to sit down and actually look into that clause, what it actually stands for, what does it actually means.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on. Let's move on. Now, I don't know how much. Yeah, Tone is there. So Tone, yeah, we let's move into international politics. And recently we saw what happened in the Great Britain, and we want you to tell us. I'm sure you follow the politics there. Your famous minister was eventually dethroned by a new party. Can you give us an insight and what you see? Do you see it happening here in the US and vis-a-vis discussing what is going on right now in the United States politics?
Right. Okay. The politics in the United Kingdom and the United States, I believe, it's different. Here in the UK, I think the core thing was because our prime minister was a foreigner. Because I believe if he was a British, the British people will still vote for him. That's a core. That's a core. Even irrespective that people didn't too much like what the conservatives have done, the way they dragged us into wars, involving in wars and all that. But I believe the core thing for them was ethnicity, his roots, and that's just whether we like it or not. But that's the truth. They didn't like that an Indian, someone from an Indian ethnicity, was their prime minister, and to add insults on everything and all that, the stance is taken, and then obviously the challenge, the global economic challenge, which is no fault of his, because the economy has been messed up anyway, and it's a global thing. So that was the excuse.
You don't think it's the rise? You don't think it's the rise of the far right that is?
No, at all. To be quite fair, the Labour Party is messed up. The Labour Party is full. There's so much racism and all that. That guy that is our prime minister right now shouldn't be a prime minister. They were better. About going back about 10 years ago, there were sharp and vibrant people in the Labour Party that should be a prime minister, but they were never given the opportunity. Well, A, because maybe they are of African descent or Irish. So it's not just about the far right rising. It's based on ethnicity, whether we like it. That's the reason why Labour and woe betide them if they do not produce. Because if they do not produce, come the next election, by the time the Conservatives get their acts together, which I believe they will. They will right the wrong and all that. They will get back. They will snatch back power.
Okay. All right. So, and then what you see in the have you been following the recent development between the American between Biden?
I think personally, Trump is coming back. That's what
You
I
gotta get
think.
out
I think
once in a while. I'm reporting live from the beach.
Tone, can I tell you something? Are you in
Where
the
some
UK?
Nigerians are having fun.
I'm in London.
Oh, you're in London. Well, I wanted to tell you, Rishi Sunak is not. He's
Get
not
out once in a while.
exactly.
Okay, now you can go ahead. Now we'll have a...
Yeah, I wanted to let you know. Man, he might already even know this since he lives in London, so he probably follows the politics. Rishi Sunak is not. If it was really about race, then he might have not even become president in the first place. That's one thing. And then, because remember, this man was already president.
Prime Minister.
And thank you for correcting me, Jerry. I don't today use to Nigeria system. Prime Minister, sorry. And another thing is that this man is actually he's Indian with East African descent. And the thing about the East Africans that because East Africa, they had Indian population. The Indians were like the first people to inhabit the area. People always look at background. The reason why I have to say this thing and emphasize on it is because people always look at your background, your racial background in this country. They are very, very serious about it. They want to know what race you are. This man is of East African descent. East Africa has always had a long history of Indian people. Indians were there even before the Bantu Africans.
How long have you been here in the UK?
3 years.
Right. Okay. You're still new. With all due respect, you're still very, very new. Listen, if you've been reading the papers, even the cartoon that has been that's been belted out, even right up to yesterday, they all had racist undertone. A good redance.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I agree with you on that. We're on the same page here.
Yeah.
I was going to point out the fact that I was going to point out the fact that this guy, like how the East Africans have a reputation in politics in this country, especially in this London. So it plays a role. I feel like it has a lot to do with those immigration laws at the end of the day. Immigration, we both know this as people who live in London. Immigration and immigrants stuff has a lot to do with deciding who votes and who doesn't vote. We know that one very well. Talking about UK politics now.
Okay, so
this Rwanda thing.
Actually, okay. For me, sorry to cut in. For me, what I see in these things is that the UK, since they left Europe, the European Union, that's when actually that's where actually the new issue started. First of all, everybody in Western world, first thing they put in consideration is their economy, the economic performance of the person in power. How is the economy performing in your own time, your timing? And that's what actually bite everybody, right? Just like, and also issue of immigration.
Yes, and that's what I wanted to ask Tone. Do you think that immigration didn't have a part to play in the outcome of the election?
The question, let me rephrase the question the way I understand it. How many black people voted? Very, very, very,
yeah,
very
that's
few.
technically what you're asking. I love the way this guy is sharp. I love the way he rephrased it. That's technically what you're asking.
Very, very few.
To hold on first. We talk about immigration. That's people coming in. We're not talking about the people already in the UK who are the UK citizens.
Yeah.
I mean, the people that came in during his tenure, right, does actually affect the election. the decision.
I don't think so, Blackstone, because the people that actually came in had no bearing to what they see. Most of the people that came in the Japa thing, because the smart thing they did for the last administration, which I applaud, is that they saw that there was a gap in the health sector, okay, and they just opened the door with the COS. A lot of people got their 5 years visa. They came in here and all that, they filled the whole gap. In fact, right now with that industry, there's a glut in the healthcare industry. So if you're looking for a job as a support nurse and all that, there isn't. A lot of people, they flooded that industry. So listen, the average Niger person, I know when you come to London right now, every street, every corner, every high street, they are speaking Yoruba or Igbo. You even think that you're back home.
Exactly, it's just everywhere.
Yeah, everybody's hustling. You see them with their backpack. They are going to these shifts and all that. So those people, they don't care about politics. Nothing concerns them. They're just fresh from the boat. Yeah, they are just.
I think people Nigeria now. That's what also it is Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't actually care about politics. But very few ones, wherever they are, it's just very few ones that care about politics. So wherever they are, they don't actually care. You understand me? All that they care for how to make their money, how to survive.
Okay, yeah, I was just about to say that, especially with the money they're making there, a lot of them actually don't care, to be honest.
They don't care.
They know the life they're living there is better than what they could possibly ever experience in Nigeria. So no matter who is in charge, they don't care.
Exactly. Security, you can work, you can leave your house at 3 a.m. in the morning, and you don't fear that nothing bad is going to happen to you. You can come in to your house by 3 a.m. in the morning from your hustle. You don't fear nothing. So all I'm saying is KJ, I don't think it's really immigration. I think the core people, like the Igbo people will say, you understand what I mean by that?
Yeah.
When it comes to election, forget all these things. Like there's one of our brothers, what's his name? I've forgotten his name. He was very, very active member of the Labour Party, and I think he's a very, very smart guy. I know that he wasn't given a chance. There's so much. Labour Party is messed up as a party. I personally don't think that Labour, when it comes to good managers of the economy, Labour is not the best. The immigrants love Labour because they kind of they kind of sway towards immigration so that they can get a vote. But when it comes to people, good managers of the economy, historically, Labour their record is not too good.
Okay,
that's my view, and the records are there.
Blackstone, do you think that what just played out in England can play out here?
In the UK, in the United States.
Yeah, in the America, yeah, in the United States of America.
Actually, from what is going on, I think from what is going on now with Biden, and in fact, Democrats are now in a hot soup. Actually, right? There's a lot of confusion within the party, and if Biden do not step down, right, and he's going to lose support from his donors, he's going to have a lot of problem, right? And since most of the big shot in their party are telling him that he should step aside, that they have to pick up somebody. I said it's not going nowhere, right? And yeah, well, we are going to see. It's definitely going to happen. Actually, it's going to be a change of batting, right, in November, definitely. Because from where I see it now, right, Biden cannot be able to sway the voters from what they have seen. No matter how many interviews, no matter how many rallies going to do and everything, they already made up their mind that he is not fit to run the country for the next 4 years. You understand me? That's already there.
Okay, right? So the question now be, do you think immigration will also have an issue here in the US?
Yeah, of course, definitely. But sometimes, so I think there was a bill in the House that the immigrants can vote. You can vote without no That's a country whereby non-citizens can vote. True. I can't believe it, right? So because it's very funny that non-citizens can. In fact, that's what also happened in the last election, right? And that's the simple reason why Joe Biden opened the door for every people to come in, and also the new executive order that he gave that those who have been there for the past 10 years who have not got the who are not yet American citizens can have a pathway to become American citizen. And there was a bill in the House in last week or last 2 weeks that wanted to give them the opportunity or let them to actually make them to vote, right? So this has been going on. This has been a plan right from Biden and Kamala coming to power, and that is why Kamala did not care about the border. But they didn't care, because that's how actually they ring the elections. So when they get to the election time, they begin to change the laws, the regulations. That's I call it legal rigging, legalized rigging. That's what I call it.
All right.
Legalized rigging.
Let's welcome Righteous Man. Righteous Man, you're welcome.
Righteous Man, go and sleep.
Must be around 12 midnight in Nigeria. What thou say, bro?
My big brother.
Righteous Man, go and sleep.
Blackstone. How are you doing? Looking good. Happy weekend. Tone, how are you? It's been a long time. Tone, I lost your number and you've never hide me all this while, It's okay.
Okay,
I'll send you a message.
Yeah,
I'll send you a message.
My phone crashed and I lost all that I had in that phone. I have to just do something to get
Has
it.
your number changed?
Yeah.
Has your number changed?
No, it's still the same number, yeah.
Yeah, I'll send you a message.
Blackstone, how are you?
Righteous Man, your phone crashed. Which motor you crashed with?
From where it's going. I don't think Righteous Man have something he wants to say. Let me rephrase the question. Hold on, let me make it more clear.
Okay.
The elections now have heated up in the United States, and the major contenders is between Donald Trump and the President Biden. Biden, after the debate, it was noticed that Biden is not as fluent as he has always been. It wasn't as articulate as he has always been. I have some gaps. Trump, on the other side, was able to understand his weaknesses from his former debate, and now was put himself in a great restraint from talking back and interject at every point. And eventually the debate ended with Biden looking not too good to going forward. That activated every other person who has always been looking for an opportunity to say, you can no longer run, to tell him it's time for you to go. So now the campaign and the war is not between Democrats and Republicans now. It is between Democrats and Democrats. Some Democrats in favor of Biden, some Democrats against Biden. And so the question is now, some people have thrown the names like Kamala Harris to take over his position, the names of the governor of, what's his name now? California, who can step in, and the governor of one other state, who they are suggesting. They've even suggested Susan Wright. They've suggested, somebody writes.
Obama, Michelle Obama also.
Michelle Obama, who says she's not interested. And they suggested Hillary Clinton, who's probably not totally out of it. The question now be, looking at what is playing out, what is your projection? How is it going to end up? Because all of Donald Trump's cases seem not to have been able to deter people or even slow him down. What do you see? What do you see going forward, gentlemen, on this panel? Yes.
I think the next president of the United States of America is Trump. I'm not a Trump supporter, please. Just note, I don't agree with him. I think he's dodgy, but I think from all we can see right now, it's going to be a home run for him.
Okay. What about
if this whole thing, if this whole election was going to be like all this, like let's use the analogy of a football match, it would be like Man City versus Fulham. This is like this is a 5-0 situation. Come on, man. Like Donald Trump is not just a politician. Like people need, this guy is a celebrity. Forget about it. This guy he's like an actual celebrity. Me myself, I won't lie, I'm actually a fan of Trump. Funny enough, like the situation with Trump is similar to if somebody like Wole Soyinka ever ran for president, except they are not the same similar type of personality. I emphasize on that personality. These people had successful lives before politics. Donald Trump is not even that desperate. This guy, if he does not become president, he has a life he was living before that. It's even the politics that got him in trouble, self. That's when he started fishing things in his personal life to get him into courts. Before then, this guy was flexing. This guy is a literal celebrity. Plus, look at his opponents. Come on, man. To say that the person he is opposing is already bad enough and him is good enough. Just look at I need to. The thing about politics, and this is something I've noticed everywhere, you see it everywhere in the world, and this is something that, because I read books a lot at my young age, Socrates complained about this like 50,000 years ago. People do things like, human beings, you guys are emotional voters, shall. Like the guy that even came up with this democracy thing, he said that was one of the biggest problems with it, and he called this thing called demagoguery. This is basically you just vote the people that you like because you like them. And like, come on. Okay, Trump messed up when he was president last. In fact, I wouldn't even say Trump messed up. COVID messed him up. Trump was basically in the right position, but at the wrong time. Because of all the things that happened during COVID, emotional response has made people vote for somebody else who just happens to be the American version of Tinubu.
Okay.
And now, look, no, it's the truth. I'm saying this guy is the American version of Tinubu. Like the USA right now, politically and everything else, not just politically safe, because the politics determines the situation of the country. It's basically like the Roman Empire. People have given this explanation so many times. USA right now is like the Roman Empire, and it's crumbling just like the Roman Empire. Both when it comes to borders and immigration, one, when it comes to family social structure and degeneracy of the society, two, both when it even comes to the industries running the place. America right now, a lot of the things within their country they're using to make money are things that are the detriment of its own people. Like this country has a huge pharmaceutical industry that is even killing the people themselves.
Okay.
As somebody commented here earlier that the problem with America is the pharmaceutical industry. I saw the comments now. I was not surprised. That person clearly knows what they are saying. America is just, in fact, the foundation of America is even part of what is even causing this problem. America capitalizes on everything. You know how many people are sick and obese in that country? It's because of the policies they create regarding everything is based on capitalism. Capitalism is normally supposed to grow a nation. But with the way America is now, it is even what is part of what is destroying the nation. And all these parties, both the Republicans, Democrats, they have sponsors from each and every industry, left wing, right wing, that are sponsoring all these things. I can give you so many examples personally. I don't want to call out.
Okay, Justin, thank you. I need to come in here. Yeah, right. Now, here is what I would say. Every client has a different brand of politics played in different ways. And in the case of the United States, it's not different. There are now, in the last election, over 70 million people voted for Donald Trump, and a little over that voted for Biden. That simply means that it is almost 50-50 in terms of support for both parties. Now, the question is, though, for those who see Donald Trump as not able to govern, be a good president, or he's a criminal, he's a felon, and all that, are they saying that those almost half of America who voted for him are also they are all wacko? Okay, that's for those who are in support of Donald Trump. For those who are in support of Biden, are they saying that a man who has put in 50 years of his life in the service of politics in America, shaping international policies international politics, American international politics, relations, and consequently serving in the Senate, serving as vice president, serving, now president. Are they saying that this man does not have the prerequisite qualification to be able to manage his way even to the next 4 years and be able to win election clean and clear? Now I call in Dexter, who just came in.
No, let me talk before Dexter
Okay,
because
the Blackstone.
because
let us give the Blackstone, who will bring his own unique view into this topic.
I don't have a unique view. Because when Dexter start talking now, we just carry us go on that jungle. So actually, what I'm saying, actually, the truth is this, right? In every political arena, I mean, there's propaganda, there are truth, there are lies, and so on and so forth, right? And it's not also different in America. Like what Justin said, Donald Trump was there, and at his time, COVID came in, right? Which actually was a big blow on him. And the Democrats was able to utilize the situation against him. They're able to use it against him in a very positive way to their own gain, actually, right? Because if you look at that time, the American economy was doing well. There was peace. In fact, is the only person that never fought a war, right? There was no war. He was able to create peace. But it has even a better international relationship with every countries. He's tried to put every countries at peace with America, negotiated with those who they call their enemies. He met with North Korean president. He met with Russia president, and so on and so forth. That other president never did before, but he did everything just to have peace, right? So, but at the end of the day, the coming of the outbreak of COVID-19 actually came, and the handling of that time, and also the propaganda of COVID, and actually in everything, even within your house, you might even have an enemy. Even the person that's eat with you from the same place might be your biggest enemy. Right? It does happen. And politics is very common in politics, right? The one that thinks supports you might be the one that stab you behind. That's what happened to Donald Trump. But this time, even at least Biden have served for 50 years. I think that is enough for a person. I say it is a greed for you to still keep on pushing. It's a greed. You understand me? So, and at his age, you know that is deteriorating. It's not strong. You understand? Though they not just release his medical report to say what is happening with him, what is wrong with him. We know he has a cognitive issue. He cannot remember some things. He won't call Ukraine president as a Putin, and they call Kamala Harris as Donald Trump. You understand me? These are some of the things that they're actually being worried about. You understand me? So if he continue like this, he win again, what is going to happen? How is he going to actually sit down and discuss at a higher level with foreign partners? And he has said that he need more sleep. You understand me? American president, at least most of them sleep for just 4 hours a day. So for me, I would rather advise him at each issue, step down, let them find somebody else who can be able to handle, go for the election, right?
Okay.
So, but with what it is now,
come back to you. We'll come back to you.
Right.
Thank you. Let's move forward. Duster, what's the initial comment? Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, KJ, and everybody on the panel. Personally, I don't really like dabbling into other countries' politics and all that, but I think we can see it's all, for me, I think the problem we have in life is that you have people that want the yes guy, and a lot of people in the population wants the yes guy, and then they don't want somebody that will tell them the hard facts. Joe Biden is the yes guy. He's the yes guy for the establishment. That's basically what Joe Biden is. And I think the establishment in America are stuck with Joe Biden is clearly deteriorating. His cognitive skills are actually going down, and they are stuck with what do we do about this? The truth is that I think the problem that the Democrats have is that the way America's election run is that if they have donated money to, example, Biden Kamala Harris ticket, even if the Democrats decide to change Biden, the next person they put cannot get access to the funds on that ticket. And I think that's where the Democrats are stuck. The other part is that Kamala Harris, if you actually do listen to her interviews, you can see that she doesn't have the depth to become a president. She is like paperweight, she laughs about things that are not supposed to be laughed about, so she clearly is not in that level. So I think the Democrats are stuck, because if today they say, okay, we want to change Biden, they won't have the funds to push for the next candidate, so. And then the idea of Trump, well, for me, Trump was a peaceful president, like Blackstone said. There was no war during Trump's time. The Democrats came in and there's war everywhere. So I think we should judge it for ourselves. But if you ask the average person, the person that just wants a cool life, wants a cool guy, fine. They will definitely tell you Biden, because they feel that Biden is the kind of person that is approachable, they can talk to, so. But
all right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Toyin has made a contribution, you have made. I'm actually winding down. Is there anybody who has the last word? Toyin, what's your last word? Or is there any topic that you feel we should look into before we wind down? I'm looking to end there in the next.
I guess we've touched everything, but all I'm just going to say is, Nigeria, we can keep talking and talking until something dynamic is done. These criminals are not stepping anywhere. They don't care. I mean, it's, as we can see, Tinubu doesn't care. He just having a time of his life. He doesn't care what anybody says or do or comments. Until something dynamic happens, they're not moving. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have something to say, please. So
yes,
so the first thing I'll say, I don't know if anybody watched the David Hodoyin podcast, I was going to do. I don't know if we spoke about it. So there's a question I'll ask Stone, and then there's a general question I want to ask. I know it will ruffle feathers. One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that we find it difficult to say the hard truth. The truth is out there, but everybody's keeping quiet about it. Now, to be fair, David Hodoyin said something that it actually is going to shake the foundations of our belief in Nigeria. He said that Abiola was a con artist. He said it. And I was surprised. He said it without apology. He said Abiola, the ITT scandal. And I had to actually go and read about it too. That Nigeria was supposed to have...
Are you just doing it?
No. My point is that this is the first time, the Blackstone, the point I'm making here is that this is the first time you had somebody courageously talking about it. Why I say that is that when you mention the name Abiola in Nigeria, people want to say, oh, Abiola was the bastion of democracy. You have people writing in papers and comments about him. But then you have this investigative journalist coming to tell the public, this guy is a crook. And now the second question I'm going to ask, and I'll direct it towards Stone. Now, David Hodoyin said something. He said that the reason why Abiola did not become president is because at least that time in Nigeria, the military guys that knew Abiola was a crook, that who did all their crooked deals with him, said, Oga, this one, you no go collect them. You will not take this presidency. We know you. We know how bad you are. So we are not going to give you this thing. So it looked like you won. That is why Babangida annulled the election and Abacha took over. So what David Hodoyin was saying, he said at least there was a sense of, those military guys had this sense of, okay, we are bad, but let us not put a bad politician inside. You get my point. That was what he said. Now, so what the question David Hodoyin was asking, that say that the top brass in Nigeria, the security service, they know about the current president's the current president's shenanigans. And he was expecting that at least they will still have that patriotic drive and say, Oga, we know say you get this shady deal. No. So the question I'll ask Tony is that, is it that in the military, there's no more patriotism towards the nation? Because once there's no more patriotism towards the nation...
Okay, Dexter, let me quickly answer you. The military of 20 years ago is not the same thing that we have today, unfortunately. There used to be very, very, very professional officers, so to say, that were committed to the profession. But right now, most of the generals and the service chiefs that are now being appointed they've got their hands deep in politics. See, before the military was to some extent removed from the polity of Nigeria, but right now what we have, it's not the same. And KJ, moderator, please, can I just draw your attention quickly to the comment section? If what this guy has just posted is untrue, can we just ban him? It says breaking news: Donald Trump has just been gunned down.
I don't want to read it out. I don't want to read it out.
Let me say something. What Dexter just brought up.
We can't be posting this sort of thing in this platform. That's what I'm trying to say.
Hold on, that's what I'm trying to deal with. I've looked, and I've not seen that breaking news anywhere. I'm not going to
ban him.
I like that. So
let me just contribute to what Dexter said.
Okay, so Dexter, what I'm saying, yeah, to some extent, when I was there, I will say the Abiola had friends in high places in the military. That is true. There's some elements of truth. There were rumors that he has his hand in various military coups. Whether it's true, whether it's untrue, I do not know. I cannot confirm because I'm not a part of that cartel. That's the best way I will respond to that. Thank you.
Okay.
Let me say something, right? That of Abiola and AT&T, that was a well-known something in Nigeria, right? Nigeria has a contract with AT&T. AT&T is an American largest telecommunication, right? That's been there for a very large time. That is why Fela use Abiola to sing. That's why Fela sang ITT, right? I was talking to a friend some years back, right? I said, we are all talking about who killed Abiola, what happened, why did IBB annul the election? I said, Abiola's daughter is a journalist. Why don't he go deep and search deep what actually transpired between IBB and Abiola and the Abiola family? They were very good friends, right? If you are a daughter to a man that was killed, and your father was a very popular man, and you are not a journalist, I think the first thing you will do is to go and do investigative journalism to bring out the truth. She was working with Arise News for, I think, some few years back, but I don't know why she's no more there. You understand me? So some of the things that they're all true, right? Abiola was one of the people that actually also contributed to what Nigeria is today. That is why I said we honor people who are criminals in Nigeria. We forget, once you have money, people forget your bad side. Once you become popular, people forget what you did to make your money. I challenge any Nigerian billionaires, let them come out and tell us how they make their money.
Okay.
You understand me?
Yes, sir. And
thank you. That's what it is. KJ, I challenge you, go and investigate all of them for us. Let us see how they make their money.
No, I don't have to. I've always known Abiola's story. I have not.
So why not Abiola today, Seth? All those Elumelu, and this guy, all of people, APs, all of them, go and investigate how they make their money. Go and go back to their history and see how they begin.
They all crash people's money in the banks and became. It's not hidden. Yes, welcome. Just when we're about to call you, said to show us the head of the bronze of Benin. What's happening?
Papa, it's 247. You are mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Maybe.
Yeah, thank you for having me, KJ. Greetings to everyone on the panel and to the chat and viewers. Yeah, I saw that you were about to close, and I thought, since I'm around now, I might as well come and stop you from shutting the entire thing down. And I really did enjoy it.
So that's how you came. The bad guy.
What is the bad guy?
We have a nice shift.
Yeah, and there is another one coming up around 2 a.m. I think Pastor is coming on. But I was enjoying the young man that was, asking questions, a lot of questions. I wish I was around when he was asking all those questions. But so I just thought I should come and join the conversation because it doesn't have to be any major stuff, just to have, discuss some of the stuff happening in Nigeria. The recent one is this food import that the government is talking about that they want to do. It's a very bad idea. It's like Nigeria, we don't have follow through on anything really. Adesina, the head of Afrexim Bank, is against it. It's like, exactly word for word. When I saw that video, a video of the Nigerian government announcing that whether they are contemplating importing food, the comment I left on that video was exactly word for word what Adesina said. It's like, how can you you can't keep having two policies at the same time? If you want to transition to locally made, locally grown food, transition, it's going to be difficult, but you have to stick at it. If you keep pulling back, okay, if they go and import food now, they're going to delay the Nigerian farmers from being able to take over. They are just going to be harming
the farmers. Forefathers, there are no farmers. Nigeria is not farming. That's the reason.
Then take the money that you are going to use to import, use it to give to farmers. If you take that money and give it to Nigerian farmers,
farmers.
No, forefathers. No, still the forefathers. So, sorry, you said them as question. Did he say he was going to import, or he said he's going to remove tariff that people can import food?
No, what is it? I think there's an element there's that. That's money that they are going to collect. That they're supposed to collect to give to the farmers.
Except
but I think they are going to also order food too. I think federal government order food too.
Can I give my own view? And this is my personal view, and I'm entitled to it. Okay, for the first time, I'm going to share my views. Now, what you are seeing is a continuous play of what started toward the end of Jonathan's regime, where Nigerian farms were given over to some, I don't want to call their name because I was there to do the documentary, were given over to some international farming companies to grow, cassava and export to the West. Now, at that point, they were playing with the idea of bringing in GMOs. Now, if you notice that and just oppose it.
Your audio. You are frozen. Or am I the one that is frozen? Can anyone? Okay, I'm fine. Okay. Yeah, the government's policy. I think from what I can read here, it says the Nigerian government policy to allow massive food importation risks destroying the country's agriculture. That is at the core.
He said for only 6 months, so he didn't say for one. Just say for only 6 months. So that's what he said, though. For only 6 months.
I'm not sure it's only for 6 months.
That's what it is. 150 days, forefathers. 150 days.
Hold on now. Even if it's for 6 months, why did you have to do it for 6 months? You are damaging the local farmers. And
people are suffering. People have no food people to buy.
You think this is suffering?
There is no production.
It's not suffering.
Insecurity.
Let's go to Nigeria now.
Take the money you are going to use to import, give it to the farmers.
No, forefather, it's not about giving money to the farmers. It's the insecurity. Farmers are not going to farm anymore.
They're not going to farm. How about the body? How much the body get to the farmers? How much the body get to the farmers?
Is it the way they talk? You see how they talk? All this short-termism is going to kill us.
Forefather, listen. Whichever way, head or tail, the Nigerian people are in for a hard time. If you're going to import the food, it will take at least 1 month before everything can get to the point where it will get to the ordinary man. I'm saying 1 month because that means you are going to be on an express service. If not, if it's going to come through the badges, it will take up to 3 months. Now, if it's going to take up 3 months, what will you be eating? If you go back to the bill that they signed for declaring this thing, majority of what they said is something is bureaucracy, not even food. It's even going to clear land. It's even determined to form a committee that will go in to investigate, to look for food. Come on. You see, I read these things and I ask myself, are these people okay? People are hungry. People are starving to death. And you are now forming committee. And you are even, look, I don't know where I saved it. I can pull it out and you hear what they're talking about. It doesn't make any sense.
KJ, my question is, after importing the food, are you also going to give them money to buy it?
Oh, the one of buying food. I think I wanted to play the video here. Remi Tinubu have told Nigerians to be using their backyard to farm what they will eat.
Yeah, there's a first lady initiative on garden whatever. That's another avenue to siphon money.
Yes, so now they should be using their own money to farm, and then they will eat. Let them farm what they will eat. They shouldn't wait for, say, they will have to go far into their farms to go and farm. That's what I'm saying. The whole policy is tied together to remove the land from the people. It's simple. It's nothing. You can't see more than that.
What our father said now makes sense. But the other side that we are not even looking at it is this. If you are allowing people to import food within a space of 150 days, they're still going to import it with the current exchange rate regime.
Of
so
course.
The only thing that is going to be incentive there is that they're not going to pay duty. That duty element, is it enough to make the food cheap when the food come in? The answer is no. And again, if there is no concerted effort to make sure that our production base in terms of agriculture is ramped up, what solution have you actually provided? Because the only way that food is going to be cheap and surplus in Nigeria is if we're actually the ones that produced it.
Yeah. Man, your insight is scary. I must say you can see. See, the idea is that
Papa, wait up. The truth is this.
Why do you keep interrupting me?
I don't know farms in Nigeria. I don't know farms in Nigeria.
There are farms.
Within insecurity, with insecurity in Nigeria. Not that they're not from Nigeria. Not the point about to go to the farm. It's insecurity. So
okay, can they like employ like 100,000 soldiers and send them to Mando's farm?
Exactly, with all that money.
The places where the farm products are coming from.
Hold on. Now that forefather is here, I will hand over to forefather, and he will eventually.
I go and sleep. Don't worry, they go.
I mean, yes.
Don't worry, he will be back because he goes to eat, rest, and then he'll be back to join the conversation again as a guest. You are welcome back if you want to come back.
All right, thank you so much, everyone, for now.
Thank you. And but this food matter. Okay, let me ask: how long does it take to grow corn? How many months from seed to germination and get this? How long?
Yeah.
Does anyone know?
It depends on the type of corn now. It depends on the species.
Okay, the fastest one.
Am I a farmer? Ask AI.
He doesn't do anything. So
ask AI.
No, but all those are questions. We need to know them because when he's saying that they want to go and start bringing food inside Nigeria, maybe you can take that money and give to Nigerian farmers.
Papa, that's what I don't understand. Did he say the government or he said it's going to remove import duty for people? People cannot import.
I think it's dual. It's both. I think
it's
happening.
It's both.
Yeah, they are removing tariffs.
They will import wheat and corn.
Yeah, it's both of them. That's why it's coming across like
250 metric tons of wheat
and anyway, for your information, I've not seen anything that
look at that.
Promise.
You see the numbers they are giving us here: 2-3 months, and by the time you order those things, some of them might even take almost as long as this. Why are they doing that? Take that money. Go clear land and plant.
How long does it take to import? How long does it take to import?
Some of them say as much as 3 months. Sometimes
to import or to grow.
To import, to grow is 3 months. From what to grow to this thing. So you can take that money, clear land, and plant different types of plant, the one that can yield faster and the one that cannot yield faster, and incentivize the farmers to do more. I don't know why they would rather go overseas and open the floodgates from foreigners.
It depends where you are importing from. You can at least from Europe. It takes 1 month for a ship. At least 2 weeks, 2 weeks plus for a ship to get to Nigeria now.
Europe is definitely going to be more expensive food now. What kind of food is going to be cheap from Europe?
Anyway, from my, I don't see anything that Tinubu promised that came to pass. So all this is just talk.
The only thing that comes to pass is the one that kills our economy, like floating the currency, removing subsidies.
Everyone that is need to help the people.
All
to
the
help
good
the economy.
ones never come to pass. We never see the good ones come to pass.
This will not also come to pass. My man just leave that story. You just talk.
I personally, no, they will. See, what you don't understand is that the forces that are prompting him to do these things, they are not normal forces. They are the forces that want to flood our market with their own cheap products. He's saying that it's for 3 months or 6 months. It's not going to be for 6 months. It's going to be for a year.
Okay. What about the wheat that Ukraine gave to Nigeria? Ukraine said they're going to give Nigeria wheat. Where are they?
Yeah, let them keep their wheat. Make we grow our own.
Sorry to butt in. Can you guys? Trump was he just survived an assassination attempt, because I know you guys are talking about international politics.
Are you serious?
Can you guys look up that news? Yeah.
I just checked too. I didn't see anything at first.
It's happening. It's happening now. Somewhere in Pennsylvania.
There's nothing to panic about. There was a pop.
No, it's not panic. Because you guys are talking about international news, I'm just looking at
it. It was just somebody it was just a
they say it falls at rally. That it fell at rally.
And they had to move him out. It was a normal thing to do. It was just a prank, and I think the person got shot.
So that's what happened. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let me look it up.
After he falls, rushes off stage. After he falls at rally. Why are they saying it's assassination when maybe the guy fell as an old man? I don't know. Let me see.
Yeah, because I just got an email to that effect. Don't worry. All right, let me go. Let me go now. Let me go. Continue your discussion.
Is it only Tinubu that will fall in public function?
Exactly. If anything happens to Trump, God help America.
He's also an old man.
If anything happened to Trump, God help America.
He didn't fall. I just saw the video now. Somebody shot an air gun. It did not touch him. But I think the guy was even taken out anyway. So there were people armed to the teeth. They just bundled him into an armored vehicle and moved him away, which is a normal thing to do. So no biggie. So why are people saying that he has been assassinated or it was an assassination attempt?
I don't know why they say all those things. I don't know whether they had about it before we heard about it. I don't even know how that.
People just want Trump. It tells you the hatred that people have for that man. They want him to be taken out.
If they take him out, man, America is closer to a civil war than we realize then.
Yes.
Let's head back to our country. This food business. I'm always worried whenever I see this government, the way they behave. They will pretend as if they want to do the right thing for the people, then they will go and sabotage it again. Just like the fuel subsidy that was removed. Instead of us to get the benefit of that, they punished us by floating the currency again. And now you see that they are saying that the Nigerian farmers are supposed to be growing their own food. That's one of the big things he was talking about since last year. Now they're talking about bringing food in again. It's like, why do you always this forward backward game that they are playing with us? Like this is the game they've been doing since 1999. I've not seen anything that has moved Nigeria strategically forward. Not once. Can you even believe that Kenya that went to the Ruto that is in trouble right now? He went to Washington, and Washington upgraded their status to non-NATO ally. They call them non-NATO ally. That's a specific status that Nigeria hasn't even attained. You know what that means? They were going to give them more weapons, more this thing. They will raise their security profile. Basically, Kenya has got that. Nigeria hasn't got that. These are presidents just there doing everything. IMF, World Bank, everybody's telling him to. Me, I'm tired though. The guy is just exhausting.
But forefathers, if you listen to Obasanjo's statement, you know that Nigeria actually attained a higher status than that. If you listen to Obasanjo, one of his one of his lectures, where he spoke about how there was a time that America's policy in Africa, America could not do anything in Africa without informing Nigeria. That's America could not take it. If they want, it's not like they are taking permission. No. Before they go into Libya, they will tell Nigeria, we're going to do this. You will hear about this. Nigeria was at the forefront of their policy in Africa. So Kenya is doing. Kenya is sending soldiers to Haiti. Kenya has been trying to send soldiers everywhere that America will not send soldiers to. So that is why, of course, America has to now support them somehow. But if you're talking about status, I think Nigeria has actually at a point in time risen to a very recognizable state. There was a time Nigeria was thinking about having a frigate. So we have, although we have fallen off, we have fallen off.
You know that I get them before, no be property.
No be that's what I'm saying. Yes, I agree. I get them before, no be proper. We have fallen off the perch, because the truth about it is that we have Nigeria is now run by kleptomaniacs and kakistro or something like that. People who have no business being in power. That's the truth. Unfortunately, from Buhari down to Tinubu now, these people had no business being in power. If you look at the caliber of people in their cabinet, at least if you look at Obasanjo's cabinet, he had people who internationally could be recognized. Goodluck's cabinet, he had people who internationally could be recognized. But look at Buhari's cabinet, nobody. Your Minister of Communication, Lai Mohammed, would they recognize him anyway?
But why are we saying that they have no business being in power? I think Olumide says this all the time, and they will say, if our Nigerians were allowed to select their leaders. Well, how do we know Nigerians are not selecting some of all these leaders? The Ganifa Emi was there. Showore was there. Look at Showore. The election just went by. How many votes did he get? How many have they caught Showore stealing? But yet Showore didn't get vote. What makes people think Nigerians are not voting for these people? Nigerians are like them. We pretend as if Nigerians are not like these leaders.
You're right, forefathers, in that regard. But the truth is that did you listen to the recent news in the Kogi State election saga? Have you seen the Kogi State election? You will know that Nigeria is almost finished. The judges in Nigeria, the judiciary in Nigeria is now an accomplice of the politicians. In Kogi State, the tribunal approved that the Beaver's record should be used to verify the election. INEC came and provided Beaver's record and verified the election. And from that verification, it showed that SDP won the election. The same tribunal now, the appeal court now say that the tribunal should not have approved that. Tribunal now wrote back and say, no, we don't approve for which kind of countries? Judges that said something now turning back and saying no, you shouldn't use the Beavers. What? And then based on that, now the appeal court has said that that Beavers is not valid. Which country will make progress that way?
I see that type of stuff. When you see it, it's frustrating, but it's part of every nation. Like sometimes there's another one is overturned. Some of them will be overturned later on.
The judgment is right. Dexter, they are just being consistent.
No,
in the consistent judgments last year.
Yes,
the Supreme Court said that the Beavers has no bearing on the election outcome.
This is the point. It's not about it's not that about that. This is what was requested for, to verify. This is to verify the votes. SDP's claim was
the claim of no, they don't need it.
And why I don't agree with you here is this: court is based on.
They don't need the Beavers for anything.
No, court is based on evidence. Once you tell somebody to bring an evidence, and the person brings the evidence and shows it to you, black and white.
The judges have already said the paper trail is what they want.
No. What happened there was that the tribunal approved that the Beavers should be. So,
stop criticizing our judiciary.
The judiciary is completely dead. Completely bottled.
It's completely dead. Go and steal a car in Nigeria. You find out whether judiciary is or not.
They are completely dead.
They are not dead.
They are not completely dead.
Exactly. If they are dead, why do you take the matter to them?
Oh my God.
See, we are getting to the point people will stop going to the judiciary.
Why do people take cases to them if they are dead?
In fact, the truth about it is that
they are still going.
What the SDP person said that look, if these things start, because the truth is clear. Somebody, in fact, he gave a perfect scenario. you install a CCTV camera in your house and criminals come in. Okay? You have a footage of the criminals that came to rob. You take that footage and say, look at the people that came to rob. Seen on the CCTV camera, they were robbing. The judge will now tell you, no, go and bring witnesses from your neighborhood first to confirm that you were robbed. How can?
Because electronic devices is not admissible in court of law.
Oh, no. If we continue like this, that country,
they have rules now. You have to follow rules. After you say the law is dead, when they follow rules, you complain.
This is where I always say that the West, the West at least have some sanity to know that once evidence is placed before them, black and white, even
the West have their own problem.
Yeah, I agree. But in the case of law, once an evidence is placed before a judge, black and white, no matter how it came, as long as it's placed before him, he makes his judgment based on that evidence, not based on political sentiments. Or because what I think has happened in Nigeria, you have the government has succeeded in making everybody poor, even the judiciary. Right now, that appeal court judges are happy that they are building complexes for them. How can? Which,
I think maybe you are saying, see, like in some cases, even in the West, there is opinion-based judgments too. Like when the Supreme Court makes its own ruling, depending on the makeup of the Supreme Court, you get different rulings. That should tell you.
That's different. We're talking about where there's evidence. Evidence. This thing is black and white. Did this person steal? Yeah. Look at Hunter Biden's case. Did he do it? There's evidence. He did it. You have to pass it. You look at Donald Trump's case. That is it. You have to pass.
Did you hear about? This thing? Ben Affleck's. Was it Ben? No. What's his name again? The guy that was in court today. That his case was thrown out. Even if he killed somebody, but somehow his work.
No, if there's no evidence.
There's evidence that he killed the person. That's not the dispute. But yet the case couldn't go forward.
Why? What's the reason? What was the technicality?
I think it had something to do with the way the evidence was tampered with from the prosecution or something.
Okay.
And the whole case fall apart. This is someone that killed somebody.
But we have to look. I want to. We must
like Baldwin.
Like Baldwin. The Baldwin.
Oh no, sir! Look at what happened there. It was not his fault. Wait. He's not his fault. It was the armorer. It was the armorer. He was not to know. He was never supposed to be given a loaded gun.
Okay.
He was never supposed to be given a loaded gun. So
Sorry.
it was in a movie cast.
Hold on, sir.
Yes.
I just check out that Trump's news and
I've added the videos. I've added the videos to the backstage. We can play it if you want to.
Let's check it out.
Yeah,
that's why I came on to say I've added the videos.
Okay. I also added it also.
Oh, okay. I came on as soon as I did.
Man, you guys are fast. All right, let's play it.
Take a look at what happened.
I think it was.
You will see the second one where I said duty.
Is that when he fell down that he got injured?
No.
Was the shot that injured him?
Yes. If you notice, the first shot, he touched his ear. So
Can you play it again?
Okay, let's check it again. I find out how to believe.
Take a look at what happened.
I must say there's some truth to what KJ said. That because one of the first
hold on before you guys start arguing. We have just seen it. There is no film trick or anything. If a professional really want to take him out, he will have gone. See, that was a graze. I know that was just a grazing, and it wasn't even a proper weapon. You to say now.
No! Nobody said he was a professional. The trick would be whether you're a passionate poser of Trump wanted to do something like that.
Not even that.
And,
see, let me tell you something. Forget those ones that are talking. If it's not your time, if you like, go bring the best marksman. He no go get you. That's just
come on, man.
I'm just telling you.
If that was a bullet,
even if the marksman is falling from the sky, some of them are so good they will still get you.
Let them throw bomb where you are now.
They just made that guy give him 90% chance of winning the election.
The assistant survived. He's still living. Not gonna leave that thing. If you don't believe in God, I believe. That's why
it's a bit odd though. I don't know because he did flinch. That the only evidence that maybe the stuff touched him is that he did flinch when
and
the
it might
first.
it might not be actual bullet. It might be some sort of.
Yeah, it might be.
He got injured.
Anybody
we're not disputing that. We're saying if that was a bullet, you'll be out cold. Bullet doesn't graze your and small bleeding, and it's not
exactly. That's my point. That's the point I'm trying to make.
The bullet might have missed him and touched his ear.
The person wants to assassinate you, they won't come with those.
So it depends on the kind of weapons they can get into the.
Yes, they said.
Talking about.
They said that.
You're there laughing. America's this chances of a civil war is rising every day. I've been warning Americans. You guys don't know the danger you are in. The chance of a civil war in that country is so high. If anything happens to Trump now, and all this stuff, let's say it is real, somebody tried to assassinate him. Chances of him winning the election just went up again.
It just went up.
It just went up again. And with grudge, he's got grudge in his belly.
Usually, I try not to discuss things that have to do with Christianity on this channel because most of you don't think those things are this. But there's a prophet I follow, prophetess, and her name is Celestia. Great.
You follow Celestia?
Yeah, I follow Celestia.
The same prophet that was praying when they were announcing results. Trump is winning now.
No,
it's going to be overturned. The election.
Brother, at my age, I think you should know that I know some things in this world. I don't think I was born yesterday.
Sorry.
So what is Celestia say?
Sorry.
Celestia said
let's hear what Celestia said.
But I have to give it to Trump though, for an old man like that. The way he appears like a 50-year-old man. That's a 20-year-old man.
You know these evil people, they are just going to start, I know what you're talking about. It's not even only Celestial. There are two other people that have said that this is going to happen.
You see, let me
don't worry about it.
What will happen?
The Simpsons actually predicted this assassination attempt. Actually,
let me.
I could have predicted it. He's a politician.
Exactly.
Common sense.
Somebody
come on. Sure, you don't be prophet, Abi.
At least as a politician, you can still predict. Anybody that says something can predict. So people that have said it first, and that predicted it, and it's coming to pass.
What is Celestia say?
I actually predicted it. Is it because you don't know that I can predict stuff?
Dexter, I don't hear the voice of God from my ear. It lasted in my ear for 2 weeks. You can't tell me anything about God that anybody can come and tell me. I have heard. I didn't say somebody told me. I have heard. I've been in a life and death situation, and when I came out of it, it was the voice of God I felt heard in my ear. Said, "Now you know I know you by name. If you die right now, you'll be standing before me." Not something somebody can tell me.
God not interested in Nigeria. Abi has left us.
Wait. Let's hear what Celestia said, please. KJ, what is Celestia?
She already said this.
I missed that thing.
Go back to his video now. Go and look for it. Go and ask AI.
So I don't know. You see, many Igbos get proverb say, everybody and his God. Your own God different, my own different. And they follow my own. It's been working for me.
Has God left Nigeria? He's not interested. What did we do?
He has abandoned
us.
He has abandoned us.
No, we should go and repent. Go and repent. Righteousness is not a nation.
Yes.
Never hear.
The Blackstone, yes. Tell them.
I miss him pass.
Righteousness is not a nation. Sin.
What is it?
Sure. You want us to know. You that grew up with a Christian home. Your father was a pastor. You might not talk here.
I believe in all this. I believe, but say somebody predicted they would attempt to kill Trump. It's common sense. I could have predicted.
Wait. Excuse me. Before the last election, when somebody said that Trump is going to win, they said they have heard that Trump will become a president. Did anybody believe him? Or it happens?
Even Paula White was calling all the voters from Africa, calling all these things on live TV. This thing is 50-50 now.
Exactly.
It's just calculated guess in most cases. They are prophets. I'm all for that.
There are prophets, there are genuine ones, there are fake ones. That we know very well.
My brother, sure.
Huh? Biden needs to go.
Just like
he needs to go.
Fake prophets.
Biden is bad market.
Everything.
We replace it with the forefathers.
Everything
there's Kamala Harris now. Just no matter what, I think she's better than him now.
Kamala Harris cannot.
You don't have a choice.
Biden have a better chance than Kamala Harris.
I think people are misunderstanding the situation. If she became president, her profile would change automatically.
Will she win? Not like she will she win? That's the question.
But would she win? That's the question.
The question is if by Trump, this in Biden goes and collapses completely, then they will lose a lot of seats. But if she loses, she might actually lose respectably, and she might be able to make a good case against Trump. Remember, she's a prosecutor. Trump is a convict, while she's a prosecutor. So you can see the juxtaposition of how they are.
That does not stand.
It may stand though. See, remember, Hillary actually won more vote than Trump. It's just that he managed to win the election.
Obama was a one-off.
Let's
just say that.
Two off, you mean? Twice he won.
Two off.
Who is on the law side? I'm always on the person who's on the law side.
And who's that? Trump.
Even okay, Papa, no, you know that even that I won't trigger.
I've not said
KJ has started now. Remember that you are a
KJ, my problem with you and this Trump.
No, you don't have a problem with me.
I'm coming. It's painting that Christianity tag around him. It doesn't make sense.
So did I say he's a Christian here?
He's on the Lord. Say somebody that is on the Lord.
I said me as an individual.
He wanted to call his full name.
Yes.
KJ, come on. We know who you support.
Me, I support Trump, come what may, because I believe people that say the truth, that say what it is, how I feel, how I see it, I say it. The not politicians that come with the fancy words, come and dream both here and there. So
that's finish now. You as a person, I like this gist.
Exactly.
Moderator.
I don't know where this is gonna go, but personally, I think Biden has to bow out, then give Kamala Harris a chance, because I believe
it will not bow out. He's very proud. He will not bow out.
For me, before Obama became popular as a president, I didn't care too much for him until he won Iowa election. Sometimes your profile changes completely just because you win something or they put you in a position, and because she's just a vice president, nobody cares. But if she's the president, she's calling shots, suddenly her profile will change. Okay, and the way she will be abused, I am prosecuting the case against her.
The women go after her. That's not the truth. The women go for her. That's the only thing. Then nothing more.
If you notice, I have stopped discussing the politics of America. Not because I don't know what to say, but because I don't want, there are many things I'm avoiding. So when I'm talking, as I said, I'm asking who's on the law side, is for me, for myself. If I come to a situation, I ask, I inquire. And you may not be hearing God.
So you're not for Trump then? I think you're not for Trump then.
I'm not for anybody. I'm for who is on the law side. I'm just like that. Who came,
so none of them are on the law side now.
Yes.
So KJ is neutral. KJ is neutral.
Forefathers, didn't you buy the Trump Bible? How can you be more the law side?
Exactly. When he's telling you on the law side, you don't know what he's talking about.
I know what he's talking about now.
Somebody that turned the Bible upside down. He doesn't even know how to hold it right.
How do you know the Trump Bible?
If not you, when Pastor was there now, you don't talk.
I don't know. I've never seen Trump Bible. Is it by Trump? Is it by Trump?
You brought me from
Pastor.
Is it by Trump?
No, you brought me from Pastor. I'm grateful.
Pastor was there to deal with you. You don't agree talk. You the wrong.
No, that's like don't talk. You don't talk. Keep quiet.
No, I don't.
I must say,
I know how
that
to
video.
dodge Pansat bullets. I know how to dodge Pansat bullets.
When it comes to politics, that video doesn't do Trump any harm. I must say, it doesn't do him any harm.
Video, he will use it for his campaign. Where it was
it doesn't do him any harm at all. It doesn't do him.
course,
That guy knows politics,
I think
man.
this was even planned.
And maybe. But all this stuff is happening because Biden is just there fading away.
Gentlemen, calm down. The question is, this is between life and death. Assuming even the team make mistake hitting head, that will be the end of his life. He no get duplicate. So let's
see even see where it goes, the head, don't put the body, the head.
Let us be also looking at the fact that it's another human being that just narrowly missed dying. Come on, guys.
That
we don't fully know yet. But the only sign that we know that it touched his ear. We just thought it touched it because it was shot.
Yeah. As he bent down, when he stood up, how did he know that the danger had been averted instantly?
You don't get the Mr.
There were so many targets.
In fact, in that place, they are still showing it live on a post. Wait, excuse me, they are still showing live on all that. Excuse me, all of the secret service. It's still live. That was still live. It's secret service. It's secret service. There are so many secret service there. They are all secret service. They are all there. Even National Guard, they are all there. You understand me? I would say it's not that they told you that now they can move to the vehicle. They move to his own to the armored bus that was there.
It's interesting that when he was shot, he felt it. You know, when they shoot somebody,
he felt it now.
They shoot me, oh, please.
Excuse me. It might not be a real bullet. It might not be a real bullet. But excuse me, it's a sign that you should be more careful.
I agree. I've not disagreed with that. I'm just saying it was not real bullet. That's what I'm saying.
No, sure. Let me tell you. Though I spoke to.
Anyway, I think they will arrested the person anyway. I think they arrested the person. From where I think they arrested the person that.
One guy who was shot. The guy said he didn't even know that he was shot. It was only as he was running, and now later on he saw blood coming down. That's when he knew he was shot. He didn't even know the bullet met him. He thought it bullet passed him because he only heard it pass. So, like somebody observed here. It depends on what kind of.
But KJ, but what do we ask? How did that guy enter that place with anything dangerous? Because they said that they go through metal screen and everything. Apart, there's high security.
Wait, now have you ever gone to these airports? You go see all the kind of things when they discover from passengers. Even this last holiday now, there was even one. It was in form of a comb. Just it'd be like comb. They dismantle and all together. It'd be like comb, just comb. I was watching this thing. Those TSA guys, apprehend them, in the airport there. And they were asking them, so what was the crime?
Which airport? Nigeria airport or US airport?
I'm talking about better airport. You talk of Nigeria airport.
You said that airport. May I ask you that airport? You don't say everything you find in wait, KJ. Everything you find in FIR, you find it in America.
Anyway, I'm talking about better airports. Those people who brought it, they were asking what are they going to do to them? They said those ones that were loaded, they're going to get up to 5 years. Those ones that are not getting loaded are going to get charges and probably giving some fines to pay. But if it's loaded, you are going in. So what am I saying? I'm saying that these things are everywhere. They are made as small as anything. So anybody can even carry different pieces, depending on who is involved to get into the place. But I thank God, we all thank God that because it's like somebody I was listening to today said one of those people who work closely with Agu Rensi, his book.
The blood menu. I mean, I'm small blood though. Man, go see her for Fox News. I share the pictures from every angle.
Fox News will show it till next year.
You listen to Fox News a lot, right?
No, you follow CNN, Abi. You follow CNN.
If they follow CNN and MSBC.
But this is not CNN. They are following first. They are following CNN and MPC.
I only listen to Dr. Damages.
Story. Not for yourself. Story.
Dr. Damages fan.
Story. The TV station where a live pass for this one at CNN. CNN is the TV, the news that live most. CNN.
Is that radio station?
The Blackstone.
For it to be a real gunshot, other people have to be injured there because the way the shots were coming. If other people are not injured there, then it's not.
I know. What are you saying?
There are too many people around him.
You can see that. You can see that
behind him, around him, everywhere.
No, it's the Blackstone that was asking that it's never seen it before.
Say what?
Yeah.
I was showing you something, Blackstone. I'm not sure if you saw it.
No, I've not seen it before. Show me again. I'm not seeing it to send it to me.
About what?
Trump's Bible.
Is that Stammer or something?
Not be Trump Bible. It was not written by Trump. It was not written by Trump.
He's on the Lord's side.
It's not written by Trump.
Nobody said it was written by him. I didn't say he wrote it.
So they gave the name Triumph. I have it in my app.
Triumph.
Why is man of prestige asking me to shut up? What of prestige? What's your problem? I don't know. Did I offend? Is he a Trump supporter or something? Oh no, I think he's a Biden supporter. Yeah, he's annoyed that I'm saying Kamala Harris should I think she should, because if Trump is going to lose, you might as well lose with grace instead of losing with this sleeping Joe in debates and everywhere. You might as well have somebody that prosecutes the case properly. Maybe they might save some seats.
Kamala Harris will not go anywhere. My for that story.
You don't know. You don't know that.
The black women I go support them.
Don't be too sure. Don't be too sure.
They're already saying it now. That is full of news. They're already saying it. The women are vying for her.
People are very fickle.
Have you listened to Kamala Harris before? Have you listened to her?
No, I've listened to her. I don't like her much. I don't like her much.
Okay. Have you seen?
I don't like her much, but I know that.
Do you think she has any substance?
The laughing camera.
She's a vice president. The only vice president that we've known in American history that seems to have a little bit of power was Dick Cheney. The rest are always bland figures. Look at the.
Wait, Father, what are you talking? Father, what are you talking? They gave her the border. What happened to the border?
Who gave her the border?
The border was handled to her for her to take care about the immigration. How to manage the border
How did they give her the border?
I don't think people hate her strongly enough. They don't
tell me, Steph. Tell me, why change your name now? Tell me.
Border security.
Is it the other border security? You see that what we are saying today? I said it's management. It's not the border, but she has a right to give an instruction. Don't she have the right to give an instruction? No, don't she? No, excuse me. Don't she have the right to give an instruction?
I don't like her.
You see now. You see. Excuse me. You people are defending America when they do something wrong, but in Nigeria you are condemning them. This is double standard. But if somebody in Nigeria that you be condemning somebody in Nigeria that if you say Nigeria, if you say Nigeria vice president, now you be condemning him. You be
now. Blackstone, you're very hot today.
It's very wrong. When we have double standard, it's very wrong.
The Blackstone, please. Can I ask a question to?
Ask me a question.
Let me ask the question to the panelists. I don't know whether we have looked at this Ministry of Livestock and the debates that have come out.
He did it.
Cow good for you now. More cow. You more cow.
Ministry of Livestock
put on the backstage a major camera from the front. So if you watch the major camera after the shot, you see what happened and why it was.
Okay, you put the video backstage. The video is here now. Okay, I'll play it now.
You see what transpired and who came to bring him up. Because sometimes we just see.
It's just one. It just.
No, you didn't play it at the.
No, it's only one video I can see. Okay. It's in the chat. Okay. I see what you mean. Let me get that. Oh, I saw. Let me see. Oh, that one has ended. Though. Fox News has ended. Let me play one that I know I have here. Yeah, that one. I think. Okay, is there the second one? Let me see that second one.
Yeah, the second one. Why is standing first? Play from.
Let me see. Oh my God, it's 1 hour something.
No,
this
don't
one.
play from 1 hour. Drag it to 11 by about from 9. You see.
9 minutes.
No, when you get to 9 minutes, don't already enter the motor. Don't put an inside vehicle.
Of course,
let me see.
Agents will be the one to tell him to get up. He wouldn't have gotten up on his own.
Yes, the agent now. Yes, the agent that.
Okay, if you drag that one I showed you, but if you drag
I have a video here that seems to show from the beginning towards until they got him up from BBC. So let me see. Maybe that will show everything you wanted to see.
I asked them. I said, no, be let me, not be only first in that career. BBC even carry on.
Exactly.
BBC is even following it.
I'm on your side,
The history of our country.
even Dr. Damages are showing,
Look what happened.
Yeah, showing it also.
Yeah, Dr. Damages.
Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
That be only one self. That's like twice self.
The people around him should get hit too, because there are people surrounding him everywhere. But you can hear them shouting, so maybe they will show victims.
Yeah. It was 3 shots, right?
There will be more.
They'll be watching. You see the agents that came in that brought him up. You can see people that are coming now.
See quick response.
No, they're always there now. They're all around there. They are positioned in different places.
All clear, all clear.
I got you, sir.
Wow.
Like a war zone, isn't it? Your turn is ready to listen.
All those things we watch in the movies are not.
Yeah, look at them.
They are real simulations.
They are really going to make liberals look bad now. When it's the Republicans that are doing most of the killing of political activists or politicians. But
it's not the first time now. Even at that time, Reagan, they even shot Reagan now. Reagan, they shot at that time now.
Yeah, Reagan. Yeah. Reagan wasn't exactly as controversial as by this in Trump.
So
was it during a campaign they shot Reagan? Was it during a campaign?
No. It wasn't during a campaign.
Okay, so this one is more charged. This thing has ensured that now his own support is hardened even further. And Democrats, Biden needs to think twice. So
he plays into his hands.
No, sometimes when you are fighting your enemy, when in politics, you have to be very careful how you carry out your fight. That's what. That's what is happening to Democrats. Because the way they have been fighting Donald Trump, it has been too much that even give him more popularity.
He will get him a lot of sympathy votes. Even those who are not decided might think for them to be fighting against him.
Even the cases in court and everything, all of the in fact it's making them more sympathy.
Go back to America, whatever they do. They shouldn't come and lecture us about democracy. In the whole of America, these two are the ones that they can find.
Like I said, democracy doesn't exist now.
No, sure. Like I said, I said
you are so hot today. Calm down.
But I wait first. I said Democrat, they rig election illegally. They rig election legally. When it comes to the election period, about so less than a year to election, they start to change laws to favor them. That's how they rig the election.
Did you see show that this in Jeremy Corbyn got 12 million votes in the UK, lost. Got 10 million votes, lost. Keir Starmer got 9 million votes, won a landslide.
Yep.
This is not a democracy. It's crazy the world we live in. And we pretend as if it's democracy.
I've just seen another video. The guy was shot. He was shot. He can't even walk. He's been dragged out. The guy was
Some other
shot.
person got hit, eh? Oh, the
No,
person that shot.
the guy that actually shot him, yeah, he was shot.
Ah, good.
I just saw a video.
I hope they didn't kill him. Oh. He needs to say where he's from.
If anybody has got
we need to know where he's from, whether he's Joe Biden's brother, whether he's related to Kamala Harris. We have to know. Exactly.
He won't say anything now. He won't say that. He won't say that. If it's even possible, he won't say that.
He will say it by force. When they throw him to the rednecks, he will confess.
Fathers, your statistics are a little bit they are misleading. What do you call it? You have to look at what is the total number of voters in a system. So when you say Kestama won with 9 million votes,
he's dead now. Guys, they killed him.
You see, that's not good. There's no evidence now.
Yeah, but
America, they are very fond of taking. They are very fond of destroying evidence in America.
No, but they've just destroyed the evidence.
What did you want them to do?
You have to.
The guy was armed to kill. The guy is armed to kill.
You take him out.
You could take him out, but in the UK, somebody beheaded a soldier and they shot him in the leg. So there are ways to disable somebody, especially when you need information from the person.
I don't agree with you. That guy
I agree.
Threat to the life of the people there.
And he was.
If the guy was resisting arrest, there's no they'll have to take him out because.
Apart from that, see, these things are quite deep. He might be taken out so that nothing is revealed. You've not thought about that.
That's true.
That's my concern. They're taking
where that guy put this story on the chat. It was a fake story.
The shooter of Kennedy died like that too. They don't let people reveal the truth of the situation. They just get rid of them.
The driver who collided into Dodian Fayed and Diana, he survived. Yeah. They said he lost his tongue. He couldn't speak for 2 or 3 days in the hospital. Then he died shortly after.
It's always like they always die mysterious.
It's always like that. No. If you have to cover evidence, in order to see real evidence, you kill the person. Just eliminating. So
But let's not conclude the matter like that, because the fact that they identified that guy, that is an evidence. Because if the guy planned that assassination, then there will be trails around him. There will be messages and all that. So
for all you know, some other person was the mastermind that actually did the shot, and that person was a patsy. They always have a patsy that they use for all these things. You know what the patsy is? You know what the patsy is? They'll put one person up that is more of a useless person. Then the real person that carries out the actual operation is behind the scenes, and that one is never touched. It's the patsy that they will go after. So these people are very, very sophisticated. They know how to handle the public very well. And that's why the parties they often never let them leave, because if they had lived, then they'll be able to tell their tale properly.
Will Trump attend the next debate with this kind of stuff that happened to him? I don't think he will.
Oh, he will attend. He will attend.
He'll give up his security.
Now he'll be like he's born now.
Where is the sound coming from?
Is there sound coming? Am I echoing? I don't know. Maybe it's UKG. I don't know. I'm not echoing from my end. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame that Democrats are. Sure, why am I saying that? It's a shame. They should rot in hell. I don't like Democrats. Actually, they've completely done so much damage to our community. Do you know? Oh my God! When I was checking the data recently, I was just like, Democrats are evil. America, there's about 1 million abortions a year in America. 38% of them are from the Black community. And then I looked into it and I said, is there any other services within the healthcare system that is being used by Black people at this such a high rate? I said, there's none. At the same time, is there any other service? Is there any other people that will receive this service at this such a high rate? No, only Black people receive our service. And no other service in American this healthcare system that they dedicate so much resources for Black people. So, and I just found out just that, but 38% for a million out of a million, that's 300,000 annually, at least, from the Black community every single year, and they fund it to the health. And every other area that can improve our lives, we are not number one. The other people are getting it number one. Cancer, all the others, other people are getting it. So it just tells you that the Democrats, they will say they are your friends, but they are actually killing your community slowly, and you won't even know it.
You have to reduce. You have to reduce the population of the black people.
This is happening at a time. Yeah, this is happening at a time where the population of the Latinos in America is rising. You understand?
Exactly.
So which puts the black at a place of disadvantage in the next 10, 20, 30 years.
That's why I consider them diabolical. They are just diabolical. You say they're your friends, but they are killing you from within, and you won't even know it. They'll be like, oh yeah, they're giving you healthcare. Why is it that our healthcare has to be with abortion? Why are you not helping them raise those children?
We are talking about the abortion in America. Don't you know that the United Nations sponsors abortion in Nigeria?
No, that's part of their approach to that
kind
of reducing the yes, that's their approach, and it's a very, very diabolical one because they don't do it with any other community. It's always us that they are doing it all the time.
We give birth like rabbits, forefathers. That's what they say.
No, we don't give birth like rabbits. They just
they give birth like rabbits.
We breed like rabbits.
It's a lie. That's a lie.
You see, that kind of stuff, that's how you're saying.
That's a lie.
The senator of the Republic of Nigeria.
Let me tell something. Even Nigerian population that says it's not even correct. It's less than that number.
The Blackstone, one senator has 28 children.
Is it bad? How many wives? No, how many wives? That's how many wives. No, how many wives? Wait now. How many wives?
I think it's like 4 or 7 wives or something like that.
Okay, so he's not supposed to still marry other men. They will still have the same number of children too. They will still get to the number of children. So it's not because one man has it.
So that validates the point I said you breed like rabbits.
No, don't breed like rabbits. Yeah.
the Blackstone has got his voice today, man. It's not.
No, excuse me. Have you not seen a woman that has 35 children? Single woman has 35 children. Have you not seen it?
That's I'm not saying for Blackstone.
I did find an interesting study.
It's not even in Africa itself. I think it's in Kenya.
The Blackstone.
If a lady starts giving birth when she's 18 years old, 18 plus 35 is how many years?
I said this woman has 35 children. This is people from Kenya.
Some of them are having twins or triplets. See,
all of them are twins and triplets.
Hold on now. Let me just add something. I asked a lot of questions about this because I also asked about the abortion rate in Nigeria and all the rest of it. And when you compare it, even from the black community in Nigeria, because we are black, because I was trying to think that maybe in Africa it's the same thing as in America, so it's not unusual. But in Nigeria, very, very low birth rate. And I even went on to ask, is Nigeria, that's abortion rate. I also asked if the abortion rate in Nigeria is also less than the abortion rate amongst the white people in America. It was still lower than the abortion rate in America. So it means that in Nigeria, we have a lower abortion rate than the white people in America, but single-handedly, the black people have the highest. Basically, maybe in the world, actually. It's like, what kind of politics are they playing in America there to allow that kind of stuff to be happening to them? You have a higher
sacrifice. They sacrifice those children to their gods. I leave that side.
It's sad. It's really sad. I don't know. That's why I just really.
How can a federal government say they will be paying for abortion? The whole federal government will be paying for
and
abortion.
They want to bring that to Nigeria. You see, those are the kind of things they want to bring to Nigeria. This is why they keep talking about family planning and all this stuff. They want to bring that thing to Nigeria.
No, for that, they are sponsoring abortion. But they are inviting immigrants. You don't have to have children. You don't have to have children, but you have to bring other people's children, and for them to become your children. Can you imagine that?
You see, what makes it ugly is that they just need grown-ups. They don't need people that they have to educate. Because when you bring immigrants in, other countries have educated and spend a lot of their resources educating them. So you bring them into your country to just come and serve you. So you see now, they don't have to do the hard work of educating you, raising you till you become older. They just come and serve. And when you serve at a cheaper rate. So, and you look at Democrats, you think they are just being nice, but they are not being nice. They are a weapon, actually. Because while you are pulling people away from their country, you are pulling some of the best brains from that country. If Nigeria doesn't have nuclear scientists, they don't have aerospace engineers, they don't have, who will build Nigeria? Nobody will ever build Nigeria. So it depends on the scale that they remove Nigeria.
Who told you? What about you? What about you? What about you?
Going to be Nigeria? I'm here. What are you talking about? I'm one of them. They've taken. What are
you who took you? You went away yourself. Nobody took you.
But you see, you think you're doing it yourself, but you didn't have it. See, I'm not a fool. I've admitted it myself that it's because they brainwashed me too. Because we believe that every time we come here, we are going to get the best out of here, isn't it? We're going to get good education, which you get. It's not a lie that you don't get those things. And why do you think we do that? It's because Nigeria is not providing it. Some of these things I wanted to do in Nigeria, I didn't have access to doing it in Nigeria. Or if you wanted to do it in Nigeria, it was so expensive, so you had to consider traveling overseas. But if people were building Nigeria, I wouldn't need that. Or maybe if I didn't even know that stuff existed overseas, I wouldn't even want to leave the country. You see, this is why you have to be careful what you expose your own people to. Why do you think I wanted to leave the country? Because I knew it was there. And many of our Nigerians and people right now are watching Instagram, watching YouTube. All they see is things that they don't have access to. That's why you see the Jackpot syndrome. With the rise of social media, it almost correlates with the rise of the Jackpot.
Anyway, forefathers, no matter how Jackpot or not Jackpot, the more we Jackpot, the more our country remains what it is. So start going down because when we leave it for the bad people to enjoy the wealth of the country. So it doesn't help us in any way. In fact, it is more of a disadvantage to us than advantage. Because if we are living, right, the bad ones will be there and start enjoying the wealth of the nation.
It's true. The Jackpot thing, it has its two sides, a two-edged sword. You can use it to your own advantage, but our government is not doing that. All they are thinking about now is...
For example, now, Jackpot after some years you come back, your times will be better. But when most of us Jackpot, at least I like to say about 40% or 50% will die in abroad.
Yes. And some of them will be buried there too. They will not
even tell some people that say, we are getting all those trying to keep platform Nigeria talk about. They say, what about doing there? I want to die where he is, you know. So also the same thing. We are also destroying ourselves, destroying our economy one way or the other. Indirectly, everything we do has direct or indirect effect on our society, on our nation.
So in a way, what makes it good also is that it's not that hard to fix Nigeria. You just have to have the right kind of people with the right kind of mindset and the right kind of leader in there. All this is the Jackpot will become a blessing then. Because if you know what you're doing, you're going to tap into that Jackpot. That's what the Chinese did. You tap into the Jackpot to transfer intellectual property rights and transfer expertise and invite them to come back home, to come and invest and build. All you have to do is secure the country. Secure the country, have them come in, they'll build the healthcare system. A lot of them will come in.
Not just to secure the country. You have to, nobody is going to bring
it is the political will of the rulers.
If you secure the country, that's guaranteed. If you secure the country, that's guaranteed.
As long as they take politics as a means of enrichment to enrich yourself. For example, somebody said, I think this is a senator. He said my monthly salary is, I think, 4 million a month, but my allowance is 32 million. Can you imagine that? Allowance 32 million every month, salary 4 million. Can you imagine that?
It's about the same amount that MPs will receive here, the allowances because for their staff and all the rest of it. If you put that together, which I'm not sure it should be up to that amount because in Nigeria, the cost of...
He said it on interview. I'm saying he said it on Arise News. You understand me?
No. If you do the calculation, wait, get about 100,000.
No, forget about that. That's UK. When we look at the situation of Nigeria, how many people are senators? Also, the people in the election also have the allowance. The ministers have the allowance. You just calculate how much is being taken away from the coffer every month for the political people.
If we take all the money that they are taking there from them, it's not going to help Nigeria in any way. It's not going to be enough. No. It's not even close. What we want is to... I think there was a governor I saw was saying something about it. He was saying that it's productivity. Nigeria, all this stuff we are talking about, I think he was using the issue of local government to reference it. He said, okay, yeah, they are moving the money now from governors to local government. What difference is it going to make? It might help, it may not help, but in the end, all we need is we need more money. And he was right. We need more money, not shifting money from one end to the other. We just need more money.
Not more money. We need more sincere people, more people that are willing to work. Even the local government chairman, start giving them the money now. Instead, all of this, they start buying more wives. They be building more houses. You don't even use that money.
Yeah, but
for the local government, they will not even use it. They will not even build one center.
One day, anytime we say this thing, it keeps coming up over and over again. They are stealing all the money. I really wish I keep trying to find the right data to calculate this. How much is the Nigerian government actually spending legitimately, so that we know how much is getting stolen? Because we don't know. We just assume that they are stealing everything. If they are stealing everything, hold on now. If they are stealing everything, the moment you land at Lagos Airport, you'll be carried and taken to the bush. They will kidnap you straight from there. In short, there will be no airport to land. They can't be stealing everything.
Don't see it like that. Let me tell you something now. If maybe now you are giving 100%, after that 100%, you spend 40%. That 60% go to your pocket and your cronies.
See, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. We need to know what proportion is getting stolen, because we know the pay salaries.
Okay. You go and look at your state and see the subvention they get. Wait, the subvention they get every month. Every month,
the allocation that goes to the state.
Yes, Delta State as it is, the one that get the highest allocation every month. Delta State.
How about you know
about 100 billion naira every month.
100 billion. Okay. That how many trillion a year? That's over $1 trillion a year now, isn't it? You see, if we get the precise one, do it for 36 days. Let's say it comes to 5 trillion or 10 trillion. Then now you know, okay, that one goes to the states. Federal government, how much? Federal workers, how much are they being paid per annum? Does that include the military? If it includes, you can check it. If we know the total amount and we know the amount that the government spends on the national budget, then you can now say, okay, this is the amount they can steal. And within that area that they can steal, which one do we, let's say that area is for buying weapons, equipment for offices and all that. We know they buy those things, like cars and all those things. So how many is being stolen from there? You can now use basic statistics and common sense to extrapolate how much could possibly be stolen from there, without the whole country blowing up. I think we really need to know these things. Otherwise, we'll just be guessing. Oh, 60% is getting stolen, 20% is getting stolen. We don't know.
Forefathers, even the government, even the Bureau of Statistics doesn't even know how much they are making in Nigeria, because they don't even have the correct sources of data.
We have to go with the one that we know. You see, we can't keep saying, okay, now you see what you just
wait. If
one you know, they say we don't even know how much we earn.
Yes,
now you're in the wild forest.
Yes, if NAPC cannot tell you how much they're making every month, cannot tell you how much they make, is that not a problem?
We know how many barrels that they claim to be selling per month.
They claim 1.2 million.
What do you want me to tell you? The clip. You want to say it's 3 billion barrels per month that you're hiding? We don't know. We can't keep shifting goalposts. We have to be rational about this, so we know how much that is getting stolen, or at least have an idea. It's okay. It's around 20%. And you know what? Why that might be useful? Because if we get, say, 20%, 30%, 40% is getting stolen, you compare it to other countries. Then that's what I would like to do, to find out whether we are judging our own people harshly while other countries are doing practically the same thing. But just because we are poorer, it seems like our own is worse. You see, that's why that information is useful to have. Because if I have that information, I can take it now to extrapolate with the UK. Because the UK, they tend to have data about how much they get stolen every year from fraud and misappropriation and all the rest of it. So if you do that, you compare to the UK, say, oh, UK is only 5%. America is only 2%. But Nigeria is 40%. And you know, okay, our politicians are especially bad. So these are the kind of things I need that kind of information for. But that said, anyway, that is that on that front. I just hope our Nigerian government what am I hoping for? It's just useless to hope right now. We are in trouble.
Hope, I beg.
We're in trouble.
Have hope.
We are in trouble. Yeah, this government. I don't think they intend to do the right thing by Nigeria. I really don't think.
You gotta renew your hope, bro.
Renew There's no hope now. It's past hope now because I think this government, they are so in the back pocket of the Western powers. It's just, and without reason, they are not even doing it with reason. It's not like they are giving them anything. What are we getting for it other than poverty and hunger?
Forefathers, don't worry.
You can't even get good deal from them.
Forefathers, don't worry. But the next, after the next election, your state governor will appoint you as a special advisor or be a minister for statistics.
Who's gonna hire me?
Your governor. Your state governor.
If he doesn't fire me or kill me before this thing, by the time I tell him, because they're not gonna like what I'm gonna say now. He's not allowed to steal money. He's supposed to do things that are.
Now you're gonna be number one thief. Don't worry.
His life at risk. He's gonna do things that might even put him at risk.
Now you're gonna be number one thief. Make you not worry because they could have talked too much. People that talk too much, once they get there,
I don't know. Maybe who knows? I don't know. Maybe I might get there. I go and see something that's bigger than me. I'm like, I surrender. I think what I step back. You never know. But see, chances of that happening. If it happens to me, we are done for. If it happens to me, we are done for. Because no other person will not sell out. You can't tell. But no. You have only one life to live. I tell you this. You have only one life to live, and life is very short. What is there in life anyway? There's not that much in life now. So to scare me with if when it comes to the people like me or my own people are telling me not to do the right thing by them, to scare me on that front is very, very difficult. Maybe if you can scare me with individual issues we're having and all that, but not on a scale where I'm supposed to do something for maybe thousands of people, then I put my own life in front of everybody. No, I'm not going to want to do that. You might as well kill those people yourself, isn't it? But I don't know how to do these type of things and just go and sleep at home as if it's okay.
Forefathers, one person also died though. One person that went to the rally also died.
Oh, you mean by the stray bullets?
They killed the shooter and one other person that went to the rally also died.
You see, I'm not surprised. Now that is a real this in shot that was fired, because that's what you should expect when bullets are flying like that and missing. But how can that person miss so much really? Trump was just standing right there to be taken out. But
I think Blackstone, I think it's just one person that died though. I think it's just the shooter that was taken out.
Fox News just said it. He said shooter dead and Trump rally attended killed.
That I'm not surprised. I did hear some scream when one of the shots came through. Somebody shouted, and when you hear that kind of shout, it means it's not just shout for this in the incident that is occurring.
The doctor just go down, you just go there for rally. Can you imagine that?
The whole world is on fire. Israel is there slaughtering people left and right. I didn't know today now they probably kill more than 100 already. They're just killing people everywhere. Nobody is checking anymore. This is Biden's doing. And this is why I really hate Democrats.
Like Shaw said earlier, I think he's just going to get sympathy votes. I mean, I can see clearly now he's going to be the next president of United States of America, no doubt.
Yeah, can I come in?
This has just
I hope he wins. Looks like he helps break up all this nonsense. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
No, you're not talking, please.
Blackstone, I greet you, sir.
Just stay cool. Don't talk at all.
My elder brother. I greet you. Sure. Good to see you. Our number one moderator. Now we have another one firing.
KJ, number one.
Firing. Who can be
number one now? KJ be number one now.
Forefathers, don't mind me. You have your unique way of moderating as well. You're a great man. Everybody's trying. Why I actually calling is because of my senior brother. Man of prestige. Unfortunately, he's not here. I hope he sees this. Please come on, my brother. Because see, a lot of us we're condemning Tinubu's declining mental status when he was campaigning. He gabs a lot. We talked about it. We say, "Oh, this man is old. He's not mentally fit to become the president." The same exact people are supporting Biden today. we all see how he goes. But I don't think his own is about just Gavin. The guy has serious mental problem. His mental status is not mental in a game, if there is anything like that. The guy is going down seriously, and the same exact people are supporting him, and that is why I mentioned man of prestige. I don't know where that prestige is actually, because if you're a man of prestige, you should be very, very responsible. You should have a position you stand, whether good or bad. This is where you are standing. You have a very good, strong opinion over something, but you are here today, tomorrow you're on the other side. See, my brother Tone, Trump is winning the election already, not because of what's happened today, but already is on the winning side, because Americans have seen the difference between a complete, I don't want to use donkey in the White House, and a serious president who wants to build the country, who wants to change the economy of this country. And
you're supporting to Donald Trump. I thought you were supporting Biden, though.
Am I crazy? God forbid. I have good thinking ability and I can think and reason very well. No, God forbid. So the thing is, we have a president who always tells us how he's going to fix the economy of the country, what he's going to do, and how he's going to do it. He has done that in the past. We all felt how nice his administration was. For the 4 years that he was the president here. And then we have another one on the left side whose only winning point is how to give rights to LGBTQ nonsense, or how to give rights for abortion. And it is not just abortion of forefathers. They push abortion onto delivery. Which means if a woman gives birth to a baby, she can decide if this baby is living or not.
Are we sure? Because I think they disputed that too.
This is what they are pushing.
Until the point of delivery, not after delivery.
Not after delivery.
Until point of delivery, which means if the baby is coming out from her distance, she can decide to squeeze the baby's head, and
How can you kill a 9-month-old baby? A 9-month-old human being.
This is the demonic.
You even want
That
is 9 months.
This is the demonic Christ.
Can I wait? In Germany.
Yes.
1 hour after 3 months.
Yeah.
You can't touch that. You can't touch that pregnancy.
Those are countries that are.
If you go to your doctor and say what to do abortion, it's not advising you not to abort.
This is just the selling point of Democrats. They don't have anything to offer to this country. It's just lesbianism, gay nonsense, and what they call it, abortion. That's the only thing that they have. And then some confused set of people, especially Africans, will now say, in short, matter of fact, Nigerians, they'll say, oh, what about the mother's health? What are you telling me? If the pregnancy is going to cost the life of the mother, now it is up to the mother and the physician to decide next step forward, right? But you cannot tell me because you are feeling discomfort with pregnancy that you have the right to.
It would have even known before 9 months that there's a problem.
And chop Bola in the first place. Don't you know the outcome?
Exactly.
You understand? You should know the outcome. So if you are pregnant, you should be. Sir?
If not now, doesn't agree with you. The way you're looking at
yes, he will have the right. He will have the right to talk. If you are free to enjoy Bola, you should also be strong enough to carry the baby for 9 months. You cannot tell me that he impregnated me and ran away and denied the pregnancy. Then you don't have such right to take a life. Yeah. You were enjoying it, and this is the outcome. So don't run away from your responsibility. And this is the typical character or features through which you can identify Democrats. They don't want to take responsibility for their actions. They always they want free stuff, free life, comfort zone. That is only what these people are looking after. Now, for you, that you are an African or probably a Christian, that you know in your household, you are living a conservative way of life as a person, as a family person or whatever. You cannot allow your child, like a male child, to bring a male child at home and say, Daddy, this is my girlfriend. Or the female one to bring a female counterpart and say, this is my boyfriend. You don't allow that in your house. But your little skull that is empty, filled with gas, will go out and vote for a government that pushes for such nonsense in the same country you live, and you call yourself a man, you call yourself a woman. Don't you think that something is wrong in your head? If you don't support that in your household, why will you be supporting a government that pushes for that? Just like the other day, I received mail from one Jehovah nonsense. You know what I mean? I don't want to call their name in full. I received mail from them telling me about the cruelty, the suffering in the world, and blah, blah, blah. I said, no, I have to reply that mail. I don't know who sent me the mail, but I replied the person and I went to post office and mail it back to the person. I said, you guys of this Jehovah nonsense are part of the problem. You don't elect leaders. You said you are not going to take part in election. And then you are telling me about the suffering in the world. You left idiots to elect useless leaders, to elect wicked leaders who are now causing war, who are now causing suffering in the world. Now, you are coming back to telling me about how the wars and suffering in the world. No, you that know about Jehovah, you that know about how to live righteously, should come out and vote righteous leaders, so that when you have righteous leaders, you have less or decrease war, or maybe even you may not have war at the end of the day, and the suffering will reduce drastically, but you are not taking part of it, a part in the election, and then you are now telling me about the war. Get out. I told the person never to send me that nonsense to my house again.
Don't they support voting? Like,
no, they don't vote. They don't take part in voting.
No,
they have no business with voting. But they can. But
they don't sing national anthems.
Yes, but others can vote for them. And then when they see the evil going on and they start bombarding your house, knocking on your door to preach their nonsense this thing to you, while they are not taking part in correcting those ills in the world.
With all due respect, they have a freedom of choice. You know?
Yes, I have a freedom of choice too. My brother, Dexter, they have freedom of choice not to partake in the election. I also have freedom of choice to tell them the aftermath of not participating in the election. This is the result.
Can I speak? Dexter, they have freedom of choice, right? So why are you not complaining about the evil in the world?
Exactly.
It's also part of their freedom of choice to express.
Exactly.
Okay, let them complain within their circle, not to other people.
So let me round up. Why I said that instance is because of the Africans, especially Nigerians, that are in this country bullying you because you are supporting Republicans or conservatives. But in their house, they are conservatives. Outside, they will vote for useless government because of CNN. CNN is the most devilish network to even, if you allow that network to get into your head, you'll be so confused and behaving like animal. So better run away from CNN. And MS bullshit, MSBS, right?
You know what? I'm curious about Kennedy. I don't know where you got your education from. Either you are older than you appear, or you have been tutored by somebody that really is grounded. I have to give it to you.
Find out if not now. Why do you come to fight if not now?
No, I'm not fighting with anybody. If not now, tell us what you think. Tell us what you think about the happening in the United States.
Listen, I'm not here to quarrel with anybody. I'm not part of all your guys' shenanigans. My position is clear. Even if I'm sleeping, you wake me up, I will tell you. Okay?
What's your position?
You Democrats and you Republicans are the problem of America. All of you are too extreme in your views.
So you're Jehovah's Witness.
If not now, there's no middle. There's no.
I'm an
middle
independent. Sometimes I vote.
Ah.
Sometimes I vote Democrat. Sometimes I vote Republican.
Okay,
but these two parties are the problem of America. They're always too extreme in any view that they want to take. There's never a middle ground. It's either your way or the highway.
Anyway, make you vote for Kennedy now. We have an independent candidate.
I want to ask a question.
Somebody asked me a question in the comment section. He said, "What happens, or what do I think if my sister is pregnant and her life is in danger?" I don't know if that person heard me very, very well when I was saying it here. If your life is in danger because of pregnancy, right? And I'm talking to my sister, Queen. If your life is in danger because of pregnancy, that is fine. The doctor or the gyno or whatever that is attending to you, you can have that conversation with that person. Abortion, abomination. So termination of the pregnancy, it's because of medical reasons. That is fine for me. You can't kill two lives.
You made a
Or
good
you can't.
and that's why I said that these two parties are the problem of America.
You can't lose your life because you want to give birth, right?
Not the view of a core a conservative Republican.
I don't know what you mean that.
Of course, you will not know.
Mm.
But they always take the extreme position. This thing you said now is not part of what they're saying.
What are they saying? What are they saying? Let us know, please.
It's not you and your doctor that will decide if you are alive. You have to be to the point that you are about to die.
Is that what they are saying?
Is that what they are saying?
I don't know about that. Please, let's be sincere now.
Can I explain to you?
Yes, sir.
Some of those states that their laws have been challenged, if you are sincere, you go through it. You went to that extreme.
You know.
You went to that extreme.
No, if not now, I think you are not being. You know, there's a the way you have even said.
You're being very economical here with the truth, my brother.
There's something about the middle line. If not now, when you say middle line, the point is this: a woman can't just turn up and say, "I feel like this baby is a threat to my life," and the doctor will remove the baby. The doctor has to do a proper assessment to actually assess that that baby is a threat to the woman's life, and it's not like. Just okay, the baby is a threat to the woman's life. The first thing we'll do is remove the baby. No,
okay.
The baby is a threat to the woman's life. You look for a way to
if not now.
First of all,
if you don't understand the agenda, let me break it down a little more, right? You and I, we have same job, earning good money, right? We are women, and then I'm pregnant. You gave birth to a baby, but along the line you had financial difficulties. You are making good money, but maybe somehow you invested your money and the money gone, right? Now you are finding it difficult to take care of your baby, to even feed your baby. Do you know that in this country, according to Democrats, you will never receive any help from the government? You know why? If you want to receive such help, they will ask you to bring your either pay stub or tax document. And you know, in your pay stub or tax document, especially tax document, it will show, it will prove that you are making good money. So that help, that assistance will be denied. But myself, because I want to terminate the baby, they won't even ask me for any of this. Frequently, they will give me the money immediately or give me the medication to abort the baby. And now, another thing that they are pushing now is you can just, at the comfort of your house, they will deliver abortion drugs to you. So it is not you going to the hospital, go through the process. No, that will be delivered to your doorstep. That is what they are pushing now. So when the forefather said that these Democrats are demonic, I agreed with him. Actually, that was what triggered me. I said, you know what? Let me call in and support my brother here. They are very demonic.
Yes, sir. This same person that was asking you a question was bashing me because I said about the gay nonsense. He said, because they were saying, Ferreira saying that it's a private matter. I said it's not a private matter.
It's not a private matter.
You don't understand. From even the word
economic, okay, let me expose these people. Yeah. Let me expose these people for them. Do you know in our schools, public schools in this country, you cannot come under Democrats. You cannot come as a clergy to preach to the students. Exactly. But they can invite a grown-ass man that put fake system to come and demonstrate to the little kids in the school.
So Bobrisky, in short.
Yes, like Bobrisky, even worse than Bobrisky. This is how demonic these people are. And a sane Nigerian man will go and vote for this useless, godforsaken, demonic government called Democrats. Do you know in your workplace, Fafara, do you know in your workplace in this country, one confused, demented, see, I can use, am I free? So these people, they are not just demonic, but I think they have mental problem. They will come to work and be displaying their nonsense. A grown man will be shaking his bum, doing this, doing all those, like, in short, making it even worse than a woman don't even behave like that. Sir. Now, he can even talk some nasty stuff to you, like how gay is good and blah, blah, but you cannot tell him that being a gay is not good. Once you mention that, you'll be sacked from that job.
Disciplinary.
That is it. They are very intolerant. They can educate you about gay. They can preach their nonsense, but you cannot say no to it.
You know, I don't know why. I think if I was engaging in the West, I would be like
they will cancel you
polygamy right now, because I'll be fighting for polygamy, because I'll be like, if it's good for man and man to marry, woman and woman to marry, let me even say more.
Let me even say more. Do you know in states like California, where man of prestige lives, California, right? Do you know that currently you can take a dog and go to the community square, or they call it remind me now, you know how we have local government, right? Council. In Nigeria. Yeah. The council. Usually the council, they do have like a public place where you can officiate your wedding and all that. Do you know that they will take dog there and officiate wedding with dogs? This is what they are pushing. And now they are even pushing for legal right to own a dog as a spouse. That's what they are pushing. Yeah, to own a dog as a spouse.
I think now that one is going to go over the bar.
This is Democrats for you.
A dog cannot consent. They can't do that.
Understand? This is Democrats for you. And you want me, Kenechukwu, to go and vote for this kind of people?
They are crazy.
Honestly, it's only a sane African. I'm sorry that I'm saying this, that we vote for this kind of people.
When they went too far, that transition
there's another program. No.
In the far north or far west, I think in Idaho or Utah, that side, I can't remember the state. Maybe I will double check. Do you know that some God-forsaken human beings are also pushing for the rights for them to marry their daughters? And these are Democrats in this country. And gradually, we are trailing.
You'll be surprised. Everything is up for grabs.
We are trailing, and then we keep supporting these people. They will finish this country completely. Very demonic set of people.
When I started this,
demonic set of people.
It does finish already. It does finish already.
Democrats were in office.
It does finish already.
Democrats were in office when the First World War started. They were in office when the Second World War started in America. They were in the office when the Vietnam War started. They were in the office when the Korean War started. So they tend to be
Democrats above the fighting war.
Yeah, they are actually more warmongering than the Republicans. If you look at the rate of wars that they've been to, look at Obama has been to. He went to Libya, went to Syria. While Trump came into office, nothing. It's only George Bush and the first George Bush that went to Iraq. But Democrats, historically, they have actually gone into more wars than the Republicans. When I checked the data, I was quite shocked that the more I look into this party, the more I know that. Okay,
you see that threat. You see that threat. If I were Republicans, let's assume hypothetically I'm a Republican president, and then you know what I would do for those companies or establishment that has fired anyone that speaks against LGBTQ, I will revoke their license. You dare not. If you can sack someone for speaking against LGBTQ, then I can sack you for displaying LGBTQ nonsense in that company. This is what they're doing. You don't speak against. Once you speak against them, you'll be sacked. And then that's what they are using now to silence people in this country. Everybody is scared of talking. Everybody is scared of speaking their mind because they will lose their job. Don't you see our brother here, Alaba? He knows that deeply this thing is not right, but he can't speak. He's muted, completely sealed, right? He can't speak against it. Immediately they will cancel you. And then this is the country that said that they practice democracy. And then Nigerians or Africans should emulate this God-forsaken democracy that we have in this country. No. We can actually practice our own style of democracy without mimicking these people.
Show you the damage that they are doing to the Black American community. The U.S. population
they are waking up now.
U.S. population growth rate is 0.4%. As a member in the UK is less than that. But those abortion rates you see in the Black community alone make up for the Black community 0.9% of their population. That's what they are doing every single year. Which means if you take that out and plus the one that they're having, they're going to be growing by more than 1.something%, which is higher than that of the general population of the American state. You can see why they are suppressing it. They are just, these kind of people are just, man, they will pretend as if they care about they are killing you.
You know the problem with Black communities, right? They were listening to their so-called Black leaders before, but a lot of them are waking up now, especially their men. You know, women is very, once they are brainwashed, it's very difficult to unbrainwash them. You know, they go deep in whatever they are doing. So gradually, the men are waking up now. And I hope that the women will follow suit to wake up, because they've been deceived for a very long time. And thank God, my brother, a man of prestige, is here. I believe that by God's grace, one day the Holy Spirit will descend on you, and then you begin to change your perception of these Democrat stuff. And my brother, Steph, right? If not now, I will always put you in prayer. Let God save our souls. Let God redeem all of us in Jesus' name.
You put me in prayer.
Yes, sir.
You say you do what?
I will put you in prayer. I always put you in prayer so that God will redeem all of us.
Can I come in? Can I come in?
Put you in prayer.
No,
don't come in.
Here. These zero democratic parties, nobody from the democratic party is allowed here. No,
because of Blackstone, because of Ken.
Don't call me at all. Don't call me.
You're Biden, You come to say Biden. No Democrats are allowed here. Don't you know? This is not a democratic zone. So no, I'm just joking. Go ahead. What do you want to say Biden now?
Okay, thank you very much. It's nice to be on the platform. I was waiting to come at 9 o'clock. Show tonight we have with the ladies, but due to your gibberish narrative you have been, perpetuating here, that's what brought me, here. And when Kenneth came in, he interpreted the whole stuff. So I said, I need to come in even for a minute to change the narrative, because all of you here are bashing Democrat when all of you are so clueless about what's happening in this country, and you want to go with that. I don't want to give him a name, okay? Trump. I mean, he's fine, but it was a lesson was taught to him tonight that he needs to mind how he talk.
Wow.
I mean, that man is
Oh my God.
I swear, these Democrats are terrorists.
This of you to condemn the fact that they try to shoot somebody. Oh my God.
You see, they are peaceless people. Peaceless. That's what they are.
Let's hear him out.
That guy is clueless, immoral. How can a human being support that kind of human being? And all of you here pretend to be educated and rational people. You see person of Trump character. I mean,
what character does he have? Give me five. Give me 5 characters he has, or maybe even 3.
I don't have time for that. Okay.
You don't have time for that.
I don't have to educate you.
So then why are you not condemning him? So you don't have anything to say about that.
Tinubu was falling on the stage, speaking great
energy.
Biden is falling on the stage, talking nonsense. Can you condemn that just the way you condemn Tinubu?
It's a different space. In Nigeria, we are structured. Hold on, let me land. In Nigeria, we don't have any structure. We are structureless.
Double standard. Double standard. Double standard. You are condemning your people. You are condemning somebody else. You have the same problem.
Have to be coherent in order to rule the country. The structure is solid.
No, you don't have to.
So,
as a president of the country, you don't have to be coherent to represent your country.
Why is party members are saying you should step down? Why is party members saying you should step down?
It doesn't matter. You don't need to mind their business.
Okay, see, this is
what it is. No, the Blackstone. See, one of the things that my president, this is not baseless dislike for Biden or Democratic Party. Democratic Party, they are bad for Africa. They are bad for the Middle East, and they are bad for the world. They always look for a way to start a major war. Remember, it was Obama that started the war with Libya that created the extremism that Nigeria is facing right now in our country. And now, look at the Middle East is burning because this so-called president says he's going to stop it, but he didn't stop it. He left it going on. Today, now, they lost about 100 people already from slaughter. So what hold on, let me finish.
How about Ukraine war? Ukraine.
You go to Ukraine, he's burning that one, and you know what they are doing now? They are trying to directly put NATO forces inside Ukraine. These people want to trigger a world war. And
Man of prestige say that you are president doesn't have to be coherent.
What this president is doing, it's unbelievable. The guy is crazy, and also I'm not saying I love Trump, but he's worse than Trump. And I'm not saying if it's America, I'm going to vote for Trump. I'm going to vote for look for a black candidate. I don't know why black people even choose anybody. Choose your own candidate, choose a black candidate or any of the parties that are offering you what you want. If they're not offering you anything, why are you voting for them? They all hate you. Trump doesn't like black people. Neither does this is the Democrats. So look for a party, a black person that is running and support that black person. If let's say Trump says he's going to offer something to black people, yes, vote for Trump then. But these are not offering us anything. Look at how, you know how many laws this crazy Biden has passed on behalf of Israel. They passed a law recently that even if you criticize Israel, they'll consider it anti-Semitism. What has he done for black people? Black people saved him to become a president. You remember when Bernie Sanders almost defeated him in the primaries? Then the Black Caucus rescued him in Louisiana, one of these southern states. And before then he built up momentum and won the nomination to become president. The Democratic Party member, then became a president. What has this man done for the black people? Not one thing.
But don't be mixing up.
Man, that guy annoys me to no end. So many areas.
Man of prestige said that you don't have to be coherent to be a president of a country. That's what he said tonight.
Position of
I don't have to be coherent to be a president.
It's not limited to democracy alone.
So what were you bashing from Biden and Tinubu then?
Can I speak? Let's speak one at a time. Let's make it a conversational, okay?
Forefather's linked.
Hold on. Let me begin with forefather. Forefather, you need to stick with USA politics. You are clueless about what's happening in this country. So when you come here and you Google something and everything you get into your brain thinking it's correct. You don't know some of the information they got. They are all false. Some of them are AI generated information you are consuming, thinking that
how did you get your own
narrative in that. So when you come here, you may be a little bit political savvy. Hold on. Let me land.
African American when I spoke to Nigerians.
Let's make it a conversation, okay? Let me land. I mean, when you come here, you are talking all those gibberish that doesn't even coherent with what we have here. Forget about people like Kene, they are lost, okay? In this country, they are mega. They're not, their mind, they have become a Zionist. Their mindset has been conquered. So, contracted. So, that's what's happening with some of them.
What has Biden done for black people or Nigeria? That's what I'm asking you.
Will you be quiet? Let me speak. It's my turn. I'm only come here to push back the narrative that has been going on in the last 2 or 3 hours after the breaking news came. And you don't even know the genesis of what happened. You started talking, and can they just come and play for the whole thing?
Okay, so already now, you know the genesis of what happened. You already know. So are you a journalist? Are you an analyst? Or were you there?
Forget about. I'm in tune with what's happening in America. I'm not like you.
Democrats are very smart. They know everything. Democrats know everything.
My God. Even the press are not even be able to analyze what actually happened.
Democrats know more than you know yourself.
It is a plan of Democrat, and that's why you know. It is a plan of Democrat, that's why you know.
They know everything. That's their character. We know them.
They planned it now. They planned it. That's why it's already know. They already informed that their plan failed.
let me give most of you here. Let me give most of you a clue.
Very wicked organization.
Hold on. Come rain, come sunshine. Biden will retain the presidency.
We know.
I'm betting with you here.
That a mentally unstable man has been our president for a few years now. Mentally incoherent man has been the president for a few years now. We know that. He is not in the leader. He's just there as a poster guy. We know how they control this country. So we had no president for the past few years now. He's just there as a poster guy. Whenever he opens his mouth, he doesn't even know who his vice is. The other day he told us that his vice is Trump. You know, the guy doesn't even know where he is at a particular time. So, but my pain now is, man of prestige, you were condemning Tinubu. You called Tinubu old. You called Tinubu mentally unstable. You called Tinubu Abado master, because Tinubu was falling on the stage. Tinubu was very incoherent. But today, you are now telling us that it is okay to be incoherent as a president of a country. It is okay to be mentally unstable as a president. It is okay to be falling on stage. So it is okay when, as a president, you are meeting with president of other country and you are talking nonsense that they won't even understand. That is what you're telling us this night. Now, question yourself. Are you on the right side?
Okay. Can I come in now?
Yes, sir.
I think I'm connected. You know, I mean, I like it a lot, okay, you know, but having said that, you tend to miss was when I made that point. You just said everything about Tinubu that, you know, maybe I have said, or a lot of people have said. Okay, let it be that way, whether I said it or not. It's a two different structure. That's what you're misunderstanding. When Trump came into the power, hold on. When Trump came into the power, when he was in power 4 years, I mean, Trump was a businessman. He was clueless about politics, but the country functioned properly and has one of the best economy. So it has nothing to do with Trump brain. It has something to do with the structure. That's where my narrative is coming. Yes.
So,
structure, it doesn't matter.
Okay, hold on. When Trump, according to you, when Trump was the president, the country functioned properly economically, right? Yes. Is the country functioning properly economically now that the Biden is the president?
Okay.
No, yes or no? Is it functioning? Because I'm not done. Is it functioning properly under Biden?
I'm not just going to answer that word yes or no. I have to elaborate. So
according to you, it was because of the structure that the country functioned properly under Trump. Now, do we still have the same structure? Why is it not functioning properly under Biden, or is it functioning properly under Biden? That is the question I want you to answer.
Are you done? It's
yes,
not
sir.
Yes or no answer.
Okay,
because
that's fine.
I have to detail where I'm coming from.
Okay.
We know what I have the data with me, Barbados. What transpired? You know what economy Trump had and what economy Biden had for almost about 3.5 years ago. Go at it, Barbados. The statistics is there. One, you can talk about immigration. Trump was better, and all the social something, about men and women. Yeah, you give it to Trump. But in terms of economy, Biden has the best economy any progressive, any president ever had. Go and look at the data.
Man of prestige. The cavalry is here. The cavalry is here. Don't worry.
Man of prestige.
Thank you, bro.
Under Trump, there was a great change in the gas and oil sector. Energy. Let me use energy.
Okay.
There were laid down policies that Trump brought in that made the cost of energy to go down drastically and was very affordable for the people in this country, for the citizens, true of us. Immediately,
that was the way you put it.
Okay. Immediately, Biden assumes office. What was his first step? Just like Tinubu, what was his first step? He reversed all the policies. He reversed the energy policy. Hold on now. He reversed the energy policy, and what happened? During Trump, we bought gas, $1.29 per gallon, $1.29 per gallon. And immediately, just a few months after Trump left, that Biden changed the energy policy. What happened? It skyrocketed to $5.
My brother,
what are you telling me? What are you telling me? So the structure changed immediately within few months.
My brother,
let me use him.
I know that oil and gas space very well.
Okay.
What's today? Today is July 15th. I can
No,
tell you what the price.
July 13th.
I can tell you what the.
Are you fast tracking the year?
Hold on. I can tell you what the price of crude oil. Hold on. I can tell you what the price of crude oil will be in December.
Okay.
In July. You see, Trump did a number of things.
I beg, tell us.
His first hold on. His first ruling was to take out a number of the act. His very first thing that he did when he came into office. Very first thing, take out all of the acts that protected water, clean air, and everything. Yes, he did reverse some of the fracking laws that were in place. But let me tell you, the president of the United States is not what determines if you're buying gas at $1 at the gas pump or at $5. It has very little to do with it. Man of Prestige has to explain. Number one, I've known Trump since 1985. I used to watch this program called Lifestyle of the Rich and Famous by Robin Lynch. The guy is a criminal from day one.
What has he stolen?
No. Listen.
Let the man speak.
If you are in America, you see, if you go to your bank and say, I have this property that is worth 20 million, and you go and tell your banker that is worth 30 million, that's a crime in this country. It might not be a crime in any other country. That is a crime. And that is what hold on. That is
has
what.
Has been found wanting for that?
Hold on. They are coming. Trust me. New York is coming. Trust me.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So he's not a criminal.
Number two. Hold on.
He's a felon. What are you talking about? He's a felon.
This guy.
Let's try to keep it sharp. There is a program coming up at 2 o'clock. We have less than 40 minutes.
This guy has been sued by 3,600 and something subcontractors that work for him that he refused to pay them.
The only president that has never taken salary.
I'm talking apples, you're talking oranges.
It's not happened. It's a lie. It's a lie. The only president that has never taken salary.
I don't care about his salary. I said this guy has been sued as a private individual before he ever ran for
Democrats, witch hunting.
No,
hold on.
Let me ask you one thing. Let me ask you one question.
You can do better than this.
Let me ask you one question, please. No matter what,
have your way. Have your say later.
Whatever what his personal flaws are, personally, I don't care. That's his wife, his family member, maybe the legal system of America. My concern is how does it affect us? How does it
let me tell you.
Tell me how it benefits us.
Okay, let me tell you. Okay, let me tell
so
you.
So being a criminal doesn't offend you.
Let me tell you. Hold on.
That is for his
I've been listening. Let me take them on.
How he benefits our country. How it benefits this thing.
We're talking about criminals. Democrats are the real criminals. You know the level of criminalities of Democrats, right? It goes international. They will go to the so-called third world country and be stealing resources, creating mayhem in that country, stealing resources. This is what Democrats are known for. Criminals. Criminality.
My brother, you see, me as a Yoruba man, there is something that says Bobo Ekolo. All is not about money. All of it is not about money or how much somebody can do for you. If you don't have integrity, you are worthless to me. I don't care.
What about a man? What about a president that colluded with his son to get a kickback of $250,000?
Morality.
Morality matters.
Biden has none. Biden has no morals.
Hold on. I don't care too much. I care about what affects our own people. So you are saying somebody that has morality and everything, but he's decimating our communities is fine. But somebody that without morality but helps our community is not. You are not going to support that person.
Okay, forefathers. Trump did not do
examples. I gave you so many examples.
Trump did not do anything.
It's an AI generated information.
Anything to affect Nigeria.
Anyway,
Biden did not do anything to stop your life in Nigeria.
You know what?
Be responsible. Be responsible for yourself. Nobody is holding you back.
Something to save Nigerians.
Get your head out of
Let me
the
tell you what he did.
And go to work.
What he did to save Nigerians. Under Trump, please go on Google, wherever you want to search this. Under Trump, was there any bombing or killing of Christians in the north in Nigeria? Under Trump,
I don't need to go and Google anything.
What you say immediately assume office. Under Trump, was there terrorism in Nigeria?
I live this every week. I don't need Google or
you ask
CNN
a question now. You ask a question.
And tell me what I live.
Is it not Trump? Is it not Trump? I also that
okay, you probably
ask me a question. He said, "What has?"
Hold on now. There's another show coming up soon. We have to do and pack out. Let him answer, please. I need to get to the core here, because if this man is not good for us, why are we supporting him? Please, can you answer the questions?
Okay, there was nothing that I can remember that Trump did that favored Nigeria or Africa. There was nothing that, there's nothing that Biden did that has favored or discredited Africa. Number two, hold on. You see, this is a narrative that foolish people put out there. That what did Obama do for black people? Obama is not the president of the black people. He's the president of the United States, not of the black people.
What his job is not
to do something to help the black people. His job is to create an environment that allows every American to be the best that they can be.
Do you know Trump just passed?
No, Americans have been the best they can be.
They just passed a law in America against anti-Semitism. Now, if you criticize Israel now, it's almost basically considered anti-Semitism. In America, what has this man done for us? Our people voted for him.
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
See, hold on.
There are anti-Semitic rules all over the world. You have to go back to 1926. If you want to have this conversation, you can't just come in 2000 and something and start talking.
Let's be consistent. You just said Obama is president for everybody. So where is our own law?
Obama was president for gay and homosexuality. That was the only thing Obama achieved, nothing else.
Where is our own law?
Obama was president for gay and homosexuality. That was it, nothing else.
I'm not buying all those things. George Floyd died. Where is our own law?
Tell me, other than gay and homosexuality, what else has Obama? Did Obama do? Nothing. Just lies upon lies upon lies upon lies every day. In America, forefathers, let me answer your question. In America, under Obama, if you go to a state, Illinois, that Chicago area, the black people were busy killing themselves. Black killing blacks.
Under Obama.
Hold on. Trump has been office. Under Trump took it upon himself. Can you allow me to talk? Allow me to talk, please. Under Trump took it upon himself to fix the problem.
Yes.
He fixed the problem. Blacks stopped killing themselves. Then hold on. This donkey that we have in White House now came up, and then they started killing themselves again. Do you understand?
Trump was under Nigeria when Obama refused.
Under Obama,
aircraft to Nigeria.
Nothing positively was impacted on this country other than gay and.
Let me help you out. Kene. Before Obama came in, let me help you out. Under George Bush, 6 months before Obama came in, we were losing 1 million jobs a month. The last day of Bush. That month we lost 1.4 million jobs.
Unfortunately, I was not
there. What do you mean, unfortunately? You see, this foolish narrative.
Under Biden, how many jobs have been lost under Biden?
I'm going to ban you from hosting on Dr. Damages. This foolish narrative of yours.
Under Biden. How many jobs have we lost under Biden?
Okay, everybody.
Under Biden, what are you talking about? Everybody that wants a job has a job in America. What are you talking about?
Can you give everybody 2 minutes to talk?
Can everybody be short? Can you just all wait, please? Can you all just calm down? I beg you.
Wow.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate all your views. They are very important. But all of you are speaking at the same time. We can't hear anybody. I can't make out anything out of it. So let us start.
Can somebody do the work of fact checking?
Oh yes, I'm
exactly.
looking at my phone. Okay. Now,
KJ, start with the last statement Kene made.
I'm not going to start from anything. We're going to start afresh. You lay out what you believe. If anybody has a question to ask the person, put up your hand. I will call you.
Okay, what I believe.
I thought I was the one hosting. Are you the one hosting now, KJ?
My question
Hold on. Please, hold on. I don't want to take anybody backstage. Hold on. So now, if Forefather is going to present his case, when he finishes presenting, Forefather will wait for you people to ask. And now, first person that puts up his or his hand, I will call. From that point, we all ask the question you need to ask him. They will move to
How many minutes? How many minutes, KJ? We don't have that much time.
No, we have all the time. Okay, we don't have that much time. Okay, 2 minutes each time because we are starting.
2 minutes. Let's just try to keep it brief.
Okay. Please, fire.
All right then. See, Biden won. The Democratic Party didn't sell Nigeria to Kano. The Democratic Party attacked Libya that caused security challenges for us. They were there, presided over the destruction of the so-called Arab Spring. It was the Democratic Party that did all that. And while Trump didn't go to any war, Trump sold Nigeria the Tucano aircraft. George Floyd died under Trump. Biden promised he was going to do something that Biden did zero for us. Biden, if anything, is forcing Africans to toe his line of LGBT stuff. Otherwise, they penalize African countries. They are the ones pressing African countries not to engage in the death penalty and all the rest. All these are LGBT stuff. And then in America itself, I don't see one law. You can educate me on that. One thing he has done specifically for the black community, he's done for the Asians. He even passed a hate speech law for the Asians. He passed one for the Israelis recently. Not zero for the black community. So I don't know, other than appointing people into offices, I don't know what he has done for black people. Everything when it comes to black people is down the entire country. But yet, when it comes to specific groups, he's able to do that for them. But for us, never the same. How can you accept such person? And the abortion rate in our community is the highest. 38% of the abortion in America, up to 1 million, is from the black community. That's the only thing in terms of healthcare that African Americans or black people actually dominate in: abortion. And who is pushing that? This Democratic Party. So tell me one thing that he has done for our community. Don't make it about America, about us, and the black people in America and the black people in Africa. Africa itself.
Can I respond?
Any question for him?
Yes, I have a question for him.
Comments, not questions.
Yes, I have a question for him.
Okay.
Everything that forefathers said is correct, but one.
Okay.
And that one, I don't think he. Okay, the question is: you said under Trump, George Floyd got killed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Under Biden, a lot of black people got killed. Okay. But what happened under Trump was political. They used that as a political, nonsense. And mind you, Trump was for the support of policing, right? Yes, we all know that. But Trump did not kill George Floyd. It was police that killed George Floyd, not Trump. So I don't know why Trump should be held responsible for that.
Okay.
Now, the same people that are saying why would Trump support the police? The same people now are bringing in unregistered, undocumented immigrants. If they commit crime in this country, they can never be traced. Somebody like me, I came in here legally. So if I commit any crime, my print can be used to trace me down. But these people, their print can never be used to trace them down. And then they are now defunding the police. making the police irrelevant, whereby pushing in criminals that will rape our women, kidnap our children, commit all manner of crimes. Do you know that in Democrats state now, where you have Democrats, right, you can't park your car outside. If you come out, the tires are
there's too much misinformation going on here. Somebody got to put a stop to this.
So
there's too much
when it comes to George Floyd,
somebody got to put a stop. This doesn't make sense.
Let me finish now.
Doesn't make sense. This is an,
let me finish my nonsense.
Let me
finish my nonsense. Let me finish my nonsense. You don't have the right. You don't have the right. You don't have the right to cut me off. You don't have the right to cut me off, Alaba. You don't have such right, my friend. You don't have such right. You don't have such right. When they say you have the right to ask questions.
Can I ask a question? I thought you were supposed to ask a question. It's 2 minutes now because
it's
coming up. It's just be fair to them.
Rubbish.
I was just trying to put some things straight, not actually a question, right? So Trump was not responsible for the death of George Floyd. So I don't know why that should be used under Trump. If that should be used under Trump, then a lot of death of black people can be used under Biden. Remove politics.
Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Again, a lot of this situation,
I think the way KJ, I see it through. Hold on. The way KJ did it was that, from what I've said, you should just ask a question, then it is answered.
What is the question to be asked about you saying what has Trump done, what has Democrats done? What question is there to be asked?
Make my own submission and leave.
2 minutes ahead. 2 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Okay.
From the top. I think everybody. Let's start from Tone. 2 minutes. Everybody 2 minutes. So I will get a chance to finish and close out, please. Tone, please go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to keep it very brief.
Too much misinformation.
President Trump is going to be the next president of America. No this and no peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If not now, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yeah, I just wanted to correct Kene earlier on. I didn't know that he also lies a lot too. When he said that Trump took care of crime issues in Chicago. I don't know where he's getting his information from. I don't know why, upon every other thing you have to say, why speak on things that are obvious like that? It's not really fair. Okay, the next thing I want to say is that I really feel ashamed of any Nigerian that is supporting Biden and any Nigerian that is supporting Trump. Because if you have any issue against Tinubu being president of Nigeria, why should you be celebrating Trump as the best thing that have ever happened to America? And if you had any problem why Buhari was president in Nigeria, why are you rooting for Biden? I don't really understand what is wrong with Nigerians. May God help us.
Thank you.
It's my turn.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
Mine's not going to be an answer. I will use my 2 minutes to give you the different data between. I'm more focused about the economy. That's what concerns me. All this nonsense Papa is talking about the no help me, that's none of your business. Let's focus on the economy.
What is exactly my business? You have to help us.
So just be quiet, please, my brother. Okay, let me give you the economic data. Under Biden, the inflation grew by 19.3%. Which is about 5 times faster. It was better, but this is an inflation. The president doesn't control it. It comes every 10 years. There's no doubt about it. Let's go to hiring. Under hiring, you said Biden under 3.5 years, not 4 years. Biden created 15.6 million jobs, and Trump under 4 years created 12.6 million.
People came back from.
Can you please let him finish?
People resumed their work from.
Let's not argue. We don't have long. Please let's be fair to each other. We are going to be clearing out soon.
Okay, under national debt, Biden added 4.3 trillion debt to the American economy, and Trump added $8.4 trillion. So that's kind of double what Biden, added to the U.S. economy. Let me go on. The S&P, which is the stock market, which is the one I look for, the S&P and the Dow Jones. Biden, grew about 42.1%. And Kando is an expert in that area. So I'm looking at it here. Compared to Trump, 33.6%. The only thing you can give credit when it comes to social issue all this nonsense AGDP, you don't mind your business. Forget what the AGD people is doing. It's none of your business. That's their business. Go home and sleep and work and do whatever you do. Don't
They
mingle
should
with
not
them.
bring their business to my kids' school.
Hold on.
Leave it.
This is the problem with some of you. You are too
Your
righteous
time is
about
up.
religion. This is why Nigeria is so backwards with religiosity.
Thank you. Let's go to Kando. Let's go to Kando. Kando, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yes, real briefly. I'm not aware of the United States ever sending an invitation to anybody's village or town to come to America. If you don't want to be in America, you can go back to wherever you came from. From the very outset of Biden's administration, I had said that if that man has any sense, he will only run for one term. I don't know the people that are advising him. If he was my father, I would have told him, Daddy, you shouldn't do this. It just doesn't make sense. He's too old. Being the American president is a real job. You're flying all over the world. You're meeting with people constantly. That is not something anybody should be doing at 82 years old. Trump, like I've said before, is someone I have known since 1985. And I know his business dealing. The man is a criminal. If he was my father, I would have disowned him, just like I would have disowned Tinubu if he was my father. So I'm not talking about, whoever runs the economy, and like Mr. Man of Prestige just gave you the numbers, the Biden economy is actually better than Trump's. You can say that part of what affected those numbers was COVID. You can say that. So that's a narrative that you can bring in to justify some of the numbers. But to say that Trump did something so miraculous is just a bully. He's a bully of the first order. If that guy was an African president, he would not have left when he lost. And to keep the numbers straight, he lost to Biden by 7 million votes. 7 million, almost as many votes as Tinubu got.
You're talking about rigged election?
So I don't know what you want any president of the United States to do for you. If you saw, there was a recording of Jonathan when he met with Obama, and the foolish man sat there and he was saying to Obama, you got to help Africa. If you want to help Africa, you have to help Nigeria. A grown man asking another man to come and fix your house. You don't have no shame. Get up and go to work. Fix your own problem. Nobody's coming to save you.
Exactly. Thank you. Local P, please go ahead. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Kando.
Okay. I think I would draw my alignment with Mr. Steph. At least now little of us I get agree baby we long way. So I think I agree with him to like it's a shame for everybody discussing what nonsense Trump and nonsense Biden are doing, when still the average life of an African American in the States has not even progressed tremendously. We can't see that their life, how is their life is. The prison reform system, how is it affecting black people there? You understand? So arguing all this, and it's still they're not giving us any policy that will help Africa. Still, they still steal from Africa and develop themselves.
Local, yeah. I live here.
Sorry?
I live here. I have my family here. So I have to take part in the politics going on here.
Yeah, but even if if I say black people, if your life is better, you're not. Are you the richest black person in America?
No, not even 1%.
No, hold on now. I'm speaking about general life in America. As a general black life.
That is why we want to elect Trump to fix it.
Sorry?
That's why we want to elect Trump to fix the problem.
Can you do your job?
Both of them cannot. Sorry, no. For me, the general of an average American politics, none of them will ever favor black people. Trust me.
So who is representing black people?
My son now. Please, Father, can you?
I guess for me to drop this, like what Cuban is like we're trying to do. Anybody that you want to vote for, they will draw the line, map out what they are going to do for black communities, and the one that does that some convincing best It's what I think we should go for. But say any of them individually.
Do you want to hear the truth? Do you want to hear the truth about black community?
Don't be interjecting.
It's Ferrara turn now.
Thank you. It's Ferrari now. Ferrari, please go ahead.
I'm so, guys, I got to calm down a little because I had to run upstairs to come join this thing when I was hearing so much of misinformation coming out from the mouth of black men about what they don't know nothing about. I live here in Chicago, and I can authoritatively tell you that here in Chicago, it's a highly segregated city. I live within the black community. I feel the effect of the black community, and I know the black community. First of all, when you talk about American politics, there's no difference between Republicans and Democrats. They're two sides of the same coin. Please don't get it down into your head. And all these Democrats love us more than, Republicans love us more than Democrats. It's a full fallacy. And it annoys me from the inside of my mind, being somebody who feels the impact of political decisions here in this country as regard to race. Now, that being said, if you are a black man and you are in support of Trump, you are the dumbest individual God ever made. The reason I'm saying this is that Trump put out an advert in newspaper to have 4 innocent black boys executed.
Dumb people are calling smart people dumb.
You're not allowed to insult people again now.
Dumb people are calling smart people dumb. Imagine.
Ferrari, you forfeited your time because you.
Is it how they are?
No, you can't do that. Let the man.
No, you can't. You call people on the panel dumb.
I'm not calling people. I'm talking about the black man. I'm not talking about you. I'm not personalize my comment.
But there are people that support Trump here now.
It's okay. Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish.
We had a meeting about
this. Please. Let me finish. I'm talking about the black man. Trump put out a newspaper advert to have 4 black boys be executed who were innocent. Those boys spent 24 years of their life to 25 years, and they underwent the most torturous torture any human being could ever do. Trump is a sworn racist. Now, you can support Republican Party and you can support Trump, but if you're a black man and
what did your VP do? What did she do to black people? Your VP.
Stop interrupting.
It's okay, Kene. Stop talking now. In between, his time is up. I speak the truth. Please go
what
ahead.
do you mean my time is up? What kind of noise? You see how many minutes?
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes for everybody. No. You don't have 2 minutes. You don't have 2 minutes.
Then I finish.
He's trying to tell you that your 2 minutes is up.
Yeah.
I speak the truth. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. I had to come. Yo, Kenneth, my brother, man.
Being here talking with ignorance is just disgusting.
Kenneth is bugging. Like, if I did not see his face, I would have thought it was a redneck talking. Nah, a lot of the things. Yeah, I would have thought it was a redneck or straight up honky. Like, a lot of the things he was saying, I know for a fact Kenneth leaves in the middle of Republican town, like, those kind of sundown towns where you cannot go after 8 o'clock. Like, if you go there as a black person, you in trouble, because a lot of his talking points were like off kilter. Okay, so for one, let's go with what. Let me start off like this: it is either we want a saint as a president or we don't. So the moment we start accepting felons and known criminals as presidents, then I think we're running into the same problem that Africa is currently running into. So you cannot criticize Tinubu, for example, knowing that he was never convicted of a heroin crime, but at the same time, someone that has 34 felonies, you want to say, well, it's okay if he becomes president. I think that is very disingenuous as a person. So back to what Kandu was saying. Trump, if you've known Trump, especially if you're from the Tri-City area, Trump was a known slumlord. Again, just like Alaba was saying, Trump is known to have called for the death of 4 innocent, they eventually became exonerated in the Crown Heights riots. If we, and something, Kenny, you said something. There's only 2 minutes, so I just have to run along with the limited time I have. Kenny, you said something about in democratic states, you leave your car outside and then it gets stolen. Those are not true, and I think that is what ticked off a lot. But if you understand what happened in Chicago, especially in the 90s, growing up, you hear all these stories. You cannot blame Obama for something that had been happening since the 70s. The uptick in black death and gang violence in Chicago did not start when Obama became president. It became exacerbated, of course, because the media decided to focus on the death. There was wars, there was gang wars, the GDs,
sorry, 2
it's all
minutes
right.
gone.
It's all right. I'll go some other time.
That was fast.
Yeah.
Please, Jonaba, thank you for joining us. Please go ahead, 2 minutes.
All right. You know, I always join to talk about this naniga, but I don't like to speak English. And unfortunately, if I don't speak English, nobody will hear me. In foreign policy, whether it's Democrat or Republican, it's the same when it comes to American policy around the world. You can make a choice of, but then don't deceive yourself that somehow any one of them are better in one way or the other. You can talk about the inner city, all of those things, the crime and the disenfranchisement of the black people, which is not in their making. Some of you here are still having the pain of what happened so many years in Nigerian civil war. So the damage done to the black community that kept them struggling, and they're trying to overcome it. So it's not in their making. Of course, some of them overcome it and move on with their life. So it's not something that anybody want to live in abject poverty. And even the crime itself is committed in the black community. Is everybody have a different kind of crime they commit. If we go to Spanish, go to white neighborhood, there are different crime to some certain people. So, and no crime is allowed. I think having said all of that, I think we should stay focused on issue, and we are going to pick side on our interests, but we should not make anything of any pain that we have to come here and destroy ourselves. I think we want to focus on reaching out to African people that are struggling, especially our country and all the other, any other country in Africa, than to jump into this policy here. And to what happened in Trump rally, I think it's uncalled for. I think nobody should. It's a free society. It's free to rally. It's free to talk, and it's free. And no one should go to rally feel unsafe, even not just the person hosting or even the spectators. Nobody should be shut out. And I think it's worth condemning by everybody, regardless of, you could have a good choice of what. So please let us just stay away from all of it. If you want to vote Democrat, go and vote Democrat. If you want to vote Republican, go vote Republican. But putting a false narrative here is not going to help us. Thank you.
Thank you. And KJ, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. And I appreciate the last speaker. Now, I'm not going to go into a lot of politics. I'm just going to give an example. Some of us who have called all kinds of names to certain individuals, I just want to compare to Trump have how many children? All Trump's children are very successful. They are respected in America. Everybody talks highly of them. One other guy has a drug addict as a child. And which father do you think is more responsible if you are judging by the children? Okay, that is one. Aside from that, in the history of America, the person who deported the most deported people is Obama. 3 million people during his time. Look, I'm not here to ask you to vote for Democrat, just like Jonaba. I have no dog in the fight. I'm not even going to vote. I'm not qualified to vote. So why should I kill myself over it? I'm just simply saying, as a person who observes politics, this is what I see. This is what I see. I compared both of them. And I don't think that, as I'm crying over Nigeria, that Tinubu is there, he doesn't know his left from the right. Should I wish that also for America? Let me tell you something. You know, you like America, you don't like America. If America loses its power today, its strength over the world, now that time I go know who be Chin Chong Queen and Chong Kong. And I go know the power behind that place. So what I'm simply saying is this. Let us deal with what is the fact. when this other Trump was in power, he gave more money to the black community, black schools, the black universities. Usually every year they go to beg for money. It was him who said, you don't need to come any longer to beg. I'll give you enough money to run your schools. It is there. He did much more in the black community than any other person who was sat in that house. Look, whether we like him or not, you see, we're not voting the Pope of Rome to become the president. We are voting a politician who is prone to every other political move. All politicians lie. None of them who don't lie. All of them, they bath in lies.
Thank you, KJ.
Okay, and that is how it is.
KJ, please.
I'm not in support of anybody. I'm not in support of anybody. Vote who you want. Okay? Thank you, sir. That's my point.
KJ,
thank you.
Don't here be making us stuff. You need to
I think he's a righteous man. So sorry, man of blessing. Let righteous man talk. He hasn't said anything since.
Don't manufacture something, KJ.
Thank you, righteous man. See, please, righteous man, go ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I know that you guys are aware there is a breaking news assassination attempt on the life of President Trump. You are aware, right?
Yes, we are aware. Thank you for
okay. That has given him victory. Whether anyone who is supporting the Democrats or not, I am in Nigeria, but I am a supporter of Republican Party based on the histories I have read about America, the Republican Party, and the Democrats. I am a hardcore supporter of Republican Party, and I support Trump. Whoever that is against Trump is against Trump based on his personal reasons. Trump's sin against blacks and Africa, especially Nigerians, is that you should go back to your home and repair your home. Don't expect America to come and repair your home for you. That is why blacks hate Trump. And he's telling you the truth. Somebody paid a price for you to go and enjoy that America. It was not your president or your father that went to America to build America for it to be what it is today. Even when we claim that it's the slaves that were brought from Africa. So if Trump came on board and told Africans to go and build their country, he should not be crucified for doing that. If I'm in America today, I will vote Trump. His children have good etiquette. They have never been rubbish, both the girls and the boys. So I am not saying Biden is not okay, but Biden is pretty old. If I open a company today, 81 years old man cannot be my managing director or my general manager of such company. So he has done his part. He should go and rest.
Trump cannot be either.
Righteous man. You know what your problem is? You are enslaved Nigeria.
Hold on. Let me
you don't have any.
It is my time. I don't have the time.
Let me finish now.
Whatever that happens in America affects the rest of the world. The policy of America affects Nigeria. So it concerns me also. I have my family members that reside in America. My uncle, the wife is a military personnel in America, so she has been there for 37 years. So don't tell me that I don't have any say. It concerns me. The policy of America affects the rest of the world. You people should allow Donald Trump to have his day, and nobody can stop him. He's winning November general election. Nobody can stop Trump from being.
Oh my God, KJ, I thought you were neutral. Instead of neutrality, KJ is expressing. I don't know.
I want to remind Democrats that this country is a Republican country. I want to remind them that this country is built based on Republican principle. No this and no peace. And again,
all elections in the US are local. All these Republican, they're the same coin. And I keep telling you all, whether you this, that, they're the same side of they're two sides of the same coin. And you'll come here and spread misinformation. That's what I'm against.
The
If
fact
you're
is
for
that
Trump, that's okay. But
Biden is
Trump,
suffering from dementia. He is not mentally fit
he is.
to
That's
be
a
a president.
democratic problem.
That is a fact.
But that's a democratic problem. That's not your problem.
So let me just get something straight first. Let me get something straight. KJ, I don't know. I'm sorry. I have to ask you regarding the next show that is coming on. Should we close this one out and they start that one, or do we, everybody leave this one and then they take over? How is it going to work? You are muted. You are muted.
You can take everybody out. We can all sign out, and those who want to come back and continue.
Okay, so
Pastor
is going to be on here. Okay, so you can carry on talking until Pastor takes over. Okay.
Forefathers, hold on. Forefathers, hold on. Before you conclude, be mindful of time. This is approximately 9 hours. So you don't know how the next program, the span, the duration, you don't know how long it will stay. And I think you have 12 hours max. I'm not sure. So,
yes, so you can close it out. You can close it.
We don't necessarily need to close it. We do 16 hours, 15 hours here sometimes.
Okay. That's fine.
So what you do is just like as Pastor is here right now, then you can know what to do.
Pastor, if you want to take over, you can take over.
Thank you very much.
Then you play the music. No, hold on now, let me finish. You play the music. The way you play them and finish. Then everybody will now come back and do what they want to do.
Oh yeah. Before we go, let me say greeting to KJ. I know we have different narrative. I'm just going to mention the people I have different narrative with. KJ, Ken, you all are my brothers, forefathers, righteous man. It's all love, okay?
Yeah, I know. Other than this,
we're not taking it to heart, man. You see my brother here. I speak the truth. Sometimes we agree.
Man, I think the backstage is getting full. I don't know how this is. Pastor, you can take over.
Sorry, forefathers. What is the next? What's the next issue? What's the next program?
I think Pastor will introduce it now. So it's up to him to do as he pleases.
Ganga.
It's not politics now, local. It's not politics now. If you don't want to stay,
thank you
it's not
very
politics.
What I say? What you been? I say if you don't want to stay, I don't even know what it is.
Pastor going to tell you now. Hold on.
So let him speak now. Why are you speaking for him?
Local, relax. It's for those of you when no marry, when they fight with their wife. This next product for you. Okay, so you don't have to go anywhere. Remain behind.
Okay, is it for married people or no married people? Which one?
You especially stay behind.
For who now? Based on because I'm married or because I'm not married? Which one?
No, anyone when you choose, any side where you have to stay behind.
Thank you very much. Good evening. The way it's going to run is I'm going to put some of us in backstage.
Yes, please go ahead.
I need volunteers. I need volunteers that. Hold on 1 second. I need volunteers that will have to leave the show entirely so that I can the two host ladies will come in. We also want to have a balanced platform where we have both men and women. Then subsequently, I will post the link and others. We will rotate it. Depends on the amount of people. So they will run. They are running the show. So I will just be in the background to press the buttons or whatever they want. So if you're volunteering to leave entirely, it'd be appreciated. If you want to stay I'll put in backstage to bring the ladies in. Then you can decide to stay on the backstage. So thank you very much.
I'm gonna be in the backstage because I want to be on this topic soon.
Put me on the backstage.
Okay.
Everybody just put backstage. What is the topic all about? Shoe? No, what's the people? Shoe?
Pastor.
Okay.
You have limits to number of people you can put on backstage.
Local P. No, everybody will have to go to backstage. I'll bring them in, then to the backstage. I will not bring them back in.
Okay, if it's not too much for you, then you can put it in backstage.
Yeah, I'll put you in backstage. I'll put righteous man backstage. Who else again? I'll put for backstage. Thank you very much. I'm waiting for how many people are in the backstage? I need just I will have to Tope is here. Thank you very much. I have Tope O. I need I'm waiting for Adanma. I think I will have to remove somebody for Adanma to enter. We already have 10 people for Adanma to come in. because I'm going to post the link again. So righteous man, bear with me. I'm going to remove you. You'll be very understanding. No, I'll leave righteous man. Righteous man, I'll leave you. Who is okay? Tone, I will take you out. Then I'll post the link and I'll bring you back, please. I hope you. Is that okay? Okay, thank you, Tone. I appreciate that. Just for Adanma to come in and please don't try to join. We want to leave for Adanma to be able to come in. Please, Adanma, we're waiting for you. In the next 2 minutes, we will have to start. Please click the link sent to you. Then for you to come in. I already sent her the link privately, so I don't know why she's was holding her back. So I believe she will come. So in the next, I'm going to play some videos while we wait for Adanma to come in. So thank you very much for your patience. We will not stay long before we eat ground on the show. So thank you again, just for us to.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Can you hear me?
But if you freeze your night, we will be free.
Can't see anything.
Too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long.
Can you hear me?
We've been fooling around for too long.
All right, go. Oh, I turn my
We've been sitting down for so long. I and I've been fooling around for too long. So long.
Hello, can you guys hear me now?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for joining this broadcast. As you already know, my name is Andrew Lobieke Electricity. We're having Tope and Adanma as the host this evening. They will be introducing the shows and the broadcast, and also to tell us what the rules or the guidelines are. They've strictly give me some warnings, and I will try to abide by it. And first of all, they said I should not yield the floor, so I'm going to yield the floor to them for them to come in and say what they have to say. Then I'll bring them in. Thank you very much. Okay, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's so nice to be here. This is your girl, Tope O, and it's a pleasure to be hosting with Adanma this evening. And shout out to Electricity. Thank you so much for providing us with the support, and big up to Dr. Damages for giving us the opportunity to hear our views. Quick rules, and hope keeping rules. And disclaimer, we are not your therapist. So please, this isn't a question and answer session. If you need help, please seek medical advice from your doctor. We also would appreciate respectful views. There's no wrong or correct answer. Everyone's voice should be heard. Throughout this session, we'll be allowing people to come in with or without cameras, and this is just to let us be in a comfortable environment to be able to hear our views. We're hopeful that this will be just one of several sessions we'll be having. We're kind of, as ladies, tired of hearing about politics every weekend. So we're hopeful that social topics can be discussed that affect us as Nigerians, as Africans. Let's get it started, and I'll hand over to Adanma now.
Sorry. Greetings, everyone. My name is Adanma. Tope, thank you for the introduction. I just want to say, let's keep an open mind. It's going to be a very interesting topic. And I want to emphasize, this is not a show for you to come on and bash women. You're going to come in and air your opinion respectfully, and we're going to hear each other out. We're not saying that we have the answers to everything, but we have issues we here in the diaspora. So we're trying to kind of look at what our issues are and how we can resolve it. So, Tope, are you ready?
Let's go there.
All right, hit it, yellow de Carlo.
Electricity.
Over to you.
Let the show begin.
Oh, we forgot something.
You have to do.
So we're going to highlight the topic of the day. So let's start with that, the topic of the day, what the topic is all about. And before we do that, I want to give a shout out to Electricity for everything he has done for us. Wouldn't you agree, Tope? He has really helped us a lot.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you, Electricity. And I want to say thank you, Dr. Damages, for allowing us women to come and be ourselves and air our opinions. So keep an open mind. And the comment section, remember, we have rules, so don't be disrespectful in the comment section. Thank you.
I'm quite active.
You have children.
Do I have children?
You have children. You have kids.
Yes, I have a 13-year-old and a 3-year-old.
13 and 3 years?
Yes.
And that means you're married?
No, unfortunately. It didn't work out, you know. The last person I was with, well, he used me to enter, so long story.
Oh, he used to get papers.
Well, he hasn't gotten the papers yet, as far as I know. It's been cancelled, but he's trying to use the son to stay, so.
Let's tell on him, let them pursue him. I know him
I'll
now. I know that
I'll
guy.
message you now. That's if you reply. You have too much messages now. That's if you
Tell
reply.
me, I will pursue him. I don't even like that guy. He's a very annoying guy. He's a user. Let's send him back to Nigeria.
Yeah, he actually said that he said that I beat him every day, trying to play the victim. He said yeah, long story, but I have
He told them He told them that you used to beat him.
Yeah, he said I beat him every day and I do drugs. So
like, you know, there's two types of beating. These are when you people are knocking, you used to be on top, you hold his neck and you ride him.
No. Uncle said I was repeatedly beating him. So, yeah. Long story. But, yeah. He didn't even stay up.
Is he Yoruba?
He didn't stay up to 6 months in my house.
Is he Yoruba?
I'm Yoruba.
Is he Yoruba?
I'm a Yoruba girl. He's an Igbo guy.
Where is he from? Is he from Edo State?
Imo.
No. But I don't know Igbo men with this kind of character.
Like, thank you. That's the reason why I thought, it's a good, give them a chance. They're usually quite industrious. They take care of their family and stuff like that. Bro, this one was different too.
That guy have either Edo friends or you have Yoruba friends.
And you know what the funny thing is? Like, it's not somebody I just met and I just said, okay, I'm going to marry and then come to UK. No. I'd known him, last year would have been 3 years married. I'd known him 3 years before that. Yeah. So it wasn't like, oh, I'm a maga or I came home, I just picked up somebody. No, it was never like that.
I've told you the truth. You didn't have Edo friends or Yoruba friends. Those two. You must get those two as friends.
Dude, I'm going to send you a message because it's
you can lie, Abby. You know how to lie very well.
Do you know what the funny thing is? This guy's running around UK. He even went to Today ENDSARS party, made the front page on Today ENDSARS page. I was like, look at this guy. Well, and what is he paying for? Yeah. What is he paying for? Childcare monthly, nothing more than £100. I'm basically a woman taking care of two kids by myself. I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a music artist.
Wait. Is he the father of your two picking? Like you two?
No, unfortunately. So I was married initially first. My daughter, as I said, she's 13. I waited 10 years before I even got with somebody else. That's how disciplined I am. I waited 10 years.
Wait. Like in that 10 years now, like when you mean you waited 10 years, like you waited for one man and you were still doing one or two things. Like, does it mean 10 years? Like
10 years in terms of like I wasn't in any relationship because I was focused on my career. I literally, like, you search my name on Google, you see me. I'm a music artist. So when AY comes here, Wari Pikin, I headline their shows. I'm a performing artist, a professional performing artist. So I was just serious into music and everything like that, just focusing on myself, building myself up, doing music videos, paying for. I'm a solo artist, so I take care of myself. I'm not signed to anybody, so I pay for everything. In fact, his visa, passport, everything, ticket to get here, I paid for everything. I paid for everything.
You know, I don't even blame you because good people always meet the bad people. You know, that's what is funny.
Yeah, such as.
But are you sure you don't have bad? Wait. Are you sure you don't have bad character?
No, I'm not perfect, but bad character, definitely not. So because of long distance relationship and we traveled out to other places, of course you have to learn to cohabit with somebody and live with somebody, right? So our culture here is different from Nigerian culture. But you can't tell me when you come into the country, you don't know that the light in the house is not supposed to be off, or you want to be showering 3-4 times a day. We pay for things here. It's gas, it's electricity. Are you going to work? Okay, yes, I'm going to work, but the bills in the house can be 1,800 a month and you're giving me 250. How does that work? And I just had a baby. So how does that work? It doesn't work like that. So when it comes to, oh, dude, you need to step up your game, right? You're the man, you're the provider. You need to step up because so I can go back to work because I just had a baby. I would like to go back after a year. It became, oh, you're controlling, you're telling me what to do. But who else is going to tell you what to do when you've never been here before? You don't know how things work here. It's just that whole, you're disrespectful, I'm the man. Okay, you're the man, but you're not actually doing what a man is supposed to do over a woman. So how do you claim that and then still? So I became the bad person because I'm trying to guide you and teach you the right way to do things. So imagine having a baby, not getting sleep at night, being frustrated, and the person that's supposed to be your partner and make life easier, two heads are better than one, became a liability to you. How do you want a woman to deal with that? It's very difficult. So if I do snap, if I do get angry, it becomes, oh, you're frustrated, you're not being patient, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. But look, let me show you something, right? You see how my hair is now? I literally just permed. I used to have short hair. Look at what the stress
Is it the one that bad it, the front hair?
No. I wrapped my hair. I wrapped it. So when I go to bed, I wrap in a scarf. So I just took it off. So when I wake up in the morning, I tongue it. Literally, my hair was pulling out from the middle of my scalp because of the stress and the how much stress I was under, fending for a house, literally being a man in the house and trying to.
I'm going to turn my camera on so I can say hello to my sister. Ifinde.
Mandem, good evening.
Shout
out to you. Thank you for joining us. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening, Ekene. Good evening, Mr. Kandu. Welcome to the show. We are honored. And my lovely sister.
Good evening, Tope.
Thank you so much.
You do, Kene.
Okay. What do you want to say, Tope? The video said it all because this is a woman who brought a man from Nigeria, and after he came, 3 years, the marriage didn't work out. I didn't hear anything about he has a job, he went back to school. The only thing, did you pick up the part where he said, where she said he took a shower 4 times a day. So go figure. So what is your opinion on that? It's open for discussion. So we're going to do, Topa, do you want to say, because we as hosts, I want you to say something, then I'll mute. Go ahead.
So when I went through this clip, the first thing that came to my mind was our mentality, basically. It's not just Nigerians. I think it actually affects other African countries too, is the mentality. I know Kene may have an issue with me on this, so I'm bringing out the disclaimer in advance. Nigerian men basically typically are used to a particular way of life, of living in Nigeria. You expect the woman to be a homekeeper, take care of the kids, while the father of the home provides the income, brings the, pays the school fees and all that. But the mentality is the major issue when one relocates. It's harder if you're living abroad, expecting a woman to be the same kind of woman back home. There are bills to be paid, there are chores in the house, and a woman really can't cope alone, doing all these things abroad. The major issue I've seen is that the men move in here and just expect the women to run around doing all these things, and it brings a toll, and that's part of the reason why women are just frustrated, and they're like, they, once they get their independence, able to work, make a living of their own, they're like, you know what, I'm out. I can do bad by myself. That's what I think.
That's quite interesting. I'm sorry I have to have my camera off because I'm working and at the same time doing this. For those viewers that want to come in, they don't feel comfortable turning on their cameras, you're welcome to come in. This is a show made specially for those viewers. So feel free, if you want to come into the show without turning on your camera, you're welcome to do that. Well, Tope, this is the part I'll pick up in. She said she's been single for 10 years, right? If I'm not mistaken. 10
Correct.
years. Well, 10 years is enough time for me, I say, for you to gather yourself together. If wherever you want to take your love life to, if you bring a man in the diaspora, one thing you need time to settle in. You have to get your papers in order for him to get, start working and things like that. And another thing I wanted that kind of interests me, what kind of conversation did they have before he came in? Like, what was the arrangement? Did you tell him how things work? Like, these are your monthly bills. These are my expenses. This is how much I pay every month to run my house. And what will you contribute towards that? I didn't hear that part. And the part that kind of got me, that I kind of want to, what is his name? Very Dark Man said he has emo friends. I don't, man of prestige is probably going to take that. Personally,
let's forget the right now.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell men are men. It doesn't matter where they come from. So my issue is, why will you have a guy live with you for 3 years? I didn't hear anything about improving his skills. When I say skills, it doesn't necessarily mean he has to go to school, because school is not meant for everybody. That's just my opinion. You can go to trade school, improve your skills. You can be a plumber, electrician. You can do something, like have a skill, like somewhere to earn money. I didn't hear that. So 3 years, 1 child, the marriage is over. That's kind of, I feel like there are 2 sides to the story. I heard the part where she said, he took shower 4 times a day. Why are you bothered about how many times you take a shower? I think you're bothered because you're the only one paying the bills.
Adam, I need to interject at that point. It's the bills. It's the bills. That's the cocoa of the matter. It's the bills. It adds up.
That being said, I think I'll move to Ify. So we're going to time ourselves. It's going to be 5 minutes. She's the woman here, so women first. Then after that, I believe Ekene came next, and Mr. Pandu next, and Chin. So Electricity, can you please help me in pushing?
Yes,
Just don't
please.
tell me I don't want to hear I eat the floor. Don't say
Okay.
that word.
I won't say it. I
No,
won't.
we don't want to hear
So,
it.
what will happen is as soon as each panelist finish speaking, beside if we will leave the women there, I will have to take you out completely out of the studio because a lot of people are trying to join in. I can see the notification coming up so that we can have as many people to hear their view, particularly women. So that's all I have to say. So I am going to go backstage and Adanma, are you doing the timing or you want me to do the timing?
I kind of am doing something that has to do. Yeah, I can do the timing. That's fine. I can do the timing. Do you want me to do the
I'm going to
timing?
take myself out and bring somebody else in. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Ify's going to talk. Then after Ify, I believe is Ekene, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Ify, over to you. Thank you.
Good evening, guys. Oh my God, this is very interesting. Look at everybody, KJ, all the guys, all of you are here. Very, very interesting. I can't believe this. Anyway, wow, Loco P, Turn, man of prestige, Kenji, Kenna, my brother, Chim, now wow, this is serious. My sister, good evening, ma. Wala Deo, this is very interesting, honestly. But I remember we had this conversation briefly, I think either last week or 2 weeks ago.
I think it was 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We have to understand one thing. The life we live back home is different from the life we live here in America. Let's understand that. Most of the time back home is kind of the man's solely responsibility to take care of everything. Most times we don't pay bills. We have water, borehole, we don't pay for it, electricity. It's just totally different thing. Then when somebody comes here, and it's even worse when a man brings a woman over here to the diaspora, it is a different ballgame altogether. And the question is why? Why? Because it's because of the cultural differences and because of the society, And it's even worse when the woman is the breadwinner of the family. That's when it becomes very interesting. I remember, I think it was KJ and Steph. There was a time we had an argument regarding this. I don't know if you remember, KJ, but I remember very, very well. But the truth of the matter is this. If you're still a farmer is still going to be a farmer. Maybe you don't know a farmer very well. You might think because a farmer is here in America, then a farmer completely changed. No, that is the same person. People don't just all of a sudden wake up one day and completely change. The truth of the matter is that because of the cultural differences, men expect a lot, especially some men that will bring somebody over here. You expect the woman to cook, clean, care for the family, go to work, and still contribute in the family. It's tough. It's going to be very difficult. Or you share the bills 50-50. How is that even possible? A lot of people will see that in such a way that if a woman is making more money, they feel that, the husband doesn't mean anything. I disagree. I believe in respect. I still believe that man is the head of the family. I believe that the woman should respect the man. Likewise, the man respect the woman. It's supposed to be equal. It's not 60-40. I always tell people, money doesn't mean anything to me. Money is nothing to me. But for some reason, when we come to this country, the number one thing that causes divorce in a marriage is money and abuse. Cheating is not even it, but it's just the money and the abuse. Why? I don't know if anybody has ever asked that question. Why? Growing up, my father and my mother never had joint account. Never for one day. But when you come to this country, it's like, it's a must, that, couple will have a joint account. Why? Because of the society is different from the upbringing we have or the society we have back home. So my own contribution to this would be like, we all need to be equal as a couple. And what do I mean? Man still remains the man. Because you make more money as a woman does not mean that your husband does not going to mean anything to you. Also, men, try and help your women, wives at home. Don't expect a woman to work 12 hours. I just came back from work. 12 hours, maybe 3 days a week, 4 days. Some people do that 5 days a week to support. And you still expect the same woman to cook, clean, take care of the kids, and still contribute. She's a human being. Most of the men don't do overtime. Let's be honest. So I think number one issue that I have is in a situation, and I've given you guys example about 2 of my friends, that money has been an issue in their marriage. Why? Because both of them, they were brought by their husband. So it's an issue we must have a joint account. As a matter of fact, one of them, her husband even told her before she came to this country that they must have joint accounts. As I'm talking to you 2 days ago, she told me that anytime the account goes red, you see my husband angry. But so far, money is in the account, he's fine. But once money goes out, the account goes red, he gets upset. Why? Because she's not bringing 100% of what she's making. Why he is bringing 100% of what he's making? Why? I don't know why. So I'm not going to say because I am a woman, but I think men will be able to answer that question better because we have a lot of them. Everybody's case is different, but I'm seeing it from a different perspective. I commend some men that their wives don't work. I have a lot of them that, their wives don't work. Their wives are sit at home wives and, take care of kids. No problem. But once, somebody makes more than the other, especially women, it's always a problem. So men, you guys will be able to tell us more why that is a problem. Thank you.
Much. I really appreciate your opinion. Akene, you're going to be the next person. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, my sister, Tope, Adanma, and Ifi. Good to have you guys here. And my brothers, of course. Shim, I greet you, sir. I've been here with Oga Kandu and no Prestige and Loco. Tone, I greet you. So the thing is, I think, I don't know, maybe I wasn't paying attention to know how long, and I'm not sure if the lady stated it, how long her maybe ex-husband or I don't know, ex-husband have stayed with her, stayed in the UK before they started having this problem. And why I'm trying to emphasize on that is because of the clash of cultures. This guy is coming from Africa to a new place. And I don't know what Adanma said. I don't know what they told themselves. A lot of our people lie a lot. For the fact that you're in America or UK, some of us tend to paint a picture that we are well-to-do, we are okay financially. Maybe I'm not saying this is the impression that the lady created. And on the other hand, back home, some of these so-called big boys that can't even take care of themselves will always pose as being rich. Boro make me rich. So I don't know if that was the impression he created. So maybe they have wrong impression of themselves. They lie to themselves. And one is seeing the other as being financially stable. And then when they now meet, reality will come, And this one, they found out that, man, she no get shishio. I know he no get shishio. Then another thing was there love between these two people in the first place? Or was the relationship built on solely just for him to come to UK? People could be desperate. He just want to come to UK. He could do anything, within his leaves, to aid him come to the UK, just to jab out from the country. And on the other side, I'm not taking to take sides now. I'm trying to, hit on both sides. On the other side, maybe, I don't know, I'm not sure. She could be desperate to getting married, but I don't know. Then another thing that I may want to touch on is about the individualism and collectivism that we have that affect most of our people in the Western world. While the Western world believes in individualism, our culture, African culture, lay emphasis on collectivism, where you have family and friends around So how much are these people making? How much are they spending on their families and communities, around? Uncle will call, uncle's daughter will call, sister will call, everybody will call. You keep sending money, thereby leaving you with less to take care of your own family. So I see basically a problem with finances between these two people. That is number one thing I cited here, because they were, according to her, having difficulty paying their bills. And she also mentioned that this guy was taking shower 4 times a day. Please, those in healthcare system should help us here. You are taking shower 4 times a day. Are you being mindful of your skin? Don't you know that there are some micro stuff that your skin need to remain healthy? You are washing it away 2/7.
It's the bills. We know
Yes.
it's the bills.
Yes. Again, you're taking shower 4 times. The bills are running up. At the end of the day, whether you are the one paying it, don't you have sense? Don't you know that you'll be paying a lot of bills? We're not even talking about who is responsible for the bills here. No matter what, the money is coming from a household. Whose household? Your own. Both you, the man, and the woman. This is your household. The money is coming out of it, giving it out because of useless shower nonsense. I don't know if he has body odor in the first place. Then third thing that we should have mentioned here is economic pressures. Maybe he doesn't have either. But here, they've started having family, they started having addition. If you are maybe making, let's say, $2,000 bi-weekly, could take care of you.
Can you please round up? You have 58 seconds left.
Oh,
okay?
I'm done. Oh, okay. Okay, fast. So when you started having addition, your bills increases, right? You tend to pay more, and financial burden will come in. And then if you don't understand yourself, you start having issues. Then we have the last one is here is a lack of support system. You don't have support system, you are there alone. There is no family and friends that could run to your help if you needed help. And maybe they started having children. Maybe they can't afford baby, what they call it, daycare. One must sit home to take care of the baby. But if they had such support system, maybe 2 of them will be working at the same time, generating more money, more income, for themselves. So I see basically here, one person lied to the other, or both lied to themselves, and now the reality has set in, financial burden has come in. Maybe they don't even have love among themselves. And this is where the problem is coming from. Somebody on the comment section saying that.
Thank you. Your time is up. I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Kandu, you're going to be next if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Good to have the ladies piloting the ship tonight. Hopefully we'll be able to have more of this. Actually, we thought Madam Ife was going to be the first female host about a year ago. That's what we thought, until she disappeared on us, and she said we were too toxic for her blood pressure. But interesting topic. Listening to the narrative from the video, I would like if it can be played back at some point tonight, where maybe I heard it, maybe I misheard what was said, but I thought that the host brought up a situation where he had inquired of the lady that, are those his children? Are those his biological children?
No, she had one child. She had one child, and when they got together, they had a boy. She had a daughter prior to them getting together.
Yeah, so they have 2 kids.
Okay. Well, this is a space.
1 minute, Sandu. And she had already mentioned that the first child's father basically is only paying like £100 a month for child support or something like that.
Okay. You see, this is a space that I've been in because I have a number of associates and some friends that have gone through some of these things. There have been people that have brought their wives from Nigeria. There are people that have been married to people here. And it's a very delicate space to be. I've told people I'm going to change my name to Omolokwe. And Omolokwe basically means a thankful soul. And part of the reason is that I have 4 sisters. 3 of them have been married. One has been married for 29 years. One has been married for 28 years. And I think the other one is like 20 something years. And in all that time, nobody has ever called me and said that this one hit her husband in the head with a frying pan. We need to go and bail her out of jail. I'm sure just like in any relationship, they have their issues. But I've never heard of one. So for someone like me, even if I go and get Sonny Adi to come and play for me just because I think it's worth it. On the other hand, you see, this married thing is very dynamic in so many different ways. You know, even in the household that you grew up in, that each and every one grows up in, you don't get along with the people that you grew up with for years. It's in most instances for almost 2 decades. How in the world do you think you're going to meet somebody at a party, online, at the store? You guys are going to get together and this thing is going to last forever. I mean, who came up with this notion? Some people don't get along with their siblings that they grew up with in the same house. And we think we're just going to meet somebody and all of a sudden magic and nuclear fusion is going to happen and it's going to be kumbaya. Relationships are hard. I've been married before. You know, like I halfway jokingly say, when I met the children, the children, the mother of my children, she told me she thought I was the best thing since sliced bread. But when she was done, she said, "I hate you." I was like, "Whoa, where's that guy that was the best thing since sliced bread?" So people go through things, listening to stories. You know, look, I've listened to many friends and associates, their relationship. I don't know why they always bring the story to me, and I always say, "What are you doing?" Because I cannot support you because you're my friend if you're doing the wrong thing to your wife. Are you helping around the house? What type of agreement did you guys have?
Mr. Kandu, you have, sorry to interrupt you, you have 47 seconds.
Okay, so the dynamics of relationships is very, very interesting. Whenever people bring their relationship questions to me or situation to me, I always say it will be interesting to listen to the other party's side. What you might perceive as something might be perceived differently by somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate your input and your opinion. Mr. KJ, you're going to be next. Could you please unmute? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tope and Adanma and every other panelist, especially Ife. Good to see you guys. Now, this is very, very dicey because you see, people are not furnitures. They have character, and we are prone to different elements at different times and different seasons. So who you may know yesterday may not be the same thing today. And sometimes circumstances and situation that we find ourselves kind of tilt our understanding, and they sometimes give us that other side that hitherto have not been seen before. And so it's not every time that, you know, a marriage doesn't work that is because both parties are bad, but because they've come into an environment that have either tilted their understanding to a different format. And listening to what the video says, I'm going to use the video. From what she has said, I'm trying to put, some marks here. She seemed to, you see, the first thing you find about our people when we move, and I'll use myself as an example, and as a male, as a man, when you move out of the environment you are familiar with, friends with, and into a location that virtually nobody knows you, it runs you mad. I'm just telling you as a man. When I got to the United States, the first 6 months was, one time I drove into a gas station. I mean, if I had done that in Abuja, I wouldn't have any problem. I drove into a gas station and I realized that, in Abuja, we don't carry, purse and all that. Okay, so I now realized I didn't have money. Okay, and my gas was out and I didn't have card. Okay, it dawned on me that, look, you are totally in a strange place. Nobody knew me. I mean, I walked into the place and said, hey, can I get gas? Because here is my ID card. And the lady looked at me and said, you can say that again. Like, who are you? And I said, oh, so I was actually cut off totally. And I had to pray to get back to my location. And God helped me, and the vehicle didn't stop till I got to where I was going. Now, but what am I trying to say? That is how it is with men sometimes when they get out of Nigeria and you are trying to settle in. And I'm saying this, so that ladies that are listening, when you move out with, your husbands, sometimes give them a chance to be able to adjust mentally and otherwise to fit into a location where they are. It's like taking a lion from one location to the other. He has to first mark his territory to be able to understand how it's going to go. And I think it applies to men here. And then for the women, I want to say this again. You see, sometimes we say, why there's no love, there's love lost. No, love is not a feeling. It's a decision. You make a decision to be good or bad. You stick with it. You just hang in there. Not because you're not going to see more final opportunities and out there. No. You have just made up your decision and that side is sealed. And that's the way you can do things and be able to move on. And in the case of finances, which is basically a very big issue, it is not always, you don't always know people, but both sexes. You don't always know them until you give them a lot of money. You can be able to read a man much properly when he has money. Okay, if he has not had a lot of money with him, then you cannot really tell his real character. And a woman is not built actually to run the home. So if it happens to be in a situation where the woman is making more money and taking care of, picking up all the bills, it's just going to be a question of time and there'll be issues because that's not her natural build. But for you as a man, if the money is going from you, it doesn't matter to you because you already know that it's right from when you are growing up, you know that money coming to you is to run your family. So you're not really bothered spending the money. But sometimes certain, females don't find it easy to be able to meet up that need. It's a lot of pressure for them, not because they don't want to spend, but because it's not their natural default. And so sometimes it becomes a bit challenging. Okay, becomes a bit challenging. And then there are some who don't even want to do that at all. And so if you get into that position, it becomes a problem. Now, if you come here, and that just like the guy said, she said, for him to be taking his bath.
Mr. KJ, you have 50 seconds.
Okay, I'll round up with this. For him to be taking up bathing 4 times a day, it means that he's a fine boy. So he's more concerned about his beauty. So he wants to look good, smell good, and just bounce around the house. So you can see that even from the choice she made in the first place, she made a wrong choice because, if you have to, you cannot, keep your hands clean and be able to make money. It didn't go well. So that's really an issue. She should have seen that right from the first beginning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. The next person is going to be Man of Prestige, if I'm not mistaken. Man of Prestige, can you please unmute? And before you answer the question, I want to put a spin on it. And the spin I want to put on it is this. Should we discuss finance prior to getting married, or should we leave finance out of it?
Okay. Thank you very much. Greeting to everybody. It's nice to be on this forum, with the ladies anchoring this place. So it's a pleasure, Tope. And Adanma, you're one of my favorite, two of you. So having said that, I'm just going to answer that question you put on here, Adanma. Definitely, number one question to, because finance is a problem when you come to marriage. So definitely have to discuss finance, what's the contribution of each, particularly in this area we're living, which most of the thing is 50-50, depending on how you look at it. So finance is very, very imperative that it was discussed. So let me go to the main topic. I don't want to waste too much time because I don't have that much time. about the picture you portrayed here earlier. In a nutshell, I can't even fathom somebody coming from our own culture. When I mean our own Nigerian culture, I say no. You know what we have, like men toxicity. You know how we look ourselves as men. We have to be in charge. We have to take care of it. I can't even fathom a man coming to this country. You want to be that lazy, and you expect a woman to take care of you. So I'm not really going to buy into that statement that lady came here and painted. I'm not saying she's lying or whatever. I have to hear from both sides. If the man has come here and stated his own point of view, and the lady, this may be a one-sided narrative. So that's why I'm not going to comment on that. So because I don't have any part to back up what she said, if it is right or not. But that's all for that one. So I'm just going to make a general statement. It is baffling to me to see the disintegration of family in the USA, particularly the Nigerians. When we come here, we get married or go back home, so there could be many variables that contributed to that. Because you have men here, when they go back home, some of them don't even have a good job, but they are suffering because of course you can survive here even after working in a McDonald's. They go to Nigeria, maybe they have like about 5,000. They go there and feel like they have, an impressive woman, making the women feel like they got money, and they bring them here. When the women finally come here, they know that this man doesn't have anything, and all the thing he has been portrayed is nonsense. He just come there to impress. Then the woman going to start changing his mind. This is not who I thought it was. And another variable is the system we have in this country. You have men when they decide to go marry, they will marry somebody that they know already. They just want to go back home to marry a nurse or a pharmacy in order to bring them here to make money for them. So when the women come here, because of the system we have here, they have assimilated to the current system America have. They got wise and know that women has rights. Women have more right than women when it comes to marriage issue here. So when they are used to it, then it becomes a problem. That's where, as men, we can't tolerate that, because, we have a lot of ego, it's very difficult for us to tolerate. So that has been a lot of issue when it comes to what's happening in this country, particularly in Houston area. I don't know who live in the Houston area, but the toxic over there in marriage, some of them buying each other and everything. I know it happened everywhere in America, but the one that's happening in Texas, particularly in the Houston area, has become an epidemic. So I don't have that much time to say all variables that I think contribute. Maybe when I come back later, I'll mention some of that variable. There's a lot of variables that contribute to the high divorce rate we have here. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
Tope, I want to ask you, do you have anything to say before I go to the next person?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
You sure?
I'm learning. Yes, I'm really learning a lot from men, especially. It's always good to always get an idea of how men think.
Yeah, how they feel, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because to be honest, it's not easy to be a man. Let's be honest. It's not easy to be a man. So this is a caution for we women out here. We need to be reasonable and we need to be realistic and fair in our demands, That's what I'll say for now. I think the next person is Mr. Loco P, if I'm not mistaken. Could you please unmute?
KJ, that trouble you find, you go see that trouble. I swear to God. That problem you find, you see that problem. Okay. Hello everybody, how you doing? Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Oh, let's start from first thing first, pertaining to that story, right? That story do not really paint, the real, marriage situation abroad in Nigeria. I'll tell you this for free. There are many that works, but because the bad news is what flies more than the good news, so we think it always happens here abroad. Ideally, I've seen marriages that works, beautiful ones that works. You understand? Yeah. So I'll leave it at that first. Okay. Then in our own case, I think both of them had their own individual benefits that are not mutual. You get me? And based on the fact that she left one marriage stayed for 10 years, probably trying to look for another one. 10 years plus the age she was when she left the first marriage. Probably maybe pressure was on her side. So out of desperation, she didn't even bother to check on or study anybody that she would assist in coming over. And from the other guy's end, okay, this place is bad for me. Okay, let me just okay, what's the benefit for me to support, also join her and come over and this and that, and that's it. So for them, they threw away their interests, sincere interests, and we're looking for benefits. You understand? Thinking it will work. So they both did not start a good foundation together before they embark on the journey that they want to embark on. That's for that. Then the issue of having shower 20 times a day, with what significance? It doesn't matter. I can afford to have 5 shower or even have a bath, what's called hot bath, and be in the shower with my bathtub filled up. Who cares? You understand? If there's money to pay. And like you say, they say now uno get money, now they don't say beer the bitter. You understand? So if you're working and you're earning, so why can't you spend it? I mean, it's one life to live, man. Enjoy your life. People go holidays, 4 times, 3 times a year. So why should paying water bills be an issue? You understand? And the issue of also saying your wife work 12 hours a day and come back and work. I mean, come on. Why are you still in the era of slavery? How can you be working 12 hours a day in abroad? Something that you cannot even afford to do in Nigeria. You come abroad working 12 hours. I think that 12 hours is you're just being greedy because you just want to sacrifice your well-being, your health, and try to make more money. You understand? Because I see no reason why you should be working 12 hours. I mean, except you are like in the UK, you're being paid under minimum wage. Because if you're paying minimum wage and you cut your coat according to your size and you yourself and partner, you plan yourself very well, I see no reason why you should be working 12 hours a day. I mean, come on, that is pure greediness or slave mentality. You understand? Because with the minimum wage, you can, have a small, sizable, apartment for your family and you would plan well and all that stuff. Your husband and yourself working just normal minimum wage, you will still live well. So the idea of working 12 hours, how many shifts, you're killing your body for what? That is just pure greediness because you want to make more money to compare with your mates that, yes, what my mate can do while abroad, I can still do it by putting more hours. Man, you're just killing yourself, So for that of 12 hours, I think that's just pure stupidity. You understand? Up your game, up your skills, up your service, and you know your worth, charge what your worth is, and you get paid for what you want. You understand? Except you don't have anything to offer for a service or whatever, then you accept whatever chunk of piece of money they give to you, and thereby subjecting yourself mentally to do more hours to meet up. I mean, that is, you can't leave Nigeria and come here and be doing slave work. That's nonsense. Except, like I said, you're just being greedy. You want to make more money to compete with your mates, And fine, for the aspect of men, right? I know.
You have 50 seconds, just so you know.
Okay, no problem. Look, when a man do not have, right, it somehow hurts his ego. Ideally, I don't know how many other men will be like. For me, if I don't have, I can't provide. It's hurt my ego. Yeah, anger can come, frustration can come. Like, I can't provide me. What's this and that? Maybe 10%, but it's supposed to drive you more to like, okay, what will I do more to earn more? As in, how will I up my service to earn more? Not hours anyway. And that will not make you say no. I will start paying £100 or you stand for a month. I mean, come on, how much is your rent for a month? Neither you take over £100. And if your wife is making more than you, it's not an excuse. I mean, if you can do it, why can't you do it as a man? You're supposed to be even doing more. If you come with that Nigerian mentality that yes, you want to be that Nigerian mentality man here, so do your normal thing, up your game and provide more. You understand? If you can share if you want to, you can assist. Maybe 70-30, 80-20. You understand? At least if you really want to know what you're doing. But the idea of coming down here and say you're expecting the woman to support and yeah, you can support, but expecting more from her. And no, I mean, do what you know you ought to do with your brain, with your service, with your skill. I think everybody will be happy.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. I'm going to go to Mr. Chim next. And Mr. Chim, before you answer this question, we've heard about the situation of a woman bringing a man. Now I want to put a spin to it, another spin to it. And the spin I want to put to it is men who go back home and marry nurses. And when they come here, you hear, oh, I sent her to school, or whatever be the case, and now she thinks she's all that. It didn't work out. So could you please cover both, if you don't mind? Thank you.
Sorry, before apologies for interjecting. Please, if I take you off, kick you off the studio, it's a deliberate thing because others wants to come in. Please, just so that we let others come in and hear their views as well too. So just note that it's a deliberate thing. I'm not exercising the powers. It's the lady's decision, not me. Please, thank you very much. I'll take myself. Apologies for that. Go ahead.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you, Ifi and Tope and
Adanma.
Yes, it's a pleasure, particularly Adanma and Tope, to be making your acquaintance. So we already know who Ifi is. Anyway, so back first and foremost to the story, the video you played, just like I think it was Man of Prestige that said, I will take that narrative with a pinch of salt because it takes two to tango. So it would be unfair to assume that everything the lady just spoke was accurate. And then I know that guy, I'm not sure what the relationship is. Was the guy interviewing her? Was he prospecting her?
No, it was a live video he was doing, and
Okay.
she came on and she wanted to air her dirty laundry, basically.
Okay. All right.
She basically was crying for help.
Okay, all right, fine, not a problem. So you, without sounding one-sided, we all know that typically it's usually the men who bring the female over to the Western world, 95% of the time, and on very rare occasions do we see it the reverse being the other way. And personally, I think that most of the time, when a man is economically endowed, abroad in particular, he is still able to provide. And when he's providing, he will provide totally. He will pay the mortgage. He will give his wife an allowance for both housekeep and for herself. This is when the man is responsible, assuming the person is a responsible man, the typical, I don't want to sound as if it's only Africans that do it. There are white people also who are responsible to the degree that they want to be able to fend for their families. So it's the typical male norm. I wouldn't say it's an African thing. I don't want us to run foul of saying that. However, as the world is evolving, we are beginning to see shared responsibilities between spouses. Now, it is also not very common for spouses to want to own joint accounts like we're made to know. But I have realized that most of the time, it's even the man who wants to do that. The ladies don't want to have a joint account. And so it is also not uncommon that if they so choose to have that joint account and the money the account starts going in the red, yes, the man will be the one beginning to, what's the word now? Get anxious. Why? Because he understands the implication that it's not all about Ashwebi. He's going to have to pay his children's school fees. A typical man is ready to wear shorts and take care of his family and pay his bills and go to sleep peacefully. He doesn't want to be in a situation where if his mortgage is due, he doesn't have the money to pay. Or if his rent is due, he doesn't have the money to pay. So now you'll be able to appreciate why the man, when he's looking at the account and is running into the reds, becomes very aggressive. Because the feeling is, if anything happens, who do I run to? Especially in a cold Western world. I'm not using the word cold in the literal sense of weather. I'm saying cold because it's not like in Nigeria you can run to a friend and say, cruel. Cold. I don't want to use that word, cruel. Just cold. Real cold environment we live in where everybody minds their business. You don't knock on anybody's door to say, give me salt. So when this man is saying, let's be prudent, it is so that there is security, it's so that there is no washing your dirty linens out there. That's number one. Now, Adanma, to address the question you asked me, if you could like rephrase a little bit more so that I'm sure I'm not getting it wrong, please. I can't hear you. You're muted. You're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know you've heard of cases where nurses are dying here in the diaspora. And I'm not taking a dig at the nurses, but we do have a lot of nurses who work a lot. So what I hear a lot of time is, oh, I brought her from back home. She became a nurse or she became a lawyer, whatever profession. Now the marriage didn't work out. She thinks she's all that. She doesn't respect me.
Okay,
I
get it.
You get it now?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. So we've had, and I agree with you, it's become a very common thing. In fact, there's a joke when I meet some friends, we say that the story is now about nurses, whether it's in the Houston that someone just mentioned, which is where it's happening more predominantly. We hear the stories even in Canada, but it's also happening here in Canada because not just nurses, ladies who are going into the healthcare sector, who are becoming caregivers and all those things, those industries demand long hours. So locopete is not always the case that people who are working long hours just for greed. But the nature of that industry, whether it is in terms of being a nurse or a doctor, or just being a caregiver in the medical sector, it requires a lot of long hours. Now, what I always say is this: whatever works for couples, whatever two of you sit down and agree and say, this is what we want to do, don't compare yourselves with society. If the lady says, you know what, honey, I'm okay with working long hours, that's fine. Then, and if you two of you are happy, she's doing it and coming home and you are having fun, you're able to take care of your children, send, drop them at school, but
you have 1 minute left.
Okay,
so thank you.
Yes, once you're able to do those things and it works for you, why are you comparing yourself with anybody? But that being said, like somebody also rightly said here, sometimes you don't know people until they start touching money. A lot of ladies, it can happen to the men too, but a lot of ladies, once they start earning, then it sort of empowers them to start thinking that they are working on cloud nine. Disrespect starts. At some point, if the man is saying, okay, let's do things the way, you don't want to be advised. In fact, you don't want anybody to touch your head anymore. And then it begins to lead to the man feeling, okay, disrespected. Now, whether it is a black man or a white man, the person will feel that way. The only difference that we black people tend to want to say, I'm the husband. It's a common thing with us. The white man may not say it that way, but the moment he begins to sense that the feelings and the love and is not there, he'll begin to look for another woman out there, and two of you will divorce and move your different way. It's easy for them. But for the African man, it's not that way. For the black man, the Nigerian man, it's not that way. There is a lot of things entangled, and which is why sometimes it gets messy. So, but I will just round up by saying that for me, economically, both spouses should always sit down and agree how they want to run their home and stop letting other people tell you what should be the norm. Don't look at what is happening outside. If you're drinking your garri, drink it in peace. The moment you begin to let other people come into your marriage to tell you whether it's your wife's friend or your husband's friend, then there's a danger that there's going to be a crisis. Lastly, for that lady in the UK, if she had helped, did she help her husband look for a job, or that guy? She didn't. I didn't hear that. What says you've been in this environment before him? Why couldn't you give him some leads? So I think she had a different perspective on what she wanted to pursue. And when she didn't get it, of course, the marriage crumbled. I'll leave it at that, and maybe later on I can contribute later.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Tone, you're going to be next. Could you please unmute and comment on what we have? And before you comment, Tope, do you want the second video to be played, or do you want us to finish with this round of questions, then we play the second video?
No, I think everyone should have the opportunity of making their views on this.
Okay,
topic.
Got it. All right, Tone, could you please unmute, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, hi.
You have
hi,
5 minutes.
Okay, I'm just going to, well, you didn't say 5 minutes to every audio. When it came to Tone, you start shouting 5 minutes.
Hey.
Take time. See.
Tone,
Okay.
tone.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay. Here is it. I'm just going to try to stay within the confines of the situation that's been played to us. I, for one, think there is some kind of deceit on both parties. Because if she had told him when they were still cutting, everything was hunky dory, was still sweet. I think all what he was just talking about was just lovingitis of a thing. And obviously, when he came here, reality hits. And she was also highlighting the fact that she's a celebrity here. Everybody knows her. I've never heard of her. I've never seen her before. So again, I don't think that is true. So I think it's just a case of both people. She needed a man in her life at that point in time, because it's not all about the under the sheet business. It's about reality. I mean, marriage is not for children; it's for adults, and a lot of ladies do not understand. And with all due respect, women, no matter how grown they are, they behave like babies sometimes, and especially when a woman is the most stubborn and dangerous person to advise is a woman that is in love. She will never hear. She will never hear everything everybody is saying to her. She doesn't take it, you know. So I would say, I mean, complaining about even taking a bath. I've never seen, if here even in UK, how many people pay a water bill? It's not an issue. It's a non-issue for her to even. It goes to show part of her character, because I think she's very, very petty and very fickle, you know, talking about that he's taking his bath. I should be expecting him to say, okay, the guy know he's taking bath, very well before he goes to bed. That's what most women will complain. But you've got my guy who just they keep clean all the time, And for
No, that's not
best
the,
reason.
sorry for cutting short, but that's not the point. I
The point,
I'm wondering why
I'm trying, the point
every man is really
no. What I'm trying to
to take
highlight
a
here,
shower.
what I'm trying to highlight
It's
here
about
is
the
that
money. It's the bill that is the
it's
cocoa
not the
of the
money.
matter,
It
not
is it is
whether
not.
the guy is taking a shower.
It is not the money. It is the money. The money. First of all, both of them weren't real with each other, because she at that point in time, perhaps I think she needed a man in her house, in her life and all that, and the man came, and the guy has been doing fine boy. So until reality hits and all that, she has to feed her mouth. Okay, let's take a scenario. She said she took a break for 10 years. She didn't have any man. How did she pay her bills? Did she have other sugar daddies or other men that were funding her? Let's think about that. Now, because the man has moved in, and the man obviously thinks, because I mean, she must have sold herself as a big girl in London. She's an artist, like she told us, she's an artist, she's very popular, she's very successful, you know. So my guy thought that when he comes here, he'll be chilling out. I've heard a similar story right now. A friend of mine and all that. That's the situation. He brought the guy over here, but the guy thinks it's all about enjoyment and all that. Then reality hits her. She starts crying. So the thing is, whenever you get into any relationship with somebody and you know it's going to lead to marriage and all that, you guys had better start telling each other the truth and be real with each other. That's all I'm just going to say. Marriage is not for children. So if you're not, you can't come and start blaming the
Tom,
man that
Tom,
is
can,
not.
Tom, can I ask you a question before you
Yes,
round up?
please. Yes, yes,
Could you
please.
please try to make it a balance? All you've said is about the woman. So could you tell me something men are doing wrong?
The man obviously is irresponsible. I won't throw that as a general blanket. It's not general. I think that man in particular, that case, I know that he's not he's not responsible either. He should go and look for a job and do something better for himself. Even forget about the woman, for his own pride. I don't think he has got a pride as a man, because a real man should have a pride of providing for himself, providing for the wife, not waiting for some woman to buy a shirt for him and then fund him. No, I don't think that guy is not the real deal.
Thank you so
Happy
much.
now?
I really appreciate you commenting.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. If not now, could you please unmute? You'll be next. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ladies, and my fellow panelists, and our own dear Ify. I salute you. Those guys have said virtually most of the things I wanted to say, but I still want to continue where the last speaker left off. I think that bill apart, any man that has the interest in taking bath 4 times a day, I think something is really wrong with that man, in terms of his mentality and what his focus in life is, But I salute him for being Mr. Clean. So having said that, I think ladies should understand the fact that the man that is good for you to go out with, to date, may not necessarily be the right man for you to settle down with as a husband. There are 2 different things. That man that is appealing to you to hang around with may not necessarily be the best man to live in the house as a husband. It's 2 different ball game altogether. That is one. Most times, I think we enter into marriage with the wrong expectation, and I don't want to judge too much based on that video, but the little things that I picked from it, you see that somebody maybe wanted to use somebody or take advantage of somebody, and maybe it didn't work out the way the person had in mind, and the person started complaining. One thing that was not clear from the video is the man that is bringing, is it 250, how much for upkeep?
£100.
100 pounds.
Is it that he has more but don't want to bring out, or that is what he can afford? Well, that's 2 different things. She didn't make mention of it, and it's important. Is he bringing what he has, or he's just being, inconsiderate or insensitive? And I hear the woman talking about she gave birth and she was planning, maybe my ear, I didn't hear it well, to stay like 1 year in the house before going back to work. That's another problem. Why I'm saying, does the man have and don't want to bring out, or he doesn't have? Because couples should learn how to be sincere with each other, transparency. If you plan to spend 2 years for Mugo in the house, then if you people are transparent enough, you should be able to know, can my husband finances alone make it possible? You understand? If 2 of you are already, struggling to pay bills before you give birth, you should also know that if there is no solid plan to augment the family finances, there's no way you can spend 1 year to nurse a child. It's just not practicable. And that's why I say transparency is important. And that's the problem in many marriages. The left hand hardly knows what the right hand is doing. And it brings so many problems. I believe that if there is that transparency, then we begin to judge who is really unreasonable. Because you should, if I know how much maybe my wife wasn't working before, and then she started working, she knows she may not be 100%. She have an idea of what my income is. I have an idea of what her income is. You understand? Then, if you are having expectations, could now begin to wonder, gauge how rational the expectation is going to be. There should be that transparency, and people should be sensitive to each other. If your wife is working longer hours and you have the time on the other side, you should be able to fill in the gap on what she can do at home. You understand what I'm trying to say? So these are, I think it just borders on lack of transparency, people not being sincere with each other. And then some men, I must admit, are not also reasonable because though that's not the subject of this particular conversation in the case study being mentioned, because there are still some men that have this African mentality that um, a woman should keep the house in terms of doing work in the house, taking care of children, bathing children and stuff like that. And then that same woman should also share in the finances, in the upkeep of the house in terms of finances. It doesn't work that way. If the woman have to be part of, share in the financial burden of the household, then you, the man, should know that she's also a human being. You should also be able to give her some breathing space in terms of helping out in whatever
You
way
have
you
30
can
seconds left, sir.
in the work that is in the house. Okay? I'm gonna yield the floor to you now. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Mr. Paul, you're going to be next. Could you please unmute? Thank you and welcome to the show.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So two things now. First of all, this guy that we're talking about, the lady that talk about this husband, I question some things, or I may be right, I may be wrong, but let me leave that part. Now, this lady, she's into entertainment. She make mention of all the big artists in Nigeria that she organized their shows. And she met that guy somewhere along the line. And the guy came to the UK, also have that ideology. Because what she said at the end of the day, the guy is running around celebrity. So probably maybe the guy is just fighting to get a breakthrough in that industry. And sometimes some of us are very, very monolithic the way we do something. Maybe the guy is pursuing that dream, feel that I don't want to go do this 10 pound per hour work. I don't want to go do this type of easy work. If I pursue this thing, if I get my breakthrough, the better for us. That may also cause a problem in their relationship. Then complaining about this taking shower 4 times is so funny because I do the same thing too. I take shower like 3 times a day. Though
And Paul, you're still this black. You're still this black.
It take my time.
Come back from break and take another shower.
It take my time. Yeah, because to some extent, my kind of work is almost like an outdoor work. So I take shower like twice a day, and I still take 1 shower in my place of work when I'm done with work. Sometimes I take shower like 2 times while I'm working.
Wow.
In my place of work.
No, that one is different, man. Paul,
So sometimes you just get used to it. So I don't have reason to take shower like twice a day at home. But I feel the shower I take at work, if I still come back home, I want to take shower. Those kind of mindset. You just walk, you just flow with it. But another thing with this relationship, like I said, I like this musician Sting a lot. I used to be a love boy. Michael Botti said, how can we be lovers when we are not friends? Then Celine Dion answered the questions very well. Celine Dion said, love was when I love you.
Well, that is your memory verse.
It's my memory verse. No, I want to use it to make a case. You see, when you bring people here in abroad, you understand, when now the way we make relationship in Nigeria, I can love a girl so much and still enjoy my circle of friends very well, cumulatively. But in abroad, when you bring a woman here and you go hang out with your friend, the woman is lonely. That can cause problem. That is why I use the word Michael Bolton said, how can we be lovers when we are not friends? You understand? Because I can't go hang out with my friends, and I just brought a woman here and leave the woman at home, just sit down there to stay at home, probably taking care of the kids, then I'll go hang out. It's going to cause a problem. How do we manage some of these issues when we are doing all this relation? It does matter. I'm an Urobo boy. As an Urobo man, you don't go to kitchen. You don't do anything in kitchen. I will literally be begging my sister to go give me soup, to go give me food. My father will be patiently waiting for me, whether I will sneak and go to the kitchen, then punish me for it. This is my culture. But guess what? I came to the West, understand very well that it's not going to work for me. What I do in my place of work, I have 2 kids. I pay the highest when it comes to my taxes. I pay extra $50 when it comes to my taxes. My wife don't do that. She doesn't do that. I pay more, she pay less, and every other thing. I use it to compensate because let's tell ourselves the truth. When I was bringing my mom to the US, I get to understand that in the US, there is an occupation called homemaker. If you want to make your wife homemaker, she's going to be homemaker. Then let her stay at home. She don't need to make money. Then you make all the money. She stay at home and take care of the family. It's an occupation, which means she have a job. She take care of the family. But when we bring women here, expect them to take care of the home and at the same time pay bills, it doesn't work like that, which means we are putting them to do 2 jobs while we want to do 1. So sometimes we miss these things up and down. So now it's easy for me to fight with my wife because certain things that my wife can easily tell friends, or friends will observe that, oh, I don't help with the kitchen, I don't help with this, I don't help with that, but I help with finance. I see her car that her car is going bad. I quickly work hard so much to make sure that she gets another car that will come from me. And I use it to compensate my weakness because I'm very, very weak. I am that man who act like driver in Nigeria. That if I take my wife to Walmart,
You
I
have
stay
50
outside on my
seconds
phone.
left.
So I am very, very weak when it comes to assisting the woman with her domestic work. But I assist her very well when it comes to my finance so that I can use it as a leverage for me not to be that bad husband. That's my take for now.
Thank you so much. Mr. Okija, you're next. Could you please unmute? Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello.
I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Good evening, all the Yalojas. So,
Hello.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, this is a loaded topic, but I mean, like everyone, you have to say, what you feel like, what is in your mind. I think, we have a problem as a culture, Africans in general. Just like we received foreign religion, Christianity and Islam. We don't know what to do with it. We just received it, and we don't really know what we signed up to. That's why we have in Nigeria, so many problems with the churches. You see a Nigerian, he has you see, a Libyan or whatever, Egyptian or somebody who lives in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, they go to Mecca, like they go to store and they come back, they're not Alhaji, but a Nigerian, from Kanu, he has appended Alhaji to his name already. Comes back to Nigeria, Alhaji everywhere. So we sign up to these things. If you've read Chinua Achebe's Arrow of God, we understand in Arrow of God, what happened was that Ezuru, the people, they wanted to harvest their yam, but because Ezuru, because he went to prison, detention, so he didn't observe all the the rights before New Year harvest season came. So he didn't allow the people to harvest their yam. So they went to the white man to pray for them so that they could harvest their yam. So they accepted religion that way. So in everything we do as Africans, we just peer, we just go. That's why we come to Western world, even though we accepted Christianity and Islam in our culture, but our marriages worked in Nigeria because in the sense that we kind of maintained our traditional marriage, culture in our marriages. But then when we started imbibing foreign culture, we're trying to integrate our marriage with a foreign, marriage. You see Igbo people, they go to church blessing in the morning or whatever, they go to church and then they do wedding in the afternoon. I don't understand. So we don't know what is happening. So some of us don't even know the processes we go through in our villages to get married. Like Okija, like for instance, we have like about 7 or 9 rites you have to perform. So we accept all these things. When we come to the West, we don't even accept. We start, we take up everything. But other people were other people, for instance, Indians, that Christianity came to them, they resisted and they still, took their culture. When they come here, their marriages don't break like the way their marriages break. I have this Indian couple, I work with them somewhere. engineers. They are engineer designers, and they come to work. The same car. They go to break. Lunch break. They have their food. They sit together and eat. For how many years? For about 30 years. They've been doing this. They'll still wear their clothes. But our people, we come here, both male and female, we don't know what you want. We get confused. Are we living Western life? Or are we living our culture? So that's a whole problem, for male and women, male and female in Nigeria. We have that problem.
You have 1 minute left. Thank you.
And also already. Okay, so our women also, we have this. I'm not trying to shade women, but women in women in general, they have a one-jet spirit. The spirit of bias, remorse.
Please, sir, please, Mr. Kija, please, could you please elaborate?
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, bias remorse. Like for instance, if you go to Walmart or any store, people who are returning items, they are women. If a man goes to the shop, he will just buy something and leave.
Are you
buy, she doesn't know what she wants. So one just put it, bias remorse. It's like so. Over 85% of marriages of divorces in Nigeria, in the US, initiated by women. Initiated by women. So this woman now telling us this story, bias remorse. That's the problem. That's bias remorse. So also value system. You value system. If you want to get married, who do you want to get married to? People just let me get married. When I was trying to get married, I was like, what do you want? Do you want Christian marriage, traditional marriage, or Western marriage? You have to discuss that. Find out, so that we sign up for this, so that we have values. Where do we raise our kids? Do we go to church or do we go to mosque or whatever? Which church do we go to? Do you listen to your pastor or do you listen to me? Who makes the final decision? Your pastor or So this is, you have to be careful. What you do. Just don't go into thing. It's a lifetime thing. And also like women. We have some people have mentioned it. They have to understand in the Western world.
I just gave you 50 seconds more so that
things are easier for women because the social system, they try to help women. So if a man comes here, he struggles more to get things he needs. But if a woman, there are so many things. Even if she goes for divorce, she at the state in the US, they will pay for her. The man has to go and get the money to get a lawyer.
Are you sure?
Are you
yes, I'm telling you. Especially when it comes to child, like child support and all this. If a man wants the child support, now if I want a child support as a man, I have to pay my lawyer. But if a woman wants a child support, she will go to this, the child protective services or whatever. They will get a lawyer for her.
What state are you in? What state are you in, Okija?
I'm in Massachusetts.
Is that how it works there? Because
if it comes to child, because the way the state reasons that the child needs to have his or her lawyer. Okay, so usually, when it happens, the child's lawyer is also the man's lawyer, because most of the time, in terms of in divorce cases, in the US, the woman gets the children.
Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate you. Show, I'm going to go to you. Then after show, we're going to play our next video. So we're probably going to swipe some people out because we have people backstage. And I just want to encourage our viewers who are watching. As you can see, my camera is off, even though I have a reason behind it. But if you want to come in without having your camera on, you're welcome to come in. Thank you. Show, over to you. Could you please unmute?
Yes, thank you, ladies. Tope and
Sure,
Adanma.
sorry for interjecting you. My apologies. Forfad, I don't know if you're backstage. If you want to come in, please come in. If not, could you please? I would appreciate if you create space for others to come in. Then later on, before the show comes finish, you can come back and continue, please. It's an appeal I'm making to you, Forfad. Thank you very much. Sure, the floor is yours.
No worries. Yeah. So, congratulations, Adanma and Tope, on your first show. I'm hoping it's the first of many. And Ify, whatever brought you here today, long may it continue. It's good to see your face again. So on this issue, I saw the video a few days ago. I didn't even watch it. That's the funny thing. I saw like the first 1 minute of it and I just packed it away. But I haven't watched it now, at least the part that was cropped and played here. As far as I'm concerned, we're not getting the full gist. See, there's a Yoruba saying that says, Agbo ejo eni kondajo, agba oshikani. means, loosely translated, if you hear one side of the story and you make a judgment, you'll be bad elder, because obviously you take your matter to the elders now. So we've had the lady side of the story. We've not had the guy side of the story. But let's now even run with her story. Let's assume that she's correct, because it's possible that she's right in everything she said. It sounds to me like it's a marriage of convenience for both of them. Remember, the guy lives in Nigeria, or lived in Nigeria. She had a child, a 10-year-old. So you're coming into a relationship between a mother and a 10-year-old as a new guy. It's not something most Nigerian guys would do. We know this, so we won't pretend about it. The fact that the guy agreed sounds like it was convenient for him. I'll be going to the UK. And like Tone alluded, she mentioned a few times that she's a celebrity, she's famous, she has whatever. So for the guy, he's coming into, soft life. So it sounded like it was convenient for him. And for her as well, she wanted someone. For her to have imported somebody from Nigeria, I'm not sure why, because guy is full London, die. UK, I don't know where she lives. We plenty, die. Yoruba angel, Yoruba demon. Imo, the emo bad ones that everywhere, Delta, Edo, everybody, pick your choice. We fool. So for her to have imported somebody from Nigeria, she knew what she wanted as well. She wanted someone from Nigeria, probably that won't give her as much trouble as the ones with the eye don't tear for London or for UK. So it was very convenient for both of them at the initial stage. But obviously, it quickly nosedived. Another thing, coming out of all this, their own particular gist, talking about this broadly, one of the things that I've seen that have caused issues in marriages that tend to break up when people come to the UK, especially, the jackpot the last 5-6 years, and you see them all over the social Twitter complaints, especially the UK people, they give us bad rep. Because I've seen people say, do people not have work in the UK? People in the Canada and US don't disturb us in Nigeria. So these UK people always doing ring lights. Welcome to my YouTube channel. One of the things I've seen that sort of causes problem is, in Nigeria, there's a way we live. And in the UK as well, like I think Chim alluded to that as well. In the UK, they moved away from that a long time ago, but in Nigeria still happens where the man takes 100% of the bills. Especially in Nigeria, you have money, you build your house. There's no mortgage pressure. So once you've built your house, the rest is sort of easy. It's the man's responsibility to pay school fees. He pays virtually everything. So the wife is almost very submissive, even if she's not totally happy. And the stigma attached to divorce in Nigeria, once they come to the Western world, she's like, you know what, my family are not here. Nobody can tell me if I'm no longer interested. Nobody will look at me in a bad way. I'll be in good company. A lot of ladies are divorced. Mine won't be the first. So men in Nigeria who was paying 100% of the bills or close to 100% of the bill, and the wife was almost like fully, answerable to you. You come to the UK and you bring the law of 50-50, but you still expect the woman to do what she was doing in Nigeria. It won't work. It would lead to argument and eventually divorce. So you can't expect her to go to work like you do. You do the same 9 to 5, or she's a nurse. If God wants to punish you, she's a nurse. She's doing 12 hours. She now comes back and you now still want her to do everything she was doing in Nigeria. It won't work. So I had an uncle, or my friend's uncle, came here years ago, like 20 years ago, and he was telling us back then, he said, one of the problems you people have is you want your wife to give you total respect, but you are doing 50-50 bills. He said, go and make more money in the UK. Pay 100% of the bill. You get a lot more respect that you guys are looking for. And I think that's something people should consider. If you want the sort of respect, quote unquote, that you get in Nigeria, then attempt to pay the mortgage, put your children in private school if you can afford it, pay the car loan every month, do everything, and you might get more time with your wife. But if you're doing 50-50, you need to start, separating responsibilities in the house. In my house, I'll mow the garden. I don't expect my wife to go and get the lawnmower to start cutting grass. I work away from home. I'm home today, luckily. I came home, the grass was, they're almost as tall as me. I cut the grass. I was there for like 2 hours, front garden, back garden today. I did that without us discussing it. I hardly cook. I can cook. I can actually cook Niger food very well, but I hardly cook. We didn't discuss it. She naturally goes to the kitchen and cook. I do the grass. I do all the light bulbs in the house. There are things that we've separated, so there are no issues. My wife hardly touches the bin except when I walk away from home. I empty the bin. Our daughter does the dishwasher. So all these things that we've separated, separation of powers, you understand? The executive, legislative, everybody has their role. So it reduces friction when it's now, you didn't do this. We hardly argue about who's doing this,
Okay,
who's not
Sho,
doing
can
that.
you please stay right there, because there's something you said that kind of piqued my interest. So you don't have a problem helping your wife at home. Is
No, I
that my
do. It's not
understanding?
even that. I do without being prompted.
Uh-huh.
I
You
don't.
have a
I'm not
problem
married
with
to a
help?
robot.
Okay.
Yeah. So these are part of. That's what I'm saying. If I was paying 100% of the bills, maybe I can tell my wife. I can negotiate and say, "Don't work. Look after the children." I have a friend in this country whose wife didn't work for about 15 years. And the wife was like a machine. You go to the house, she's picking up everybody's plates, she's cleaning this. And the guy's like, it's okay. I go to work, I work very hard, I provide for her and the children. It's fine. She's happy with it. And she was actually very happy. Now she started doing part-time work when their children are older. The guy is now doing more housework. I don't know if but you can see the change of the dynamics in their home. So if you want your wife to do everything, then pay every bill. And even some wives still won't agree. They will tell you, I don't want to be at home all the time. Do you understand? So these are some of the conversations that need to happen. But with these two people, I don't know. I think it was a marriage of convenience. Another thing, in Nigeria, it's very easy to have side piece. You see, you can outsource some task duties in Nigeria so that you don't go and bother your wife, with some things. It's very common that men outsource some other part of the duties to, pieces on the side. But in the UK, in the US, it's expensive. And if they catch you, it's you that they will tell to leave the house for them. You'll now be sleeping on a friend's couch at what age? 45, 50. Do you understand? So you're more careful. So the fact that you cannot outsource frustrates a lot of men as well. Women have their fault too, so it's not like I'm here to speak for women, but I'm just seeing it from the man's perspective because I can't understand the woman's world like they do. I'm just talking as a man. So not being able to outsource causes issue.
Thank
Maybe
you.
people don't talk about it much. And lastly, be careful who you discuss your relationship with. Be very,
Very.
very careful.
Yes. Say
Thank
that
you.
again. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Electricity, could you please go ahead and play the next video? And if you want to swipe people out, this might be the time to do it. So could you please do that? Thank you.
What? Have you lost your mind? What did you do that for? What's wrong with you?
Drinking and watching TV. That's all you're good at, Ayomide. Nothing else.
What has come over you? Don't you have any more respect for me and regard for me in this house?
Regard for you? When all you know how to do is to watch soccer, but you cannot even recognize a complete football team standing right in front of you.
You're talking bullshit. Nonsense. Your doctor certified me as being okay, fit and powerful.
Really? Then start performing like the Messis and the Ronaldos, Mr. Powerful. Look, I have Portsmouth. I have Manchester United. I have Arsenal. I have Liverpool in my Real Madrid. Ayomide, perform like your mates and score some goals. Is that too much to ask, Mr. Ayomide? Is it? Stop watching people score goals and start scoring some of yours. Nonsense.
Oh my God. I will soon play you like football.
Tope, over to you. Thank you.
Let's talk about the elephant in the room. I would have preferred Adam actually talking about this because she's a New Yorker and they're very, confident about talking about the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is the issue of sex. It's not in our culture to actually come out and actually discuss it is an issue. I'm still embarrassed talking about it. To be candid, Adanma was giving me the confidence earlier on because I was like, nope, I'm definitely not going to talk about it. So she actually purposely threw this at me. She wanted me to, she literally put me under the bus. So, but it's a key issue. Sex is a key issue in relationships, and we always want to shy away from it compared to Americans or Europeans. As Africans, I think I'm not sure who mentioned it earlier on. in the show, not in this show, was saying whatever happens. I think what was it? I'm not sure whether it was Chim. Someone had said they really don't care whatever anyone does in their bedrooms. When they were referring to LGBTQ issues, but sex is an issue. And my take on this is most times we actually blame infertility issues in relationships, it could be in a marriage, on women. And issues can arise on both sides. My take is seek help, seek medical help. There's nothing wrong in people having libido issues. We have a cure for everything right now in this world. Seek medical help. This is real. I'll circle back. I need to check up on my baby here. I'll circle back.
Oh, can you guys hear me? Tope, you think you were going to escape it, but I'll talk about it. Well, the issue is we have to have those conversations that make us uncomfortable. And one of those issues we shy away from is sex. And why I want to me why a lot of our men believe in side chick. And you ask them why. Why do you want to have a side chick? Oh, my wife, there are some things I can't do with my wife. This, that. And I'm like, okay. But the truth of the matter is, all women need to be vocal, express what you're lacking in your marriage, relationship, whatever situation you find yourself. You need to be vocal. If his mandingo is not performing to the level you want it to, please seek a sex therapist. We have that. That's why you're here in the diaspora, is to get help. And women, stop coming to bed with your grandma's laundry on. What is that? Can't you guys, be sexy for once? Take a shower with your man. There's something called massage. Massage.
Take a shower with
Yes, do something, like there's something called, when you ask a man now, they want a BJ. Then when you tell them, do you lick plates, like we call it downtown, they will shy from it. Why are you shying away from it? Is your woman, enjoy it. Take care of down there. That's why we have gynecologists. Why are we shy about talking about these things? I want you guys to see my face because I am very comfortable with my body. And trust me, at my age and my level, if you can't take me to River Jordan and back, we're going to have a problem in the bedroom. And it's called orgasm. I want to experience it. I want to feel it. So that's my issue on that.
Do African women actually experience orgasm, or it's just, for baby making process? That's actually the reason why, for procreation, that's actually why we have sex. Do we actually experience orgasm?
These days.
Yes, you do, Tope. Yes,
maybe
you
our
do.
mothers, maybe not so much.
Hey man, we're in developed country. Nobody has time for that. Just go to work, come back.
What are you talking about? Are you kidding me?
Steph, are you
serious?
Ada?
Steph belongs to Jen.
If we over to go ahead, Tope, and then when we finish, we'll go to Ify. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, Steph belongs to Gen A, my grandparents' generation. That does believe in daddy and mommy. It's a major issue in marriages and.
Please, which one is Gen A? Generation ancestor. Generation ancestor.
We're talking about paying bills, and they're talking about orgasm. Can you imagine?
What's the essence of your paying the bills when you can't perform in the bedroom? I'm just trying to understand, sir. It's a major issue that breaks relationships, and that's why you find people cheating. In some instances, if you're not getting satisfied at home by your partner, and I'm not blaming any gender in this case. It can be from either side. If you're not getting satisfied, that's why you get into temptations of going into porn. Let's face facts. And let's be real about this. I'll circle back again.
It's past my bedtime. It's past my bedtime. Maybe I need to go.
No, Chim, you're not going
You're
anywhere.
not going
If you're in
anywhere.
here, you're going to stay here
I
till we
requested-
go round. Yes.
And I requested for
And
Chim.
I'm requesting for one of my uncle or one of my special uncle. Talk about our Uncle Pansat. Please, I would appreciate it if you're listening to us. I love your opinion on this. Please come in.
See us in the order. Everybody just
Why is it that anytime this topic,
If you're next, thank you.
Why is it that we are so shy, to talk about this issue? And honestly, this is one of the problem people have in their marriage. And I remember telling you when I came to this country, I guess maybe my upbringing, we don't talk about these things. We don't even discuss about it, right?
Yeah.
I remember telling you, excuse my language, some things I have to say. Growing up, what my mother taught me is that if you have just ordinary body contact with a man, you're gonna get pregnant. She did not teach me that you have to do something with a man in order to get pregnant. I learned that as I get older in school. But I've seen that this is one of the problems that men, if somebody like Chim wants to go to bed now because this issue came up. But honestly, this is very important. When I came to this country, I don't like the word P. And I told you, you can't even say it. I'll be like, oh my God. This person
Say P, let's be specific. Are you talking about pussy or pona?
Ada, we gotta be very careful.
We have to, YouTube. That's what people don't know. This is a show about. You can't talk about that.
All right. Okay. I can't use the word. I can't say that. Until I came to this country. I remember I told you. So my first job.
You can't say what, Ify? I'm sorry. What did you say you couldn't say?
The word P. Initially,
what does P as in P as in letter P or P
as in penis
or P as in punani or P as in what?
And
penis or what exactly is a P?
Okay. And if he's accusing me, if he can't use a word and she's accusing me of wanting to go.
No, wait.
Ify, are you talking TOTO? Are you talking TOTO?
Tope. So what I'm saying is that before I came to this country, I don't like to talk about penis. It's not even a discussion. Okay. Don't even bring it up. I will look at you that you are rotten. Hey, God, you don't have good upbringing. Remember back home when you want to have sex, you're going to close all the door, all the window. I mean, it's just like so that it feels like somebody's strangling you. You don't even want to talk about it. But when I came to this country, like I said, my first job, every weekend, this girl, Sabrina, I will never forget her. She's big, thick with big booty. She will stand up on the chair and be dancing. I said it's going to be hot tonight. My friend UJ will call me from California. I would tell her, I don't feel comfortable being in this environment. She said, when you come to America, you will hear it by force. But now, it's nothing to me. Culture plays a role when it comes to sex in the marriage, especially in African community. The upbringing. I'm not talking about this Gen Z. I'm not talking about it. Remember, I told you the word licking plates. I just heard it about maybe sometime this year or sometime late last year. I don't know what licking plates.
I just heard it yesterday from Ada, and I was like, "What the heck?"
I just heard it.
It's just
I'm talking to Regina, Gina, and she was like licking plates, and that was during I think it was on Valentine's Day, and I'm like, wow. So now I'm very careful, when somebody eat their food, clean up the plate. I try very hard not to use that word because it means different thing in our culture. When you eat all your fish, you cleaned all your plate. But you cleaned all your plate means a different thing here.
But and in Igbo, next just to help you out, in Igbo it's called liko.
Okay.
And in Yoruba it's called woman la, baby. So
So what I'm trying to say is this, men, you guys need to start having this discussion. You will go to an American woman, right? I want the American woman to do everything, but when it comes to your wife, why? You close up. Why? Have these discussions. If you know what you like, but your wife is not doing it, teach the person. Open up. This is supposed to be a conversation. But don't expect a woman to come, go to work 5 days a week, 12-hour shift, or even 4 days a week, 12-hour shift. Then you expect the person to perform magic. No. It takes two to tango. And I tell you, so for some reason, I don't understand African men, when they see American women, they will tell you, if you see, get this American woman, they will do this, they will do that. But when it comes to your wife, you don't even want to. Or when your wife even bring any moves, like my friend was telling me, her husband was like, where did you learn that from? Are you kidding me? Where did you learn that from?
She should say from Dr. Damage's show.
That's education.
You know, so but that is the thing. But you will go and experiment with other women outside. But when your wife try to do the same thing, it's like wanyabo or kueno or nobo ashawo. Why? No, it's very important. Paul, I like the way you discuss that. It's very clear. Let's talk about it because it's very important. That is one of the reasons that, you know, most people even tell you that they get divorced or they cheat on their wives. But I always tell people a cheater will always be a cheater. No matter how you go, no matter whatever you do in the bedroom, a cheater will always, it's not enough. But trust your partner. The only problem I have with cheating is just don't bring something to your partner. That's where it gets scary. Because working in a healthcare, sometimes she opens, and I told you this, and Tope, you can understand, you opens people chat to be like Jesus.
With what we see as professionals, you know, in healthcare, we know
all these things. And two women are fighting over the same man. I say only if both of you know what is in this chat, you will never touch this man. Men, start talking about these things. Have this conversation with your wife. If she's not doing anything or he's not doing anything, right, talk about it. And then you're talking about orgasm. Yes, I'm sure a lot of women do, but again, we are not open to have these discussions with our partners. Take over.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your input, and I just want to add to it. Listen, whatever you think, if you think me vocalizing this, you want to label me whatever that makes you comfortable, go for it. I don't care. I know my words, so I'm comfortable with who I am. So whatever you have, your opinion is not going to affect me at night. So the point I'm trying to make is this. A lot of our women are intimidated by African American women when it comes to bed, when it comes to being intimate, because you know why? I think our culture is part of the problem. The problem is, one, we're not open about it. Two, our women pretend a lot. Let's be honest. Our women pretend a lot. You'll see a woman, she's well covered up and everything, but when you take her to the bedroom, what she performs, you'll be like, is this the same person? Like, why are you pretending? I mean, why are you trying to be something you're not? That's all I'm trying to say. I just want us to be an open mind. Let's talk about this. Let's help each other out. We can learn from one another moving forward, because someone might be listening. And like I say, women, stop coming to bed with your grandma beds. I mean, put on some tongs, put on some sexy lingerie, smell good. And I mean, that's all I have to say. Chim, you have your hands up, so you can go next.
Before Chim comes in, I just need to say something. And it's okay to be married for 10, 15 years and you still don't have the game. You don't know the new styles. That's why you it's okay to get help. You can watch adult movies with your spouse. This is healthy. I don't know how to explain it. You can. Chim, please.
And not just that, there's a book I want to recommend everybody to read if you have the time. And it doesn't matter the age you are. The only thing I say is when you want to practice some of these styles, be careful. You know, if you know your age is quite up there, don't, you know, and work on your physique. Try to be flexible. That's why we have yoga, stretch yourself, you know, it's called Kama Sutra. It's on Amazon. And if you want to, yes, Kama Sutra is a very good book. Just keep an open mind.
But please take your blood pressure medication and your anxiety medication first.
Talk by add to retake your ED meds is very important. Yes, it's called erectile dysfunction. You know, we have our men suffer from that a lot.
Yes,
so we need to be honest. Yes.
Blood pressure is that it's not an excuse. There's always a remedy for everything. Take your medication, let it kick in, and then you can do what you need to do in bed.
Chin, can I, Chin, before I go to you, Mr. Flagship, could you please unmute? You're the new panelist. I would like to start from you. Then Chim, I want to go to you. You said you're going to bed, but I'm not letting you go. You're going to stay till we finish this program.
Yes, Chim.
You want his wife to serve him query.
Chim, you're looking at Chim. Chim is a freak. Don't let this pretend fool you. Chim knows himself in the bedroom, so he and his wife, they know each other. Mr. Flagship, could you please unmute, sir? Thank you.
Did you call me?
I did.
No.
I don't see Flagship here. Where did you see Flagship?
Flagship is here. Yeah, Flagship is here.
Flagship is
okay, I think
he's strike
off.
for us. If
Not,
you look at
there.
he's playing the striker role. He's there in front.
Chim, let's go to you because I'm eager to hear what you have to say.
Okay, so I don't know where you will. So all my uncles and aunties on the chat section are telling me to be very careful. So I'm going to be very careful. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't think historically, you know, that it's with information and with exposure comes, will I say, experimenting into things you don't know. So when you say our grandparents did not enjoy sex, I do not think it's correct. I think they enjoyed it to the degree of what they knew, and they were happy and contented. But of course, their daughters also got more exposed and then enjoyed it to the degree they knew and left it off for their grandchildren. And that's the way it's been passing on gradually. You know, when I was back home in Nigeria, and this has nothing to do with culture, wearing skimpy things was strange to me. You know, when you see a lady who's dressed in a, you know, what we say skimpy, everybody understands what I mean by that. We tend to be prejudiced towards what we think is their character. You think the person is a loose person and all that. And then I came to North America, and I live in a country that is very funny. Between October and May, everybody's all covered up because the weather is extremely cold. There's frostbite and all that. But by this time of the year, and I'm sure Paul can allude to that because he also lives in a hot place and he visited Calgary recently. If you're in Calgary right now, everybody is trying to take off their clothes. The moment I leave here and I'm taking off this thing, and I'm feeling free for my children and my wife and everybody, because everywhere is hot. So the point I'm trying to make is this. I think as we evolve, things also evolve. I don't think that, yes, maybe the American woman, whether it is the Akata one or the white one, was more because of where they live, the environment, and they were not always that way. If you go back in time, you'll also see they also evolved. So I think the advice should be that our boys and girls, men and women, should also evolve in a way that makes sense. You understand? And not, you know, we discuss sex these days. We discuss it amongst our friends, amongst our spouses. You know, everybody. Like I believe strongly, my views as have not changed. What works for both of you, you agree. It is in your privacy. It's not for any other person to get to know. You understand? So your spouse might be the very outgoing type. You're reserved, but your game plan in your bedroom is between both of you. You enjoy it. That's okay. So I think the problem is, like you rightly said, when it comes to the issue of pretense. You know, we've for a long time we've had people who, and I want to put a caveat. I am not against any particular religious sect, but we know that in the Christian faith, for instance, there are certain people who tie their hair and everything and act like they don't discuss those things. I want to be respectful of those religions. I don't want to mention their name. But guess what? If you speak to them in privacy and win their confidence, you will see that they are interested in those things. It's just that they were not exposed to having those conversations. So I also think the problem is in our curriculum, educational curriculum, whether it is back home. Some of those things need to be injected where it's being spoken about. I went to a church where we had marriage seminars, not necessarily because people were getting married. But it was once in a while there would be like a couple seminar. They discuss these things. They bring experts to come and talk about it, and some of us were very open to it and we hear it. I also grew up in a time where you had female friends. To the degree of your relationship with them, you discuss certain things. So if you are at that level, there's nothing. I don't think when you get married, it will suddenly be strange for you to discuss certain things with your spouse. However, if your spouse does not agree to certain things, respect it, and gradually see if there's something he or she will come to learn to accept. If the person never accepts it, that's okay. Stay with it that way. So I think it's greed that will make you think that the grass in the other compound is greener than the one in your compound. It might just not be correct. Like those guys, like Sho said, he put it in a very colloquial way, that men pay for other duties. I understand what he's trying to say. But the point is this: some men are contented with what they have and they enjoy the way it is and all that thing. So I think it's all about exposure. But again, lastly, we must also realize that marriage is not meals and boons. A lot of people get into marriage with a meals and boons mindset. It is real. It's a real thing. There are going to be days when somebody is not interested or is tired, maybe because of work. You remember also that your ability to perform sexually is also, it has a psychological one. It has to do with the readiness. Maybe you're tired and all those things. So those are some of the things I just wanted to say. But it's a wonderful topic. I'm not sure it's anything anybody should shy away from. And then I think I've said lastly 2 times, but this is going to be the last one I will say. The last thing I want to say is this, that spouses are not always at the same level of exposure. Sometimes the lady might be the more exposed person. She knows all these things. For the man, if you're married to that kind of person, don't be judgmental. Don't say, is this the woman I've married? So, if this woman is doing this with me, what has she been doing all of her life? Sometimes that's why some of the ladies will get into a marriage and be pretending. They know some things their man doesn't know, but they are afraid to unveil those things because they don't want to be judged. And I don't blame them. So, some spouses may have been more exposed. The guy might not have been the outgoing type, and his wife was. Or it can be vice versa. It can be, no 2 spouses are at the same level of social, financial, not to even talk about sexual exposure. So those are some of the things we need to take into mind when we're discussing this thing. There's no one size fits all. It just has to do with being teachable and having an open mind. That's just all I want to contribute for now.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Ed A, welcome to the show. Thank you. I'm going to go to you next. You know the topic we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you can go next.
Sorry for interjecting, please. KJ Forefather, I can't kick you out because you are moderators. The icon is not there. I'm appreciating and appealing. If you can just remove yourself so that others can come in, please. It's an appeal I am making. Thank you very much.
Pastor, sorry, quickly. You can remove them. They might not be there. They might just have left it and moved up.
No, the icon is not giving. I don't have the option to kick them out because they are moderators. You can't kick moderators out.
Okay.
Right,
is their face on camera? No.
Ed, you can go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So I have to first of all say that I'm wondering why Tope O and Adanma have been hiding their beautiful faces. Yeah. So I have to say that I'm inexperienced about this when it comes to this topic. But from what I know, I have to say that that the issue of it's not, a man should, if a man is not able to be intimate with his wife, then there's a problem, and the man has to go for medical help. And when it comes to being able to last, it has to do with the techniques of the man and the techniques of the woman in terms of the man deriving pleasure. And
and when it comes to the issue of men and women being exposed, I think it's not cultural. It's all about religion. People just want to pretend that that is immoral. But when you're with your wife, you should be comfortable. You have to be comfortable, because that's the right time. You are doing it is marriage, so you are free to be yourself. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Ed. I really appreciate you, and I just want to commend you for coming in. I know you said you were having anxiety, you were not sure if you can do it, but I just want to give a shout out to you and tell you I'm so proud of you coming in. Okay, thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Shout out to you, Eddie A. Nice meeting you. You've been my #1 fan.
Guys, I need to go, but I just want to commend everybody, especially. So, ladies, you see the way the guys have come out today to support you guys. When it's politics, we want to see you too. Good night.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to go to Mr. Kandu. Kandu, you just came in, so could you please unmute?
Yes. Hello, everyone again. Sorry, I got distracted. I was doing a few things here and there. Again, the dynamics of all this relationship stuff varies in so many different ways. I think so many people have touched on this in the last few minutes here. Again, relationships are not easy. I think it was Paul that said that
marriages is not for children, it's for grown people. And my belief system is that women should seek the counsel of men in their lives, fathers, uncle, brothers, when prospecting for men. Just like men should seek the counsel of other women in their lives when prospecting for a woman. Because as a woman, when you're looking at a guy, most situations, based on what I have seen and believe, is that they're looking at different attractions in that man. But another man can look at that man and tell you, this is not it. Just like a woman can look at another woman that her brother or someone in her family is going after or is coming after them, and be like, no. Like, I have a sister who there has been situations where a couple of her friends have been like, oh, I like this your brother, and she's like, if you marry my brother, I know you very well. A woman knows another woman, and men knows men. They can tell you the type of man you're looking at. What are his prospects? What type of is this a stand-up dude? Not just the muscles and how intelligent he might sound. Is this a person that will stick with you through thin ice? So the factors that we look for in people, I think, is important. And being able to get someone else who can understand those dynamics has it's very important to the dynamics of a relationship. Again, I will never understand a man that just sits around and allow his wife to just do everything. I don't know how that works. If you love your wife, you should be willing to. You're not even helping her; you're helping the household. It's not like you're helping her. She's helping the household in whatever capacity, and obviously, people have to make a determination of what it is that they want in life. Because for the most part, my belief is that if you have a good man, in this case, I would say a man, and the man is hardworking, and if it's just about living a normal life, that man, in most cases, will be in a position to take care of the bills. It is all these extras. I want a Birkin bag. I want to go to France 32 times in a year. I want to go to this. I want to go to that. It is all those extras. If it's just about taking care of the family, as you know, even if you have a wife that's at home, she should have a rough IRA for her own personal finances. At least in America, I don't know what they call it in Europe. So even if she's a stay-at-home person, wife, there should be some financial stability that is created for her in the event, in case of incasity. You know, you should have a life insurance that is from here to Ajegunle in case you drop dead. And she should have one too in case she drops. So again, there are so many. I mean, this is a very hot topic, like a few people have mentioned. It's not an easy situation. You know, you can have a dynamics where you're both working 10 hours a day because you are trying to fulfill a particular goal and for a short period of time. But if you're working 12 hours or even 10 hours and your wife is working 10 hours without a specified goal and objective, you're just being a slave. That's not working. That's not living life. You know, but if driving that Mercedes Benz of 120,000 is what's going to keep you at work for 12 hours a day, and you're sleeping even on the way driving home, and that's your regular life, you need to find something else to do. So again, this is a very, very varied topic. It's about finding what type of a woman is this person, what type of a man is this person, and you're not going to find that at the club, at the OMB. That's not where you find those people. Those people are at those places for different objectives. But somebody that you plan to spend the next 30 years, 50 years together, you better look very, very well. Thank you.
So I wanted to ask you a question, Kandu. You did not comment on the last video we just played regarding intimacy. So do you have anything to contribute regarding that?
Unfortunately, I stepped out, so I actually did not see the video. But in a general sense, you know, dynamics change.
He's playing the video.
What? Have you lost your mind? What did you do that for? What's wrong with you?
Drinking and watching TV. That's all you're good at, Ayomide. Nothing else.
What has come over you? Don't you have any more respect for me and regard for me in this house?
Regard for you? When all you know how to do is to watch soccer, but you cannot even recognize a complete football team standing right in front of you.
You're talking bullshit. Nonsense. Your doctor certified me as being okay, fit and powerful.
Really? Then start performing like the Messis and the Ronaldos, Mr. Powerful. Look, I have Portsmouth. I have Manchester United. I have Arsenal. I have Liverpool in my Real Madrid. Ayomide, perform like your mates and score some goals. Is that too much to ask, Mr. Ayomide? Is it? Stop watching people score goals and start scoring some of yours. Nonsense.
Oh my God. I will soon play you like football.
Yeah, that's rather unfortunate. By the time you start talking to your wife or your husband like that, then there's nothing there. Obviously, you know, it sounds like they're talking about marital situation.
And if you've been with a woman, speaking like a man now, there's one crazy thing I tell people.
Can do. I think you are deflecting. No, this is the issue of sex. That's the cocoa of the matter, not the
No,
woman.
that's what I'm saying. Even if you've been with someone long enough, unless if you just have some crazy dynamics that I don't know about, just being ready to go and go and go, it dissipates over time. It dissipates.
And I get it, and that's why we have help. There's Viagra, there are all sorts these days.
No, it's not the ability to get it up that I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Is over time, with life happening, there's sometimes your wife can be totally naked in front of you and you don't see her. It can happen over time.
I get it, and that's why you can watch adult movies together. Do some.
No. You see, this is. Let me tell you. Why do you think the most beautiful women in Hollywood, most of them have been divorced many times? It's not about how beautiful you physically are. It's life showing up. You can be as beautiful as you want to be. If at that moment we have issues going on, I don't see you. Other men, you see, there's this crazy thing I say to people. That woman
I kind of agree with you. I really do. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Yes,
no
I
problem.
agree with you.
Yeah, I say this crazy thing to men. That woman where they pursue, there is somebody who is tired of that. That woman where you see will be like, oh Jesus.
Sorry for cutting you short. Can do. Yes, I get it. Life happens to us every day. So because life happens, are we now just going to allow life continue happening and allow your marriage to just go down?
No, but that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is when the attraction is no longer there,
so how do you fix that? Are you just going to allow that forever? Is what
the connection saying. When the connection is dead, is dead. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what he's trying to say. He said
it can be fixed.
No, I'm not saying
it can be fixed. It can be fixed if the two parties are willing to be open and realistic about what they are dealing with. And when I say dealing with, yes.
Absolutely. It can, hopefully it can be fixed. Because you see, there's power in the tongue. There are certain things that you can say to someone that you can never take back, no matter how many I'm sorry. So you have to be careful what you say to people. So I'm not even that, this scenario that's just played out in this thing here. Hopefully you have a good Babalawo and Jesus and Imam to help you pray through it. Because things can get to a point where it's so irreversible. And one of the things I believe is this. I always tell people, men and women, how many times have you told someone you love them since you were 18? And how many times has somebody told you they love you? How can you love this many people in a lifetime? Is it really love or infatuation? So,
good question.
For both men and women, life is about a relationship. Whether it's family dynamics of your family that you came from, you can have all the money in the world. It's not going to keep you warm at night. You can have all the things. Yes.
Not to cut you off, to understand what you're saying better so that I can make sure we're both on the same page. What you're saying is when a man is going through that low period where his testosterone is low, the wife needs to be supportive. You don't need to, you using that to torment your man is even going to make him anxious. And I am saying this like it will make them anxious even if they take 2 Viagras, nothing will happen because they're so nervous that it's either you said something mean to them And everything is psych. Everything for we women, sex is mental when it comes to having orgasm. For men, a man who has good erection can go and do what he needs to do. But a woman, it takes psychology for her to achieve that orgasm. She, is not the same for men. So what I'm trying to say is this. So what I'm trying to say is this, if I understand what you're saying, you're trying to say is when men are going through that low period, and women as well who have libido's issues as well, we should be open and support our partners and not go look for a side chick for the man. They'll say, oh, let me go look for someone to help her out. No, you need to be the one supporting your partner, helping her through that period. And especially during those periods when they have a child. Because once a woman has a baby, her body changes totally. Totally. Her body, she goes through hormones, imbalance, a lot of things. So I quite agree with you with a lot of things you said. So I hope I am on the same page with you.
Yeah, well, I think we're talking about kind of like two different dynamics. The dynamic that you're focused on in what you just narrated now is the libido part. And I agree with the summation when it comes to that. But what I'm saying is, even if the libido is not an issue, if that person, you guys are not on the same page because life is happening, even if your libido is standing up to attention, you're just not interested in that person at that time. At that time. So if the man in this case is having some erectile dysfunction, there's a lot of help out there for the most part, but the dynamics of a relationship you start this thing now, you're talking on the phone for 7 hours, 8 hours straight, and at some point that's the same person you don't even want to hear from again. There's a motivational speaker that I was listening to, that most of the people that listen to him are women, and they pay $1,500, $2,000 to go and listen to him. And there was a video in one of his motivational speech that he gave. He said, life is so interesting. He said, because you all are here paying all this money to listen to me. And my wife is in the process of divorcing me because she's tired of hearing me. The same person that other people are going to pay money to listen to, there's somebody who is close to them that doesn't even want to hear you talk anymore. And they've been married for over 30 years. So like I say, at the end of the day, let us all pray and be diligent and seek counsel from people that know the opposite sex that can help you weave through. Oh, he's a fine boy. Oh, look at her yash. That can help you to see the person. My belief is if I cannot be with you, God forbid if something happens to you, that I cannot be changing your diaper, then what are we doing?
That's true.
Thank you.
I really like your submission. A Black is Beauty, welcome to the show. Could you please unmute? I know you did you see the video Electricity just played? If you want, I can't hear you. Unmute. Oh, Electricity, could you please replay the video if you can, please?
What? Have you lost your mind? What did you do that for? What's wrong with you?
Drinking and watching TV. That's all you're good at, Ayomide. Nothing else.
What has come over you? Don't you have any more respect for me and regard for me in this house?
Regard for you? When all you know how to do is to watch soccer, but you cannot even recognize a complete football team standing right in front of you.
You're talking bullshit. Nonsense. Your doctor certified me as being okay, fit and powerful.
Really? Then start performing like the Messis and the Ronaldos, Mr. Powerful. Look, I have Portsmouth. I have Manchester United.
Yeah.
I have Arsenal. I have Liverpool in
What
my
did you do that
Real
for?
Madrid.
What's
Ayomide,
wrong with you?
drinking. Perform like your mates and score some goals. Is that too much to ask, Mr. Ayomide?
What
Is
has
it?
come over you? Don't
Stop
you have
watching
any
me
more
score goals
respect for me
and stop
and
scoring some of
regard for
yours.
me in this house?
Nonsense. Regard.
Oh my God.
When all you know how to do is to watch soccer, but you
I will
cannot
soon
even
play you
recognize
like
a
football.
complete football team standing right in front of you.
You're talking bullshit. Nonsense. Your doctor certified me as being okay, fit and powerful.
Really? Then start performing like the Messis and the Ronaldos, Mr. Powerful.
Have you
Look,
lost your mind?
I have Portsmouth.
What did you do that for? What's wrong with you?
Drinking and watching TV. That's all you're good at, Ayomide. Nothing else.
What has come over you? Don't you have any more respect for me and regard for me in this house?
Regard for you? When all you know how to do is to watch soccer, but you cannot even recognize.
So, a black is beauty. Is that good enough?
I will soon play you like football.
A black is beauty. Did you see
Hold
the
on,
video?
wait a second. I just wanted to say my name is a black beauty. It's a very specific name I chose. It's based off of a book, right? So it's a black beauty. It's based off of a book.
Black beauty. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Also, what are you asking exactly? So I want to jump into the conversation, not just the video, because I'm listening to everyone and I'm trying to get an idea of what are we talking about? Are we talking about
Whatever.
men?
Yeah, we're talking about issues about women who leave why our marriages are now lasting here in the diaspora, and including having
No, I have no
sex.
comments on that. I have no comments on marriages in the diaspora. But the next one, what was the second one?
Sex. Is this video?
Sex.
Yeah.
The sex.
Black impact of lack of it in relationship.
Okay. Lack of sex in the relationship.
A case study of the African relationship.
I think all the relationships are about the same. When you get around Black people, whether they're African, Caribbean, or whatnot, I think that we are just a lustful kind of people. Probably because we are a beautiful kind of people. There's a lot of beauty within our race. There's a lot of infatuation going on, at the youth level. So I don't know how to talk about a marriage without sex, because I think that when people get married, the whole purpose is to have children. So if you have a marriage without sex and you haven't had children yet, I would suggest you leave that marriage. Those are kind of my very quick to the point comments. But I would say on the concept of Viagra and stuff like that, I know you guys were talking about stuff like that, men having to do things or even women having to do things. I think people just need to take better care of themselves, better health, eat better, work out more, take care of yourself. I don't think we need to run to pharmaceuticals to increase libido. There are natural things like this. I think every man should be drinking in his life if he wants to stay firm. And it just, you got to know how to take care of yourself by this big age. I mean, I don't know how old everyone is on this panel or the average relationship, but I think after about 19, 20, maybe even before that, you should know how to take care of your sexual organs. You should know how to feed yourself in a way that increases your health so that you can have good circulation, because good sex starts with good blood flow. These are things that I think it's just everyone should know how to do these things. It's not necessarily about sex or no sex. You won't have sex if you don't have good health. So that's really where I'm at with it. People should just take better care of themselves and they'll feel better. Also, I wanted to make a comment earlier about, I don't know, something Candu was saying, but I don't know the exact, it really wasn't, I didn't catch exactly what I wanted to comment, but it was just the overall tone. And I just think that if you are a person who is disagreeable, then all your relationships will reflect that, whether you're married or not. If you're just that type of person, it's going to be that way for you. I would say for those kind of people, lighten up. Life is serious, but it's not that serious. And those are my advices, because if we're going to be going back and forth about your libido doesn't work or your genitalia doesn't work, and those are weird conversations. So I think you have to come with a certain level of humility when you're having that conversation with another human being. So I'm not really sure how you get to an argument like that. Like, you see that argument right there? I wouldn't be having that argument at all, because I do what I'm supposed to do to take care of my health, and you're expected to do the same thing. So if you in a marriage decide that you check out of that, your responsibility, then I guess I'm going to check out of some other responsibility. I don't see how we're going to have a relationship where people are beginning to stop doing their own personal duty, like your personal health and your sexual health. That is your responsibility. Just like it's my responsibility to make sure my blood flow is good, make sure I'm drinking water, make sure I'm eating okra and avocado. It's your job also to make sure you're drinking watermelon juice, to make sure you're cleaning them pipes out. I don't know if you got to take your action bitters or what you got to take.
Hey, Black Beauty, what does watermelon juice do? We need tips.
Sure. Why don't we?
No, we can't. No. Hold on. No. We have to be careful. We're not here to give any medical advice or any health advice.
It's not medical. I don't
know. No. Hold on. The Black is Beauty. Please mute yourself.
Black Beauty. A Black Beauty. Please get the name right.
A Black Beauty. Please, can you mute yourself, please?
Okay, you can do it.
I don't want anybody giving out any health information or recommended. That is not what we have. A lot of health people on this panel. So please, you have to be very careful. So we're not here. We have people watching us. We're not here giving out any medical advice, any recommendation. So please, if you want to speak on the issues, please speak on them. Please do not. I just say you can speak for yourself, but don't say you're recommending or you're, please. We just have to be careful when it comes to those health issues. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to say this is not necessarily a medical recommendation, but health is wealth. And if we aren't honest with ourselves as African people about the impact of real fruits and vegetables, then we can't even have a conversation about sex. And those are my comments.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
And I'm a Black beauty. Sure. Please get it right. I know you wanted me to come on this panel. Hold on. I know you wanted me to come in this panel, but I did take some time out of my sleep to come here. Obviously, like, I'm in Nigeria right now. It's about 4:30 in the night. So if you're going to be on this panel, or you want me on this panel, I'm happy to be here and talk with you. But I have a lot of respect for everyone on this panel. I get everyone's name right. That's Tope. That's Adanma. That's Issue. That's Forefather. That's Electricity. That's If Not Now, Steph. That's Local P. That's Show. And that's Man of Prestige. I am a Black beauty, not a Blackest beauty. I'm not even that Black. So let's go ahead with it.
All right. So could you please unmute yourself and go ahead? Thank you.
We apologize, Black Beauty. Thank you so much for coming. I know you had told me earlier on that you're in Nigeria right now, and it's you're probably asleep. So thank you so much for supporting.
All right. Sorry, I crave everyone's indulgence. I just wanted to speak quickly on the issue before I go to bed. UK, Nigeria, we're at the same time. So for me as well, it's 4:30. These are ungodly hours. Like, you people, you're doing your show at small o'clock, 2, 3. This is forefather territory. You never find me at this time. But this matter is, it's quite interesting. So I had to make time to support my Remo sister in Tope. So what I wanted to say regarding this issue is, like, some people have alluded to, we need to be more open in terms of couples. We need to be able to talk to one another or to each other as couples to, loosen up. The days of daddy and mommy, strictly missionary, those days should be far behind us. Let's ask for what we want. If we've heard about something, we should be able to tell our partners to say, how about this? How about that? Initially, there might be resistance, but, with persistence. It would happen eventually. So I talked about outsourcing earlier. Rather than outsource, discuss it with your partner, make it work for both of you. If they're not comfortable with it, you just have to be patient with them.
So what do you mean by outsourcing? I'm sorry for cutting you short. What does outsourcing mean?
Outsourcing is a common term in business, and you
mean
outsource.
It's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap.
Let him talk now. Let him talk.
Sure. In the context of the discussion, what is outsourcing?
Outsourcing
in the context of
sex.
It's a trap.
Outsourcing is outsourcing. It's like I say, you eat food, and you ask me what is eating food. On this planet, they told us about licking plates. Did I ask for a description? No.
So what are you trying to say, Sure? What is your point now?
What does outsourcing mean? I'm trying to understand.
So, as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by my Remo sister. So, I'm saying, men talk to your wives talk to your men.
Tope, mute yourself.
Agree on issues, and also as parents, this is quite important so that this does not repeat itself. Most of us, our parents never talked to us about sex. It was a taboo. Your father wouldn't sit you down. At least it didn't happen for me. But we shouldn't make the same mistake with our boys. As men, talk to your sons from whatever age you feel, you're comfortable. And children will mature at different age. So some of you might want to start from 10, 12, 15, whatever. Girls as well, encourage your wives, if they are not doing it, to speak to their daughters. We're not telling you to teach them on how to have sex, but sex education is quite important. So it's something we need to do because that would help them later in life. So as parents, it's incumbent upon us to do better than our parents did. It's not a taboo. It's something we should teach them because if we don't, they will learn it. And I'm sure we would rather teach them than they learn outside. And also, I will talk about this as the last thing. Please, my encouragement, my advice, marry or spend life with somebody you find attractive. The world might not find that person beautiful. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, as has been said many times. As far as you find them attractive to you, you are the one that you're attracted to them. Forget what other people think. You are not dating them or marrying them for people's approval. If you're attracted to someone, chances of all these libido issues and all of that being an issue is slim. I'm not saying it cannot happen, but it'll be slimmer because if you're attracted to someone, then you want to, you want to do the do. You want to see them in the other room more often than if you're with somebody like the people that the first video, who somebody went to import somebody from Nigeria for convenience and all of that, and everything went down the drain quickly. So please find somebody you are attracted to. It will make things. So let me back this with the Bible. And Pastor, don't tell me I quoted something out of context. If you go to Proverbs 5:18 and 19, American Standard Version, it says, "Let thy fountain be blessed, and rejoice in the wife of thy youth. As a loving hind and a pleasant doe, let her breasts, plural, both, satisfy thee at all times. And be thou ravished always with her love."
So did you want to show? Wait. Did you want to bring your Bible and start reading?
You carry your Bible everywhere. What sort of Christians are you dealing with now?
So I think Bible is worse than watermelon juice. I think so. I think Bible recommendations is worse than saying drink watermelon juice.
A lovely deer, a graceful doe, let her breast fill you at all times with delight. Be intoxicated always in her love.
Breast, sure. Are you sure this is a Bible? Sure. Is this not your own personalized Bible?
Find your own Bible, the one you trust. Go to the books of Proverbs, chapter 5, verse 18 and 19. Your own Bible, read it in your own time. That's what the Bible says. Be intoxicated with her love. So I'm saying find somebody that you're attracted to. It helps. Now, I know that sex will not sustain the marriage forever. I work in and around the hospital. I'm not a health professional, but I'm always working with them. Always. I'm within God knows how many hospitals in this country I've been in and out. And I see people in their 80s, 90s, they bring each other. It's the woman that has outpatient, but the Baba will follow her. They are holding each other. It's not sex that is sustaining that. But some of the memories that created in their youth would play a role. So I know that sex alone will not sustain you forever. So find somebody that's your best friend, but that you're also attracted to. Because when I see you for the first time, it's your beauty that I'm looking at. I don't know if you're a good or bad person just looking at you, but I have my spec. I have what I like. If you have it, then we strike a conversation. That's when I find out if you're a good person, if we gel, if we don't gel. So please don't let them deceive you and say beauty is in the heart, beauty is in the mind, inner beauty. No, outer beauty is also good. So that's my advice for those who are not married. Make sure the person is attractive to you. Thank you and God bless. And also, the ladies who will watch this in the future, in the next few days, that you didn't join today, the next time they are doing this, please come and support them. See, imagine if a black beauty and if he did not join, it would just be the two hosts with all these men. That's not what we're trying to do. So we're looking forward to a day where men will have no room on this panel. It will be 10 women. They will be discussing parenthood, motherhood, pregnancy, not giving advice, of course, but pregnancy, different experiences. That's what we're looking forward to, that we'll just sit in the background and literally watch. And forefathers can come and tell them about how to secure pregnancy. He can contribute
As
on
a
anything.
person
How do we
who
secure marriages? How do we secure pregnancy? How do we secure relationship? Security is forever present.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. I'm actually curious. I'm trying to see how Niger is going to see the impact of security on sex.
Okay. On
No,
that
no, no,
note,
no. We're not
I'll
gonna.
love
No,
and leave you
Topa, wait.
guys.
Yeah. Thank you, show.
No
A
worries.
black is beauty. I just want to
A
apologize.
black
Black beauty,
beauty.
girl. You got to get my name
Oh
right if you want to
no,
talk
I'm
to me.
sorry. A
Sweetheart,
black beauty. I'm sorry.
excuse me, sweetheart. You got to work harder because I know you're Nigerian. You have a difficult name, so you're gonna have to work a little bit difficult.
No.
Black
Listen.
beauty. You read English,
I know
right?
that. A black beauty. Listen to me.
Right?
I know a black beauty.
Oh,
Listen to
get
me.
it right, baby.
A black beauty. Did I get it right now? Yes, thank you. I can't. I'm tired. I'm on call. Listen. I can't tonight. Please, guys. You guys have to work with me. I'm tired. So I'm doing this because I was committed to this. I don't have to be here. So please. I'm going to go to Niger. But first, I want to recognize.
Wait a minute. I've not spoken in a long time. What's going on here since I came back?
No, man of prestige, you spoke for the first round. Niger came in and he never got to speak at all. So want to acknowledge the people that came in first, then we'll go to you. So I know this is your favorite topic. Don't worry, you will get there. Okay? And I just want to acknowledge electricity. Do you have something to say before I go to Forefather, I'm just warning you. I don't want to hear anything about insecurity. See, I'm on call. My head is hot. So don't, and I'm here working on medication. Don't.
Thanks for acknowledging me. I appreciate it. The only thing I want to say is while I acknowledge everything everyone has said in this issue of sex and everything, the only thing I recommend, I won't say recommend, I think show weighing on it a little bit, is communication. You can do all the exercise you want. You can take all the precaution you want. But if you can even have the best lovemaking or sex you want to have. If you guys can communicate, even in the process of doing it, before, during, and after, it's still gonna be challenge. I speak from both knowledge and experience. Communicating. Even if the man is facing a challenge or the woman is facing a challenge in that regard, talk about it. Because the first cure to everything is to talk about it. In that area, in finance, in everything. In this context, we're talking about in the bedroom, pleasure. And for us men, okay, let's stop being selfish. You may come after me because of what I just said, and it's okay. Let's stop being selfish. Let's stop being self-centered. When we get that satisfaction, we must understand that the woman also needs to get that satisfaction. You may not be able to make her to experience orgasm by just going in and coming out. There are other methods you can use as well to look for a stickling and soft spot. What you know that takes her to that planet. You can. I mean, I'm telling you. The truth is, it's rare, nearly impossible for you to make a woman come in that natural in and out process. There are few women that easily come like that, but majority don't just come like that. You have to look for, talk about it, ask them, tell me, babe, where do I need to touch to bring you up to that point? It's called foul play. Leave that action to the last. Leave the penetration to the last. Leave the penetrating to the last, because it may just be 5 minutes or 2 minutes, you will get there. But get her to that point. Bring her to that place first. When you bring her to that place, and when you get there, that's my 5 cents or 50 cents I have to contribute to. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I just want to say again, thank you for all you've done. I really appreciate it, Tope, and I am just sincerely from the bottom of our heart. You know, I was going to bail out, and you told me, no, I can't bail out. And I told you my situation. But I really appreciate you doing everything you do. Thank you, forefathers. Over to you. Just a caution, don't throw security in it, please. This has nothing to do with security.
Thank you for having me, Adanma.
And 1 minute, forefathers, and it has nothing to do with wigs.
All right. Tope O, thank you for having me. Thank you, Adanma, for hosting this. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. And I speak only from knowledge and zero experience. So don't take anything I take very seriously. Point is, on the main topic that started the show regarding why our diaspora tend to encounter a lot of divorce. From what I can see, it appears there's a correlation between the fact that we are relatively poorer group of people, given that you leave Africa that has the cultural norms that tend to glue these marriages together. The African, like Nigerian space, tend to have incentives and maybe some kind of culture of inspiring loyalty in marriage. While in the West, that is not what keeps marriages together. And from what I can see, the data seems to show that the more wealthy a certain group's household is, the more likely they are likely to remain in marriage. And what does that mean? It means that the Black community in America has the highest divorce rate. So that tells you something, that there's a little bit of stress going on there. You know, when the wife goes out to work. And I also looked into the kind of jobs that people do that tend to have a higher divorce rate. Yeah, those are our jobs, all right. They tend to be our jobs. And so one is not too surprised when you see the high rate of divorce. So we like to think that maybe it's the women and all the rest of it. But when you are in America, you're not in Nigeria anymore, and you tend to have those things. And there is no support. We don't have a community support within the Black community. I see that all the time. You go to the courts, we are overrepresented in these type of family cases, or the social services and stuff like that. So we tend to be stressed in the Western environment. At least in Nigeria, we are stressed, but we still manage to keep the marriage structure in place. At least that, in a way, reduces the level of distress our society would have experienced. If, let's say, marriages were breaking up in Nigeria the way they were breaking up in the West, that country will burn, I tell you. And the children will be growing up in single-parent homes and all the rest of it. So you can see why it's very important to maintain it on the continent. That said, regarding the the issue of intimacy, there was a show I mentioned something about feminine guile or wiles, and the video you played just now goes to show what I'm talking about. You see how aggressive that lady was? That is, can you imagine a man coming to that lady saying, "Come on, do this for me"? Can you reverse it and see how it looks? So I think there's a trick. I know a lot of our women do have them. Let's make no mistake. I'm just saying that the impression people get of our women is that they lack a little bit of those compared to other groups. And if you want your man to see you in a certain way, maybe you don't want to be as aggressive as a man. That is not helpful. And don't necessarily make yourself seem like men prefer feminine women. I like to think, if I'm not mistaken, there is something to be said for that from the part of the women. And for the part of the men, I will say, I don't know anything about that, what men used to do. All I'll say is that do what works for you. And if it doesn't work for you, you should know that before you get married anyway. So before you get married, I like to think that both parties know themselves and whether they can get on. You have to be able to endure and be loyal. I think the idea that love is not a choice, love is a feeling. I think loyalty is a choice. And someone once said that loyalty is the holiest good of the human heart, and I actually begin to see that one of the reasons why some marriages last long in Nigeria is because of that loyalty. And they stay even when they don't have a lot of personal reasons to remain. They stay because of the children, they stay because of societal norms, even if they don't necessarily understand why it is good. They do that. And I think in the West, that loyalty flies out of the window because everybody thinks it's about the money, it's about me, 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 me. They don't think that there is anything greater than me. And that can be a problem. And if you are talking about the main topic about men and women relationship, I would say women should do a little bit more, and the men should be. I take some of the stuff electricity said. I think he's got some of it right. I don't know, like I said, I don't know much about it. He's the expert, but all I can say is that the women too need to do some work. And if I cannot picture an Asian lady or a white lady, even if they probably do it, or an Indian lady talking to their husbands, like I say, come and service me, and you are rubbish, you go and actually do something like that. So it's a skill I think our women need to acquire, subtlety. And I think they talk about it, even within our culture sometimes, that our women need to acquire a little bit of that skill. Even within our culture, I've seen elderly women talk about those type of things too. And I don't know why we don't do that necessarily as a part of raising women, because these days it seems like that we are raising women to be like men. I don't know whether it's a good thing. Somebody said earlier on that if you have your woman at home, make it as a homemaker, then you better do all the work to make sure she's taken care of and the home is taken care of. But if both of them are working, then you should be ready to do the work too at home, just like she is doing. So no, it's a balancing act. I think everybody needs to chip in here and there. And there is no absolute in relationships. Every relationship is unique. And you do what you can to maintain it, because it's actually very, very important. It's important for the individuals involved, and it's also important for society. Make no mistake, those things may not seem important at first, but they do add up. And I don't know, there's not that much to say. Since they said I cannot link it to security, I would have. I'm trying to find a way to bring security into it, but I can't do that, so it's all right. So I would like to stop here before I do for trouble. I don't know, somebody was saying something about the women being on the panel. A lot of women coming. I think I support that. Other than who is going to be in the kitchen when all the women are here, and I saw that.
What is that? So what is that supposed to mean? So we are only known for kitchen. What is that?
Hold on. I'm just joking. I'm not joking. I was just joking. How can you get triggered so easily? I was just joking. You know that. So I was just kidding. Seriously, I was kidding. So it's okay. We all want more women. I was even imagining why I've not seen Mary for a long time. She used to be on here, and a few other ladies that used to join us. So yeah, I think it was a nice show. It was a great show. I can see that a lot of people were interested in it. So kudos to you all for hosting this. And I would like to shut up now before I start putting my foot in it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am so honored for that you joined, and Hopefully we get to celebrate that your wedding very soon, okay? I'm looking forward to it. Can we have Man of Prestige? Could you please unmute, sir? You'll be next.
Thank you very much. I just assemble myself here just to listen because this Kerewa topic is above my pay grade. You know, I'm very religious. I don't like to talk about Kerewa, you know.
With that, with those your hot and sexy muscles.
So why are you showing up with that?
I'm very religious, okay? I'm just kidding.
I know you don't even go there.
I was just kidding. Okay, I was just kidding. On a more realistic topic, okay? I think sex and relationship, you know, are not mutually exclusive. What am I trying to say? I mean, you can use sex to develop a relationship, and you can use sex for sex purpose of satisfaction. But the point is that the bond you're created when you're married or when you're in a relationship, that is the paramount, you know, that's the paramount point of being in a relationship. That will help develop the two couple, you know. And like me, I've been married for almost about 22 years, you know, and that's the only marriage I have or something like that, you know. So when we talk about relationship, you know, it's first attraction for any woman, you know, it's the beauty of beauty, like somebody stated, I think it was sure. Beauty is in the eye of, you know, in how you see it. But you have to build a bond, you know what kind of sex, what satisfy you, what satisfy you and your mate. It's not because you do it 4 times a day or 5 times a day. You know, you have the best relationship. That's not what, you know, everybody has their ultimate ending point. You can be doing it like once a day or every other day or something like that. It depends on the mutual agreement you have with your wife, because, you know, we are in a relationship, you know, forever. So you have to adopt what makes both of you happy, you know. You have to cuddle with your, you know, with your partner and some, you know, something like that, because like you're properly stated, you know, where we are with our, you know, our testosterone, you know, we tend to just want to come there and just go right away. But women, some of them, you like to cuddle with them for a long time before you start or something like that. You know, it's very important that when you're in a relationship, women has to have an orgasm. It's very important. If you want to have the ultimate satisfaction, you have to take it slow with them. Just don't jump there 2 or 3 minutes. You have to know how to control. You have to be that mechanism of control. Even at home, when you want to come, you have to stay there until your woman is properly satisfied. That's just the point. So the point I'm trying to make is not just sex. You know, the bond is very important for any relationship, for you to take it to, you know. That's my opinion on that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Tope, who is next? I'm not
local. Alaba hasn't spoken. Then after
okay, so
we'll have local P and Mr.